The World Surf League's qualifying series welcomes you back to Portugal as we shape up at the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest, getting in towards finals weekend. A lot of surfing yet to come from the capital of Portugal. And the good news is we can hear a little more in the way of rumblings from the surf. We've got loads of heats to bring you. Let's talk you through this morning's action. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Chico by Chico Alves. Good morning, mate.
Good morning, Paul.
Great
to have you.
Yeah, you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
You sure you got enough clothes on, mate? You look quite rugged up there. Were you expecting a cool wind this morning?
No, yeah. Last couple of days were kind of cold, so yeah, I was expecting a little bit of chilly weather. So I think I just brought too much, maybe.
Shall we find out what's happening this morning? A little bit of news. We're actually going to have a resurf from something that went on yesterday. Joanna, she wanted to find out exactly what happened. She's found Rob Gunning, who pretty much runs the World Surf League in Europe, to find out exactly what's going on this morning. Take it away, Joanna.
Absolutely, the man to ask all the questions right here. Rob, this is a bit unusual way to start the day. What happened yesterday?
Yeah, well, we're going to resurf heat number 10 from the round 96 with three surfers, only three surfers. There was a paddling incident between blue and white during the heat, and there was confusion in the judges' tower over the colours. So there were three interference calls marked, but one was on blue and two was on green, and green wasn't involved in the situation. So we believe there wasn't a situation, but in the end, the judges realised that there were three calls. So we've decided to resurf the heat with the two surfers that were involved in the incident, plus green, who also would have changed his strategy if the interference call had have been made at the time of the heat. So it's a unique situation. It's the first resurf I've done as a tour manager in 12 years, so it's the first time for everything, and I think it's the right decision for sure.
Well, we believe you. And do you know what we're going to have today?
Yeah, after the resurf heat, we're going to go straight into the round of 64, do 16 heats of men, and followed by a round of 32 of the women. So we'll see all the top seeds in action today.
And do we have times for those heat yet?
Not yet. We're looking at either 20 or 25 minutes, just checking the consistency during this first heat, and we'll make a decision on what the times will be for the remainder of the day.
Well, great stuff. Rob, thank you very much. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Joanna. Gunning there. I mean, whew. Do you understand that? She goes blue paddled, but then green wasn't in white. So, whew, let's just surf it again. Basically.
Yeah. What happened, I think, was someone wasn't involved and was accused. So, yeah, that's hard when you're not around and you're accused of something.
Do you know what? Just as we're going off to dinner, I saw Gunning down here in a full sort of hazmat suit, just DNA swabbing the contest area. So he did a full investigation, and he got to the bottom of exactly what went down, and he's decided to resurf it. I like it.
Yeah, love that scene, the crime scene. So, yeah, great decision by Rob Gunning, and yeah,
his first resurf. I would have thought he'd done a couple. Anyway, let's get down to it as we'll check out Ian Fontaine in the white, definitely in the white, not in blue. Belts one, and again slashes, and he'll be feeling pretty happy about the way he's kicked this off.
Yeah, for sure. Ian is a magnet of good waves. Every time he's out, a good wave goes his way, and that's been his recipe since the juniors. So here's Ian, big snap there, and a cool Larry layback. So nice from Ian this morning. I thought it was a little bit more chilly than this, and now I'm feeling a little bit more sweaty.
Yeah, I've overdone the layers a little bit this morning, mate. A lot of layers on you there. Yeah, it's
too much layers.
It's not a flattering look, mate. Yeah. But hey, all about keeping warm at surf event, staying comfortable. But I reckon, yeah, we're in for a good day here, mate. We hope this one would pick up. It has a bit, actually. We're still around about the bottom of the tide right now, maybe just about coming into the low. And yeah, we're looking at maybe even sort of head high, maybe even slightly overhead by the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, this was the swell we were waiting for, and yeah, I think it's kicking in. Hopefully it gets even more bigger, So yes, they have plenty of space to open up and have fun. We want to see some action, and we don't want to see the surfers struggling to get like 2 proper waves. And yeah, can see what unfolds for the rest of the day.
Coelho, here he goes, found himself another left. Just had a quick one, and he'll try and boost down to the flats, which goes somewhat awry for him, and he'll get an incompletion. So early work done by Ian Fontaine, surfer out of Brittany, France. Decent way for him, couple of hits. Comes in as a 5.33. Your classic opening mid-range score to start a heat.
Yeah, Ian is an expert at that. He always puts something on the board. He's really intelligent, so he's a great competitor, a fearless competitor. As we see Charlie here, eyes of the tiger.
Tell you what, mate, a lot of people up early on Twitter this morning. We've got one in from Jose Cascais. What's the Chico? Have you ever been involved in a resurf?
Yeah, I did. I actually did last year. Same situation. I was in the water. I had my heat. I won it. I went for the interview.
Did you win the heat, but then you went to complain and demanded a resurf?
No,
I should have lost that.
No, what happened was...
Let's surf it again.
The waves are fun. Come on. No, I just won, and then, yeah, first you have to go back again. And I'm like, I'm so tired. I'm not that person. I cannot do 2 heats in a row. I have to go rest myself. And he goes like, no, the priority changed.
And priority.
You guys didn't add priority for like 10 minutes because of the sun. And you caught waves that maybe white wanted.
It's easy to blame the sun, isn't it? Sun gets a bad rep a lot of times.
Yeah.
It can't answer for itself. It can't put up a defence. Everyone blames the sun.
He's just an easy guy too.
So you had to do a reserve, and then did you lose?
No, I won it.
You won again?
Yeah. So that
classic.
that felt really sweet. But yeah, that was my first resurf too. So me and Rob having our first resurfs really close to each other.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing Mundy's take on that. Forthcoming book, Inverting the Priority, another chapter. Resurfs of the QS and their effect on the next generation.
I'm sure Ben is studying all the details of the story to just get a little.
I saw him briefly this morning when he found out
story.
about the priority and the resurf, and he was somewhere between excitement and panic. There was a slight look of terror about him, and he's just furiously typing away on his keyboard, trying to make sure he didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Any of the details.
I just love when he gets into his keyboard and he starts searching for stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you just get a little bit scared at the same time, but yeah, as we see, blue.
Live action here. Coelho, good looking left. Ooh, really nice. If he can hang on. He absolutely leathered that section. And that's much better from Pedro Coelho, who's had a couple of lefts. This one was decent, Chico.
Yeah, blow tail there. He managed to nail it. So great turn from Pedro Coelho at 7 a.m. blowing the tail out. That's talent, right?
Up early and Atom. Judges will throw in the number. Fontaine with the priority. Imagine the chat at dinner last night with the judges and the priority judges. A really somber affair that dinner was. Not much conversation. They were like, boys, we've had a nightmare. We've let ourselves down. We've let surfing down.
Yeah, for sure. They don't want to. Anyone wants to make mistakes, mate.
That's all good. I just on a more serious note, I like the idea of the resurf. I wonder what would happen if some of the surfers refused. I wonder how that works. It'd be interesting to find
I think
out.
one of them might be refused in the water. Maybe Pedro Coelho.
Here he goes. Bang. Hitting it hard. On the backhand. Again.
Oh.
Slings one. One more. Waka. The wave will go a little soft through here. And he will just keep swinging. So Pedro Coelho got a 5.27 before that for a left. And now he's backed himself up with a right.
Yeah, clean surfing there. The wave looked great. Pedro is a good competitor. And behind.
Ooh, Fontaine. What's he got here? Meat. Oh, I like it a lot. Great looking section. And then the pin drop as well, just to say, have a little bit of that.
But his pin drop landed on his rail, his own rail. So that was quite funny. But yeah, what a turn from Ian. That turn was massive. Look at this. Coming from behind and boom. And he lands it. Look, this pin drop was on his own rail, so that was quite funny. And we see Green here up and riding. Boom. Quick carve there. He looks quick. Oh, as I say this, the commentator curse happens, and Pedro Coelho with a big snap there. He gets low, and another snap there. So, yeah, he backs it up. He's 527 with a 367, and we have Pedro Coelho in the lead. The surfer that didn't want to surf.
Just looking at Coelho, several other surfers, and yourself, I feel like the goatee's quite big in Portugal still. The goatee beard.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen quite a few. You've got quite a few lookalikes here, mate.
Me, I have to use it because if I don't use it, I have like 6 years old, and I have double chin. So sorry for that. I don't know about the other guys, but for myself, it's just like a double chin.
I mean, it's a strong look. The 90s are...
It's like a boxy rail here.
The 90s are back in, mate, so I think you're good.
I'm good. I'm from the 90s, so anything I can remember from my times, I'll bring it back. I miss sometimes. As we see a guy from the 90s.
Tell you what, his numbers are looking all right. He's got 4.7 now. It's a big hit on the right-hander. Gets his score up into double figures, 10.03. Running the booties as well this morning, just to keep the chill off the feet.
I actually thought the 4.7 was going to be higher. That was massive hit. The wave was the set wave.
Solid turn.
Yeah, double up. And comparing that to that 5.27 from Pedro, I thought it was quite there.
Do you think possibly, I don't want to speak on behalf of the judges, but are they sort of prioritising combinations of major manoeuvres this morning?
Yeah. I think...
Sorry
I
to make
think
it so serious.
Sorry, yeah. You made me think so early.
I didn't mean to.
Sorry.
What about tides, mate? I think we're around about low right now, aren't we? Let's have a look. Okay, so high right now. Got that completely the wrong way around. So we're around about high tide, 7:39 a.m. And it's one or the other.
Low at 1:32. And I again 8 in the afternoon.
Okay, do you like that? Nice looking curve.
Yeah, I think we can have like après-midi surf. What do you think?
I'm up for that, mate. All over it. Ooh, what do we got here? Some action, some paddling. Priority with Vidal. He'll use it. Backside attack from João. Ooh, that was nice. Kept the speed. And a little angry snap in the pocket. And then he'll kick the board away. A little bit frustrated. Coelho, meanwhile, will just flick off a wave. Leaving Ian Fontaine with the priority. Having a good paddle. Chin on the stringer. Backhand attack. He's up. Bang. Stabs it hard.
Wow.
One turn. Nice.
Really good turn there from Ian. Ian comes from Bretagne, so they have a lot of like hard waves to read, and that's why they read so well the waves and catch always the bomb. As we see here, Ian coming off the bottom and boom, smash it, tail out, and great surfing. I really enjoyed this first turn from João. I think it was a hard section to deal with, and he did really well to fit a quick turn there, as we saw Pedro Coelho on the back there, and it was an in and out, I think, for him.
Lots of opportunity in this heat, mate. It's encouraging to see not only the sort of size of the swell pick up a bit, but just a lot more waves. It's like waves all the time.
Yeah, I think it's great to see more waves.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Oh, live action. Coelho, what's he got? Coiled spring on the backhand. Hits it hard. Once again, Boomtown. Deals well with a little wobbly backwash, and he'll keep flicking up spray off the rail. And again, nice little vertical stab to incomplete. Good stuff there from Coelho.
Yeah, great surfing. The second snap through a lot of water. So nice from Pedro. He was in second. He's looking to go to better that 367. And I think he will better his situation. So as we see more lines approaching, so we're going to have a full day of action. Waves don't stop here. It's just like a machine. So we're going to see plenty of waves today surfed. Ben Mundy can't wait. I can't wait. Paul Evans can't wait. And Zé Ferreira can't wait to be here all day. Packed action as we see the replay of Pedro Coelho. Big snap there, and this one, boom. He threw a lot of water. You can see behind him, the water was falling, and he was on his way for his third turn. So
Good heat, this one. Been enjoyable so far. João Vidal, there's his requirement. It's a fairly hefty one. He needs a 7.83. Got to get his skates on here, get something going. There's not a lot of time left. A lot of interferences went down yesterday, Chico. Do you think you might see fewer of those today now the waves are a little bit bigger?
no, I think today it's harder to get to do interferences. I think yesterday we saw a couple more because it was tiny, and anything you pedaled for destroys the wave completely. So yeah, I just think yesterday was a tight day in terms of interference calls. As we see the last score of Pedro Coelho, 4-2-3.
Yeah.
He betters the situation.
Well, so did Fontaine, actually. He nudged his up. He got a 5-2-3. And he improves his lead, and he uses his second priority here. It looks like a man on a mission. Inspired. Ian Fontaine's finding all the best waves. And he's surfing with a lot of purpose. He's got spring in his step. He's got a couple of fives right now, and he's got the lead in this. So we're just going to advance one of these three, right? One surfer's already through, am I right? Or no?
Yeah,
Or was it?
I think only one guy can make it.
Okay. Something we didn't find out, was it, this morning from Garnell? English is pretty thorough.
Because the first place is gone. He's long gone.
Okay, live action. Coelho. Oh, nice. Little redirect slashing carve. And then clips one down off the lip. Gives himself 2 claps. What's he going to get for a score? If it's a 5-3 or better, he'll go to the lead.
You think it's enough?
Let's have another look. Well, let's check out the other side of the pit. Here goes Vidal.
Boom. Quick snap there. Can't get around it. And Coelho here coming off the bottom. Wow. Nice carve there. And this one, he was able to fit one more in there. But I just thought the last turn, he could have maybe pushed a little bit more to put a little bit more expression on that last turn, as we're gonna watch the recap of the heat now. This was the guy who started off real quick with this right-hander. Quick snap there and a layback there. And Pedro Coelho responding to that with his big blow tail there. This was a really technical turn, and he made it. So 5-2-7 for him. Ian here putting his backup on the board, the 5-2-3. And that's it for this hit. As the last one of Pedro Coelho comes in as a 5-0-7, and he almost gets it. So
yeah, it does improve a little bit, but not quite enough to go first. So let's check him out. He's up again. Having a look here. He's going to have to wait for a section. Almost bogs a rail. Manages to get a little punt in. Won't get a completion on it, though. Wonder if that little bog just sort of cost him speed. Maybe just unbalanced him a wee bit. So still looking for that 5-3 to get a first. Vidal looking for 7-8-3. So Fontaine at the moment, so far so good. Yes, Paul. He is. Thanks, Rico.
Yeah,
Good chat.
I love to have a chat with you this early. It is always so refreshing. And yeah, Ian, as I said, if there's good waves coming in, for sure he's going to be on one of them. And that's what he did on this seat. I think he's had better wave selection.
He looks fired up. He's surfing with authority. I wonder if he was one of the sort of driving forces behind this resurf, because he looks like he's really got a sort of purpose behind his surfing this morning. He's on the waves. He's dialed in. He's fired up. Maybe he's thinking about this seat all night. He's come out of this morning and just blazed it so far. Let's see if Coelho gets a chance to come back at him, or João Vidal.
There's a set coming.
Ian Fontaine also with priority as well as the lead. Now look to try and control the lineup. Can't see Vidal out there. Can see Pedro Coelho right next to Ian. Oh, there's Vidal. He's over on the left of your shot. And that one pretty much close out the bay. So a bigger wave. No real scoring sections, and that'll chew up a little bit of time, which Ian Fontaine won't mind one little bit, as he does have a pretty solid lead. Coelho's requirement isn't a massive one, but with third prio, it'll be tough. There's João Vidal. He's looking for a 7-8-3. It's quite a big number. Got about 20 seconds to look for a wave. Here goes Ian Fontaine, so using the priority. And just cruising through this one, really. Sure, he'll be adding too much to his total there, and I think we're going to tick down now the final few seconds of this. Looks like Pedro Coelho will have a score to drop in. Let's see how this goes down. Maybe some last gasp heroics at the end of that, but it looked like throughout that heat, 20 minutes of it, Ian Fontaine looking very much in control, Chico.
Yeah, he did the right selection of the waves he wanted, and he surfed them well. So nice job for Ian. Here's Ian's last wave. I think was just like a coming through wave to block maybe Pedro out of one wave up the back. And here's was Pedro's last wave. Ooh, wow. Nice turn there. And then
ran out of wave, didn't he? He was on his way. When he took off and got that first turn, you think it could be. I could see a 5 here. Oh, he's angry. He's mad. I don't mind seeing the fire. I like the passion. I like the intensity. Pedro Coelho would be frustrated. That wave just not cooperating. Ian Fontaine with a smile and a resurf, a historic resurf. Rob Gunning's first ever since he's been tour manager in Europe. Sees Ian Fontaine advance to the next rounds. Speaking of the next round, there's 64 surfers in it. Our top seeds are coming to the Caparica Surf Fest. They're coming real soon. After this quick break, we're going to bring it to you live.
Almada, território de muitos.
Now 22 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on this first heat of the morning.
Welcome back to live coverage. Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We'll see Vitor Garandia of Spain, Eduardo Fernandes from Portugal, Maël Laborde of France, Eduardo Papa of Italy. Is that the right heat?
Is that the right heat? Well,
I'm not entirely
it's
sure.
been confusing this morning, hasn't there been, Paul? Griffin Colapinto was
Yeah,
popped
so
up
sorry, that was the heat one of the round of 96.
Yep. So
I believe we're actually going to see Charlie Martin, Tim Bissau, Lenny Jensen, and Maël Laborde. So we've got one of those surfers right.
Yeah, we've got the scoreboard right there. We've got it all back in order. This smooth running machine has had a few coughs and sputters this morning. There's been some controversy. There's been some research. Let's talk about that, Paul.
Well, before we do that, I want to go and hear from the man in the heat of the battle, the man who just went out there and blazed it, Ian Fontaine. He wanted to resurf, he got one, and he's through. He's with Joanna.
That's right. One man was coming out of this one. Luis Diaz is already advancing, and so are you. How are you feeling? Do you think that made a difference?
Yeah, it made a difference. It was a hit a bit strange today. So yesterday the situation, there was an interference that has not been called, and there was a problem with the colors. So I was in the heat, and one of the guys went and did like a big foam, and there was an interference for me. So I went to check with the judges. They said, oh, there's an error. So I had to do like a reclamation and stuff. So we had a resurf this morning. And it was pretty stressful because I had everything on my shoulder, but I made it and I'm pretty happy today.
What's going through your mind when you're in the water? I mean, you surfed this same heat yesterday without one more athlete, but still there's a lot going through your mind.
Yeah, it's like a lot of stress because the heat is being resurfed. The guy is pissed. He's pissed off because he has to resurf, but there was an interference yesterday, so. It's a weird situation, but happy to make through and happy to get a few waves and surf. Even the waves were better for everyone today, so we had a good resurf with better scores too. So it's all good for everyone, I think.
You're pretty happy with these conditions now that you're still in the competition. How are you going to re-strategize now?
It's all about restarting heat after heat and try to leave this to the past and go forward.
I guess that's your game plan now, the restart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You're still in the competition.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done, Ian Fontaine. Thanks, Joanna. Loads of tweets coming in this morning. Barbara in Washington State. Question for Ben. She says, just speaking of resurfs, Ben, you've made your mistakes in life. You've had missteps. What would you like to do over? If you could, what incidents or what moments would you just love to have your chance again, Ben? Great question, Barbara.
As we see the replay here, well, I mean, if Rob Gunning could just look at my life and press a resurf button.
What would you like to resurf or redo, Ben?
Redo? Let's see, at the back.
Would you do your exams again, for example, or maybe it's
I'm not sure.
more of a social situation where you wished you had maybe.
I'd probably not do that economics degree, I would say. That might have been 3 or 4 years, sort of a misspent, which if I'd done something different, it might have put me on a different trajectory. Then I wouldn't be here, Paul. And that's exactly what I mean.
What would you have done?
That's exactly what I mean.
What would you have done instead?
I think I maybe would have done something in law, maybe. I could have been a high-flying barrister. Could have been a contender, Paul. Could have been a contender. But yeah, I mean, to see Rob Gunning just there, that's always a treat, doesn't it, to get an interview in the first off the cab. That should be how we start the day anyway. But then to describe the unprecedented situation that he'd come across yesterday afternoon and this morning, and just to describe that the green was wearing the white had dropped it on the blue was having dinner with the red, and then the white surfer couldn't make the final because of the green.
Didn't have any wax.
And then the leg rope got tangled with the guy in the blue, and so they just had to have a resurf. I mean, at the end of the day, but they had to get one guy, he couldn't make it because he was talking to on Zoom to his partner. So anyway, it's very complicated, but Rob Gunning picked all that tangled thread, pulled it ever so slightly, came out with the correct decision, and Ian Fontaine goes through, and that was, I think, a fair result in the end.
Yeah, he nailed it, didn't he? Here goes Charlie Martin. What's he got for us? A right-hander, a little shiny face, and he snaps to open up. And then he'll have a little squirt down the line, and another snap with a little bit more vim and vigour. And he looked to wind into another section, which wasn't really there.
I mean, if Charlie got his entry in late, so he had to surf from the very first round, he would just this would be his first heat otherwise.
This is his 12th heat as it goes.
Yeah, you wonder if surfing all those other heats, obviously you wouldn't want to do it because of the risk of losing, but whether that actually puts him in good stead now, Paul. You know, is that a bonus? He surfed 3-4 heats already. Kind of gets the top seeds, knows the bank, knows his equipment, it's in the competition routine.
Well, if he loses now, then no, it won't be. If he goes all the way to the final and wins, then yes. Thomas de Bier, just vibing it.
Sucking in the sweet Caparica air, isn't he?
Another one of our surfers out of Guadeloupe. Two of them in the water. This one, Mel Laborde from Martinique. So strong representation from the Caribbean. For our French surfers, it's kind of like a breeding ground for the French surfing talent. And de Bier has been very impressive. The last couple of years, made his mark in these two events, hasn't he? Santa Cruz and Caparica. He went all the way to the semis up in Santa Cruz. So far on this, Lenny Jensen, our German, with the best of it. Here goes Tim Bissot. Quick in and out for him. Laborde as well. How's Twitter looking, Ben?
Twitter? Yeah, it's been firing up. There's a lot of priority chat.
Oh, man.
Obviously coming my way. Getting partitioned.
I mean, your DMs right now, mate, are brutal, aren't they? You need a team.
There's one coming and saying, it's Barry from Berlin. And Baz is saying he liked the three-man heat one goes through. He's asking you, Paul, whether this should be some type of innovation in the sport. They're saying, can we use that for like the rounds of 96, 128, 96, 64? Three-man heats, one goes through.
Ben, you know full and well that I've advocated for certain heats, no one getting through. If the performance doesn't meet a certain standard, the scores don't reach a benchmark.
Right.
I'd say no one gets through.
So if your heat total's below, let's call it 7.
I don't think it could be just numerical. I think there's more to it than that. There's got to be a sort of qualitative assessment of it as well, probably from the commentators, but we could just block an advancing surfer.
Yes, okay, yeah. Just press a button. There's on our little tables, a red, green, blue and yellow, and you're out for the event.
A chute opens up in the sand, and the surfer falls through it and tumbles down the cliff at Santa Cruz for the next event.
I like it, but I would say handing that much power to people such as us could cause a few issues, but I'm willing to ride them out, absolutely.
So number in for Mel Laborde. Meanwhile, live action. Charlie Martin whipping one backside. Bang, that's nice. There he goes. Classic Martin. He hits it. It's smooth, it's stylish, it's aggressive. Would have loved another section. Didn't get one, but he made the best of what was there with a little combo. Let's see where that puts him. This is a close one thus far.
Maybe we could bring in the sort of yellow card, red card, sort of the football kind of situation, where if a surfer in one heat sort of gets through, but with a performance that was borderline terrible, you give a yellow card, does it again, red card, out of the event, pack your bags, see you later.
So Charlie goes to the lead, gets his number in, puts his combined total of 10 points. That's out of 20. A couple of 5s, equivalent of. And a decent marker for the halfway point precisely. 12 and a half to go. You go to the lead. And then you got that strategy all worked out in your head about where you want to be, where you are in the heat, and how that plays out in terms of what you're going to try and do.
Got Twitter coming in here from Carol in Copenhagen. And Carol's saying she's enjoying Caparica. She says she loves the piers. She loves surfing with piers. Obviously from Copenhagen. It's a pier sort of pier place. She's like, have you got a favourite pier-based wave in the world, Paul? She's asking. It's a pretty particular question, but I like it. Breakwall. I'll take a breakwall, as they're called in Australia.
Yeah, not exactly the same thing though, is it, a pier and a breakwall?
Well, no.
A pier's something you walk along, right? It's sort of a promenade to give you access to the sea.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you call breakwall? Breakwall.
Yeah, we've got a groin.
A groin, okay.
Yeah.
I'll take groin or breakwall.
Yep, which is what we've got here. So who's
Carol from Copenhagen.
Carol, I'm not a massive fan of surfing next to man-made stuff in general. As a general rule, I'm not that into it. Where I live, Caparica, you got those jetties. I'm not wild about them, if I'm honest. So I'm going to go for the new pier in Durban, South Africa, which I really enjoyed jumping off. So you walk out, step through the barrier and jump in, instead of paddling out duck diving.
That is nice, yeah.
I'm going to go for new pier.
New pier, Durban, yeah, good waves there too.
Very good waves, Ben.
I'd probably go for... Well, it doesn't exist anymore, but there was a mythical 6 months in Reddit Beach folklore where they built the put the sewage outlet instead of just literally dumping it at the end of a 50-metre pipe straight onto the sand, as they did. They actually moved it out about 3 kilometres, so it just dispersed to a wider sort of area. But while they were building that, they had they built this pier to build the sewage pipe for 6 months. There was a right-hander off the edge of it that no one really knew about, that was still talked about the Reddit Bowling Club to this day. And we can still talk about that mythical time when the sewage pipe was getting built.
Live action from Bisso on the backhand, bang! Big whipping carve. And again, similar, and he'll slam the lid shut with a little vertical stab and a spring in his step as he kicks out. He knows that was a good wave, his best. And a good chance of moving up there. He only needs a 2.98 for second currently. Could conceivably go to first with that. Let's see where it goes score-wise. Set's coming in. There's a little bit of kind of ruffle and wobble to it. There are sections. There's a little bit more size, which is encouraging. Look like a little more of the same. So far, wind's looking reasonably light, Ben.
Yeah, I think we've just got this kind of northwest, northerly breeze, not too strong. Fairly well protected down this little part of the coast.
Good number in for Bisso, gets to 7, jumps to first. Ahead of Charlie Martin, now in second place.
I'd love to see how many times Charlie Martin and Lenny Jensen just hung it right up. That was a big turn. How many times Bisso and Martin have squared off against each other over the years? Lots. Someone's doing deep. Rob Gunning should run the matrix on that. There'll be some interesting stats with this one. Bang.
Oh, that was spicy.
And Bisso, though, talk about spice, go sharp. This one, this big finish, burn town. You can see the flash of the fins. And Bisso just starting to crank up the pace, crank up the scores as well. That's just talent starting to rise to the top. And that was really well surfed. Bisso and Martin currently out in front, waiting on a score for Jensen.
Yeah, got himself in Challenger Series last year, didn't he, Bisso? Was unable to travel to the US Open. Didn't get loads done throughout the rest of that Challenger Series season. So he'll be looking to make amends to that this year. Step up. Very hotly contested, those places for the European slots into the Challenger Series, where you face the best qualifiers from all the regions around the world. You get an invite to go and surf Snapper Rocks, opening Challenger Series event, which is coming up in May. So not a lot of time, less than a month before that fires up. And that Challenger Series offering that platform for our surfers to get themselves on the championship tour. We were calling some challenges.
We were.
Last autumn, and
Yep.
it was dramatic, it was exciting, it was everything we were hoping it would be, Ben.
Yeah, it really was. It's real jeopardy, real every heat. There's something on it, and yeah, it was exciting to see. You know, and you look back there, we saw young Jackson Baker from Newcastle, Jim Martin live action section here, a couple of big turns. Yeah, Jackson Baker, and said a lot of real friendly fella, really liked. He got the final in Estrella, and pretty much that got him on the CT. Just that one sort of big result. So one big result can pretty much change the surfer's life. He's on the CT now, and he's looking all right to make the cut. So little things like that, you'll see surfing narratives unfold before your very eyes. And then obviously went up to France, and yeah, it was all happening up there. So yeah, bring it on, I'd say. And there's a few more this year. But in some, yeah, as you say, like starting off in snapper. What a way to start off the Challenger Series. So brilliant, brilliant surfing coming our way.
Six minutes and 10 in this. Bissau with that lead. Charlie Martin in second. Wait for a number to come in for his previous effort. If it's not higher than a 5, then it doesn't improve, but at the moment he's all right in second. Lenny Jensen's coming back though. That big hit. Here goes Bissau, your heat leader. Backhand attack on a wobbly section outside, so he has to sort of navigate some deeper water and realises pretty quickly that not much happening on that wave.
So fast board speed, Timothy Bissau. Just always got so much energy, moving around, always active. And again, it's looking strong. Hope to be building. This is the first heat of the day. We see Bissau over Jensen though, trying to get back in the game. Bit of a wobbly wave. He's doing well. And a third click. So I'm not quite sure of his requirement, but I'll tell you what, he's pushing it all the way to the end, and see if that's going to be enough. Needs a 5.81, Paul, so...
It's not there, was it?
No.
Yeah, loads more tweets coming in. John Paul in Antwerp. Just speaks on the sort of research, the redos. Benny, anything sort of surf contest related in terms of your commentary that you wouldn't mind having a chance to do it again? Any regrets? Anything you quite like? Can we just do that one again, that event?
So again?
Any events or any you just like to sort of have another, be able to do it again? Maybe change the course of history?
Yeah, I would say the Bell's CT in 2010, when I was a young buck, making my way, just made the CT, qualified.
Were you a young buck in 2010? It's only 12 years ago, and you're basically 50 now. So, I mean, would we say young buck? You're 37.
Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. That's why I said it.
Okay.
Sure. Made the CT. Did it, I think, 2 days. Commentated. Doing a pretty good job. Bit nervous, but finding my way around the webcam. And went out for a surf, broke my leg. And I wouldn't go for that surf now. I would just say, you know what? For once, I'm gonna have that cold beer after the event rather than go for surf. So breaking my leg in the actual surf.
That's the thing about being a young buck, though, isn't it? You're just full of this sort of youthful exuberance.
Yeah.
I was just so
young and energetic. I had so much energy. I was just so young, and I just couldn't stop. And weirdly, my young bone still cracked in half.
Let's check out the recap, see how it's gone down. Bissau's looked good, hasn't he, Ben?
Yeah, straight from the start. First heat of the event, one of the top seeds. And he looked sharp, hasn't made any mistakes. Busy, strong, powerful. And signature hair still flowing in the breeze. And then his backside's pretty gnarly. A lot of spray. And this was a great turn. That's his best wave. So, Bissau, been busy, as he does. Charlie Martin probably hasn't had quite the wave quality of his component, but he's absolutely hammered that. The fins flying off that same board that he made the final on last year.
Can we just quickly revisit Bell's 2010? We've got a couple of minutes. I think I've heard Am I right thinking that you stayed on Sean Doherty's couch?
Yeah.
With your broken leg? See,
Yeah.
I've heard his version of the truth.
Yeah.
About this. He did tell an anecdote at that time. Whoa, that was really nice from Lenny Jensen. Unfortunately, goes down. He did tell us about the time Ben Mundy was staying on his couch, and he'd make you a cheese sandwich, and he'd bring it into the lounge. He'd be there, taking over his unit.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't a big place either.
Taking over his unit with your leg in a
Wife
cast.
and 2 kids.
On the couch, and you'd come in with a sandwich and you'd send it back to the kitchen and ask for it toasted.
Yeah, yeah. He was shit house. I was like, come on, Doherty, up your game, mate. He was, imagine him, he's the world's worst carer. He has no empathy for anyone. And here he is stuck with his so-called best mate.
Charlie Mike goes to first, 12.9 is his total, so a 7-1 drops in for Charlie Martin. And that cool little tussle between our two Guadalupean surfers. Well, Martin at the moment in the ascendancy over Bisso. Here goes Mel Laborde, uses priority on a smaller inside runner. And it's all going to come down to the last minute or so. That's not going to be the number he needs. Lenny Jensen's shown us flashes, unable to really combine the turns as our German. He's looking for a 6-1-1 to move up. 6-7-1 the requirement for that man right there, Laborde. And not a lot of time, Ben.
No, he hasn't been able to get any sort of purchase in this heat. The board. And had some great sort of heats running up to this. It was looking really strong. But Charlie, this is what you get when you get some real elite level talent. Big fin, gouge. There's another. And then his backhand is his best part of his surfing in terms of competitive wise. The amount of points he racks up on that is been proven over the years, and here he goes again. That got him the lead. So Martin and Bisso just starting to warm up here, looking ominous as they progress into the round of 32.
Yeah, Charlie doing well not to sort of outrun the wave there. Just had to sort of check his speed a little bit, and by doing that, set himself up for that big kind of drainer finish.
I tell you what, Paul, too, like that first heat of the day when he surfed in a round of 4,024 or whatever it was, he got through in like the last minute, scored a wave and got in. I think in his last heat, he needed a 4.97 and got a 5.01 or something, so just squeaked through. It's those type of little, you know, when you think things are going your way, it can be pivotal over the course of an event.
Good to nail a 7 in the final stages of a heat. Anyway, he was making it through in second, but good total that, 12-9. Tim Bisso as well will advance. We'll say Auf Wiedersehen to Lenny Jensen and au revoir to Mel Laborde, as those two will bow out of competition, and it's all coming down to crunch time. The bigger seeds are coming in. We've got live action coming at you all day from beautiful Caparica. We'll be right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back
to a live action from the Costa de Caparica beach. My name is Ben Mundy, booting Paul Evans out of the booth, and we have Jose Ferreira coming in. How you feeling, mate? What was I left you last night. We were having a cold Estrella Galicia beer in front of the beach there. I exited stage left. What did you get up to, mate? What was the evening? How did it unfold?
Unfold really well. Let's see. Pedro Enrique here. We have a stacked heat, man.
Oh,
Ooh.
wow.
What was that?
Nice. Yeah, Sammy Pittier got the best Australia Galicia wave of the day yesterday. Thomas Debier, super strong surfer from the Caribbean. Ripping Eduardo Fernandez, who's been, on form. And then Pedro Enrique, you just saw then, the veteran, been doing this for a long time and still got the flair and got the spice. And those two little fin wafts kind of set the standard early on.
Yeah, Pedro Enrique. He was competing. He was in the CT for a year.
Yeah. 2004 or something.
Yeah, like a long time ago. Let's watch the replay here. How loose and smooth he is. Like this last turn is just so technical.
Yeah, because that wasn't even technically a section. It was almost a foam climb, but he made it into something special just where he's really sort of manufactured a bit of flair, a bit of fin waft, and yeah, looked great. This is Thomas Debier, that's only a 3.67, and Pedro got a 4.83 for his wave. This is Fernandez, the goofy footer, Portugal. Wow, just whacking two big turns as well. Yeah, so we're having a few drinks last night. What happened afterwards, mate? Anything exciting?
Yeah, we just went for dinner.
Local dinner?
Local dinner.
Nice. What'd you have for dinner?
I had just meat.
Meat? Just meat.
De Vieira outra vez. Something called lagartos. It's actually pork.
Right. Nice.
On the grill, which is really good. It's really tasty and feels good after a few Australia Galicias.
Nice.
And yeah, it's really cool environment when the competition is on, because you see people from the surfing industry, people, chats, and we actually had something organized yesterday. As we see Thomas Debier, these guys weren't able to go for a drink.
No, losers. Wow. Yeah, they were up. And I tell you what, a lot of action. Just seeing that jump in the swell and a jump in the caliber of surfer.
Exactly, yeah.
That's where we start to get some fireworks. Fernandez going down there. But speaking of fireworks, well, it's another opportunity to talk to Charlie Martin. And it looks like Joanna Garnell is down there with Charlie.
I love when you call me Joanna, Ben. Good morning, boys. Yeah, I'm here with Charlie. Charlie, you looked so in form. Tell me about it.
I had a good night, so no. I got a couple of waves. I did a good warm-up this morning, woke up a little earlier, so I was more fresh this morning.
Was that board the board from last year?
Yeah, it is, yeah. 3 years old, yeah, the board. 3 or 4 years old, I think.
What do you do to her all year?
I just keep her on the side, She's my side one.
What's the strategy for the next heat? Do you think it's the same recipe as last year to make the final?
Maybe. We'll see. Heat by heat and try to improve my surfing. I haven't been surfing in 2 months, so first time I surfed was during my first heat, and so I haven't been free surfing, just surfing my heats and trying to be calm and just go with the flow. Yeah.
Go with the flow. How's the knee going? Is it better? Do you feel any pain surfing?
Feels better when I start the heat. I feel a bit, and then when I get on it and want to make the heat and the stress and stuff, so I don't feel it anymore. So it's cool, and hopefully it's gonna get better. It's supposed to get better every day. So yeah, stoked to make the heat and hope to see Joanna next heat though.
Okay, he doesn't like my face, boys.
Yeah.
Into the next round, Charlie. Congrats, and back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. I mean, thanks, Chico. Yeah, yeah, doing an admirable job filling in for Joanna. No easy task. And yeah, Charlie and Joanna. Well, he'd won a few heats already, so he's developed a bit of a reply with Joanna, but Chico doing a good job there. Yeah, lots to unpick. Our board's 3 or 4 years old. When you get one of those magic boards, just keep it on the side. Keeps it just lively. And Charlie Martin, yeah, been injured. And just starting to, as he said, warm up. You know, each heat getting better. And he'll be dangerous if he's on a gradual improve.
True. Charlie knows Caparica quite well. I think he spent a few months here last year. I'm not sure if he was living, but he definitely spent like, what, 3 months? Something like that. In Costa de Caparica, so he's pretty used to these waves, and he's been coming down to Portugal forever. So he knows his way around. And I think Thomas de Bière is also from the Guadeloupe.
Yep, yeah. Massive Guadeloupe contingent. So many great surfers coming out of that town. We saw Bissot, Martin, de Bière. This is Enrique live action. Just whipping it up high and just goes down, the veteran. Rarely falls off his surfboard. It's not something you see every day. Regathers, paddles back out. Originally from Brazil, but been based here for a long, long time. Got family here now, a couple of kids, and still always dangerous in any heat he paddles out in. As you see, Jay Pitier, the Frenchman, fanging down the line, goes for a little blowtail, just can't hang on. So he's had a slow start. Sam surfed really, really well in the earlier rounds. Only young, but just you can sense starting to find his feet in the seniors, getting experience. Really good tube rider, good smooth style. Coached by his dad Didier, is one of the greats of French surfing. So Sammy,
yeah, just
a really bright future, but just have a bit of a shocker.
Exactly in that point in his career where he's going from being a junior to being a senior surfer, right? Kind of phases. We see Eduardo here with a all right first turn and a second one. He just spent a month in Brazil. He was surfing a lot there, so he comes energized.
Yeah, well, there's pretty Brazilian-like conditions, so you see James Trust down there. Yeah, so he's been on point, surfing a lot, looking fit. Fernandez, he's got a 4.4. As you see Pitier going again, this wave selection's not that good. He seems to be a bit off the bank. Not sure if the Brains Trust would have told him to have a set spot to sit and where to locate yourselves on the bank at the moment. Just can't find any open face. His competitors all got a half decent wave, but no real backup, so he's still well in the game, but he just needs to get some open face.
We have Edu here with an okay first turn. He's in second place. Wants to replace a 3.4, or I think this was his 3.4, so his last wave. Yeah, so we have more swell, Ben, but it's a bit. So the wind turned a bit south,
right,
west, southwest,
yeah.
And so it's a bit more wobbly, a bit more mushy, but we definitely have more waves, so we can predict that we'll have more quality of surfing. You know, when there's more waves, that's what usually happens.
Yeah, more opportunities, and just a bit of an increase in size. See the wind there, the sort of sou'westers blowing from the right of your screen to the left, and that's where we are, right on the coast of Caparica. Our Trip Hotel is right behind us, right there, so really close. You can stay in the hotels here and literally put your wetsuit on in your room, and you're in the water in about, probably 3 minutes. It's an incredible place to stay if you want to come and just have a surfing holiday. As you see, Debbie, he's not here on a holiday, he's here for work. Unfortunately, couldn't get much work done on that wave, just ran away from him. And we see Sam again. So this wave got a bit more wall. It hasn't. It's just starting to get frustrated now. You sense that those waves aren't just allowing him to open up.
Yeah, and Pedro Enrique, you know, he has a 5.33, so the best wave of this heat. Let's watch. Yeah, this won't be a keeper. So when Pedro Enrique, who has priority, you know, does catch a good one, you know, situation might change. So Sam, I'm sure he's thinking about improving, putting a good score on his board to don't let the heat be too far out for him. And yeah, different strategy today.
Yeah, well, and he's got a big air game, so he also knows that if he gets one section, you know, he can go big. But at the moment, he just hasn't found the waves he needs. I feel like he should just be a little bit further to the south. That's where some of the waves are opening up. But he's been studying the lineup with a free surf this morning. You think he knows where he's about. You see some sort of sets coming in now, lumbering in. Might get some more opportunities for the surfers. 11 minutes to go. Debier out in front. Fernandez in second. Enrique, this man here paddling. This looks like a fast right-hander. Meanwhile, Pitcher again just getting those closeouts. And that's his sixth wave, and they've all been the same. I'd assume that if after 6 waves you've had the same result, you might need to mix things up a little bit. But let's get back out there. And Pedro Enrique was going the right. We'll see how he gets a faster wave. Got it up first. Was always going to run away from that wave. He got 2 turns in.
Yeah, he's got a 3.67 to replace. And Sam here just not happy about this one. Definitely agree with you. Something's got to change in his wave selection. But I really do think, just from looking at the screen and from having a little look to the ocean this morning, it's not obvious which are the good ones. And
no,
it's a hard day to choose waves.
Good point. You don't really know till you take off, and there's a lot of closeouts on the bank. So while there's a bit of a lull in proceedings, we'll see if Sammy can regroup. He's moving up now. We're getting out of a short commercial break. Come back and see which of Thomas Debier, Fernandez, Enrique, or Pitet can get through this all-important round of 64. We're going to come straight back after this commercial break with more live action from the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022.
No priority, surfers, no priority.
Welcome back. This is the live action from Caparica Beach. We are 8 minutes down. We've got 8 minutes to go. And this is the round of 64, heat number 2. A resurf plus the first heat of 64 and now into this one today. And still not much change in the way things have gone down. A few waves ridden in the break. This is one from Debier. Just being patient. But unfortunately, just a little late to that second turn. And that's not going to impact on his score. Still have Pitet in 4th place. chasing a 6. Pedro Enrique, just waiting on a score for him. He needs just a 2.97 to move up into second. And Fernandez currently holding on to a very, very slender second place. Debier out in front. As we see, Debier.
Such a great style, this guy.
Yeah, really, doesn't he, powerful, really technical.
Rayleigh.
Yeah, just really knows, throws so much spray. And he's really sort of actually come on the scene probably 2-3 years ago in Portugal, turned up, had a good result in the Santa Cruz event. And since then he's just sort of staked his claim as one of the, real top flight European surfers. See Enrique, what's he got? Just one turn, whip sharp, gets the 3.1 for that, and that does move into second place. So just enough to get up into that all-important second place, but that just means Eduardo Fernandez needing a 3.54. Pite needing a score above 6.
Yeah, it's still open duties for everyone. Everything is pretty much doable for Eduardo and Sam at this stage, and also with the top seeds getting in and everyone is more in form in this round, we will definitely see some last minute tension. And Pite is interested on this one. Looks like a better one.
Yeah, a bit of face here. So what can you do, Pite? First turn's going to be important. There it is. Gets the fins out. Can he get some open face? He might get a little section here. Little carve. And then just trying to finish off strong if he can. Oh, nice little slash in the backwash. So probably not the 6, but at least he's got himself back in the game with just over 5.5 minutes remaining. Tricky wave to surf. There's probably just one turn that he played it a little bit safe. Let's talk us through this one, Jose Ferreira.
Yeah, I think this first turn was nice. It was really easy to get caught in that first turn, but he did very well, rode off very clean, and then another rail explosive turn as much as it was possible. And then Eduardo here on the right, 2 bigger turns. This wave was closing out on him, but his coaches like it, so he was looking for a 3.54. It's a good contender to move to second place.
Yes, Sam's wave came in at 3.87. We're waiting on Eduardo's. He needed a 3.5. If we might get that for that 2-turn combination. It's a real ding-dong battle, really low scores. And Fernandez is going to get the score. A 4.77, so that actually lifts him up into first place. So now we've got a pretty tight situation. Pedro Enrique is in third place. Here he goes, he needs a 4.34. First turn is strong, he almost buries the rail but gets around it, gets it up, and again he's manufacturing scores and waves that are very difficult to ride.
Yeah.
Again, a 4.34. I think he may have got that just by virtue of that last sort of turn and a bit of zap, a bit of zing. And it's just been constant changes in scores, constant waves ridden, and a ding-dong battle for second. What do you reckon, Zay?
Yeah, really in form. Almost got the nose caught up in that first turn, but then really good on that back leg.
It was wobbly. It wasn't hard to surf that way.
Yeah, really hard to surf. And that guy really can transform a bad wave in a good wave. That's a quality of a good surfer. It's definitely a reference of your quality. Sure, he will improve his score. And this heat will change till the end. I'm afraid he just moved to first place.
Yeah, he got the score exactly. A 5. Oh, and a paddling battle going on there.
Eduardo was just put his hands in the air.
Yeah, well, Davier's got priority, or he just lost it, did he? So Enrique goes to first for that last wave. And that was a 5.07, so his best scoring wave for that 2-turn combo. And then we've got Fernandez in second. Debier now needing a 3.84. He's got priority. That's a pretty easy score for him. And Sam Pittier, now he's well in the game. He needs a 5.3 as well. So this is going to go tight with 3 minutes on the clock. Fernandez scoping out his opponent, going to make him do it. This way he's got a bit of open face. What can Debier do? Nice little carve. Loses a bit of speed. And then just clicks the fins out. Only needed 3.84. A bit of risk, but right behind him is his opponent just kicks out. So I think Debier might have just got that 3.84. He did the old fist pump. He was confident.
Yeah, I think the situation will change yet again. Eduardo, though, he'll be needing a score, and so I think he is interested in this wave. No, or is it Pedro? Yeah, because, you know, the scores are still small, so even though Pedro is in first place, he can't really sleep in this heat.
Absolutely, yeah. 3 serves, all with 9-point rides. Debier with 1 to come in. And a minute 48 on the clock, and more waves coming. So, yeah, this is not over by any stretch. Pittier has got priority. His requirement might go up, and it has gone up. Debier gets a score of 5.33. Now, Fernandez needs a 5.13. Sam Pittier paddling for this wave here now needs a 6. He might have just got that information. It's not going to matter. It's just to surf to the best of his ability. Fanging down the lines. Have to go big here. Do something pretty huge. Clicks the fins out and slides it down. So it was a really nice turn. I just think they might have had to have a bit more amplitude to get the 6. But pretty radical stuff. Just shows what he's got, but just hasn't got any of those open face to show multiple turns. Debier calling for the information that says that he's in the lead. Enrique now in second. Fernandez has been up to second, back to third, up to second, back to third, down to fourth, up to first. I think he's had every position covered multiple times. But right now he's in the worst position he needs, which is third place. This is Debier, Zay.
Yeah,
under pressure.
Yeah, exactly. But he looks, you know, not very stressed. He looks calm and smooth. And Pitier's last one, just the one turn, a radical, beautiful, stylish turn. You can see he really evolved since last year. At least for me, I haven't seen him since the last event I saw him surf. So. Yeah. It's one great thing to watch. It's the evolution of younger surfers from one year to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, he didn't get a 4.63 for that last wave, so it wasn't enough. And so Sam, despite his talent and his potential, is bowing out. We'll see him up in Santa Cruz. That man there on your screen, Thomas Debier, well, he did enough. Sort of good surfing under pressure. And that's his first heat of the event, and he's got through with a win. So he'll be happy. We're going to come back. We'll have a chat with Thomas. But right now, we're going to go for a short break. Come back with more live action, more high-performance surfing from the Costa Caparica just after this short commercial break. Yeah, I was in bed by 8.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action, bird's eye view of the Costa Caparica, the breakwalls of this part of the world, just divvying up the swells, organising them into lovely little fun peaks up and down the coast. We've got one little section that the locals of Costa Caparica gladly and with great sort of generosity handed over for us for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. And we are progressing through the round of 64. The big heats starting to turn up. And we've got some bigger names setting up now. In Costa, Gatien de la Haye, more talent from Guadeloupe. Marc Lacamat, the French surfer, big wave charger, long-time QS surfer, and always a massive threat. And Lorraine Granville. So Granville also been dangerous, left a few heats in this event so far. It's been strong. Got through his last heat, even though he had an interference. That shows you the kind of form he's in, and he'll be dangerous. So, real French connection. And then Costa from Brazil, though, was spending a lot of time in this neck of the woods. And while on the break, Costa got the start.
Yeah, good first turn there. This wave looked good. He's good on his backside, even when there's pretty much no wave. So 4 points for him to start his campaign. Let's see what he's got for us in the rest of the heat. But let me tell you one thing. I really think that the French connection has been more and more together these last few years.
Yeah, strong commitment. Speaking of the French connection, well, we've got Thomas Debier down there for an interview.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach with Thomas Debier. How good is to get the score at the final stages of the heat?
It feels really good. I mean, it's better if you have the 2 score at the beginning of the heat, but it's like a big stress relief at the end when you know you want I needed a 3.8 and I got a 5, got back to first. So yeah, big stress relief.
So what do you think when you need a score, you have a good wave at the start of the heat, and you don't have a backup? What goes through your mind on a heat?
I was just looking for backups, you know, because I know you're not safe with a 5 and a 3, you know. Everything can change in like 2 minutes, and that's what happened in the end. So I tried to improve a backup during the whole heat, but I was kind of stressed, you know, my first heat of the event. I really want to make it through. So I fell a lot, and at the end, so I went back to third place. I was stressed, and I took a big breath, and a good ride came into me, and I did the job. So yeah, happy.
As you said, you did the job. Well done job. And into the next round, Thomas Debier. Back to you, boys, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chico, and thanks, Thomas. Yeah, he was a bit stressed first heat of the European Spring Circuit. He's done enough, so he'll look to come back a bit stronger in the remaining heats. Marc Lacamat just off to a start there. Seen some of the footage, Zé Freire of Marc over the last few months, just getting absolutely drained back home on those incredible beach breaks at Le Grave. But here he is, swapping the gears into the competitive side. Such an experienced surfer, isn't he?
Wow, yeah. A smaller wave, but also looks like he's riding an epoxy at least. The board looks very white, and Ian Costa, while we were on interview, did this.
He's got the look, reminds me of Maxime Husseneau, doesn't he? Just
yeah.
The style, the way he looks.
Yeah. Good point. But yeah, Marc Lacamat. Actually, we have a few European surfers that were scratching the CT entry gate for a long time, and Marc Lacamat is one of them. Never quite made it yet, but he's definitely one of the guys that can do it. Well, it's competition really is like this. Those guys, that group of guys have been, as we see, Gatien, nice wave. Have been trying, and you know, 1 year, if things get right, they will go in. It's, I think, a matter of time. What happened to every surfer, obviously, but for instance, Hamzi is one of these guys, and he's been looking really informed this year with a comp win in Israel as well, and so would be awesome to see some Euro surfers do well in the Challengers this year.
Absolutely, yeah. We got Gatien Delahaye. This two's been knocking on the door of CT qualification over the years, and he's now sitting in 9th spot on the QS rankings.
Mark?
No, sorry, Gatien.
Gotcha.
So Gatien, you know, he's right on the button there, so he's going to need some points from these next two events here in Caparica and also up in Santa Cruz if he wants to get that all-important top 6, top 10 spot. So he's currently looking okay, but he's going to need results. Thomas Debier, who we just saw then, I wonder if he was stressed. So he's sitting in 11th spot, as we see Delahaye here, rangy backhand style, really tall, powerful surfer. And Gatien going on live action. Costa driving down the line, do one section, goes to the reverse, fins first, pulls it off.
Nice one.
Brazilians, they like that. Still frothing. Kano Souza caught 19 waves in his heat yesterday. It has to be some type of record for somewhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at least in this contest it's for sure a record. Let's see, Ian Costa. Difficult section, wasn't an easy section, and he really did some pop out of this. Let's see what the judges reward him with.
Yeah, he liked it.
Very different from this kind of surfing, which is a more classical European surfing, top to bottom surfing, and Mark did this as well, just a one turn. So pretty curious to see what the judges will think about that wave from Ian Costa. This is the 4th heat of this morning. We had a surf off. That was our first heat of today. So, but yeah, heat 3. You know, it's possible the judges are still adapting to the scale, and it's not so crystal clear if he landed that or not. But yeah, he did land.
Standing up in the foam, surely that's a completion. I mean, it wasn't absolutely clean, but to me, it still looked he got it. But we're just judges having a look at it. It's real fine lines. They like it to be almost beyond doubt, don't they, with those completions these days. If there's any element of doubt that can go against you, a lot of scores to come in as well. Lacamar, and it goes Costa. So, well, no, still a score to come in for Ian. So, see the 4 surfers in his camp down there. They're all waiting for that score as well. Judges taking their time. Halfway mark, 14 minutes to go of the heat. So pretty sort of clutch decision to be made out the back. Delahaye with priority. First turn's nice and just relaxed. Oh, he just got caught up for that second turn. I think you'll see just before he unleashed, he just had a bit of a wobble. Costa, he ain't waiting for the score, he's just going for it. Backhand.
Nice style, doesn't he? It's composed.
Yeah, really smooth. Generating some good board speed.
Got here with that standard 2 turns. It was weird. He looked really nice, but then he was a bit caught up. But here, right now.
Yeah, Renan Grahamville. He waited a long time. He's had a couple of ones. So he's going to have to pretty much start the heat from scratch again, reset. Get back out there, start again. But yeah, real flurry of activity.
So 5.5 for Ian for that one.
Yeah, okay, so 5.5 for that air. So that puts him up in the first place with this wave from Glanville. Just bumpy and lumpy, never had an open face. So that's not going to be much help to him. Costa Mumo just keeps chipping away.
This was a 2-weight-3. Won't count for him as he has a 5.5 and a 4. But he's definitely not waiting much. You know, even in his first heats, he was definitely surfing well, and this is the replay. So first good turn, then just gets caught up, interferes a bit with the rhythm of that second turn.
Got a 4.9 for it. Sorry, 4.23. So I think he just hit that second section really clean. So he's got really aggressive self-style. Live action Glanville. First turn, little snap. There's another one. So throwing some spray and a carve. Just releases the tail a bit as well. So that's a bit better from Renan. You're starting to feel it a little bit more off those two first snaps. Not a lot of variety, but there was some spray. It's a nice open face.
Curious to see what board he's using, because the board looks big, but his surfing looks very clean, and also the board looks easy to move, but at the same time it's not that loose. So it might be an interesting choice of board for Renan. He's
He's been beamed in from 1990s, hasn't he, sometimes, off with Renan?
Exactly.
It's like old school approach, new school manoeuvres. And Glanville trying to hunt those lefts down. Meanwhile, Jackson Delahaye also having a look at this one. First turn, strong. Managed to hang on. Not an easy way to surf, but he's done well to get around all those three sections. Trying to improve on a 4.23. Maybe just about on the money with that. The first section was late, but he got around it and he drove around again and could have easily fallen off, but he hung on.
Yeah, well, speed float there. Then another one, he was a bit late for that second turn, but made it to the greens of this wave. And then, well, he does want to replace 4.23, so he can't really stay still as he's in second place, and he has a very informed Lacomar and Grainville up to get his spot.
Yeah, so it's pretty evenly poised. All four surfers nicely grouped. While there's a bit of a lull in proceedings, we're getting out of a commercial break. And see just two out of Ian Costa, Jackson Delahaye, Mark Lacomar and Renan Granville can get through to the all-important round of 32. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back after this short commercial break with more live surfing action. We are back with live action from Costa de Caparica Beach. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth with Jose Ferreira. 8 minutes to go, Jose. Costa out in front. Delahaye, well,
sorry, hold that phone. While we had a quick break, Mark Lacamar got a 5.43. He's moved up to the first. That means Gatien Delahaye, currently one of the highest seeds, now needing a 4.61. And Granville up and riding here, needing a 5.14. There's a big bottom end turn and a big crack, and that's one turn, but it's a big one. Is it a 5.14, Zay? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good, I liked it. I like the commitment. Speaking of commitment, Delahaye, and there's two big turns. So things are getting heating up. Things are getting nice and hot and spicy as these four surfers desperately try and get to the all-important round of 32. Well, everything's important at this stage. And that race to get in that top 10, you can see from Delahaye, you can see the intent in his paddling. He's fired up. Van Granville.
Yeah, no one's safe in this heat. It's almost more dangerous to be in second place at this point than to be in third or fourth, because you know these guys are going to score. So we have the replay of Granville's last one. It's just the one turn, but a strong one. He needs a 5.14, and this is Mark's last one. So 5.43, and two all right turns, and then a strong finish. Smaller wave, but Gatien's last wave was really good. I think it comes.
Come in, and then Granville again. Whoa, just gets the fins out and comes around. So one turn wonder from Glanville. He's fought himself way back into it. So the shake up after all that, there's still more live action going on. I think that's up and down. So Mark Lacamar got the best of that. Delahaye with that last wave of 4.93. He goes up into second. Meanwhile, Van Granville got a 4.37, I think, for the backhand turn, and then a 5.43 for the left-hand sort of fin waft, or vice versa. I'm not sure, but either way, he's still in third place. He just needs a 4.4. That's Nazine Costa. So, yeah, with 5 minutes to go, this is nowhere near done. Low scores required from all surfers to either improve their score. So, Ian Costa has priority. He's motoring through the middle of the lineup. Talked about it, didn't get it. And that meant Lacamar can swoop on the left. Lovely drone shot here, showing the fins out. Oh, and there's two big turns from Lacamar, and he likes that. So we're going to get a good angle for this. Zay Ferreira might talk us through it, but good to see it from above. You saw how Costa tried to get over, but couldn't make it, and then Lacamar swooped.
Yeah, the sweet bird's view, but let's see it from this perspective. Nice, powerful first turn, and then finishes off well. The wave is a bit bigger, so it's definitely a shot at improving his 4.8. Distanced himself from Gatien René at the end. That's
yeah,
what
you could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you, metaphorically? And, well, actually, probably figuratively in the lineup. They all sit pretty close, and then score-wise, it's really, really tight.
Yeah, really tight. Well, Mark had a 5.57 on that last one, so he is so he has 11 points of combined score. He's a bit further from the other guys, but it's still, early to say what's going to happen. But we had a lot of good surfing in this heat, Ben.
A lot of waves written. Delahaye came out strong. That's his backhand's one of his strengths. Grew up on a left-hander. Meanwhile, Lacamar just kept chipping away. As average wave selection's probably been the key to his success. And he's got a couple of nice long lefts. He's got a couple of pair of fives. This one was a two-turn combo. And that got him his best score of 5.57. So Lacamar out in front. Delahaye in second. Here he goes again. The current heat leader, but can't get around that section. So he's got a little bit of breathing space. Not a whole lot. Gatien Delahaye now to be sweating. There's Glanville and Costa can try and hunt him down. Delahaye just sitting right on the bubble in terms of qualification for the Challenger Series. So A loss here would be a pretty devastating blow, but he's going right here.
Yeah, Gatien looking to improve his cause here. First nice slash, and then let's see if he rides out of this one. He does. I think he does, and he's awarded for that a 5.87.
Well, yeah.
So
she likes it. It might not be that subjective, but we'll see if that sort of Finn's waft can help Gatien's progression. Granville going again. He's sort of had one turn sort of waves, hasn't he? Like, but it's quite remarkable he's still in the mix, given the fact he hasn't been able to get any sequences together.
yeah, I think his wave selection wasn't as good in first place, because he's definitely surfing well. But well, Ian in fourth place, he has priority over everybody else with 2 minutes to go. That's pretty dangerous. And Renat, I think he's just, trying to get something desperately, looking for a 5.3.
Yeah, their scores just nudged up as Delahaye and Lacamar just keep chipping away, just keep improving their scores, not by huge amounts, but just by enough. So now both Granville and Costa needing 5-point rides to progress into second spot. 90 seconds with which to do it. Costa. Oh. I mean, it's a nice flyaway pull out. I do like that. In terms of judging points, nothing on offer there. You can see the response. There's Shaka from the Brazilians. Kano Souza. Always throwing some shade, throwing some positive vibes around the site. And there goes Costa again. He's desperate, a minute to go. Fourth place priority. Delahaye might start. Wait, you can't sit on both. And just that C looks ominously flat for Granville and Costa, who are desperate to progress. Delahaye there's sitting, hoping for nothing to come through. Two top seeds. Looking set to progress, and deservedly so. Just been just that little bit, and it's tiny margins, but just a little bit of cut above Granville and Costa when it mattered. And then Granville still hunting. There might be some final twist in the tail, but it just doesn't seem to be any sets whatsoever. 10 seconds to go. I think it's all over, folks. As we see the pair, Lacamar. Oh, hold on, Granville just goes for it, and he goes down, so that's not going to count. There's the hooter. And too late for Costa. So as it stands, Lacamar and Gatien Delahaye, the two top seeds, have progressed to the round of 32 and lived to fight another day. Costa and Granville. Well, they've always got Santa Cruz. Lacamar just finishes it off on the shore there. The official results on the bottom of your screen. Lacamar first, Delahaye second, Granville and Ian Costa have been eliminated from the event. So with that coming to a sort of, well, not an exciting close, but to a finish, we're going to do a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the Costa Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2002. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are going full tilt for the rest of the day.
Almada, território de muitos.
Also from Portugal, wearing blue, Francisco Almeida, also waiting for scores.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Smiles in the French camp. Lacomar gets the nods. Quick debrief with the crew. And we'll get him for a chat with Garnell as we're firing through round of 64. Let's check out fourth heat. We'll see Mathis Crozon, Francisco Almeida, Afonso Antunes, Paul César, Destinguin. That's the way it's shaping up with the France-Portugal splits. Become a familiar stories down the years. On the QS, these two, this will be dominant nation in Europe with sort of strong effort as well, also from Spain and from that Basque region. In contention, big Brit crew out here as well this year, as well as a lot of our other nations from around and about. It's a cosmopolitan field as we are watching the battle to get in contention for Challenger Series. Paul César, French Goofy, with a quick couple of hits. Afonso Antunes, fresh off surfing as a wildcard in the Championship Tour up in Peniche about 3 weeks ago. This is Francisco Almeida. It's time to welcome, once again, back into the studio to break it all down, Chico Bashiko Alves. Hello, mate.
How are you, Paul?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I feel good. We have a stacked heat on our ends, talented surfers, the swell picking up, and yeah, I'm stoked to be here with you.
It's time for a little powwow with Mark Lacomar. He's with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. Congratulations. We're in day 4 of the event. So you had a lot of time to think about what you'll be doing here today. How was it for you?
Bon dia. Sorry, my English is very bad. But now it's always nice to make a hit in those tricky conditions, especially against some younger, lighter surfers. I just use my experience and try to stick to my game. And yeah, I'm like, I haven't competed in a while, so first hit in a while is always nice to put the pressure off.
What have you been doing here at Costa de Caparica since you got here?
I've been like going to the other venue, Santa Cruz, actually like way more swell over there. It's been really fun. Just like try to get back into small wave surfing. We had like a crazy winter in France. I haven't surfed this kind of wave for a long time, so just try to surf as much as I can, and yeah, that's it.
Well, Santa Cruz is still not yet. We have to stay focused here at this event, but looks like you're excited for that. And congratulations, we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Merci.
Great job, Mark. As we'll pick up live here from Almeida. Whippy, knifey on the backhands. Trying to build. That'll be a second wave for him. He's got a 3 locked in already. And Tunes with the 5 is the pick of the early hostilities. And here he is again, live action. Afonso, very light on his feet. Incomplete on his last maneuver.
Afonso started off really well with that air, that blow tail. And yeah, getting that 5 under his belt. So best score of the heat so far, which he might be happy about. Paul César, what a surfer from France. Long time on the road already and really talented goofy footer. He can do it all. Airs, rail, quick in transition, laybacks. And Francisco Almeida, that over the last 3 years has improved a lot. Really good surfer from Portugal. As we see the replay of Afonso. Quick snap there, he gets a second time. And on the third, digs the nose. So unfortunately for Afonso, as we saw here, Francisco Almeida with 2 backside hits, getting a 4.07. So the Portuguese getting the nod on this hit on the first minutes of it. So
yeah, mate. No paddle here. Not sure Well, good. So good tenacity to get on for Almeida. The wave was a little soft to begin with. Then it shapes up and he'll get a quick snap. Loads of tweets coming in, mate. Lots aimed at you, actually. A lot of people got a lot of questions for Chico Bashiko Alves. We'll just stick with the live as Antunes is trying to stay with that quick start. Keep busy, he's plugging away. He's hunting for sections. Here we got Maria in Porto Santo. It's a question for Chico Bashiko Alves. If you could sort of trade places with any Portuguese surfer for a day and walk around in their body and everyone would think you were them, who would it be? Great question, Maria.
Yeah,
wow.
Great question.
So any Portuguese surfer, you get to sort of swap bodies with them and be them for a day. And everyone would go, oh,
surfer?
hey, yeah.
Oh.
And everyone would think you were them and you could sort of do anything you wanted. Great question from Maria. What do you think, Chico?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Yeah,
I'll give you an answer.
You have a little think about that. Take your time. Don't rush into it because it is quite a big decision.
Yes, it is.
Here's Almeida, though, on the backhand.
Nice. Blowtail there, as we see on the back of the screen. Afonso, 2 big turns out the back. This was the end of his wave. I didn't saw the rest, so he has a 4.27. He's in the lead and with a lot of rhythm. So if you gave me, I'll probably be Tiago Pires.
Who?
Tiago Pires.
Tiago Pires. Okay, and what would you get up to when you...
But not now.
Oh, you want to time travel as well?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was part of the bargain. Whoa, that was really nice from Antunes.
I would like...
Very smooth as he just belts a closeout with a ton of speed. Up and swinging. PCD. Backside attack from him. A little whippy as he goes over. Sort of slightly wobbly section. Oh, there's just all sorts going on out here. We're just picking people up, blowing tails, hitting lips. There's been a real frenzy of activity in the open in 9.5 minutes of this. Antunes looking good. He's probably going to add to his score with his 4th wave. Almeida also dropping in a 4th. It's not going to be a particularly significant number. So you're going to be Thiago Pires.
Yeah.
And which year are you going to go back to in his body?
I want to go to the year he did really well in Chopo.
2009?
Around that. I explain you why. The reason is, as we see the replay, I'm going to hold that thought. 2 snaps in there. The wave kind of faded away for Paul. And here was just too hard for him to push through that section. Here we see White. Again, Afonso with a lot of rhythm on this hit. He's not stopping. And great finish for Afonso there. As Matisse. Great goofy footer with a lot of speed there, attacking that last section. You can tell once he has the opportunity to unload, something big is coming his way. So he's looking great. And yeah, time traveling again. It's just like to have the guts to go to Chopo and actually surf that big of a wave. That would be like a dream come true. So yeah, I'd like to be in his body that time.
It's a good shout. I like it. Of course, this is the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest, and our title sponsor coming in to support surfing once again. As well as the prize money and the points towards qualification, the winners will also win their weights in beer. So the winners of each category, male and female, receive their weight in Estrella Galicia beer as an extra prize, which is pretty cool. Also, another bit of housekeeping. Let's talk about sustainability and new life. All the recycling areas on the beach are sponsored by Caparica under the New Life Upcycling Project, in which we want to give a new life to plastic generated during the event. Big hit, giving new life to his heat is Mattis Crozon, who belts a big backhand hanger. Meanwhile, Almeida behind him streaks past in a flash of blue, goes for kind of a laying back, sort of slide turn out the lip, which he does reasonably well, gets a completion. Also going to talk about the Forester champions of each event form part of the Forest of Champions, natural spaces that unite the competition space and the natural environments. And the Estrella Galicia project began in 2019. Let's have another look at Almeida here.
Big Larry layback, fins out, he makes it. And as we see the replay of Mattis, I think this was a big one. Boom! Huge backside turn, fins out. So blue and red going for it with 12 minutes to go. This for sure will help their cause on this heat, as we saw. Scores dropping for Mattis Cruzon, and I think it's going to be a good one. So it's going to help him out, and the heat is going to get a little bit more tight, I think. So we still have Afonso, as we see.
12 minutes remaining.
Afonso's father, legend of the sport.
João Antunes.
João Antunes, yeah. What a legend. Really great competitor.
I got a good stat about him.
You got a good stat?
First Portuguese surfer to make a heat on the CT at Figueira de Foz. 1996, mate.
Who did you beat?
Luke Egan and Barton Lynch.
Nice. You were there?
Nope.
What did you do to know that?
That's just called research, mate. Some of us actually care about the sport, you know?
Just books?
Yeah, just researched it.
Yeah. You do some birding and...
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, you just have some books at home?
Just doing some deep research into Portuguese pro surfing. Yeah, Figueira de Foz, but I think it's won by Rob Machado that year, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I was with him.
Here goes Destangan. Hammer time. As he leans into a big layback, loses traction with the wax. And throws it away. Antunes, ooh, nice whip. And again. And again. Beautiful rhythm to the surfing. He's doing all right.
As we see the support crew there, his girlfriend, mother, father, Afonso representing Portugal here, and stoked. That last one was probably the best wave of the heat so far, and really well surfed from Afonso. Clean rail surfing, as we see again. The replay comes off the bottom. Boom. Great snap, a lot of water thrown there. Another one as he gets in there again one more time. So Afonso stoked. You can tell he needs this for his confidence. He said yesterday on the interview he needs some more confidence to make hits on the QS. It's important for him. And we see the score coming, and it looks like it's going to be an happy one for Afonso Antunes.
Yeah, he's going to get something in the range of a 6 for that, isn't he? We're just waiting for a last judge. Well, it's a 6 exactly. And that just improves his lead. His total goes up to 11. And he's just getting better and better as the heat goes on. Under the 10-minute mark to remain in this. Paul says a bit surprised. Nothing of any kind of quality on the board for him so far. Let's see if he can get himself back into this. Almeida with a couple of 4s. Grows on at the moment, good enough for second. Here is an ever busy Afonso Antunes. This time he'll go forehand tools as he'll hit the first turn, and a nice little kind of double up section that just drains for him, and eventually it'll run away without loads of impact.
Well, I know you didn't ask for my opinion about this, but I really thought the left was going to be higher. Was really well served, as we see him on the replay again. 2 quick snaps there, and he pops out. Yeah, the 6 points. I thought it was going to be higher. You?
No, I was thinking a 6. Actually.
So we've got different opinions.
It's okay, mate. It's all part of, you know, the rich tapestry that's the sport surfing.
As you see blue.
Leopold Etienne. Good heat coming up. Charlie Quivron, Pierre Lamotte, Michael Vizca, Guenaga. Stacked. Top seeds coming in. He's a ripper. It's Leopold. Charlie Quivron also a very accomplished surfer. Pierre Lamotte did well early rounds, as did Markel. So those two will be coming in with a bit of a read on conditions. Interesting to hear that Mark Lacamar's been surfing up in Santa Cruz, where it's been a bit bigger, rather than surfing down here. So warming up for the next event. It's not too far away, around about an hour. deal with a little bit of traffic, possibly getting through Lisbon. That can get a bit sticky, but then you're well on your way. And the whole of the west coast just opens up, that west region. Nearly say that famous surf town, but all the way up the coast, really, between there and Peniche, a bunch of ways. Santa Cruz is one of them. A real swell pillow up there next week. This week we're in Caparica, and right now we're watching Francisco Almeida, and a little bit of frustration creeping in. Still looking for a pretty low number, 4.27, but not going to get it with that.
Yeah, he's really competitive, Francisco. I think once he gets an opportunity, you will not miss it. He's not the type of surfer that will fall under pressure, but yeah, he's trying to find that wave that allows him to open up. And we see second, third, and fourth are really close, so it's really wide open.
Crozon going for a little blowtail on the backhand, which goes not quite as he was planning. He'll ditch it as incomplete, trying to work on that 3.73 backup. Still has a tweets coming in. It's actually Maria in Porto Santo again. She's got another question. She liked what he did with the time travel aspect to trading places with a Portuguese surfer, but she wants to know what if you were just staying as Chico by Chico, but you could go back to a peak time in your life, mate. So she wants to know your best day, basically. Which day would you go back to and live again as yourself? Good question, Maria.
I have to say, Peniche, Super Tubos, packed beach, big fanning me, and
you smoke him?
Yep.
Smashed him.
Hard. And Matt Wilkinson, but was sick.
And what happened? What did you get? Where'd you come? First?
No, second.
Oh, okay. Who won?
Matt.
Ah. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Mick Fanning.
Mick Fanning who?
Exactly. He smoked him, mate. Smashed him. I bet he's gutted about that, isn't he? I bet he thinks about that a lot.
Yeah.
And then what did you do after your heat?
Me?
Yeah, a little snack.
I had no drive license. I had 17, so I grabbed the electric bike they gave me.
Yep.
And I grabbed my backpack, and I went to the hotel.
And had a snack.
Yeah, and I had a croissant. What do you think about that?
Sounds good, man.
And I did the whole road from the beach to the hotel on electric trottinette.
Speaking of someone whose surfing's been pretty electric, young Afonso Antunes blowing up so far. Good enough for an 11-point total. Almeida, he's rallied, unable really to get that 4. He's still looking for it. Crozon's occupying that second spot. This Stangan has been nowhere really in this. Let's have a look at Matis Crozon on the backhand.
Huge backside turn there. Matis has a lot of power. He's the type of surfer that likes a big section. So, yeah, as you see the 6-point ride of Afonso, quick snap there, another one, and a vertical hit here. And a really well-served 6-point. So, yeah.
Live action. Here's Mathis Crozon once again. Bang! He's sharp and he likes it. There's some fire. Looking to get rid of that 3.73. He felt he did. Here's Paul Cesar, who's been awful quiet in this. There we go. That's more like him. Taking a risk, pushing really hard. Is that going to be deemed complete? Our panel are real sticklers for that. So he waxed Fanning in the morning. Is this 2010, I'm thinking? 2010?
13?
2013, I was there for that. Yeah, I was working on the broadcast.
Yeah, I know.
You waxed Fanning.
I talked with you.
You went and had a croissant. And then
Yeah.
what? What next? You got still got the rest of the day, mate.
Oh, back in the day, I hadn't much to do, so I just chilled for the rest of the day. I would probably play ping pong with Gabriel the whole day, and that's the lifestyle we had, you know? Yeah, what did you do? What did you actually did that day?
Sounds like a pretty fun day, mate. I was working.
Time traveling, I want to know what did you do that day?
I was working, mate.
Doing what? The commentary?
Yeah. Business.
Business.
There we go. Next heat getting out. Markel Leopold heading down the beach. Good mullet energy there from our Basque surfer. This Carguenega. Strong heritage of the mullet in the Basque Country. They've been running that pretty much non-stop, trendy or otherwise. Bang. Some nice hits from Antunes. Waves a little wobbly coming off the high. There's plenty of water on the bank. And there's Crozon. It's been frenzied, this one. Pretty even wave counts all round. Good number in for Crozon, though. Tell you what, he's gone to first. 6.07. Goes to first place. Almeida now looking for a 6.3. Whoa, that was nice. Really nice first sharp turn. Bang, he's not done yet. He'll hit the end section a couple of times. Gives himself a little round of applause. That'll feel better for him. So scores yet to drop for Antunes, for Almeida. Also for Distingan. And we have got a fun couple of minutes. Chico, you look a little bit perturbed, mate. You all right? What's up?
As you see, the replay of Blue, nice carve there. Really stylish. Francisco has a really good style and approach. And yeah, really well surfed wave, that wave. He gave a little clap to himself. So clappy, clappy. I had a good one, so he was feeling stoked. Well, I just thought like the last, comparing the last wave of white and the sixes of red and white, I thought wasn't that close. But yeah, and great hit, really close hit. So all of them getting scores in the mid-range. So it's a tight hit, as we see.
Crozon, your new heat leader, up and swinging. What's he got here? Goes once again to blow that tail out on the backside. We'll go incomplete. And he won't add to his total there. Antunes now 5.31 his requirement for first. Of course, 1 and 2 will advance. Almeida, pressure's on him. 6.3 the requirement. Distingan did get an improvement. Not enough though. Here he is looking for a 6.4. Might not get many more opportunities. Good first turn. What's this section got? Ooh, nice little snap. Just drifts the fins a little bit. And he'll bring that in. So, Paul Cesar is coming in with about 45 seconds still remaining. And he's asked a question of the panel. And sometimes that's a little tactic. If you think you're getting close to a score, you just bring it in. Let's get another look here and remind ourselves of the requirements. 6.4, Chico.
Yeah, he goes off the bottom. Big snap there. He goes around it and big carve with a tail release. So we see Paul here. He looked kind of injured. You see? You see there? It looked
pained, didn't it? Looked like he's in a bit of discomfort there.
Yeah. So last of green was a 5.2, so not enough.
Well, he'll bring it in. Maybe it's just a grimace from the heat of battle. Well, he's out of competition because he doesn't get the number. Comes up just over a point short. It's always going to be a push with that wave. Had that little crumble through the middle of it, which didn't help him. And he needed the high score of the heat to advance. That won't be it. That'll wrap things up. What was a fun, entertaining heat. Good job, Crozon and Antunes. Almeida might be a touch frustrated with the way that one went. Distingan as well. Had a crack at the end. Did have a dig. Unable to get it done. That'll wrap things up for our heat number 4. And we're just going to keep bringing the seeds in throughout this round. Got plenty of surf out in the water. We got light winds, conditions reasonably good. Some decent scores going down. We're going to bring you more surf from Caparica real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. Let's check out Charlie Quivrant, Léopold Etienne, Pierre Lamotte, Markel Vizcar, Guenaga. 3 French surfers and a Spaniard. And here to break it all down, joining myself, Evans, is Alves in the studio. He's fired up. He's a little bit, well, he thought the scores of the last one, you weren't too happy with that, but other than that, you're broadly feeling pretty good about life and about the day.
Yeah, I am feeling great. I'm feeling really good. We've got another stacked heat on our ends. A lot of friends in this heat, so at least one friend.
Friends until they paddle out, mate.
Friends.
Yeah, but until they paddle out, they're not friends anymore. They're enemies, right? They're doing battle.
I'm not saying friends. I'm saying friends.
Friends?
Friends.
The
They are
TV
all
show.
from Friends.
The TV show. Friends. Yeah? Set in New York.
Oh, we've got 3.
Monica, Chandler, Joey,
Paul Evans.
Friends.
Friends.
Yeah, there's a lot of friends, mate. That's the thing about surfing, and it's the relationships that you make as much as the waves. And like the people you share the times with. It's good to have friends.
Yeah, it's nice to have friends. And we've got 3 athletes from Friends.
From France? Okay.
From France.
I got you now, mate.
You got me now? So yeah, at least one is going to make it. So
25-minute heats, an early start from this man, Léopold Etienne. He's got himself a 5. Once again, our French-Caribbean contingent.
this was during the break. Quick hit there, and another one. Ooh, wow. Great turn there. Really critical. And we see Charlie Quivrant here answering back. Oh, almost digging the rail there. And couldn't do one more to finish that wave off. So 3-1-7 for Charlie Quivrant. Only for that big opening up snap on that wave. Really stylish surfer. One big mates from Leo. They train a lot together. And what a great sparring partnership to have, Leo Fioravanti, right? And Pierre Lamotte, who's been surfing really good over the last couple of rounds. Great backside attack. And Markel Vizcar Genaga here too on this heat with 19 minutes to go, as we see right hand approaching, and maybe Blue is interested. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Paul is up swinging, a smaller wave. He'll just punch it and deal with the backwash pretty well. Just a crisp hit for him, just the one turn. It will be a score. Meanwhile, Quivrant right behind him. Quick up and down for Charlie.
As we see the boys waiting for a wave now. And not much happening now.
Yeah, we're all caught up with scores. 19 on the clock. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat. Mathis Crozon is with Joanna Gonell.
Thanks, Paul. Mathis, congratulations. That was big power surfing right there. What did you eat this morning for all that energy?
I eat nothing, to be honest. But yeah, it feels great to make it through and take the first place in this heat. The guys was ripping in the heat, so that was not an easy one.
And what's your wave selection criteria?
To be honest, here was to take many waves as I can. To take the best one was the bigger one. So at the beginning, I did a couple of mistakes, but then my coach told me to be more patient, and it pays off.
How did you communicate with your coach during the heat?
With the sign. We always signed. Yeah, but we were working with Romain Lollet, my coach, in France a lot of times, so I knew him very well, and he knew me also, so it was a good team.
You've got your special sign language.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, congratulations, you're moving on, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done. Matisse. Whoa, nice finish there from Leopold. As he'll tag it on the end. Yeah, shout out to Roman Lole. Lol. We had him on commentary up in Anglets in the Countdown series when we tried to fire up some competitive surfing in the pandemic that first year, 2020. Total legend. Great surfer. Really good at press-ups as well. And yeah, he's coaching a lot of the French surfers down here. They're doing good. Mathis Crozon, good value for his spot into the next round. I don't think we're going to be seeing that round today. We're going to go through 16 heats of this one, bring the women back in. Let's check out Leopold.
Yeah, quick grab there and a blow tail on that last section as we see the replay of green. Quick float around the section. Nice hit off the top. And another one. So green, Markel with a 4.33 on this last left effort. And great way to get back in the heat for Markel. And great surfing from him. Really nice approach and transitions as Leopold Etienne with that last wave gets a 4.6. So he has his backup on the board and Leopold Etienne in the lead with 9.6 total, and in second Markel. Now the green. So with priority we have Charlie Quiveron waiting for the bigger set wave to get something on the board, and Pierre Lamotte in fourth, having quite a shocker over it.
What do you think the judges are looking for this morning, Chico?
Well, I think they are looking for speed, power, and flow.
Yep.
I think they always look for that combination of major maneuvers too.
Yep.
So anything that has some significant potential with big sections, and if they surf it strong, as we see there, the WSL rulebook, commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation and progression, combination of major maneuvers, variety of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. So that's the criteria for today. And as we see, Leo with 3 quick turns there and really well surfed wave from Leopold Etienne, ticking all the boxes there on the rule book with speed, power, and flow on this wave. The wave wasn't that good, but he made the most of it. So Leopold Etienne showing off his speed on these tiny conditions. As we see here, quick hit there, he goes around it, boom, vertical snap, and he fit one more in there. Is that better than a 4.6? I don't know, but looks like it can be. So Leopold Etienne showing a lot of strength and finesse on those turns, and we see some more lines approaching. So non-stop action today in terms of quantity of waves, a lot better than yesterday. The waves are picking up, and I can tell that the energy on the beach, it's getting better by the surfers. They are feeling a little bit more happy about the conditions. And yeah, Leopold Etienne got a 517 as we see green now. Markel, boom, big snap there, throwing off the tail, but coming unstuck. As I was saying, 517 was the last one of blue, so blue is now in the lead with that last 5.17. Really well surfed wave by Paul. Really technical surfing, quick surfing, and well-deserved score. He got, as we still have red with priority, looking for that 4 points. So second, third, and fourth are all really close to each other in terms of score-wise. So it's going to be an entertaining last 13 minutes of the heat. As we can see there, they are really close to each other. The sandbank don't allow the surfers to have a lot of space in between them. The wave kind of breaks always on the same spot. And we see some action in the water as we see blue paddling. Leopold Etienne, this man doesn't stop, looking fresh. And as we can see on our screens, oh, this wave looks really good. Pierre Lamotte, he was quiet, but not for a long time. Oh, he came unstuck. So Pierre Lamotte, a long time to catch this wave. He had the opportunity there and almost made it. So unfortunately for him, not making this big move. As we see on our screens coming off the bottom, and boom. And there, he couldn't handle it.
Gets blown up.
Yeah. It happens on this type of turns. When you finish it off, you think you made it, and suddenly the white water comes under the board and makes you fall. So unfortunately for Pierre Lamotte, not putting like something on the 3-4 range on the table. As we are preparing to go for a break, stay with us as we keep watching the round of 64, heat 5 of the men. No.
Puts you in second. Last of white, Pierre 2.3. Update on the heat.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. As we see Leopold Etienne with a decent lead in this one. 5.17 and a 5, good enough for first right now. Kivron in second place, got a 5 as well. Only backing it up with 3.17 though. Let's get caught up with replays here. This was Kivron.
And yeah, Kivron finishing it off this wave really well. Quick carve here, comes off the bottom again. He gets another one and a last hit off the top. So Kivron with a 5.27 jumps into second place. And he waited a long time for that wave with priority, so he might be feeling stoked about that. Kivron, one of the best surfers from France. A lot of talent coming from the region of France. A lot of French surfers too on this contest, so great to see all of them rip. As we see Red up and running again.
Kivron with a lot of speed here. What has he got? A big section. Blows out the tail. And that a relatively stock move for Charlie. Gets an incompletion on this particular occasion. Won't help his cause. Here goes Mikel Vizcargonega. And a quick in and out for him as that mullet flaps in the morning sunshine. It's Friday in the Portuguese capital city of Lisbon. Shaping up for, hopefully, a weekend of waves. Swell has dialed up a bit. It's going to continue. We're hoping to increase throughout the weekend, offer a little more juice for our surfers who've been grubbing around, groveling the last couple of days. A little bit more power out there right now. To do with maybe just a touch more, a little more juice, some more opportunity would be nice to see. Our drone view just gives you an idea of the sort of texture going on out there. So you can see a little bit of a wind sea, a shorter sea mixed in with our swell. The period comes down slightly. Do still have those sets, the bigger waves. In between opportunities as well to get scores. We're all caught up with scores. 8 on the clock. At the moment, it's Vizcargonega still chasing just a 4.12. And young Pierre Lamotte, his task slightly steeper currently, 614 is what he's after. It looks nice with the sun out, mate. Looks nice and blue. This is the Portugal we love.
Exactly. We had some chilly days and we had some mixed textures during the day. Yesterday was kind of like really hot and then really cold suddenly, and really hot and really cold. So yeah, it was nice to put the jacket on and take it off the whole day. But today looks like it's a bit less chilly than yesterday, and yeah, it looks like a great day to be on the beach and surfing. So as we see, Blue there taking a look at that wave, but not making an effort to go. Looked like a bad wave to me. So yeah, as we see, as we have 7 minutes to go, we have Leopold Etienne in the lead, Red in second, and Markel only needing a 4-1-2, which is a low scoring affair. As we see, Leopold Etienne with 2 big hits off the top. Well, what a wave for Leopold Etienne. Really, he was under priority, and he made the most of it. That wave was really well surfed, and he's looking quick and surfing as he always does. We saw him having a really great performance last year in Santa Cruz with some big 8s. As we see Charlie here, big snap off the top, another one, and finishing it off really well. Charlie Quivron, well surfed wave. He only needed to better that 317. So I think he will do that. As we see numbers coming in for Leopold Etienne. Let's see if he can better his situation. As we see Charlie here again, quick snap there. Another hit off the top, keeping his speed up and managing to fit one more in there. I think it will be better than the 317. As we see the last of Blue, short space, 2 big backside turns, and really technical surfing. Yeah, the 4.9 doesn't better his situation, but nonetheless, great action to watch. As we see numbers coming in for Charlie Quivron, 410. He extended his second place position. So now Markel only needs a 505, and Blue again going for it on this wave.
Yeah, 8th wave for Leopold. Stead super busy. Wants to try and get out of those 5s and just turn the screw. Unable to do it there. That's him, but maybe be a little, think about being a little more selective. He's got a pretty decent lead. Just look for some real quality, get up in maybe the 6s and 7s. And it does look like he's surfing really well with speed. Got a good read on the conditions too. Let's check out the recap, mate, see how this one's gone down. Quite a lot of waves ridden. High frequency, the best of it. Leopold so far.
Yeah, Leopold starting off this heat really well with that blow tail there, and backing it up real quick with this backside attack. That's his go-to. Leopold has a deadly backhand, and that's what he did on this one. As we saw Charlie, he waited a long time for this wave, carving off the top. Another one, and he comes off the bottom, and he finishes it off this wave really well. So Charlie Quivron back on this hit with this wave, and he was stoked for sure. So 3 minutes to go, and we have Leo in the lead with 2 5s, Charlie Quivron in second with a 5 and a 4, and Markel with priority, the danger man, only needing a 505 with priority, and 3 minutes to go. I think during the break we had Pierre Lamotte catching a wave. Let's see what he did. And a big backside hit off the top. Now he only needs a 637, so the requirement for Pierre Lamotte a little bit not as big as before, so smaller number needed now. And we have Markel with the priority and sitting on the hot seat now, needing a score, and not much time left. A lot of waves coming though, so he might have a last chance to try to jump into second place. And he might be feeling nervous with 2 minutes to go. And yeah, he's got the opportunity to try to make it. And let's see what he can do. We have 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. As we see Green pedaling, is he gonna lose priority? I don't know. He kind of made an effort there for that wave. You can tell by the pedal he made on that wave that he might be a little bit nervous because that wave didn't have a good look on it. But let's see, with 2 minutes to go, if Markel can come back from the third spot or Pierre Lamotte can make that 637 that he needs. So we've got a lot of action still to come. 1 minute, 40 seconds now. You can see by the look of Markel that he's looking and weaving and trying to look for his answer in the ocean. As we see some lines approaching. Maybe we can have one last shot of the dice by Markel as we see him paddling for this one. Is he gonna go? Yes, he is.
Markel's up and riding here, looking for a number 505. The Basque out of Sopilana, Bilbao.
Oh.
Belts it, really nicely done. And the Basque contingent like it too. Let's see if the judges do. A minute to go. And he's got fire in his belly right now. So trying to get back in the heat with a number, with a big turn to finish. Slam the lid shut on that. Let's see where this goes score-wise. Could Kivron be under a bit of pressure here? Final minute now, Chico. Meanwhile, having a paddle. Here goes Kivron. He'll try and do something about it by just adding to his total. What's he got here? Winds in with a nice quick snap. Has to deal with the crumbly section. And he'll whip around as this wave will go soft. So the first turn was the major one. Lamotte's trying to get involved as well. They're going upside down with a little backhand snap. It's going to be a case of too little, too late for Pierre Lamotte. We've got scores to come in for everyone, but the crucial one, Vizcar Guenaga. Let's see where he goes with that. You got to be thinking that was his best wave. He's got the 4.33. Let's get another look here at Pierre Lamotte.
Yeah, Pierre Lamotte coming off the bottom, quick snap there, and another one. Quick surfing from Pierre. I don't think that's enough for the 637. And here, I think Charlie kind of knew Markel did something on that wave, and he was trying to build his score. He was trying to get rid of that 410 as we see the wave. Boom. Just a hit there, and another one. Oh. Maybe Markel can get it.
505 the requirement. He's going to get the score. Judges are dropping it in. It's going to be pretty tight, but I reckon he's over the line with a little bit to spare. And he jumps up, gets a 5.43. He's about to learn about it. He loves it. He's fired up. There's the passion. Kivron goes to third. And he gets it right at the end of that. So great passion from a young Basque surfer who was needing a score throughout that heat. Found opportunity towards the end, nailed it. Gets through in second place behind Leopold Etienne, who did good work early on in that heat. Just led it pretty much the whole way through. Little morning sunshine poking through here at Caparica. Still plenty of waves on offer. Surf on the increase too. Join us for more live action real soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
We are live back here at Costa de Caparica. Gaspar Larsner, Patrick Langnedark, Samuel Igo de Souza and Jacome Carrera are in the water. We saw some action at the very end of that last heat. A dramatic turnaround just at the end. Bass surfer Markel coming in and absolutely stomping it towards the end. And right now we have an interview coming up straight away. Cracking on down there with winner of the last heat. All yours.
Right away, he was straight out of the water up here. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way I surfed and the heat. I got the 2-wave at the start of the heat, so it made me pretty confident. Then I tried to improve, get the little inside under the priority, but couldn't improve. But pretty stoked. Was pretty hot at the end. I think it was a bit low. So pretty happy.
You did pretty well as well at the last event at Israel. What have you learned from your mistakes and how are you applying them here?
I don't know. I wasn't really confident in Israel. I was improving heat by heat, trying to surf better and better, and trying a lot between the two events, trying to find the best board. And yeah, it was kind of hard today to take the good board between the epoxy or the poly. I was in the between, but I think the epoxy was working really good, and I think it was a good choice because I did really well, so pretty exciting.
You're not surfing today, so you'll have to figure that out for the next round, but congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna and Jean-Paul. Yeah, looking pretty stoked. Pretty happy with the round of 32, and great surfing from him. Stayed away from the scrap for second place. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth again. Chico Alves putting in some stints. Had some Twitter. Been going mad early on. I've been sitting up there trying to scroll through just the sheer volume has been hard to get. We see here a bit of a Jacome Carrera waiting for a section. Waiting. Wow, nice little back turn. There's been some big Chico Alves fans out there. I didn't quite unaware of just how popular the man is in Portugal. Samuel Igo de Souza. Oh, he's so quick, but just couldn't make it in that second turn.
As we see, ready Gaspar, the man from Bretagne, surfing really good. Wow.
Yeah, oh, just come unstuck. He's right up there in the top 10 as well, Gaspar. So big heat for him to try and cement his Challenger Series spot.
He looks in form. He actually had some really good heats on the Challenger Series on the US Open last year. I think he made 2 heats.
Yeah.
And on some really stacked heats, and he made it with a couple big airs, which is not the go-to of Gaspar, but when he needed it, he pulled it off. So great. Surfing from Gaspar last year on the Challengers. He's looking forward to go again.
He's improving every year, isn't he? See Patrick Langnedark, the Welsh surfer. He also in the top 10, courtesy of a semi-final in the Azores last year. But some Twitter coming in. We've got Beverly from Braga, massive Chico fan. She's just saying, if Chico could have just one pastry to eat for the rest of his life, what would he choose? Just the one.
Well, I'm going to have to go with Bolle Berlin. I really love it.
What's that?
Oh, man, don't ask me. It's just too good. You know when something is just too good for you to explain?
No. I've never had that.
You never had that?
Is it like a...
So you never had a Bolle Berlin?
No. No, I don't. Well,
to understand what do you feel?
What size is it?
It's the size of a ball, quick ball.
It's like a mini sort of hamburger.
The size of a tennis ball with cream inside.
Oh,
egg
shut
cream.
your neck. It sounds amazing.
It's full of sugar around it. So
you can call me Sugar Daddy, but it's just really good.
Right, okay. Well, there you go, Beverly from Braga. And how many do you think you could have? I suppose that's...
I can have 2.
2? 2 in one sitting? 3's too much.
It just depends on the day. If the pastry is really, really good, I'm going to bring you one this afternoon.
Oh,
that's
excellent.
I'm going to go after my break. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to go with my time.
Yep.
On my car, and I'm going to get you one ball of Berlin. I want you to try it out live.
Okay, bring
for
it
everyone
on.
to see.
Yeah. Bring it on. I'm excited about that. You see the talk about being excited. That was the British Isles crew down there. The Welsh, the Scottish, the English, and the Irish all performing together, and supporting their man Patrick Langdon Dark. As we see out the back live action, that's Larsena getting through some work, and then nice timing there as pink rails sluicing through the crisp Caparican water. Gaspar looking pretty solid. Had a score to come in. No one's been able to get any sort of serious numbers. Ignore those graphics on the bottom. They're the wrong ones. We've got the next heat is up and riding now. Samuel Igor de Souza, probably been the surfer of the event so far. Would you agree, Chico?
Yeah, in terms of consistency, he's been with us. Wow.
Patrick, PLD.
Sorry.
Going for a massive rotator and can't quite stick it. So, we'll see the competitors there. Ian Fontaine in the background, part of the French crew. Got his... Yeah, what went wrong here, Chico?
Yeah, he got the grab, he got the rotation, but then when he was going to land, he kind of let the body go and couldn't center his body with the board on the landing. But the first part of the air was really technical and looked like he was in a good position to land it. So I think it's just a question of believing. And I think Samuel Igo, as you said, he has been really consistent. As I say this, we just see a moment where he fails. But he told me yesterday, actually, in private, that he likes to start the heat early, and once he doesn't start the heat early, he gets a little bit nervous.
Ah, wow.
So I can tell that on this particular heat, that's happening a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. He hasn't got a strong start. Fell off on one of his earlier waves.
So he doesn't like to come from behind.
Just falling off here, comes in the corner. Yeah, this is like bread and butter for him. He shouldn't be falling off there. You're right, a bit nervous. Hasn't got the start he wanted. I'd say luckily for him, none of his opponents have been able to really get any type of foothold in this either. Gaspard just with a 4.33 is the only wave of note. Let's see.
The man himself, Lucas Silveira. What a surfer.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira. Really good flexing there. Really good. Pelvic thrust, probably some of the best in the business. Had a really good couple of weeks. Some great footage of Lucas coming out of Y and then surfing a giant left-hander on this stretch of coast. Did you see that, Chico? Lucas's bomb from that grower.
Yeah, I saw it. He's just a charger, man.
He's a charger.
He's always where the big waves are. He likes to be there.
Absolutely.
He's just like one of those chargers to watch out.
Yeah, and you've had some history with this man surfing recent heats, have you?
Yep.
What happened? Talk me through what you've been back dipping your toe back in the competitive waters of her, Chico. You back in putting the rash vest on.
I had a heat with him a while ago.
Yeah.
In the QS. So
who won that?
He won. He's really good at competition. So yeah, he won.
Yeah.
And we see Red on a good-looking wave.
Yeah, fought hard for that.
Wow.
Oh, we both go and use. Oh, then another carve. Gaspar
Come on,
Larsena.
Gaspar.
Wow, that is great surfing. So that's going to be a big, big number.
What a surfing.
Going to lock in, start. Here he goes, Sammy, trying to get back in the heat. D'Souza, been made a few mistakes. Here he goes. Board speed is unbelievable. And there we go. That's the stuff we've seen. Small wave, but absolutely rinsed it.
How fast is he going on
He
that way?
moves so fast. I'll tell you what,
that way was really tiny.
Tiny, but look what he does on it.
Yeah, he did a quick snap there. This float, it just looks like he's on a 6-foot wave, and he gets a carve and another hit. So light foot surfing for Samuel, and really clean transitions as we see the replay of the man. Boom, quick snap there, carve, and finishing it off like he does. Gaspar with a great wave as we see the drone view again. Boom, that first turn was massive.
Yeah, small wave, but it doesn't matter. He's just every single section he maximised. Twitter coming in. We've got one here, Fiona from down in Faro. Massive fan of Chico Alves as well. She's like, love the pastry chat. I love Chico, he's a funny man. But who does he think is the funniest surfer currently surfing in the event? She's asking. Who's the funny guy? Who's the one that makes you laugh of all the surfers, male or female, that really give you some belly laughs in the event?
Can I hold that thought and give you an answer in maybe like 1 minute?
Yeah, absolutely. Take your time. It's a big question. It needs some thought. So we saw Lassana score while Chico slowly crunches through the gears. A 6.67 for that last right-hander. So big number in terms of the conditions here. And Gaspar is out in front with a pretty solid heat total. Last wave of D'Souza, that little left was a 4.9, showing you what he can do on it, even without much opportunity. Pereira and Langdon Dark now battling. But while there's a bit of break in proceedings, and while Chico Alves tries to come up with an answer to the Twitter question, he's got a bit more time. So we're going to go to a short commercial break. That's the view we've got of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We're going to go to a commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. And we are back live action here across the Caparica. Look at that view from the drone. We're overlooking the beautiful Tigres River, the harbour there. Lisbon in the background towards the north. The groins poking out, giving us the great banks down here. What a little surf town this is. Great little sort of independent part of Lisbon. It's got its own feel, it's got its own vibe. And we are here for some live action. But what we're more interested in, because the Twitter sphere is going absolutely ballistic. And I've given Chico a question. He asked for a minute. He's had 5.
Sorry, we went for a
Fiona
break.
in Faro.
So
the funniest, who the funniest
one of the
person
funniest guys I think that it's in competition is Charlie Martin.
Charlie Martin.
I think he's too funny. I don't know if it's because I know him well, but I think he's funny. I think he's got.
He's always got a twinkle in his eye, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's always he's looking for mischief. He's always trying to make you laugh. Yeah, I agree with that.
He's charismatic and he's not afraid to say what he thinks, and I like people like that. So, yeah, I think he's funny.
Okay, he's a man. Patrick London Dark. He's a funny fella too. I'll give him that. A little Welsh, always known for the sense of humour, but he needs some scores. He doesn't need laughs because his opponents are starting to rack up some scores. D'Souza, just the Brazilian, who's been on fire since Tuesday. We've been here a few days now, and he's been surfing every day, racking up some big heat totals and big scores. And as a result, he's trying to get himself back in this heat. Doesn't need to improve on much. As we see, Pereira banging down the line. Nice first turn. Wait, nice and patient. Oh, there's the second one. So 2 big turns from Jacom. So now we're starting to fire up. 7 minutes to go. The coaches like that. Patrick just can't find a corner. Battling hard. We lost his mate Logan yesterday in the earlier round. So Patrick Lanya Dark sitting in 10th position on the qualifier series ratings, right on the Challenger Series button. So right now he's got 7 minutes to try and cement that spot. Otherwise he'll be going down the rankings. You'd expect some of those people below him to get some results. So a lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders right now. And he needs a 6-point ride. D'Souza backing up his 4.9 with a 4.43. With 7 minutes remaining.
As you see the replay of Red doing the break, quick snap there, and another one. Gaspar with solid surfing. The man never falls. As you see the replay of White to quick foam ball transition there, cut back, and the last turn was nice. Good blow tail there. But the wave that I think is going to change the whole story is going to be the wave from green yet to come in. As we see another one from White. Nice layback snap, quick hit there, and another one. So really well surfed wave from Samuel, probably his best wave so far.
How many turns could one man do on one wave? And yeah, he was saying it's a bit of a nervous start. He doesn't like those slow starts. Well, he's flipped it round. He's started to wind up as the thing has gone on. So Jacom Carrera getting a 4.67. Thoughts on that, Chico?
Well, I thought that wave was going to be in the 6th range at least. Okay. I really thought the wave from green was massive. So, yeah, here we see White with a quick snap there. Really quick surfing from Samuel. He's really good on the rail, on the air. What a surfer from Brazil, and finishing it off.
Yeah, most surfers, I think, after that first turn, would have just raced along, but he actually went up for a quick, sort of almost a foam climb, and that gave him more speed for the third turn. So great surfing. Gaspar, live action, current heat leader, nice float. Can he get around the next section? He can't. That's not going to count. So Gaspar still hanging out in the lead, but score coming in, which we think will be a solid one for D'Souza. Could shake things up. 5 minutes to go on the clock. So she's warming up.
As we see Gaspar paddling out, looking for another wave. Paddling for this wave, green. Oh, this lap looks nice. Let's see what
Interesting. Sorry to interrupt there, mate. No, I like the checkerboard sort of. Don't see that design on a surfboard all that often. You know, the sort of chessboard kind of effect. You play chess, Chico?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
I would like to play with you, Ben.
I'm not very good, but I know the rules.
Oh, that's enough.
Yeah, well, okay.
I know the rules too. I'm not that good. But, yeah, I like to play chess. As we see blue here, Patrick, boom. Big backside turn.
So one turn from Patrick. PLD needs 7.8. It's not going to be that, but it might increase his score.
I thought here he was going to go for the air.
Who's considered the sort of grand master of chess in the surfing world? Who's right up there
in terms of
just being good at chess?
I think if we put on the table probably the best 5 players in surfing history, I have to go with Kelly.
Toe Slater.
He's good for sure.
Unsurprisingly, good at chess. Yep.
He has to be good at chess.
Always 2 steps ahead. Yep.
Yeah. I have to go with Mick Fanning.
Fanning.
He puts in a lot of work.
He does.
To understand the game.
He does. You know, I have played chess with him before.
Did you?
I'm not saying he's, he might have improved since then, but yeah, whack him in.
Let's
put him in.
Mm.
Yeah,
maybe
like that.
Maybe take him out.
No, leave him in. I think if he committed to it, I did last play Chesterfield 15 years ago, so he may have improved somewhat since then.
I'm going to say probably the best one so far. Danny Wills.
Danny Wills. As we see, a big rotation from PLD. Willsy, yeah, famously known for his opening move, the Queen's Gambit. That was the classic Wills move. Yeah, I didn't see it coming, but I like it. Yeah.
Pedersen Rosa.
Pedersen Rosa. Gnarly. Really defensive with his pawn, wasn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah, plays a defensive game. Plays the long game, does Pedersen Rosa. But once you get in his sort of grasp, it's hard to get out. Wasn't a high amplitude,
and the last one.
Yeah.
Glenn Hall.
Who?
Glenn Hall.
Glenn Hall. Glenn Micro Hall. I like it. I like it.
What a chess tournament we have in our hands.
That would be good. They should do that after the event, CT. They all sit down, have a quick, like, you know, they're like the fast-paced one.
Yeah.
Clock. Clock. Okay, recap. Bit of a chess match, this one, but it was this man came out, all guns blazing. This is the best wave of the heat. A 6.67 from Gaspar Larsenar. Boomtown. Thank you very much. Too strong, too fast. One of the top seeds in the event. Aiming to square off into the Challenger Series and start off with his first heat of the event. Pretty strong. This man, though, he's surfed since the very first round. Never lost a heat. And there's a reason for that. Surfing like this, so fast and quick. Even on the tiny waves, he generates so much speed. So, Souza going along. Langdon Dark has fought back. 5.23 for that last air. So, with 90 seconds to go, he's got his requirement down to a high 5. So Langdon Dark has put himself right in the mix. With he's just fought hard. Hasn't had the waves, but he's still manufactured scores with 1 turns. So with minute on the clock, unfortunately for him, you can see the Death Star starting to, other competitors just tracking him down, not giving any space whatsoever. He hasn't got priority. So that man in blue needing a score with a minute to go. To Souza with priority, sitting pretty close to him. He's the next in line. And he looks like Langdon. Patrick's going to go this one. 1 turn. He needs a high 6. And he's not going to get on that wave, but he has got away from his opponents. So that might be enough. 30 seconds. You can see how frantic he is. He's paddling, as we see out the back. Correa, he needs a 6.5.
Wow.
He's throwing a lot of spray. If he can finish it off, he's going to give the judges something to think about. Chico Alves thought he was underscored on his previous wave. We'll see what the judges think about that one. Yeah, a lot of spray. He doesn't seem too happy himself. He's not exactly selling it, is he?
Yeah, he's not. But the 4.67 he had previously, the 2 big hits he got on the right-hander was a meaty section, and he got 2 big hits on the wave, and I really thought it was a lot higher than what he got.
Okay, well, let's see what he got for his second wave. His last wave, because he needed a 6.5 to throw some big spray. But when you've got to compare it to, Gaspard's last in 6.67, so it's not far short of that. That wave set the benchmark for this particular heat, and it looks like Jacom didn't get the score. So officially there at the bottom of the screen, Gaspar Larsenar is in first place. Samuel Igo de Souza in second. Unfortunately for Patrick Langdon Dark and Jacom Carrera, they are out of the event. They'll be concentrating their next focus on Santa Cruz. Right now, though, with a break in the heats, a break in the proceedings, we're going to go away for a short time. We're going to come back with more live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the sandy shores of Caparica, near Lisbon. We are here for the round of 64, heat number 7. The big guns keep turning up. Adu Amatreyan, a young bass surfer with a huge future, currently sitting in the top 10 on the qualifying series ratings. Lucas Silveira, well, the Brazilian has lived here for a long time, calls Portugal home. Absolute big wave charger, small wave, gnarly competitor. Noah Leday from the French Caribbean, and Enrique Pirate from up there in Estrella. So another stacked heat. My name is Ben Mundy, joined in the booth with Jose Ferreira. And once again, mate, it's got a good mix of surfers here. Goofies, naturals, experience, groms, a lot going on.
Yeah, Lidi here, just the one turn. And yeah, great mix of guys. We can definitely expect surprises in each of these heats, because you know the guys that are not top seeds have been doing well in the previous heats, and the top seeds, well, they're top seeds for a reason. But here, oh, that looked like a good turn from Piquet.
Yeah, Neko Pirate, his backhand's pretty lethal. Growing up in the Estrella points, Beira de Ilash, and also down at Cochos, he loves those waves, so his backhand's pretty lethal. It's very different kind of conditions, probably not his ideal conditions. He'd probably admit that himself, but still, experienced competitor, doing this a long time. So we'll see how Enrique gets on.
Piquet is part of a generation of in Ericeira, they're like the sons of the older locals.
Yeah.
In Ericeira, so there's a group of, you know, they're the kids from the older locals.
Yeah, second generation Ericeira, so grown up just since they've been 2 years old, surfing the waves. And Noah Lede just floating on his backhand. He's a twin, him and his brother ripping at the moment. Here we go, Lucas Silveira, and he's got power to burn. Just talking about some of his recent free surfing footage.
Yeah,
giant
charger.
left up there, that little secret left, that grower. Ever surf that, mate? Ever surf that way?
Yeah, I was pretty scared when I did.
Yeah, I bet.
I did. Yeah, it's you know, there's you can put a truck in it.
Yeah.
It's really big and scary, and the thing is, well, you have a shallow part of the reef where the wave breaks, and then it kind of goes into you know, a very deep water kind of area.
Yeah.
And so you can get stuck a lot of time underwater. So that's there's that as well.
Yeah, as you see on Enrique's backhand, it looks, and they make it look easy, don't they? Those guys like Lucas making this look easy as well. Big blast here. See, it looks like you got that little chip into it, but I mean, it's still 10 foot, isn't it? And breaking like on a shallow part of the reef, and then just funneling hard. Looks amazing.
And it's a grower. But if you get a good one there, it's like you have your winter season done, right?
Yeah. Well, Lucas got one of the better ones, and look at that. He's absolutely ripping. Got a 5.5 for that wave straight off the bat when we're on a break. So yeah, adept at pulling into macking barrels as he is at shrouping small waves. Speaking of shrouping small waves, the winner of the last heat's down there on the beach for a chat.
Absolutely. Gaspard showing us some great surfing, and why he's in 5th place as well on the rankings. Does that put some pressure on you, or do you feel really comfortable?
No, I feel comfortable. The board looks good. I feel good too. There is some wave. It's a bit tricky out there, but if you find a good one, it's easy to surf. Sorry, I'm feeling really comfortable with this board. I have the same one as Israel, so I'm fine. I'm here with a good crew, so I just try to enjoy and have fun.
And being so high up in the rankings, you have a lot of days waiting. What have you been up to?
Yeah, the first is never easy. Even more if you wait day after day like this week.
there is a small wave the day before, so it's never easy to wait and stay in the good mind, you think. So I'm really happy with this heat.
How do you manage to calm the nerves down and focus for your heat?
I just try to forget the contest and just have fun with my friend and to do some free surf and takes with my family at home, and it's worked pretty good.
Got some pretty tight crew over there.
Yeah, we are a good crew. It's super fun. We came here every year, so we know a bit the place now, and it's super nice.
Locals by now. Congratulations. We'll see you the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaspar. Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, he doesn't seem too tense, does he? Oh, Gaspar.
No, looks
cool as a cucumber.
Looks cool. Gaspar, he used to be a small surfer, and all of a sudden, small in terms of small, he was small, and all of a sudden he grew up and turned himself into a great surfer, great competitor, as is Adur.
Oh, and he makes some mistakes, unlike the Bass surfer. Only young, Adur, armour train. He's had a few wins on the junior series. He's coming through the seniors now, and he's right up there. Really complete surfer, charging some massive waves at home as well. Speaking of that second generation, his dad was one of the great sort of pioneers of that Bass region in terms of big wave surfing.
Oh, really?
Absolute hellman, and Adur's following his footsteps.
Beautiful first turn.
Yeah,
really on the rail, right? On the backside?
Yeah. He's probably considered one of the best sort of prospects coming out of the Bass country for a long time. We've had so many great surfers, but none really have cracked the CT really since the Ritz, Aaron Buru.
Yeah,
and
all of that generation.
So many great surfers have come out, but none have really just made that next level. And I think with Adur, the Bass country might have their best chance. Currently sitting, as we say, in the top 10 in the qualifying series rating, so he's got a real chance of getting into that Challenger series, and that's where we'll probably. He's only 18 or 19, I think. I'll double check on that. So he's only so young, but I think if he gets a chance to surf in that Challenger series, it'll be really good, interesting to see where he's at in terms of the world's best surfers. Right now, though, it's all early talk about Challenger series and CT surfing. Right now, he's in third place, so he's just got one job to try and sneak through this particular heat. And it's Silvera currently with a 5 and a 4 that's got that lead. 15 minutes to go, plenty of time, and he'll be just biding his time, trying to stay calm, trying to stay patient. A lot of Bass support there for him.
Yeah, we have guys sitting with some space in between them. Looks like Henrique Piret. Yeah, this is his father, so one of Resurf's locals. And there he goes. It kind of looks like a nice little runner, and it closes out, so just one turn. It's actually, the guys are struggling a bit to go for more than one turn. It looks easier than it actually is. It's but anyhow, conditions are better than yesterday. There's more waves. I'll just say it's more fun to compete in a day like this.
Yeah, just a jump up, not a huge jump up in size, but just enough to add a whole new level of thrill to it. It's pretty small. It was, contestable but tiny.
Yeah.
And we're actually pretty lucky that the banks, could handle that such a small swell. Just jumped up a bit, and we're expecting the swell just to keep filling in over the next couple of days. So just sort of incrementally getting a bit bigger each day. So definitely more opportunities. The low tide, as we see, Adur Amatrain fanging down the line. Here he's got an open face. Whoa. One turn. Oh, and he's just made another mistake. This is unlike him. Even though he's only young, he's pretty much known as a pretty fearless and solid competitor. And did this turn, he'd done all the hard work.
Wow.
And just there, I'm not even sure what went wrong, because he drifted the fins, thought he was riding out, but just caught a little clip, little bump, got underneath that front rail, and he went over. So Adur back to square one. Such a rich history of tradition up there in the Basque Country. So many great surfers. must have had a bit of chance to go up there every day and surf in the Bass region a bit throughout your career and free surfing.
Yeah, well, I used to go there every year since I'm 12 until I was 20-something for the juniors and for the QSs.
Routes and all that region.
Routes, Soplan, Saint Sebastien. Yep. And love it. And also the personality of Basque people is really unique and nice way for Lidi to turn. He was
they
a
hate
bit
a
late.
party, don't they?
They hate a party.
They hate a party, the Basque.
They hate to break the rules, you know, that just really, they play by the book.
Play by the book. Okay, dinner's finishes at 9:30. Time for bed. Time for bed. Let's get tucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they live life to the fullest. Their food, their drink, their surfing, you know, their culture, their families. They just live full throttle. And they do all the, you know, do it all right. Just doing things right. Late age, just getting up there. Yeah, what a great surf region. Place to visit. You get welcomed in. I mean, not at all the waves. You know, you got to play it. Play your cards right. But in terms of getting welcomed by the locals and by the culture, they suck you up. They show you the best of their lifestyle, the best foods. And then often I've been leaving a party at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, there's some grandma just going, "Stay here. What are you doing?" I'm a bit tired. Anyway. But Adu Amatrain, he needs a bit of a result. Right now, I'm going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest. More live action coming your way soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. It's our competition site, athletes area on the right and the VIP area on the left. VIPs though, the most important people right now, these 4 surfers in the water. Lucas Silveira, Noel Ledate, Adu Amatrain, Enrique Pyrate, desperately trying to get through to the round. But it's been a bit of a slow heat, hasn't it, Zay? Let's be honest. No fireworks as yet.
Yeah, no fireworks. We had some good moments, but it's been a bit slow. Guys have been doing, you know, a couple waves, but nothing that solid, nothing that remarkable. Might be one of those heats, you know, phases in tide. It really happens a lot in Costa de Caparica. You just have like 30-minute, 40-minute windows where the ocean is like reorganizing. And during the break, we had this, Adur's just one turn, almost a 5 points, so that will help him. He's looking now for a 3.46, and Lucas is still in first place, 3 waves, but just playing it right.
Yeah, typical Silveira, he's always one pretty calm. Adur, on the other hand, he's always busy, and he's going again, needing a 3.46. There's a nice first turn, and that's more like it from Adur. So finally got a 2-wave combination off. And that was well surfed. There's the Bass team. And there's Pirate banging it up high as well. Just sense that there might not have been a turn before that. So he stays busy. But Adu Amatrain, pretty safe to say. Only chasing a 3.46. I think he may have easily done that with that two-wave combo. Took a while, made a few mistakes. Meanwhile, Late A strikes back. It's not quite the fluidity of Adu, but still trying to improve on a couple of fours. And we'll see how he went. All eyes on that score. Well, it's, you know, 3 surfers to get the scores in. And Amatrain looks to have the best of it. What do you reckon the water temp is, mate, at the moment? What are these, what wetsuits do these guys be paddling out in mostly?
3-2s.
3-2s?
2-2s.
2-2s.
Morning surf, they can use like a 4-3 maybes, the guys that have more cold in the water, but in the heat, you know, it's 25 minutes, really high intensity. So you get warm with a 3-2 and you have more mobility. That's important for these guys. They want to feel as light as they can, especially in waves like this. So yeah, probably 3-2s as we have Neko's replay.
Oh. So really strong single hit, gets him a 4.93. And we see Lede on his backside. This was a 4.2. Meanwhile, Adu Amatrain, the two-wave combo. Talk us through this.
Yeah, just, you know, kind of an insider. He really found a good wave here with 2 turns. The first one was very beautiful, you know, with a nice flow. 6 points for him. It's the best wave of this heat so far. It just two turns with amplitude and with space and acceleration. I think acceleration is not in the criteria, but it should be, right?
Yeah, that sudden burst of speed can really be eye-catching. That's what Adu did, and he's got himself in the first place after a bit of a shaky start. He's just wrestled back control slowly, and now it's up to those other surfers to try and chase down Noah Lady, needing a 6.03. Enrique Pirate needing a 5.41, so just needs a chance to get a combination of manoeuvres in, not just one, with 5.5 minutes to go.
As we can see, Vasco getting ready for the next heat, his first heat in this this campaign. There he is, Portuguese biggest hope for qualifying for the CT. He still has some work to do to qualify for the challengers, though.
Absolutely, yeah. He's sitting in 20th at the moment, so needing some results. Had some injury issues, and now coming back. He, you know, Santa Cruz. Well, he won there last year. Caparica, he knows so well. Surfs a lot down here, so yeah, he's one of the top. Although he's not ranked as a top seed, he's definitely one of the men to beat. No one will want him in their heat. And he's coming up next, so big heat. Meanwhile, his compatriot, Enrique, just can't get waves. It's got more opportunity than more than one turn. And that's why he's sitting in 4th place.
Putting in the effort, surfing well, but not enough at this stage. And just add that Vasco won the first national stop last week.
Right.
In Figueira da Foz.
Okay, so coming off a competition win's always good. Were you up in there? You surfing that one, did you say?
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Talk about that. How are the waves?
The waves were pretty small and slow. So beautiful turn for Piquet there, but it was interesting to come back to competition after a few years, to realize yet again that your surfing level doesn't necessarily represent the results that you're gonna have. You know, there's so much more to competition. There's strategy, there's rhythm, there's, you know, smart decisions that you need to take, there's nerves, there's preparation, mental, nutritional, you know, everything. It's a lot of work behind that. These guys we have here, especially from the round of 64 forward. Yeah, these guys put in so much, invest so much. It's a full-time work, literally. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you're ripping, you get put in a competitive environment, things can change. See Raoul Borman, he's fired up. You look at him. You can tell by the look at this. He's just revved up and ready to go. Loves the small wave stuff. That's where he reckons he's got his best chance. When the waves get a bit smaller, and he's up against pretty stacked heat. We've got Kilian Goran, the Frenchman, and Martin Paulino. So he'll be on his toes. A lot to happen. 2 minutes on this heat though, and just a bit. Final sets coming. You can see a few lines coming in out the back. This might be the last sort of shot. Enric Pirate netting a 5.41. Noah Lede netting a 6.03. 2 minutes on the clock. Waves approaching. This might be the last throw of the dice for these fellas. And Enric, can he get 2 turns in? There's one. Not that big. And there's the second. So that's a bit more like it. Is it the 5.41 that we need?
I would like to see that wave from a different angle, but I think it's hard.
Do something big here, and he tags it. Looks like he got a little bit stuck at the start of that wave, so that might not be the score he needs. Doesn't look that confident either. So 90 seconds. It looks like Silveira's going to try and just see if he can get above first and get himself safe. 2 turns, probably not going to improve his score. So all that worked out pretty well for the heat leader. All 3 surfers getting waves, but at first look anyway, doesn't seem any of them got the scores they need.
Yeah, let's watch that replay. He gets his, he arrives a bit too late to that second turn, so I'm not sure if he will better. But here we have the replay of Noah Lede. First okay turn, then Israel gets caught and finishes off very strong. Not sure if that's going to be a 6. So Enrique's first turn was so-so, right? The second was good, but the first one just...
He needs a 5.41. It's not a huge number. Gave himself a little clap, little cheer, trying to sell it. I'm not sure if the judge is going to buy it. 30 seconds to go. More sort of waves coming in though, so definitely more consistency, more opportunity. And Adura Matrain on his backhand down the line, gets it up high, and then just realises he could make that second one and just sort of body surfs into the barrel to the sand dredging up behind him. That's his heat done, and then you see Lede just pop it up and go down. So that's not going to help. It looks like those scores coming in at 4.97 for Lede, the one before, so that wasn't enough. And Pirate 3.93, so that not enough either. So as it stands, Adura Matrain and Lucas Silveira are through. So not a particularly entertaining heat. A lot of low scores, a lot of single wave manoeuvre waves, but it's another important cog in the machine as we grind through to the weekend when it starts to get deadly serious. And Adura Matrain, he's a serious guy, he's a serious competitor, and after making a few mistakes earlier on, he regrouped and came through with a pretty convincing win in the end.
Yeah, that's it.
The Basque team will be there to help their man up, give him more encouragement, pats on the back, and we'll get to hear what he has to say with Joanna. So with that, halfway through the round of 64, folks. Early start here on the shores of Lisbon. We've got plenty more surfing to come. 8 more heats of the men's, more of the women's coming up later in the afternoon. We're about to go to a short commercial break. We'll come back with more live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
At the Caparica Estrella Galicia Surf Fest. We'll see 3 Portugueses in the form of Vasco Ribeiro, Martin Paulinho, Raul Borman, alongside a young Frenchman, Kylian Guérin. That's going to set up our quartet for heat number 8 of our round of 64. Myself, Paul Evans, back in the studio to talk you through it alongside Zé Ferreira. I want a score from you out of 10 for conditions so far today, mate. What are you giving this? What are you giving the surf?
Well, on a scale to 1 to 10, we might be at 4.
What about the judging?
4 or
What
5.
score are you giving the judging? Judging been on point today?
On point, totally on
Give
point.
it an 8?
Yeah, 8 to 10.
Okay.
Really, and actually every day it's been really on point.
Commentary?
In my opinion.
What score are you giving the commentary so far?
Well, yeah.
Needs a
scale
combination
to
of scores?
1 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, around 11, 12. So everything is going smooth in the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest.
We've got Vasco out in the water, obviously one of our favourites for this event. Let's see what he can do. He's got to get past some solid surfers. One of them's this man, Guérin. Look how low he gets on the bottom and just springs into the lip.
Ooh,
Flicks the board nicely and finishes strong. Ever important, that'll be the best of the opening exchanges anyway. Just got a couple of ones in, so nothing major until that wave from Guérin, which fired to life. Here goes Vasco Ribeiro. Quick look from him, he realises that wave goes all slopey and kind of turns into sort of a close-out left. Took off on a right-hander, so immediately kicks out, realises not a lot of scoring potential available. He'll just hold his corner in the lineup. How's Vasco feeling? How's he surfing? How's his form? What's his vibe?
Man, he was destroying last week in Figueira da Foz. He just won the first stop of the national championship in Portugal, and you know, just been training every day, getting up early. You know, he's really on the loop, recovering from his injury, and you know, just looking really sharp and really motivated.
Here he goes, going to look at a left here. Vasco Ribeiro on the backhand. A first quick turn and just goes a little stiff in the legs as he tries to recover from that. Section was always running away, so it was just a quick hit from him, but just decided to go something in the opening 5 minutes of the heat. Numbers in for Guérin, gets a decent one, 4.67 for Kylian. So decent mid-ranger to open up. So everyone has ridden a wave so far, and the advantage is with our lone Frenchman out in the water. He'll just prowl his way slightly to the north. In the meantime, let's get down and here with a happy young Basque, Adu Amatreyan, standing by for an interview.
Absolutely great surfing. You're kind of used to these waves already. You've been winning a lot here as well. And after that amazing performance in Israel as well, you must be feeling really happy.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. The last couple events have been nice. I'm feeling a lot of pressure in this contest because I would like to end the Challenger Cut here in Caparica to go to Santa Cruz with no pressure. So I'll try to do my best here.
And you've got a new sponsor as well, is that right?
Yeah, Cabreiroa, it's been supporting me. I started this week with them, so I'm very motivated for this contest, and I would like to do good for them.
Well, congratulations. You're moving on to the next round.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Adu Amatreyan wants to get his qualification for the Challenger Series work done here in Caparica. So he can surf with less pressure on Santa Cruz. I like it. I like the tactic. Let's see if it pays off for him. He's got a lot of surfing yet to do in this to go deep into the event, as we see Guy backing himself up with a left right there. His second wave will count for him. And again, Zay getting the finish.
Yeah, Killian just starting off really well. Solid performance. 2, average wave to get his campaign going. That's what you got to do, really. Start like that. Fashko here, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he's got some speed. Floats it up, and that wave runs away. Flamboyant on the exit. And he had a ton of velocity. Couldn't do loads with it. Just a quick tap, really, above the lip. Meanwhile, Paulinho flicks one. Off the bottom again. Bang, that's nice up. It's the lip. Does it pretty well. It's polished. Holds it all together. And he'll gather the board in and steam back towards the lineup. So just the second wave there for Marcin. But pretty decent.
Nice surfing, and that last turn was really cool. Really good movement on that back feet, on that back leg. Yeah, nice surfing. Let's see the replay here. So hits it here, passes through like kind of a speed float, and then finishes off pretty well. So 393, nothing amazing, and Fashko's wave just kind of flew, and then here we had Killian with a more consistent wave, just the 2 turns, but 467 and 433 for him. And I think this is his first wave.
Yeah, getting strong finishes, making sure he rides out of his turns. And taking that pragmatic approach, finding sections early on in the heat and put scores on the board. And then he can look to build from there as he just checks out the equipment. He's going to get a low number in. Won't go into his top 2 for the wave that he just rode, but prior to that, got a 433. So he's looking all right. 9 points in total so far. Plenty of time left to go in this, but it's only really him that's shown us a couple of decent waves. We've had one ride from Paulinho, the one we just saw, 393. It's reasonable. Otherwise, we're scrapping it out, really. Borman's been really quiet so far. He brought big passion and fire through the early rounds. He's thrown down those air reverses. He did about 5 or 6 of them in one heat, made every single one. It's been really quiet in this. Let's get a look here at the last wave of Killian.
Yeah, first turn, and doesn't make it on the second one. He wants to better that 433 now. And yeah, I also think wave selection strategy is different today, and we're seeing a lot of different strategies from surfers that surfed yesterday, but Martin here, that was a big turn.
Meaty section there for Paulinho. He had to sort of decide where to go with it, and he put the board up in the lip. Just a little bit too much movement, really, unable to get a completion. This is the view from above.
Nice bird's view, and yeah, just loses balance there. Is not able to control the reception of that turn. It looks like we have some movement out the back. You can really see the waves are getting bigger when it breaks on the outside and then reforms on the inside. That's pretty much what we're surfing now. And yeah, but Borman, different strategy today. Not as active. I don't know how his surfing is in bigger waves, but he's definitely a fast, small wave surfer, a smart competitor, and definitely motivated.
Get down towards the midway point of the heats, and obviously we are here for the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. A bunch of cool activations going on from Estrella Galicia, and there's only really one person we can task reliably to bring us the info on all of that good stuff. His name's Ben Mundy, and he's having a little roam around.
Yes, hi Paul. Just Estrella Galicia, great supporters of this event, and don't be worried. It's a 0.0, so you can have a beer, you can go surfing, you can do all that still, and it's a great taste. But more importantly, despite just not the support for the event, but also the support for the environment, Australia Galicia have had the Forest of Champions, which is an ongoing program since 2019, where the winners of the event get to plant a native tree. And over the course of time, obviously, the amount of champions that we get here in these parts of the world, all the events that they sponsor throughout Spain and Portugal. So it's just trying to raise awareness, but trying to put back the environment. The Forest of Champions is something tangible that you can go and see. You can see the trees, you can breathe the air. Australia, Galicia, not just providing great beer and good times, but also the Forest of Champions. So it's something worth sort of highlighting, Paul, I thought.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. You're down in the bar area right now. How's the vibes in there? It's still pretty quiet. I suppose it's still morning time.
It's a bit quiet down here in the bar, but I've just sort of found my own little bar. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, mate, it's never too early for 0.0. And, you know, it's warming up. The sun's coming out. It's Friday afternoon. There's more fun coming. So, yeah, come down to the event, have some beer, have some fun, and check out the Forest of Champions when you can. Bye for now.
Thank you, Ben Mundy. Australia Galicia stepping up to support professional surfing, putting back to with the Forest of Champions, which I believe is up in Estrella.
Yeah, we got to double check that, but
exactly is the Forest of Champions. We'll get Mundy to find out about that. I've got questions I'd like to know.
yeah, that would be cool to know. And epic info from Ben.
Yeah, you got a little cheeky zero alcohol beer in, a nice packet of crisps, so that's a good breakfast for Monday. That's what he has most days. And that allows him to really just deliver journalistic excellence. Speaking of excellence, here's Vasco Ribeiro sliding the tail and putting a bit more spark in. Got a 3.5 on that wave. Just as we crossed to Monday, we watched him work his way over a right-hander, and then he got another one just then. Let's check it out.
I think this was his last one, so nice first turn. I believe he had one before that, so it was a 3-turner. Exactly, first float, then the wave reforms. He goes for this one and finishes off well. You can see the spark starting, and he had Borman on the good wave, but can't really make it on that second one. So a lot of action, and another one for Paulinho. Rides it, but it's nothing amazing yet in this heat so far.
Waiting for a number for that last wave of Paulinho. Also, Ribeiro scored a drop too. Gerhardt still hanging on to the lead that he notched up early on in this. As time will tick away into the second half of this heat now. 25 minutes, 4 surfers, 2 through to the next round, which this being around a 64. So my calculations will be around a 32, which we won't be seeing today. So we're going to wrap up this round of 16 heats here. So another 8 after this. I think we're on hold then for women's action. We'll be on standby for later on this afternoon. Will bring us nicely into a Friday evening on the beautiful shores of Costa de Caparica. What have you got lined up, mate? Friday night in Lisbon. Anything fun happening that we should know about?
Yeah, a lot of things happening in Lisbon. In any Friday, but Vasco here doing something fun as well. He's on a 4th turn. He likes it, looks to the beach. So sparking up. That last one was a 3.73. So yeah, his wave selection hasn't been perfect this heat, but also I think we're in one of those windows where, you know, the waves aren't so good.
Borman now looking to get at this. What's he got here? Found himself a left. Slashes the first turn. Has to go a long way down the line, and he'll throw in a finish. Better stuff from him. He's got that kind of lanky frame, and he kind of whips the limbs into the turns. And he's been real quiet in this one. Nothing really quality. Much better from him. Let's get another look. Bit of distance between the maneuvers.
Yeah, nice first turn. Then smart turn here, kind of a laid-backy kind of turn, and Vasco on the roll here. Good first turn, a lot of water. You can see, you know, the amount of water he puts. He's a big guy, but he's been throwing buckets since he's a kid. You know, when he was very thin and light, he would still throw a lot of water, because I really think he puts the board in the right place with the right angle.
What's the key to throwing sprays, eh? For any kids out there that want to throw big rooster tails, how do you do it, mate?
Mate, first of all, you got to eat a lot of Big Macs.
Okay. Got to have a bit of junk in the trunk.
More importantly, a good bottom turn.
Yeah.
I think that's key.
Okay.
For throwing.
Got that. So eating, bottom turn. Yeah. What else?
Bottom turn, and just the way you put your board on the lip. It's not with the bottom, and it's not only with the rail. It's a mix of both.
Okay.
So it might be a bit complex.
Sounds easier when you say it like that.
Yeah, it does.
Harder in the water. 5-on-7 in for Vasco. Moves him up to second. Well, consolidates his second, I should say. He's not a long way back from our leader, Gerhard. He's been quiet for a while, as we'll check out Paulinho on the left. Nothing consequential in terms of what he's able to do. Here goes Borman again. And a quick out from him. To Scrappy, really, this one. Vasco improving with that 5-on-7. It's actually the highest score of the heat so far. Okay, he gets your heat leader, Gerhard. He wants to improve. Just adjust his stance. And he'll get a purposeful wiggle through a foamy section, which is non-cooperative. Then he won't be adding much to his total there. He's got those couple of 4s locked in. He's been unable to improve on them for a good 13 or so minutes. He's been trying. That was wave number 6 for him.
Yeah, let's see. Good movement on the board, but just fell, and we had Vasco on a little first float and then finishes off well, trying to replace a 3-7-3, I believe. That's his mom. That's Niku, his shaper, the owner and shaper of Cement Surfboards, Mythic surfboard manufacturers from Irisaira. Nick is was born in the States. I would say California, but
I think he's on the East Coast.
East Coast.
Yeah.
All right.
New Jersey, I think.
New Jersey. Wow. Okay. Such a cool guy.
Good fisherman as well. Loves his fishing. I was catching up with him about the winter, and he said, yeah, I've been surfing loads, but I've been fishing a lot. So he's stoked getting the sea bass, which is kind of like what he's after in that Ericeira region. And
do you fish? Oh, he fishes.
There we go, Borman. There he is.
That's a sea bass.
So Borman, we wondered where he was, bringing that air reverse energy from the early rounds. And we watched that from above, and he just put it up nicely and just wafted it around. So interesting to see the score here. Borman did improve with that left and a couple of turns for 4.07 prior to that. So the requirement now for second, 4.84. Be interesting to see where this one goes. So it's been a really quite a low scoring heat, really. It's also quite a close heat. Crucial number for Borman now.
This is gonna change things.
0.7 of a point between. Well, okay, so Vasco's score comes in now, so he extends and goes to first. So his score gets up towards double figures. But not a big spread, really, between these four. And this number will come in for Borman, will set things up. Vasco fired up, backhand, bang, first turn. Steep section, super vertical with the hit. He's got the bit between the teeth here. Number in for Borman is decent. High score of the heat, 6.17. Goes from fourth to first. Bad news for Kylian Gerhard, who's led this one with a couple of 4s. Drops to third. This is Vasco's last effort.
Yeah, I think this is going to put him back in first place. He needs a 5.0, basically. And let's watch Borman's last wave. It's the best wave of this heat. Nice pop. He loves it. Very passionate.
I love the entry as well. He got really late into that little whitewater takeoff. Saw a ramp, and he doesn't need much.
It just gives energy. It's like gives energy to everyone. You know, a moment like that.
Okay, Gerhard's found himself a right-hander. Oh. Pushes hard and just sinks the board. It was a kind of a one-turn section. He looked like he was maybe trying to get that one done and look for another. And he'll go down. Vasco also with an improvement. 6.83 for him. For that left-hander that we saw. So frenzy of activity, really. A 9th wave for Vasco Ribeiro and a 6.83. So just add in a bit of quality now here. Borman with a 6 as well. So we've mixed it right up.
Borman doesn't want to go.
All right, what's he got here? Raoul Borman, the wide stance. He's looking for a wrap. He finds one, goes tail high.
Yeah,
and
he doesn't want to go in second place to the next round.
Meanwhile, Vasco Ribeiro, your heat leader. Whoa, big first turn. Finishes strong.
Beautiful.
He's had a lot of similar kind of ways. He's hitting the lip really hard. He's doing his speed turns almost with as much sort of impetus as some surfers hit the closeout. So he's able to really belt the lip but keep the momentum going down the line. Paulinho now in 4th place, struggling a bit. 5.88 the requirement. That was his 6th wave. Let's get another look at Vasco.
Yeah, mate, let's look at this. So, good first turn, more trademark, then a nice float, and then this one it's a hard turn to do. And Paulino's was a good effort, but not a lot of expression there. You can see he's surfing good. He has his feet well stuck on the board, but just the wave didn't offer him much either, and he'll be looking for a 5.88 as well still, and numbers dropping for last of Vasco.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. He's already got a 6.83. He's going to get another decent number. Put a bit of daylight. 6.57 in. His total solid 13.4 for him. So the clear leader in this one. And looking comfortable now is Vasco Ribeiro, as you might expect. Here goes Borman in 2nd place. He's S-ing down the line, and he will get a little rotation above the lip, which will go incomplete. Important wave now for Guerin. He's found himself a little bit of open face, and he gets a decent snap.
5.58. Oof. Not sure if he did something before that, but if it was those 2 turns, what do you think? Can it threaten Raoul Borman's 2nd place? Let's watch it. Good first turn, then another. So, yeah, only the 2 turns. 5.58. That's a tough one. Raoul looking really fluid. He wants to go for the air. He's learned that those airs are throwing in the point. So
Guerin gets a 5.4. So he actually replaces his high score and brings down his requirement, but he's still in 3rd, crucially. He needs a 4.85. When he gets to the line, he's going to have last priority. And Raoul Borman, who's got 3rd priority, I reckon will be looking with a beady eye on Kilian Guerin and looking to sit on him to control this one out. And trying to find him. Well, Guerin's found a wave. So just paddling back out, he picked that up and he'll throw that away. Might just have enough time if he's quick here, possibly to get another. Not sure exactly where Borman is in relation to him. I reckon he'll be heading his way. 30 on the clock. Borman's actually decided to go this one. Here goes Raoul Borman. He is up. He's got a little section in front of him. He's got some speed. And he throws up an air and goes incomplete. Meanwhile, behind him, your heat leader, Vasco Ribeiro, uses his priority, and he'll high line a long way across the right-hander before getting in a little sparky turn on the end, which will also be an incompletion. That's the 11th wave for Vasco Ribeiro.
He's got a lot of waves, and he's looking sharp, looking very fast, using that epoxy today as well. We can see some change in the material these guys are using from yesterday to today, because it's more solid, but Vasco choosing to go on that epoxy.
Yeah, smart strategy from him, catch a ton of waves. He just built his score up, didn't he? Started off kind of without doing anything particularly major, but just surfed himself into his rhythm. Just caught a ton of waves, got better and better. The speed, the intensity, it was all there. Made it easy for the judges, really, to give him the score, and he'll be safely through to the next round. Looking to go big on his home turf here once again in Portugal. Join us some more live action. We'll be right back after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage. A big smile on the dial of Vasco Ribeiro, who smashed his heat with a couple of big sixes and in troublesome conditions, really. He made good work of that. We'll keep on rolling through. We'll pick up live vision of Adrien Toyo is in a heat with Maxime Houssaneau, Guilherme Ribeiro and Ian Fontaine. I'm Paul Evans. Chico Alves has taken a comfortable chair next to me. He's got his headset on and he's ready to break it all down for you. Let's stick with Ribeiro right now as he's slashing and pumping and looking for a finish on an inside. Guilherme Ribeiro opening up his account in this heat. How do you like this talent list here? Some good surfers out in the water, mate. Bit of youth, bit of experience.
Yeah, we have a really great heat on our ends. We have 3 regulars and 1 goofy footer. All of them really stylish surfers. We have Ian Fontaine, the machine of the selection of the waves. We have Adrien Toyon, the master of the style. We have Guilherme Ribeiro, the fearless competitor. And we have Maxime Houssaneau, which is a mix of all of them.
And he's leading our ratings as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he is in the #1 spot to get in those challenges. And look to get on the CTs, but chasing qualification for a number of years, Maxime. Never quite got there yet. It's been close. Here's Fontaine.
Ian doing the break, quick snap there, and he gets up there for another one. As we see Max on the back. Great wave from Max. Wow. As we start to see the high seatings coming in, we see a little bit more spice surfing. And this last layback step from Maxime Houssaneau showing why he's in first place of the rankings and starting off the heat with fire.
Yeah, he gets a 5.17 for that turn. A decent way to kick things off for Maxime. Obviously getting that win over in the Azores last year, which counts for our season. So a little bit different. That doesn't necessarily follow a calendar year as such. A little bit more like a sort of school year, really. So our season kicks off as we go towards the back half of the summer in Europe through to the autumn, and then it completes in the spring. We're going to wrap up our QS season in terms of qualifying for the challenge at Santa Cruz next week. If you're in the top 10, you get invited to go around the world and surf some incredible venues. It all kicks off at Snapper Rocks. We're at Costa Caparica right now. We're watching a replay of Guilherme Ribeiro.
Nice snap there. Here, the wave gets a little bit fat, and he couldn't really open up again. So a 3.33 for Guilherme Ribeiro started. And yeah, he has a score on the board. Guilherme has done well last week on the Nationals, making the final with Vasco Ribeiro. So 2 Ribeiros in the final. And it was a tight battle between the Ribeiros. Guilherme feeding that confidence from last week to this week. So expecting some fireworks from him. And the conditions look quite the same of what he was competing last week. So yeah, I think he's going to do well.
Someone who made pretty short work of these conditions, surfed with a lot of authority, power and confidence, is Vasco Ribeiro. He's standing by for an interview.
All that, and much more. How are you feeling? I know you got your confidence with a new earring there, a new hairstyle. Take me through that.
It's just a new experience. No, I just like to change a little bit sometimes, especially because I was injured, so I had a lot of a long time and, not much to do. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go blonde again. And then a new earring, I don't know, I just felt like it, so.
And it's the secret recipe to win events, because you had that same hairstyle last year.
Well, I hope so. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, it's just really good to be back competing here in Costa and on the QS, because I had to miss Israel, so I'm just happy to be here.
How you've been spending your free time around here at Costa?
Well, I was sleeping in Cascais at home, but I just moved here to the hotel, so I'm, here all the time surfing these little waves, and just to get in the mood and don't go to, because once you go home, sometimes you kind of turn it off a little bit. So I'm just staying here, just with my friends, girlfriend, and my family. So it's all good.
You seem really relaxed and really chilled. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Obrigado.
Well done, Vasco. He's through to the next round. He's full of confidence, and he's fired up to go again for a big result in Portugal. Big backhand rotation. Husino does well to avoid the fins as the ball flipped over. And just saw the hand come out just to make sure he kept away from that sharp edges of that board. Maxime leading this one already with that 5 early on. He's got a 3 to back himself. Other than that, nothing to really get particularly excited about. Here goes Adrien Toyon, the backhand from him. He's got a decent looking section, a little high line kind of pump. That was nice. Then he hits the closeout. Does it with a certain amount of style and kind of polish. And that'll be his best effort, we reckon.
Yeah, I think so. Adrien has something that is special. It makes everything look so easy on the board when he's surfing. So sometimes that plays against you when you make things look that easy. But that was so technical and really well served. So Adrien, what a style.
Let's see where the judges go with that. At the moment, he's looking to get out of 4th. We've only had one wave ridden, though, from Guilherme Ribeiro and Ian Fontaine. So a slow and sluggish start to this. So we dip down towards 9 gone. Similar in the last heat, actually. Kicked off pretty slow, and then everything kind of fired up. We just had a ton of waves caught. A flurry of activity. Ian Fontaine there on the inside, who asked for a resurf. He wasn't happy with the way things went with priority call yesterday. He got a resurf. He won the heat. That's why he's here. And this is his last effort.
As we see, the last effort of Ian. Nice. Turn there to finish that wave off. Ian, fearless competitor, as you said. Yeah, he wasn't happy with what happened yesterday in terms of priorities. And Adrien Toyon with that last one, a 4-point ride. So, as I was saying, it makes it look too easy.
You were saying that no one will remember what happened yesterday, but that isn't strictly true because Ian Fontaine remembered and asked for a resurf. So I'm not sure about your theory, mate. Could be in a bit of trouble.
Not really. That was different. That was like something that you couldn't really avoid to not think about.
Okay.
Okay. So imagine me now. I go eat with you. I eat all your fries. You're gonna remember tomorrow. So yeah, it's just like the situation itself. Give me a eat you remember from yesterday.
Maxime Husino belting a right-hander multiple times, looking to work on his score. 3.07 is his backup. I reckon that might be gone. His high score 5.17. Let's see how he goes towards attacking that. This was a decent wave.
That board is looking amazing under his feet. Really on top of the water, and is speed. So anytime you see someone surfing this type of waves with speed.
And on top of the water.
And on top of the water, not under the water.
Yeah.
Feels nice, you know. So he was on top of the water, and he had two
Did he have his bum over his board? That was my tip.
Yeah, it was nice. So really technical aspect to look for.
Yeah.
When you're in top of the water. And he's really quick with that board, which allows him to kind of open up in between turns. So really well done by Maxime. And as we see, a wave coming, and Blue looks like in position.
We've got all sorts of paddlers here. We're going to stick with Fontaine. He's got a double up section. He doesn't like it, so just kicks out rather than trying to execute a maneuver. I think we're waiting for a number for that last effort of Maxime to come in. May well improve on his overall score. It's going to come in between his two scores, I reckon. Just throw a little bit more up there in terms of points for everyone else to aim at. 397 in for Max, so he does extend his lead.
Well deserved. I'm wondering what Guillermo Ribeiro did on his left. I saw and looked like a good left, so he's got a good backside attack. He's really good in terms of rotations on his backside, and I think he might have done something special, or maybe not. Just a 3.4, so maybe a fall. Let's see what he did. Quick wrap there, and a kind of late hit to end this wave off, so that's why the score was so low. He couldn't really get the rhythm of that last section, as we see Ian looking at the judges. So that's always a sign of something major. So let's see what Ian did on that one, as we have 12 minutes on the clock. Let's see what Ian Fontaine did. Quick snap there. He winds up off the bottom, and boom. Vertical approach there. He looks at the judges. I don't know if he was trying to sell anything, but looked great. So Adrian Toyon up and riding. Quick snap there. And he's going to get in time for another one. So 2 for 1 for Adrian. And Maxim now.
Max slashing on the backhand. Little double up energy. Hits it hard. Throws up a ton of spray. And it's quick waves. It's short sections. 2 quick turns. Jean-Luc, his dad, at every event with him, filming, backing up his son, giving him support, supporting him to first place on the European rankings as we stand. And he ain't done yet. Let's see what he's got. Get another look at that second turn. It's a nice whip to it. Reckon it'll improve?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to get something in the 4 range. And Adrian, quite a little bit slower wave. Not the intensity that Max had on his wave. So, yeah, 4-1-3 for Max. 4 range. Right on the button. And 3-5. Not the same intensity. So, that was my call. So the judges saw the same way, and as Max is going to the air, not there he was looking for, or maybe not the pop he wanted. And Max has been putting a lot of clips out, doing some huge backside air, so we know Max can do it all. And if he gets a good section, he can pop something really big, as we see Pablo Solar talking with Yael Pena for the next hit, our Canary Island surfer. And Adrien Toyon here milking this one. Wow, technical last hit there with the tail out, and not too much space to open up. That was the end of the wave of Adrien Toyon, and he gets 3 point as we see the swell building. Look at the waves off the back.
Lines filling in towards our finals weekend. And we were expecting the swell to ramp up a bit. It has done. It's not huge proportions. We've seen bigger waves at Costa Caparica down the years, but nevertheless, a little bit more power out there. It's not great conditions right now, actually. Quite short waves with dumpy sections. All about finding some clean face. That's exactly what Guillermo Ribeiro's done here. And he clicks the 2 turns. And this is a tough one for our judges. There's a lot of really kind of similar stuff. There's not much difference really between the waves. And they're going to have to try and differentiate this stuff.
I think this was a point of difference on this wave, was the size of it.
Yeah.
It was a set wave. This first snap was really tight, and then he managed to fit one more in there, as we see the wave from Adrian. A smaller wave. He was trying to get something better than 1.6 on the board, and he got a 3.5. So, yeah, close heat.
Ribeiro gets the number, drops in. It's 4.67. Good enough to put him in second, under 9 to go in this. So a bigger wave for our Portuguese surfer, Guillermo Ribeiro, and it translates into his high number. He's only ridden 3 waves. He's been quiet. Toyon's been going to the inside, getting kind of softer inside sections. If we'll mix that strategy up a little bit, we'll pick up Ian Fontaine here on the backhand. Opening turn. And just a bit of a weird wave, that one. So unable to do much. Don't know if he'll improve on his score. It's not really been a classic, this one, so far. Get down towards 8 minutes. We've got to send 2 people through. At the moment, Husino Ribeiro, RR1-2. But look at Swell marching in. The winds are reasonably light, mate. We're not too worried about the wind, are we?
I don't think so. I think it's gonna. The predictions for today were quite the same as yesterday in the afternoon, and yesterday in the afternoon we had like light winds, so nothing major.
Maxime found himself a section, bang. First whipping turn on the backhand. Winds into a section and goes again with some good spark. Gets it nice and vert. Throws up plenty of spray. Got that whippy technique. The board looking very crisp. He's your heat leader. He's got another number coming his way here. Let's see where it goes. Chance for him to extend. Fontaine finds a left. Looking for a score, not a huge one. As we go into a backhand rotation. Gets it done at sort of a kind of a walking pace, really. It wasn't the quickest rotation we've ever seen, but nevertheless, it was nice and technical.
Yeah, it was nice. You could tell by his body language that he wasn't really like selling it to the judges, but yeah, nice rotation, nice technique too, looking over his shoulder and making it. So here's the wave of Max. Quick snap there, and I like this last turn. Really zippy. Boom! Really strong last turn. I think it will be his best wave so far. And yeah, it's going to put him a little bit in a better situation that he was before. So Max looking great on this hit. That board is looking really crisp as we see Max again coming in stuck there on digging the nose. With these small conditions, it's really easy to dig the nose and to come unstuck. As we see the last score of Max, 6.67. So the judges left that last hit off the top that he threw. And a lot of spray coming out of that blue board. A lot of technique and physique on that last turn, and the judges felt it.
Pretty solid number for Maxime. And his total's much healthier now, 11.84. So good stuff from our leader on the QS rankings out of Europe. Ian Fontaine jumps to second now, gets to 4.1 for the little reverse over the whitewater section at the end of his wave. Let's check the recap and see how this one's gone down. We've seen flashes of good stuff from Maxime. Other than that, it's been pretty average. Maxime, he's shone pretty brightly though.
Yeah, Max started off ripping right off the gates. Adrian Taillon trying to reply with this big backside turn there. Really nice from Adrian. As we have the local boy here getting a quick snap there and another one. Guilherme here with his 4.67 on the board, and Maxime with the 6.67 here. Quick snap there. He winds up off the bottom again and cracks it really hard. So really nice last turn from Maxime. And as we have the wave, last wave of Ian, the air was actually a 4.10 and Ian jumps to second. So really good surfing from all the boys as Maxime Osuno keeps putting scores on the board, as we saw there on the live action.
Yeah, that's the 8th wave for Maxime. Here goes Adrian Taillon. Use this priority. Again on the backhand. Gets a first setup turn. And then he loses it on his second maneuver. Not the wave he wanted. Not to be the score he wanted either. He's in 4th place right now. Doesn't need much. 4.11. That's not the sort of stuff he's after. And he's going to get a throwaway number. It's going to eat up a little bit of time. Guilherme Ribeiro with the priority and a wave coming towards him here. He likes it. Paddles looking for just a 3.43 into the lip. First snap. trying to build speed. And in a kind of weird little corner, he manages to take on the section. Let's see how that goes towards helping his overall position. A little bit of animation from his crew on the beach. I think they're saying, do more of that. Keep it going.
Oh, yeah.
Hurry up.
Yeah.
Paddle fast. Surf another wave. Bora Bora.
Bora Bora. Bora Bora. That's islands, right? That's an island. Bora Bora. So I think who named that island were the Portuguese with Bora Bora. And yeah, Guilherme Ribeiro here getting a quick snap there. And a quick hit at the end. And yep, he jumps into second.
Yeah,
so
gets a
367.
Yeah, gets the number. Second place. Fontaine is so little in it. Fontaine now in third. And there's not a lot there. Toyon trying to get away. Find himself a wave as well. So the onus really is on Ian Fontaine. That man on your screen has got priority. He needs a 4.25. He's got 2.5 minutes to find that wave. He's looked a little quiet in this. Here goes Adrien Toyon. He's looking for a 4.35, and he's not going to get it there. And another not great lined up wave, really, from him. At last priority. Thought he'd just try and go something. He knows he doesn't need a big number. Okay, let's see. As we get down towards the final couple of minutes, where this one finishes up. But our situation at the moment, Maxime's in front by about 3.5 points, and then the rest of them are really bunched together. Less than a point in it between second and fourth. Fontaine is up on a left. Opening turn. There's not much on offer there. He knows it. And he'll have to just wait paces. Furious hand signals going on here on the beach. I mean, there's all sorts. Wonder what that meant. Guilherme Ribeiro's not sure either. He's looking round at his coach, who's just furiously waving his arms around on the beach. Yeah, he just decides to paddle back out to sea, really. Keep an eye on a competitor, because he does have second priority and he can afford to try and control. Here goes Toyon. He's on a wide section. 4.35 the requirement. It's a soft one, and once again another not great looking right-hander for Adrien, and that's not going to deliver him the number he needs. He's just about got enough time to squeak out the back. It looks like Ribeiro's keeping a close watch on Ian Fontaine. Ooh, and he's going to take this, use his priority. Goes Ribeiro. What's he got here? A little runner, and he grabs at a turn, and then he loses it on the inside. Don't think he'll add with that. Therefore, Fontaine with a chance, maybe, if he can find a wave. He'll be in the lineup with second prio under Maxime. Let's see if any more surfing happens in this one. 35 seconds remaining. A couple of little lines coming through. All right, Fontaine's found himself something here. So an opportunity, 4.25 he needs. Decent looking double up to open up with. Ooh, hits it pretty hard. Second turn is crucial. Bang. He clips it. 4.25 the requirement for Fontaine. Guilherme Ribeiro is angry because he had priority and he went a wave. I don't think he added to his score with it, and that left Ian Fontaine. And now the judges have a call to make, and it's probably potentially looking pretty good for this guy, Fontaine.
Yeah, he started off with a big snap there, and he ended up with a big one too. So yeah, 4.25, not a big requirement. And as we see Guilherme Ribeiro there splashing the water behind.
Don't see that very often. Someone splashing the water, not his opponent's score, just the fact that his opponent rode a wave.
And Maxime gave him the wave.
Here we go. Luciano will bring it in. Fontaine gets the number 617. It's decent, and he's alive. The man who asked for a resurf first thing this morning. He made us miss hotel breakfast by being down there at 7 a.m. to throw an extra heat onto the start of the day. He won that one. He's got through this one in a clutch situation. Join us some more live surfing from Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest really, really soon.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the shores of Costa de Caparica, looking south down the Portuguese coast, stretching out the distance. Lovely, beautiful beaches, beautiful coastline, beautiful vegetation, lakes and rivers and waterfalls, dreams and hopes. It's all going on here in Caparica. The next generation is waiting on the beach. We've got some Europe's best surfers on the shores of Lisbon, scrapping hard to get through the round of 32. Straight up in this heat, it's a big one. Andy Crier, Luis Diaz from the Canary Islands, Marco Mignot, French and Mexican heritage, and Yale Pina, also from the Canary Islands. So 4 very good surfers. Well, as we're going to find out in each and every heat from now on, there's going to be 4 good surfers in it. And while we're on the break, Diaz got this 3.67. Tell you what, though, it looks spicy. Big spray on that second turn. And Crier on his backhand, it's 4.07. Crisp, just taking his time, but couldn't get the double up. That might not have been. That might have been a 2. This one might be a better scoring wave for Andy. First turn. He's been getting some good waves this winter. Big barrels. Been in Portugal a lot, so spent a lot of time down in this section. And Yelpina. Now this is a strong start. Massive turn on the first turn. And then finishes off. So 6.17 for Pina, the best wave of the heat. Mignot hasn't been scored yet, but he's just battling away, looking for a last section. And gets it in. Is that a completion? It is. So all 4 surfers starting off strong. And speaking of starting off strong, Ben Mundy here, joined in the booth by Chico Alves.
Talk about that.
I like to see a strong start. I like to see the 4 surfers getting off, and that I reckon that's what elevates the heat often. Do you agree or disagree?
I have to agree with you. I think when you start off the heat strong, you kind of pump the other competitors up, and when they all start strong or with mid-range scores, they kind of like get in the rhythm, and we see a flurry of action. And yeah, the confidence just builds. Surfer gets more confident, and yeah, we have one of those heats in our ends. Luis Diaz, I've seen some clips of him surfing in Costa. He looks really spicy and fast, so I think we have a good heat on our ends.
Okay, live action, and we'll just get across to the interview after this wave. As we see, Crier, such a technically sound surfer, doesn't make many mistakes either, and he just finishes off strong. So we'll have a look at that. And then while we take a little look at that action, down on the beach, Maxime Houston, the winner of the last heat, is with Joanna Garnell.
The winner and absolutely unstoppable, just catching every single wave you could grab. What was up with that? Was that your game plan?
Yeah, well, it's just a shorey, so I was not really finding any waves from outside, and I was like, okay, there's not like a special spot or something to search for, so I was like, just go out there and when you see an opportunity, just grab it and see how it goes and build on that, you know. So I was trying to improve my wave selection during the heat instead of making it from the shore, and I got you.
Yeah, and that's why your dad didn't bring his umbrella to throw you around. And we were talking about your board. It's really cool. It's about your nickname. Talk to us too about that.
Yeah, it's my first nickname when I was really young. When I was 9 years old, I called Maccabi, which is like a little fish jumping off in rocks on the shore in Reunion. And the fish is red, and at that time I had a red board, so all my friends were like, "Oh, you jumping on waves?" Oh, so it's like a little Maccabi. So it was my nickname for years, and I did a bunch of board with different colors with the fish skin on it. I love it with my friend.
It looks really nice. What have you been up to since the last time we saw you?
Yeah, well, I came here last month in Portugal. I was here in Peniche, and I was just free surfing around the contest, and I've just been around and getting ready for the big challenger, and I'm trying to get the title on this one for the European thing, and from that build on and go on the year.
Well, you're looking great, absolutely great. Congratulations, you're moving on.
Thank you everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Max, what a legend.
See ya.
Never ever tired of hearing that man speak. Yeah, he's winning the ratings at the moment, so there's a very good chance of him being European champion. Pretty much got his spot locked for the Challenger Series, so he'll be booking his fights to Australia, and I'd love to see that man at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, Max.
Forehand axe, big carving turns, good barrel rider. He's got it all. Goes Mignot. Quick turns, waves a little bit soft and just kicks out for that one. Out the back, Diaz. Here he goes, goofy footer, just got little board speed, just zigging and zagging, then hi-ya!
Wow.
Big karate chop. Saw the fins out the back there. And just looking, as you say, really sharp, really fast. Fast and sharp. Two words that I don't often get said about myself, but I'll tell you what, there's been some good Twitter coming in as well, which is good. Good to see that the fans out there can still get in touch at Caparica Surf Fest handle and ask any questions to anybody. And I'll just come through this with Chico. This looked pretty cool to me.
I thought he was going for the air, actually, but then he proved me wrong and did this sick layback snap with fins out. I think it's going to be his best wave so far. And yeah, here's the wave of Andy. The wave was quite long, but not too much scoring opportunity, is what I thought. And yeah, it comes in as a 393. As we see Green going left, and boom, fins out. Did he make it? I don't know. But yeah, here's Andy, the replay of his last wave, I think, the 393. So the longest one was a 407, and this one was a 393. So as we see live action now of Luis Diaz, and wow, he's surfing really good.
He's hitting me so quick. And another one. So yeah, this is so fast paced. Look, small wave. Look what he does here. The second turn, and then the third. Boom. So a lot of spray, and another one. So yeah, wow, great surfing from Diaz. Got a 5.77 for the wave before that, and he's got another one to come in. So I reckon he's going to go increase his lead. Yeah, I got a tweet here from Kevin from Coonabarra Brand in Australia. He's asking Chico. He said, "Oh, loving the webcast. I'm loving Caparica." And he said, I want to come. He's saying, I want to come to the Almeida municipality and hang out. He said, what? He's asking Chico. He said, can you ask Chico what would be the dream kind of day in this part of the world? How would a dream day unfold in this beautiful part of the world?
Wake up in the morning, pastry.
Yeah.
Quick coffee.
Yeah.
Go to the beach with the whole family.
Yeah.
Offshore day.
Offshore, pumping.
4 to 6 foot.
Yeah.
Trestles, sandbank.
Yep.
More to the north, close to here where we are.
Yep.
Eat on the beach, on the beach restaurant.
Oh yeah.
Surf again in the afternoon.
No beers or just one beer?
Have some beers in the afternoon.
Nice.
At the end of the day, play rackets and volleyball with the fam, and then go have dinner and eat some, how do you say? Seafood.
Seafood.
So if you want to have a dream day with me, just join and call 606 509.
That does sound like a dream day, actually. Yeah, I want part of that. I mean, this is a dream day for me, watching Europe's best surfers surfing out the front here. But yeah, there you go, Kevin, mate. So get over here, book your flights, get to Lisbon, and Chico will take you around the day. Probably one of the best days you're ever going to have.
We should ask Kevin, what do I do when I go there?
Yeah, exact. Kevin, hit us back. What do I do in a day in Coonabarra Brand?
Yeah.
It's quite inland, Coonabarra Brand. It's
really?
like about 300 miles inland. Kevin will have a... Oh, here he goes. He's firing back.
Well, this is it.
He said, start off with a meat pie for breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit the local bakery for a meat pie for breakfast.
Ride the horse after.
Go out pig shooting.
Pig shooting?
Yeah, pig shooting. Oh, talk about shooting the pig.
What
about that from Crier? Look at the claim on it. Yeah, pig shooting in the morning. Lunch, another meat pie, he's saying. Coonabarra Brand's famous for their pies.
They only eat all day?
That's all they do. They shoot things to eat. No, and then in the afternoon, they're going to get around the fire. But hold the phone, because Chico, he liked it. And there's a reason for that.
This is an 8-point ride, in my opinion. I'm calling it an 8-point Right.
Okay,
What
he's
a
gone out.
wave from Andy Crier. One of the best waves of the day. Great surfing. The speedy end. Everything was on point. Andy Crier showing why he's one of the best in Europe ever. And picking up a wave and destroying it.
Destroying it, absolutely. Demolished
Destroying
it.
it. So yeah, I'm seeing an 8 coming in.
Okay.
You can. Oh, maybe I'm seeing.
I think you might be seeing too much.
I'm seeing an 8 coming in.
Okay, well, let's have a look. I think you might have gone a bit over, might have over-egged it. We'll see what the judges think.
Okay.
It's going to be a good wave. He's going again, too.
Oh, looks like a good one.
Might go for the air on that, I imagine. Diaz just coming around the corner, trying to improve on a 5.27. Not sure if this wave's going to do that. It's looking strong, though. Korea, the wave came in at 7.33, so it wasn't an 8. Chico, it was close-ish, but still a massive score in the context of today. He's trying to get it now. 7.33 for you, Andy.
I got a little bit overexcited. Sorry. I really thought it was an 8. But it was close. It was like a 7.33. It was closer to a 7 than to an 8, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I really enjoyed that left as a goofy. When you see 3 big snaps on a pretty face of a wave, you kind of get excited.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was a big score nonetheless. Joanne Giroux, speaking of great surfers, they just keep coming. I had a chat to Andy Crier. He was hanging around up in Peniche when the CT was on. He always likes to keep an eye on things, and I had a little chat. He was on his own. He wasn't with his girlfriend. I was like, "Oh, where's your girlfriend? What's she up to?" And he was like, "Oh, she's actually in a meeting with the Spanish president, advising him on some of the recent." She's a lawyer, and she's advising him on some of the recent Ukraine movements and the political stuff. And she was advising the president of Spain in a meeting. And I was like, "Whoa!" I thought I had a tough job, just hanging around the CT and the Peniche. But yeah, it's a little insight into Andy's world. But he's got a lot going on. He's our career. There's a lot of stuff going on. I like it. It's busy. He had a granola company. He's a professional surfer. His partner's a hotshot lawyer. He's got little entrepreneurs on. He's a great sponsor and ambassador. And right now he's got the heat lead. Diaz. Those two have just been non-stop. Wow, that's a big first turn. Second one's vertical. And the third one's nice. He's looking so on point. Can he finish it? He can. So, interesting. Needed a 6.5 to get up into first. And I think he's definitely going to... That was his best wave. He surfed so good, but I think that first turn... We'll get Chico Alvarez to talk us through it, but we both groaned in pleasure. And then Peanut trying to come back. Oh, that's another 2 turns. Surf definitely improving. Surf's picking up. I think on the afternoon comes in as that tide pushes in. We're going to get some better waves. Best waves we've probably had at the event. And just starting to, as the best surfers, starting to get involved in the best waves. Wow, fireworks happen.
As we see the replay of Green coming off the bottom, quick snap there, and another one. I don't think that's the way we was looking for that 4.87. As we see White here with a big snap there. He was quite late into that one, and he was able to finish it off. The headboard looks really fast under his feet. Looks like he's on another gear in terms of speed, and yeah, I think it might.
Got more tweets coming in though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they keep coming. They love this chat. As we see Pina trying to go in his backhand now. Still hasn't got the score from his last wave.
Whoa.
He's kicking the tail out. I think that's a completion. Yeah, Lucy from Lisbon is saying, love to chat about the perfect day in Almeida region. And she said, well, she said, I mean, she would love to spend that day with Chico Alvarez. That would be her idea of some type of dream. But she says, if Chico could take 3 people,
I think she
never Portuguese.
I think she never spent a day with you. That's why she's asking that.
But she's asking you if you could take only 3 Portuguese surfers of any era, any time, who would you take on your dream day in the Almeida region? That's what Lucy wants to know from you.
I would take Vasco.
Right.
Jose
Ferreira, fellow
Mhm.
commentator, yeah.
And Ben Mundy.
I'm not a Portuguese surfer, I'm afraid.
I think you are.
That's nice. I feel like it.
I think you don't know yet.
Oh,
but
yeah,
you are.
I fit so well into the culture.
I think 3 more days and you are.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, I've got.
You just need to have a.
I've got another 10 days
I
here,
thi-
so
I think you need to improve your hustle skills in the water.
okay,
And then you are.
I can do that. That's
Like I did the other day. I had quite an impact on our free surf.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we went.
Wow.
Chico Alves went free surf. We just grabbed some
I
soft
think we
boards.
do- I think we need
There
to
was
do a
one
read.
other. There was one. Yeah, we need to resurf that.
That was an
That's
interference.
an interference. You interfered with the only surfer in the whole beach, apart from me and Paul Evans. A girl clearly just learning to surf, just trying to get the stoke, just trying to find out about surfing. And
She was stoked.
on your big red longboard, snaked her,
I
and
didn't
took
snake
off,
her.
and then hit her.
I know.
And then she nosedived, and she was upset.
She was happy
angry,
after. She
and
was happy
I was like,
afterwards.
well, it definitely needs a resurf because
Wasn't
I'll
a
tell you
good
what,
call?
It wasn't a good call. I mean, what your performance there, I was embarrassed. As I said to her, as I consoled her, I said, hey, "Look, he's not a friend. He's just a work colleague." and yeah, she went in, and probably never going to surf again. Good job, Chico. Tell you what, he's done a good job right now. That was Andy Crier, 7.33 and a 4.93. Luis Diaz is that last right-hander has come in at a 5.43, so it did improve his score a little bit. But Yal Pina, those last waves are 4.23 and a 2.37. So that means that Pina still battling away. Only needs a 5. And he's got 6 minutes to do it. Marco Mignot's been really quiet. He'd be really disappointed. He's such a great surfer. Hasn't had the chance to really open up as yet. Crier and Diaz been the standouts so far. As
we see, lines approaching.
Yeah, the sets keep pouring in. Sort of approaching the deadish, lowish part of the day. As you see, Crier, he's picking up for his left-handers. He goes up, nice turn. He's got the confidence. This is going to be big, and there's another big turn. Backing up, trying to improve on a 4.93. I think he'll do that. So, just he's got his mojo for sure. As Crier.
And Marco Mignot having quite a shocker of it, right?
Yeah, unlike Marco, he's pretty consistent. But this wave, wait.
Yeah, he winds up off the bottom, gets a quick snap there, and again, bottom turn and release of the fins.
He's got that trademark. He sort of puts his hand down on the water as he bottom end turns and unleashes. Here goes Mignot. So he's trying to get back in the game. Roundhouse cup. I haven't seen many of those this week. I tell you that for nothing.
Wow.
Spicy little shroud in the pocket, and then gets the fins out and just gets kind of hit by the backwash. His coach and friends don't like it, but there wasn't much up the end section anyway. But he did some damage out the back, so he's at least back in the game. Meanwhile, Diaz, he's been ripping. Absolutely ripping. He's got, that's his 7th wave. They've all been pretty consistent. Pina trying to chase a 5. And he's got a section here. Oh! And there was an interference. The judge is going to have to make a call on that because we talked about this earlier in the day. I mean, this interference chat, it just keeps on coming, doesn't it, Chico? I mean, what's the actual rule there?
Wow.
Surfer on the wave gets priority or the person paddling out?
Did he actually eat him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, quick
Let's have a
carve.
look.
Because he was needing a 5.03. This was actually probably the score. Oh,
He would have made that. He would have made that wave, except if that surfer paddling out wasn't in the way.
So what do they do now?
Well, we're about to find out. They could deem it. Sometimes it's just no one's in the wrong. It was just one of those oceans type balances. But I think in that case, the surfer paddling out just has to stay well away. That's them the rules. But we might get an update on that. Interesting. Another facet This interference chat never goes away. You can't kill it, I'll tell you that. Diaz, can't kill him either. He's been winding up. That's his 8th wave. Nothing above the 6 point, but looking sharp. Pina's got a score to come in as well. He only needed a 5.03. It might have been. Well, it was on the money before that last
It was on the
turn.
money. Like, if he wouldn't just go over Luis Diaz body,
I think it was.
I think it was well.
Marco, I think, paddling back out. So let's have another
No,
one.
it was White.
Was
As
it?
we see White again blowing off the tail here. Boom. These guys are. They did like. Each of them did a lot of waves. So flurry of action as we see Green here trying to get that 5.03 that he was needing and falling there.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that wave prior to that. Surfer in green. Bit of a mix-up on the shore. And the judges are going to... We'll see the recap. And we'll see at the end of end of this recap, hopefully, what happened. But it was this man, Chico. Started off pretty spicy.
Yeah, this Luis started off with this big layback snap, awarding him a 5.77. This was Andy Cria's wave. Big snap there, another one. And he was able to finish it off strong here with a massive turn. So 7.33 puts Andy in the lead. And this 5.33 was his backup. Boom, snap, and on the water, stylish approach, and a lot of power involved. So Andy Cria with the lead.
Yeah, down the line. Mignot's going to wind up here. There's a big aerial, and it's a nice, a bit of an awkward-ish stance as he rode out, but he got some amplitude. Just trying to improve on a couple of threes, so he might do that. Pina and Diaz still scores to come in. They're taking their time on this replay. Not this one. Burntown. It's pretty big air.
A lot of pop in that air. I think it's going to be Marco's best wave. And he only has 50 seconds to try to go for
yeah, we
for
needed
the score he needs.
Yeah, he needed 7.5 before that aerial. You think that might drop down? I'm not sure the judge is going to have time to give him the score what he needs. 30 seconds on the clock. These sets might just rumble in time. It's cool, Steve. Some flurry of activity. It's been a great heat, this. Good waves, excellent waves scored. Lots of them. A bit of controversy. It's had it all. Shall we have a finish to really, really bring it home? 10 seconds on the clock. Mignot, so he doesn't know what he needs. First turn strong. Second turn, can he finish it? Winding up here, he's going to go to the air, you'd imagine, if he can. And there he goes and lands it. So 2 waves in the last 90 seconds. They reckon he's got it. I would say they're a little bit biased, but still there's a lot of work from the judges to do, because Pina's wave, I don't think was scored for the way he got it caught up with the other surfer. No. So a 5.33 for the last wave of Korea. He's done and dusted. All surfers waiting on scores. There's a lot to unpick here. Korea has happened just at the end. I'm not sure that'll improve his score. So he's probably safe out in front. Mignot, Pina and Diaz all going for this last score. So he goes this last wave. Chico, what do you think? Talk me. What do you reckon?
Well, he got a quick snap there, then he winds up and he gets a lot of pop again on this air and great rotation. So he gets a 6.2 and he was needing a 5 on this last wave. So did Marco Mignon just had a 1 minute hit?
I think the 6.2 is for the first air.
Yeah, the there on the right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I gotcha. So now he needs a 5 on that left. I don't think it's a 5. I think there was no turns out the back and the aerial wasn't quite big enough. We'll see. And he's done well. Literally in 90 seconds, he's turned it around. Yeah, really, props to the man. He fought hard, didn't give up, and he made the judges think about it. But,
well,
you know,
if he did that 5, he had 1 minute hit because he actually did the 6 with 1 minute 30 seconds to go.
There you go.
And if he gets the 5, he had it 10 with 10 seconds to go. So Marco Mignon with his 1 minute hit, he was quite having trouble finding himself out there. And an interference was.
Wow.
Okay. And Marco Mignon only needs a 4.2 now.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, no, hold on. That interference might. There's a lot going on. For a little bit, the interference was claimed. And then it's been removed again.
Wow.
So the boys are just trying to debrief what happens. He doesn't look happy. Sounds like the interference may have been called. But on our scores, we need to clarify this. We're not exactly sure what is going on now. They're still waiting on scores.
Yes.
Okay, so interference was
and
called.
Marco only needs a 4.2.
On Diaz paddling back out, which changed everything. Diaz, who surfs so well, it's a big call, but it's one of those things in sport. He got a bit unlucky. Could he have changed where he was paddling to? Perhaps. Anyway, the judges have deemed it interference. And now Marco Mignon, that's done him a massive favour because his score went from a 5 to a 4.2. It's still going to be about that because wasn't that an amazing wave, but
only a 4.2.
It's not much.
A snap and then a reverse. Is
No,
that a
but
4.2? Let's see it again.
Okay.
Oh, this was the interference of Yael's. Boom, quick snap there, and he went for this turn, and he had Luis Diaz on his head there, so he couldn't make it.
And I think that would have been 5 at the time, the score he needed. And the score's coming in for Marco Mignon, a 4.73. So he gets it by the skin of his teeth. He's a lucky man because that interference has allowed him to get into second. But I'll tell you what a performance in the last minute. He has turned it round. Mignon doesn't know as yet, so he's waiting for the scores. Sorry, there's a bit of a spoiler. Official results, there it is. So it comes through. And yeah, he says, freak, yeah, that feels good. Well, I'll tell you what, Marco, 2 waves in a minute, and then an interference goes your way. You got to take you. Oh, well, you know what? I've got to calm down. I've just got to take some breaths, have a break. We're going to come back for more live action, more excitement, more controversy, more great surfing from Europe right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Estrella Galicia Caparica Pro. I've got Andy Carrera here next to me, and aren't you glad you weren't a part of all that drama?
I know, yeah, I'm happy. I got my 2 scores before all that happened because it was such a situation.
And you got a 7.33, one of the best scores of the day. How are you feeling about that one?
I felt good. I knew it was the wave where I could make the difference, and I tried to push a bit more my turns, still securing because it was a pretty good wave and there's not those many waves, that many waves like that. So, yeah, that wave made a difference for sure.
Are you looking at the judges' criteria, or are you doing your own thing?
I was focusing on doing major turns, just trying to, as soon as I got a good section, just hit it well and try to make a good turn out of it, and then just trust that I was going to get the waves.
And you've been spending a lot of time here in Portugal. What have you been up to here?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've been surfing lots. Waves here are great. It's also, I'm from the Basque Country, so it's way colder in the winter time, and you've got plenty of opportunities here to improve as a surfer, so I took the chance also, yeah.
Well, it's great to have you here, and you're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's keep going.
Andy Crier. Let's get him in the booth.
I love Andy Crier.
I love him
just
more.
going to put it out there. I loved him
more.
first before you did.
No, I loved him way more than you ever have.
No way.
My love is stronger and more powerful for Andy Crier than you can even dream of. Right? Done.
I'm not having that. Nope.
Well, ask him. Just scroll through his missed text messages from me, and you'll find out how much I really do like the man.
Ben Mundy, 112 missed calls.
That was yesterday.
4 a.m., 4:07, 4:08 a.m.
Yeah, what a legend. Let's get him in the booth. And, because look who's coming up next as well. Another fan favourite, Zubi Zareta.
Can I just say, I'm still sort of processing that last heat, mate.
Let's process it. There's a lot going on there.
Oh, Twitter's blowing up about it too. There's a lot of people with a lot to say about that.
Exactly.
This was Blanco, though. This is in the present, although it is a replay. And he's got some spark. Nice amplitude to the turns. The little hair flick to finish too. But yeah, the incident in the last one.
Paddling out. Surfer paddling out. Got in the way of the surfer catching the wave. Now, I think we've got to go back to this is chapter 48 of my book, Inverting the Pyramid, where I used the precedent of Zeke Lau in the final at Sunset with Jack Robinson. Both surfers effectively trying to qualify for the CT. In the final, Zeke had to win it. Gets an 8-foot inside Sunset bowl. As he comes out, Jack Robinson couldn't get out of his way. Didn't mean to get in his way. See Miguel Blanco going upside down. But he couldn't get out of the way. Zeke hit him. Zeke falls off, doesn't get the wave. They didn't call it, Paul. Unlike this incident, a surfer riding a wave hit another surfer and was penalised. But in this case, they did elect to penalise Luis Diaz for paddling out. And effectively, the person that was the biggest beneficiary, Paul, was Marco Migno, who was not even involved in the incident.
Yeah, it's just one of those sort of anomalies of the way the system works, in that the surfer who's impeded with his scoring potential doesn't actually get any sort of... There's nothing coming back his way. The surfer that... I don't think they hit, actually. I think Yale jumped off. I think Yale was running him over and actually jumped.
Yeah.
If you see the way he kind of... I don't think there was contact personally from here. It's quite hard to tell. I think he jumped off, he took evasive action so that he wouldn't hit Lewis. But yeah, like you said, Marco Migno ultimately gains from it. Interesting, fascinating.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you can probably spend hours talking about.
Oh, yes, please. I mean, how long have you got, mate? Doesn't get dark till 8.
I'll leave Portugal on the 17th of April, mate, so we've got time. See Mark. Miguel Blanco. Blanco.
What did he have for brunch? He looks great already.
It's some plant-based material, I'd imagine.
This fired up. Twitter's firing up too. Loads of questions coming in. We've got John Redwood. I don't think it's the Conservative MP for Wokingham. It's a slightly different spelling of John. Question for Ben.
J-O-N.
As we're just having a look at Blanco, who's looking really good. But on that theme, John Redwood saying, Ben, what have you done differently? He's noticed you on camera and you look different. You look a bit more sprightly. Have you changed your look? Have you gone for a treatment? You're doing some wellness? He says you've just got a little extra spring in your step. What's different about you, Ben?
John, I mean, first off, thanks. Thanks, mate. Nice to know that the hard work's paying off. I would say it's an evolution rather than a revolution. It's just been really concentrating.
Facial scrub, some sort of exfoliating scrub. Is there something, I know what he means. There's something going on.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know what? I'm just going to tell you, Paul. No, it's a well-kept... Well, it was a well-kept secret until John's explained it wide open. But he's a fan. He's asked a question. I answer it. I brought back some of the pumice. Pumice stone from the Azores, that volcanic rock. Light, abrasive. And I've just been scrubbing that on my face probably 2-3 hours a day. And the well, as you can see, it's caused this complexion to really shine. So yeah, thanks, John. That's part of it.
Loads more questions coming in on Twitter about that interference. Suzanne in Inverness. She says it does remind her actually of an incident at Carcavelos with Tanner Gudauskas. And I think maybe is it Dylan Lightfoot who was paddling out and got in the way. There was impact, nothing called that time. Has there been a rule change since then? Great question, Suzanne. Ben, has there been a rule change?
I think the rule was always pretty clear, to be honest. I just think sometimes the judges, there is an element where if the surfer is absolutely incapable of getting out of the way, which with the Jake Robinson example, they deemed that there's nothing he could do.
Well, he sort of paddled in the way, though, didn't he? He changed his line to make
effectively,
sure.
he did actually paddle in and take him out. So yeah, on all scales. But the judges ruled that he just couldn't. The ocean is a dynamic space, and if you get a wave, you just can't make yourself disappear. So that can happen. But in this case, they're saying that Diaz had the opportunity to get out of the way. Did he though? I don't know if he did. It's a tough call. I'd just say it's a very tough call. So yeah, the Lightfoot. I don't remember the Lightfoot incident, but I think that the rules have always been pretty similar. I think the judges just been a bit more gnarly with it. About bloody time, I say. Speaking of being gnarly, Joanne Drew's backhand, exceptionally strong.
Question in from Francisco in Porto. He says, Ben, what new rule could you come up with that would actually reward the surfer who was impeded? Could we maybe add points to his score? Something a little fairer. You got any suggestions? Good question, Francisco.
So in that case, how do
we do this differently? How do we basically? It's Yale Pena that lost out.
You'd have to make a subjective decision and say, okay, the judges say, okay, we're gonna say Yale Pena finished that turn off. You have to make an approximation of what that turn was and say, yeah, he's made it, and then you score it accordingly. I mean, it's basically scoring something that didn't happen. That's probably the only way of kind of making it fair for Pena, because otherwise he lost the scoring opportunity. But at the end of the day, yeah, but then I was going to say he didn't beat Mignot, but if he got that wave, he may have. So, yeah, I think we just scored it as a completed wave and not penalise Diaz, maybe. It's a tough one.
There's Chavez. Backhand work from him. Nice little flick out of the lip. And then he just wiggles down with some purpose and gets a good old pop at a section on the inside. A little grimace to finish as well.
Tweets. I'll tell you what, the thing I like about these tweets, Paul, is that they veer from the sublime to the ridiculous, don't they? I mean, some go in the nitty-gritty of, who was that? Lightfoot versus Gudauskas at
Suzanne
Carcavelos.
Inverness.
Suzanne from Inverness. I mean, she's obviously a deep diver. But then you've got...
Big fan of the sport, because that was going back about 9 years or so on the QS, so very much a deep QS fan.
Yeah. Well, Margaret from Margaret River is saying she loved the webcast.
She's up late over there. What time is it in Western Australia? It's probably about midnight.
Yeah. So she's no, it's only 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening. So prime time for Margaret and Margaret River.
Little glass of red,
probably
maybe.
got on the big screen. They'll have it on the Margaret River Tavern.
A little glass of the local red with some olives.
Yeah.
Some sort of
some dried
antipasta, something.
Some dried kangaroo biltong. They love that. And
Blanco leathers a section. Really nice from Miguel. He's looking good. Yeah, what's she got?
Well, not only was she watching yesterday, she said loved it yesterday. She loved the chat about the types of attire,
the clothing
that each surfer would wear.
Yeah.
She says, look, I don't mind doing that again because it worked. But her question is like, she was harking back to what's point. Obviously, she says Paul obviously knows his fashion. What was his favourite ever sort of ASP banquet sort of get up that you've seen? The surfers like to dress themselves up, don't they? Both men and women. Is there a particular kind of style or particular outfit worn at one of those sort of fancy surfer balls that really stands out? It's a long way from the interference chat, but
yeah, no, it's simple as it's not really.
Not really.
Nah.
Not a single one stands out.
Not really, mate. No, nothing.
Laura Enever's off the shoulder number from 2016.
I'm not sure. I've been following the bank quite as closely as you.
Well, it's not me. It's Margaret. She's the one that you're not answering the question to. But she's happy to defer to the original category, where Blanco, Chavez, Duru, and Zubizarreta have to wear an individual item.
Yeah.
What would you add? What would you put Chavez in?
Well, that's easy, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, he's shrouding on that in his green vest. But what, apart from the green vest, Blanco, what's he wearing? Wow, he's wearing a big turn there. Can he hang on? He's trying to claim it. I'm not sure if that's a completion.
Yeah, Blanco, there's not much you could do to his style to improve it, but just change for the sake of change. I'd quite like to see him in kind of a snooker player's outfit. So the waistcoat with the nice smart trouser, I'd maybe sort of slick the hair back into a pony and then just tie that into a bun.
Bow tie?
Yep. So the full kind of snooker outfit. Duru again, easy. Vivienne Westwood, those punk trousers with the zips on the side.
Yeah.
So all those zips, a little bit of tartan. I think it's kind of Sid Vicious.
Yeah.
In sort of peak Sid and Nancy era.
Yeah, I can see him rocking that.
Goni, again, it's not a difficult choice. It's a fedora with a feather for Goni.
Yeah, he's got a nice little bob he's sort of sporting now, which would work really well with the fedora as well.
Fedora. And Joaquim Chavez, that's actually slightly trickier, but I'm going to go for some of those platform shoes that have a goldfish swimming in them in the heel. I don't know which designer came up with them, but I just think he needs something like that. He needs to bring that to his look.
As you see down the line, Blanco just getting off there. Yeah, I've never seen that goldfish in the heel. Never come across it before.
Not quite as into style as I am, mate.
I would like to see, because classic Goni look is a leather dog. He sports a leather. I mean, very few people.
He wears it well.
Very few people can pull off a leather dog.
Would you like to see a leather trouser go with it to accessorise it?
No, I'd want to mix it up. Leather trousers, but with a blazer. Just a really tight, well-fitted blazer on Zubizarreta.
Smoking jacket, essentially.
Yeah. Tailored smoking jacket to go with the leather dog pants. Oh, I just get stuck up there, Chavez. 10 minutes to go on this heat. The catch up in scores, it's Joanne Giroux, top seed, up there with a 5.73 and a 4.5. Local hope, young Grom, Shavs, looking to chase him down with a 5.51. Miguel Blanco has been busy.
What do you think about the sitting down coach? I'd quite like to see the coach stalking the technical area, prowling like Jurgen Klopp, always up and down, animated. I'm not sure about sitting down on a beach chair.
Seems a bit passive, doesn't it? It's probably why he's... I don't know who that guy was. He hasn't got the Portuguese Surf Coach of the Year award. That type of behaviour. As we see, out the back on his backhand, Joanne Giroux, trademark style. You've been following his Instagram pretty heavily, haven't you, Paul? You sort of like to keep a close eye on what Giroux's been up to. I mean, it's a modern way of catching up with these pro surfers. If you feel like you're getting insight into their world, what's he been up to? Has he been busy?
He's been in Israel lately.
Has he?
Yeah. He went over there. I saw some posts.
Ooh. Shut up. What's going on here? What type of bird's that, Paul?
That's a pet bird, I think. Something from Australia.
It's like a sulphur-crested...
Is it a cockatoo?
It's not a cockatoo.
Budgerigar?
It's too big for budgerigar. It was a, some type of, I'd say even lorikeet or something. But I had the crest that the cockatoos have, but it's too small for... The answer is I don't know. But I don't know what bird it is. I don't know why it's sitting on his hood. But I'll tell you what, I like it. I like it. You know, Fernandez just keeping everyone guessing. I see Kelly Slater just rock down the Bell Stairs with a massive parrot on his shoulder, or a sea eagle, or even, let's go crazy, I'd love to see Jackson Baker walk down the Bells with a powerful owl perched on his head. And that's the biggest and most powerful of all bird species in Australia.
What's it called?
The powerful owl.
That's actually its name.
Seriously. That was the name of my band that I never started as well. The Powerful Owls. Never played a gig. Been going 35 years, haven't played a gig yet, but I tell you what, when we do, you'll know about it. Zubizarreta, though, well, we like him. We like his leather dog, but what we don't like right now, he's just a bit out of sorts in this heat. Only had a 3.93 for 2 waves. Doesn't look quite himself. I don't know if he's injured or he's hunting those little insiders, perhaps. But it's not the Goni that we usually see in these heats, coming out flaring and firing. Joanne Giroux. It's been consistent. Got a fair bit of breathing room. 7 minutes on the clock. Enough time for some more Twitter for sure. As we see, going through the motions there. The best technique. Yeah, whip it up high. Tahitian doing that little warm up. Lots of hand movements, the coaches, like you find, they try and often describe what should be happening to their charge through the old hand movements.
And a bit of a Jimmy Anderson vibe about Gutierrez Vidal. Young Jimmy.
See a bit of Jimmy. Oh, Gonny's hurt. Something's gone wrong here.
You don't like to see it, do you?
I don't like this. He looks in pain. Sounds like you may have had an injury prior to that. He's tried to push on through and it hasn't worked out for Gonny. I'll have to get Joanna to potentially have a word with him if we can to see what's up. It's not a good sign. Yeah. No, yeah, he's out of sorts because you don't see him not smiling very often, do you? And looks like that. Can't paddle that left arm. Must maybe a shoulder injury. Out the back though, live action. Chavez. Oh, gets a tail release. Nice bit of whip. He's got a big section here. Oh, and another one. That's 2 big turns, and that's a big score. Could even take the lead with that wave.
Yeah, great surfing from Chavez on the backhand. It was sharp. It was in the pocket. It was tight. It was whippy. There was some nice spray too. Let's see where it goes score-wise. I think it will certainly help his total. Sitting on a couple of 4s right now. Great chance of improving for him. And also a good chance of getting through. And I'll tell you what, Blanco was busy early on. He's been quiet for a while. What's he got now?
Yeah, on his live action, his backhand, going down the line. And he gets another one in. Just a bit too short compared to those sort of pretty arcing and sort of aggressive stabs from shoves. It was just a little bit tighter. He needed a 4, but that was prior to that wave in green. So he's going to need a pretty solid score, I think. I don't think he'll get it with that. And Blanco, I think he's on that Eco blank board made down there in the York surfboards. Trying to find ways to keep the surfboard manufacturing.
Good wave for Chavez.
Yeah, I like how that back foot almost slipped off and then he just regrouped and hammer timed it. That should be a big score. And in fact, it's an 8.33. That's an excellent score. And he's shot up to the lead. So currently way out in front now. Joanne Giroux in second. And now it's Blanco.
Massive.
When Gonny's out, so he's exited the water. So Blanco now needs a 6.23. Yeah, big.
Huge number. Biggest score of the day. Quick tweet in from Rishi in Kensington and Chelsea. Ben, who wants 2 European surfers that he'd like to put on the CT, men and women. And 2... you're going to take off, so you need to add 2 Europeans, 2 men, 2 women to the CT additions you'd like to make. If it were up to you, if you could just award a CT
flying
spot,
them straight to bells now.
and at the same time,
4 in, 4 out.
Who are you removing?
I'm flying in the men's.
Yeah, who's going? Who's in bells?
But just for bells, or just it's just for bells. Let's stick the bells. Yeah, okay, right now, hold that thought, Paul, because right now we've got Joanna down the beach with Gonny, trying to find out what's up with the fella.
Yeah, I just grabbed Gonny right here. How are you feeling? What happened?
Yeah, my neck has been feeling really bad since last week. I woke up with like a really bad pain, and I've been treating it this week and resting, but I still can't surf. I tried, but it didn't work. But I wanted to try. You never know.
As a true sport, right?
Yeah, of course. I tried a couple waves, couldn't surf, so I just decided to get out and come in and rest. Hopefully for next week for Santa Cruz, I feel better.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we'd love to see you surfing, but we'll definitely catch you in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, for sure. See you there. Gonna be good waves and good weather, so will be fun.
It will. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately for Gonny, he's not going to make it.
Never mind that. He sent it to bells.
Carly Vast and Arnie Bergwinkle.
2 goofies, mate.
Yeah.
Bit biased.
Backside, mate. Straight in.
Okay. Who's coming out then?
Who's coming out?
Yeah.
I'm going to take out...
controversial already, whoever it is. Who are we losing from the CT? Who deleting? Who cancelling?
Miguel Pupo.
Oh.
See you later. You've had your fun.
And Samuel. That's not only the two brothers.
yeah, both Pupos. Done. See you later.
For the women, Ben, are you sending from Europe to the Bells Bowl?
Vaheen Fierro. Vaheen's going to have a crack in the Bells Bowl. Another goofy. I know there might be a theme here. And also, I'm going to put in Maria Salgado, a young 15-year-old that surfed yesterday from Santa Cruz. Massive future.
She's ready for the CT
yeah,
already?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to put her in. She's flying in. And who's getting kicked out? I mean, this ain't going to be easy. This is not going to be easy.
Gilmore's got to go, surely. She's out.
No, I'm going to keep Steph just because, you know, she's done so much for the sport. Sally Fitzgibbons, you've had your time. See you later. She's gone it. And, of course, I'm going to also remove... Oh, hold that thought. Join the fight. Okay, at the back we see left-hander Boomtown. Nice backside from Chavez. That was just a warm-up before it got serious. Speaking of backside, Joanne Giroux's got one of the best in Europe, and he's coming around the corner, and he just keeps smooth, not many mistakes. But it was this man here that really started to put it on fire here. There's a crack. Oh, and then this one just hammers it home. 8.33. Big spray, big turns, big points. Shaves going through. It's the first time we start to see some waves breaking out the back. Swell is coming in. I'm just not exactly third rate pipe, but there is swell coming in. As that high tide pushes in, I think we can get some much better waves this afternoon.
I think we need to talk about Joaquim Chavez 8.33. Absolute massive score from him. This is a replay of Duru. Climbs up the foam. That's what you get from Joanne. You get precision, you get sharpness. He has a little spin. He's good enough for second place right now. He's going to improve with that. Meanwhile, this guy here, fire. It's what he's brought at the backhand. He'll get a little rotation of his own. But prior to that, goes excellent with the biggest score of the day. One of the biggest scores of the entire event.
Yeah, huge numbers. Two-turn combo. Quality over quantity. And he's absolutely belted it. He's got a deserving heat lead. Great surfing from Shaves.
Good tweets as well.
Yeah, good topics, good range.
Good chat.
Breadth of topics. Keep them coming. Caparica Surf Fest. And we'll read them out. If we can, there's a lot to get through, but we'll try our best to answer them all. That's a wrap. Chavez and Giroux, too strong. Progress to the round of 32. They will get the day off. We're not going into the round of 32 today for the men, so they are finished. A lot of women's action. Round of 32 coming up, and potentially 16 as well. So, yeah, plenty more live action, men and women. We are now going to go to a short commercial break and come back with Heat 12, the round of 64, right after this, and just seeing that turn again. Come back for more action just like this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage. Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. We'll check out Cauli Vast taking on Thomas Lidi, me, Marta Bray, Gonzalo Gutierrez, Vidal. I'm Paul Evans. Joining me for the call, Jose Ferreira. And what about our young Portuguese surfer Chavez going 8.33 in the last heat, mate? That must make you pretty stoked.
Definitely local boy representing, and we have a split peak situation. Thomas Lidi, I think it's his second wave. We had some action during the break, nothing of big consequence, no. But yeah, Joaquim Chaves, great surfing. He's young, I think he's either 18 or 19, been going through the ranks, doing well in the nationals, which is usually a good sign to the QSs then. But yeah, this was probably one of his best performances so far. This guy is just impressive, man. Surfed very well last year. Gonzalo Gutierrez, very composed surfer from Spain. Solid surfing right there. Those were the waves we lost during the break.
All right, well, while we wait for scores to come in for the opening exchange, let's go down and hear from a young Portuguese surfer, Chavez. He's ripped this place apart, and he's going to tell us all about it. Where's Joanna gone now?
Absolutely ripped. 8.33. I said it before, but now I have to say it again. It's probably one of the highest scores of the day. How are you feeling after that performance?
Really good. I'm stoked. It was a slow hit in the beginning. I was not getting that rhythm, but finally I could get that one set wave, and I surfed it well. I didn't get too loose, but not too safe, so I think it was nice.
You're not a local, but you know this beach as well as the palm of your hand. What do you have to say about it?
Actually, I was born here, and in the beginning of my surfing career, at like 7 years old, I used to surf a lot here. Now I'm living in Estrella, but I'm used to surf this kind of way, so I'm feeling comfortable.
Well, congratulations. You're in the next round. You have to feel very happy about that.
Thank you.
Great job, Joaquim. As we picked up Thomas Lidi flaring up, going the punt. And just one of three surfers from various French-speaking islands. Thomas Lidi's from St. Bart's. We've got Cauli Vast out of Tahiti, also Mini Mind Break from Tahiti. So a big geographical spread. All coming here, surfing in the somewhat chillier waters. They're all very experienced in these kind of conditions. On the QS, your onshore beach break is pretty much standard fare. That's how you've got to put your string of results together in these sort of conditions if you want to get a chance to surf on the Championship Tour. You do that by getting into the Challenger Series first of all. And this is the penultimate event in Europe. In order to get there, here's Gonzalo Gutierrez arriving a little late and unfortunately not quite getting the completion there, Zay.
Yeah, he was a little late to that section, but Lidi with a nice punt. That will probably be his best wave so far, and it's really interesting how these surfers come from different places that have had French influence in the past. Tahiti, the Caribbean, obviously. It's very interesting how the surf unfolded so well in these places.
Yeah, I think your key takeaway from that is warm water, right?
Yeah.
Get out surfing warm water, that wetsuit when you're young. We had Joaquim talk about surfing when he was 7 years old out here. You're that age, you're still in primary school age that you could surf in shorts.
Yeah.
So A, you don't have to spend money on various wetsuits. You just wear your trunks and you can stay in the water all day. And you get so much practice time. You can get good by a young age. Then you get the opportunity for sponsorships, etc. So obviously, we've got a lot of surfers come from places with cold water, but a massive advantage if you grow up somewhere with waves and where it's warm.
Yeah, definitely. When you're a very tiny kid, very light kid, and you go into the cold ocean, it's like you really don't want to be there. It's very uncomfortable. You start shaking. And
Florida, big classic example again. You know, it's not famous for surf, but for surfers, unbelievable. Kind of punches well above its weight in terms of like the quality. And again, you got that long sort of season where the water's warm.
Where?
Florida.
Florida. Yeah. A lot of talents coming from Florida. True. Yeah. Well, almost in every island where there's good waves, there's good surfers. Obviously, the economic standpoint, it's important. If there's no conditions to have boards and stuff, it's hard to evolve. But it's not the case in Tahiti or Guadeloupe or places like this. There's a big surfing industry and surfing structure. So even in Hawaii, surfing plays such an important role in the lives of people there. So much things, right? Tourism, restaurants. There's a whole industry around the surfing scene in some of these places.
Scoring for Cowley, 6-5 for his early work on the left hand. He belted it several times, and he was able to back that up with a 4-1-7 as well. He's in the lead right now in this one. So get down towards that 16.5-minute remaining mark. Also a 6 for Lede. His brother's been surfing well in this event. Thomas joins him in this round, the older brother, and he's got a 6-1 for that air that he did. Nice and fast, wasn't it, and whippy. Judges paying out a good score for that.
Nice pop. But yeah, Collie Vast in this heat, we obviously have been hearing a lot of him, and we have two interested surfers here. It's looked kind of a closeout both to the right and left, but Mihimana very interested in this one. Look, the waves seem to be getting better. It's fun at the moment.
All right, Mihimana punts one, gets the reverse done. So with nothing on the board prior to that, gets himself a nice section. Just sat up for him, didn't it, that little ramp?
Yeah, it was a beautiful little air. Look at this wave. It's just a sweet, fun little wave. And perfect air section. Nice punt. Just one turn, and the judges will be comparing this one with Tomalede's aerial. Let's see what they think of that. And we really do have some good heats in this round. I wouldn't want to be in this heat. It's tight heat.
Waiting on a score for Mihimana. Also a number for Thomas. Calivast is heading seaward. Let's see where he gets himself in position in the lead right now in this one. Tomalede's in a decent place as well, though, with that 6-1. Let's see where this goes scoreboard-wise for Mihimana. Needs to get himself back in this heat. He's watched the others surfing without putting anything on the board. It's Cowley. Flicks one off the top, finds a nice section inside. And again, all of that speed. You see him recover from the turn and the spray still landing out the back. That tends to make us think he's going really fast. He's surfing with power. It's controlled as well. And a really good chance of improving on his 4-5 with that last one. A small number will drop in for Lede, which is inconsequential. Here's Gutierrez. Decent looking wave here. Bang. Hits it nice and hard and does well to hang on. So he's got that in his locker. We saw that in the early rounds. He'll delay the bottom turn and he will take on the lip. He did it well there. He's going to need to bring more of that. This is a tough heat to get through. With some real talent out in the water. The numbers to come in for Cowley. Good chance of improvement for him. Also, Mihimana. We're waiting for a score for him. The air reverse on the left-hander. And Gonzalo Gutierrez, the Spaniard, who hit the lip pretty hard there on a sneaky section. This is another look at Mihimana.
Yeah, I think this is another wave from Mihimana. First turn and power layback on that last one. So he had a 5-2-7 with the serial. And this is the one turn from Gonzalo. Solid surfer. You can predict he is good in good waves. Powerful surfer, so he's probably good in powerful waves. And so Mihimana 5-7, a bit under. The score isn't as good as Tomalidi's aerial, so the judge is giving a little difference right there. And 6.3 with Colley's last wave. And what can you tell us about Colley Vast?
Well, part of the impressive thing about what he does, he can grub around in 2-foot onshore beach breaks. He can charge massive chopes as well. I mean, he's got so much that he can do, and he's been touted for greatness for a young age. Been doing a lot of training, physical training with Patrick Bevan up in southwest France in preparation for this. He's looking real sharp, as is Tomalede, who is working over a left-hander here. Currently in second position, looking to build on that backup, which is just the 3-5. He doesn't want that. We've got another number to come in for Mihimana. He's already got the 5. This is live action. Your heat leader, Cowley. And he realizes that wave's just running away from him. So he quickly flicks off and try and get himself maybe some second priority behind Mihimana Bray. I think the other two are all wrapped up on the inside. So Cowley decided rather than to try and take a turn and end up in the white water and lose his priority position, he'll secure second priority, which he does. We do, of course, have our priority judges who allocate that priority. They'll deem when a surfer makes the lineup. Here's a look at some inside work from Gutierrez.
Yeah, just trying to put some more waves on the board. This wave wasn't nothing amazing, but tell you what, the waves really are improving in terms of size. The swell is really kicking in. You know, the last heat I was here, the waves were smaller, so you can definitely see the swell is building, and I'm sure these guys are happy about that.
11 on the clock. Cowley extends that lead with that 6-3, and he's looking really good. 12.8 his total. Mihimana also with a 6-3-7 in for that layback jam. And a big total for him, 11-6-7. That means work cut out now for Lede Gutierrez. Toma is waiting on a number, and he's chasing a 5-5-5. And a steeper requirement for Gonzalo, who's looking for 8-2-1. He's got time to get a couple of waves, just over 10.5 remaining in this. As we'll pick up our Tahitian Mihimana Bray. Backhand from him, nice and crisp. That was whippy and sharp. Just stabs it up vert. Here's your heat leader, Cowley Vast, also out of Tahiti. Big snap on the backhand, bang. And so quick in the recovery between the turns, able to get a third turn in really where you thought didn't really have the room or the time for that. Manages to do it himself and with loads of confidence. And justifiably so.
He is, isn't he? He just, look how much he pushes in the end of that first snap and then hits it, and very quick to the third one. So 3 turns where most surfers would put 2, and they're real maneuvers, not just half turns. So really impressive from Colley Vast. And then Mihimana, kind of a similar wave. First snap and then hits it very vertical right there. So these two guys are standing out a bit in relation to the others, at least so far. Tomalidi, though, with a 6.1. So he's the strongest contender to the second place. This heat is open. 9 minutes to go. So the story of this heat is still very, very wide open.
Yeah, Mihimana's score comes in just a throwaway. The 4.37 won't help him. So we're all kind of settled down now with our requirements. It's the Tahitian 1-2, Vast and Bray occupying those top spots with decent numbers. And the young up-and-comer from the French Caribbean, specifically the island of Sambat. Tomalede looking for 5.55. He's capable of that. He's already got a 6.1. Got a quick air with a whippy rotation, some good pop. Rewarded by the judges. A decent number. He needs more like that, essentially. Gonzalo Gutierrez with a bit of work to do. As we'll check out Luke Dillon.
The man.
Out of Newquay in Great Britain. He's a powerful lad. He's looking for some sections. He's got some motivational music going. He's got a strong squad as well backing him up. Always positive energy around and about the place as Luke Really looking to go out there and do work in a tough heat that's coming up. It's also going to feature the likes of Jorgen Cousinet, Thiago Caparica, and Paco Alonso. But they're coming thick and fast in the round of 64. Our top seeds join the party at this stage of competition. So when we wrap up this round in 5 heats time, including this one, we'll have seen everyone surf. All of our seeds will have taken their place in the competition. And we'll have whittled down this field to just 32 surfers for the men. We won't see that round happening today. We've got women on standby to surf later this afternoon. Round about lunchtime in Portugal. It's a Friday lunchtime. The sun's popped out. Waves have picked up a touch. Perhaps not quite as much as we were hoping. Just had a little chat with Maxime Housineau after his heat, and he was saying, when's it coming? I was like, it's come, promise, it's going to pick up.
Yeah, we've been telling that every day, like every 2 hours.
It's coming. Honest. Little look down the beach. You look south down there. We're in a sort of urban area of the beach here. As you head south, it goes from sort of immediately suburban to then pretty wild. So you're just following a little unmade road down there into the bush, essentially. And it's wide open beaches with no real buildings. Got those cliffs behind, lined with trees. A real beautiful, natural part of the coast of Portugal here. They kind of got best of both worlds scenario. If you're feeling like you want to get away from folk, just take around about a 10-minute drive down there. You can be all on your own with your thoughts. And thinking about spotting the next round is Mimana Bray, who shows us his repertoire. On a small wave without a load of speed, he's able to get some technical surfing done, just blow out those fins and get the reverse done as well with not much power on offer. He manages to squeeze every drop of scoring potential out of the wave. I don't know if he'll threaten his back up with that. It was a softer wave, but he's staying sharp and he's maximizing opportunities. At the moment, he's in second. Let's see if Tom Alade can use his priority with 6 to go. Crucial, really, for Thomas.
Yeah, he's just... You can feel the danger from him.
Gutierrez Vidal, he's got a bit of work to do. He's only got a couple of threes. Here goes Mimana again. So as he's paddling back out, he picks up a left. Nice first turn, just kind of flings the spray up. And then he sort of trundles onto an inside with not a lot of speed. He goes through the motions a little bit with a reverse, which isn't a huge one. Scoring for Mimana does actually improve. So the judges rewarding him 5-4-3 for prior to that. The right-hander improves his position. He's still in second, but with slightly more on the board. And then he gets this. A little bit of sort of walking pace energy to that. This was Gutierrez. A little late hit from him. He's going to need a lot more than that. So this is another look at the 5-3-3.
Yeah, nice floater. And then very cool. I wouldn't say it's an air reverse. It's just a punt.
I was surprised to see that go up into the fives myself.
Surprised? You were surprised?
Smaller
wave, yeah. Kind of tricky on that second turn, but I guess it was a risky turn. So
he's been good value anyway for a spot in second. He's shown us a little bit of everything. Loads of spark, loads of speed. He's round about, well, he's exactly a point under Cowley Vast in terms of overall totals. There's young Paco Alonso. Another Frenchman getting ready. He'll be coming up in the next heat. He's surfed through the early rounds. He surfed pretty well. He's going to need to bring back more of that because he's got a really tough heat on his hands against some heavy hitters. We'll stick with this one for now. Vast still dominating this. Bray as well with him. The Tahitian one too. Been pretty dominant in this one so far, Zay.
Yeah, not leaving much room for the others to surf. Look at him catching the best waves and surfing them really, really nice. Just amazing rhythm, amazing flow. Really in tune. You know, calm guy as well. He's not a hustler. Just looks like he's flowing through the motion. So that's rare. I'm expecting big thing from that guy. And Mihimana Brai here with a powerful, well, he is a powerhouse. The Tahitians are known for that. And he definitely plays the part. And Lidi here with a nice try on the layback, but couldn't make it. His best wave is that first aerial, that first punt. We all like to see a good punt.
3 on the clock. Lede needs to use that priority. If he's going to get himself a number, it's nudged up a little, 5.71 now, that requirement. So just a marginal improvement for Mimana. Doesn't really change much in the overall context. Lede needing that score. Sat up for a while with the priority. He's going to have to go something soon as we go tick down towards the concluding stages of the heat. Kaulivaas looks nice and safe and first. Don't think he's going to be under too much pressure. Now let's see what happens in the final couple of minutes. All right, here goes Lede. Here he is, looking for a 5.71 now. He's got a section, and he will get the air reverse done. So he's asked a question of our panel.
It's a nice air, but small wave. So I don't think that's a 5.71, unfortunately for him.
Gutierrez here on the backhand. Not super convincing, not a great looking wave. He's going to need a lot in the last couple of minutes. 7.93 or a couple of sixes will do it for him. If he wants to do it with 2 waves, just about enough time to do that. And the score in for Toma gets a 4.5. So he comes in around about a point under. And he's still going to be in the hunt. He's not going to have a decent priority position. He's going to be in 4th priority when he gets to the lineup. He's also going to have around about a minute 20, something like that, by the time he gets back out there. And Mimana Break will come to cover him. And what that means is, with priority, the surfer in white can just control, and that's what he does here. So crucially keeping Toma off a wave, which was a bit of a closeout, so no scoring potential. So the good news from Toma's point of view, he's now in 2nd priority. So just a glimmer for him with a minute to go. Mimana deciding to go that wave and not offering much. Okay, here goes Toma Lede, looking for 5.71 on the backhand, a ton of speed. We know what's coming. He had to go big. He goes big and he doesn't get a completion. And a slightly comedic effect. He climbs back on the board. He's a bit annoyed because he knows he's got those rotations down. In a heat, though, things are different. Although, if your name's Kaulivaas, in a heat, whether you're free surfing, your make rate is pretty good. Here goes Gutierrez Vidal, was working his way over. Not sure I saw a high 7 there that he needed. Kaulivaas is on the inside. Well, no, he's... That might be next heat actually heading out. Kaulivaas is on the inside. And a job well done from him. He's dominated this really from the get-go. And he surfed, found the best waves. Doing really sharp maneuvers, and I feel like he's got loads left in the tank as well. You see that with some of your top seeds. They look good early on, but they're not putting in emphatic performances, just dialing back the energy, bringing it back into finals weekend. We're not going to see him surf again today. We will see him surf tomorrow. And Kaulivaas looking every bit good value for his status as one of the most fancied surfers from Europe. A big shout for potential future championship tour qualification. Let's see how he goes in these 2 events in Portugal. But a good first heat from him. And he'll drop a small number, but his total's pretty good, 12.8, and he'll walk back up the sand for a little debrief and be feeling really good about coming back into finals weekend, Friday afternoon in Portugal. Live surfing from Costa to Caparica. Official results are 2 Tahitians out in the water. They look pretty good out here, a long way from home. Looking very familiar in these beach breaks. Unfortunately, Toma Lede, his campaign is over, as is Gutierrez Vidal, who surfed well in the early rounds. He'll bow out of competition. We've got Jorgen Kuzinate, Chagu Carrick, Luke Dillon and Paco Alonso. They're all coming at you with more live surfing right after the break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to Caparica Beach. We are getting some big names coming in. No bigger name than that man, Jorgan Cousinet, the Frenchman, originally from Reunion Island, one of the top seeds in the event, and he'll be hard to beat in this heat. Paco Alonso, also from France. Luke Dillon from England, and finish up with Thiago Carrique, another French surfer. So 3 Frenchies, 1 surfer from Great Britain, and it is all go. We are going through the heat 13 of the round of 64, so just the men's on today. In terms of the round of 64, and then we're going to go straight through the women's after this, but the men won't surf again. So all these guys just trying to get through to the top round, the round of 32, start to get some points, and this is a good start from Carrique, the Frenchman. Wow, nice snap in the pocket. And then Zay Ferreira in the booth with me, Ben Mundy, and he looked pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty strong. We have Paco Alonso surfing this wave too. It's a 5.33 for him for that one turn, so it's a good sign from the judges. But this is a 3.83 from Carrique. It's his first wave, and 6.33 for his second. Really nice 2 turns. A lot of spray on that first maneuver. Nice style. Good backside hooks. A little of Sean Cansdale there.
Oh, there's a good reference
Yeah,
from Ferreira. Nice. Okay, speaking of solid performances and nice people down on the beach, we've got the winner of the last heat.
Thank you. Congratulations. You were really happy just now saying that you were really glad to make it through with Mihi Maya as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's been the whole week I've been here trying to surf because it was super small and stuff, and then now I finally surf my heat, and I didn't see who I had the guy. I mean, I didn't know the guy on my heat, so I saw it was Mihi like right before like the last 3 minutes, and then yeah, it's so happy. Like I'm so happy to make my heat with Mihi because we lost together in Israel, and then now we made the heat, so it's cool.
And you've been, it's this day 4, so you've been having a lot of days to just roll around. You've been to the city of Lisbon, right?
Yeah, I was in Lisbon to do some stuff with the sponsor and stuff, and then I came here surfing, trying to surf for a couple of days because it was really small, and now we have waves, and happy to make my heat here.
You gotten some new boards for this event?
Yeah, exactly. I got like 5 boards, and then this one is my favorite one. It's worked really good, and I love it.
Oh.
Good JS.
Looks really great on you. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Joanna, thanks Carly. Yeah, the Tahitians making the most of their time here. Out the back as a Frenchman. Oh, it just flips the tail out. So really solid. But yeah, I really think Carly Vass is such an impressive surfer, such an impressive competitor, isn't he? Seems to be one of those guys that I think has got the capabilities to go all the way to the CT.
Yeah, man. It's just, I don't want to jinx it, but it's definitely one of those guys that you'll see in the CT a few years from now. And Carrique, very tight surfing from him. But yeah, he's just also a calm guy, very smart competitor, good in small and big waves, so he's got it all.
Yeah, he does the work as well. I'm not afraid of doing the work. Cousinet, actually really similar in that respect. They're both students of the sport, both spend a lot of time on all the the little bits that you don't really sort of notice, but you know, all the details, all the training, all the work with the boards, the shapers, exercise, diet, all that stuff that goes into making it. Yeah, Calivast has got all those in spades. Kuznets is the same. And we've got Correcto. He was off to a flyer, a 6.33 and a 4.93. So, really positive start from the Frenchman. And Paco Alonso also getting a relatively good score of 5.33. But, yeah, to get on that CT, I mean, it's such a long road, isn't it? You start off in these events, just keep chipping away, and you get the Challenger Series events where, you know, at 10 or 12 CT surfers will come on, all the ones that were knocked off at the cut. Yeah. Actually more this year, isn't it? So 16 CT surfers join the ranks of the Challenger Series. So there's going to be some big names. And, you know, to get through that, to grind it out and get the CT, it's really difficult. It's really difficult. To get just one of the 10 spots available from all the world surfers all around the world going through events like this in each in particular region.
And you never really know, like, you can be, you know, struggling for 8 years, and then all of a sudden, in your ninth year on tour, you suddenly qualify. It's also a time game for some surfers. You know, a guy like Collie Vast, as he's very consistent and moderate and really good technically, and seems to have a really good structure around him. It's one of those guys. I think it's not gonna take that much time.
Oh, tell you what, this guy, speaking of backhand, really impressive. Yeah, you're right. It's a matter of timing. Sometimes, even when you're on a tear and you win an event, but it's a small weighted event. But if you were surfing in a big one, you may have won. But I think the Challenger Series too, if you can just get one big result, you know, like, but that means a semi or a final, you're kind of on your way. But it's so difficult to be that last 4 surfers in one of those massive events.
Everybody's just so on point.
Yeah.
And it's like in a Challenger Series event, even if the waves were like this, you'd see the guys just destroying, doing really smart decisions, smart surfing. And so it's really, really hard, you know, very experienced guys. Some Challenger Series are more difficult than CTs sometimes.
Whoa, big turn there from Paco Alonso. Squares off, shoulders wide. Luke Dillon snapping away on the inside. We'll see if Luke got some turns out the back. Had a pretty strong heat yesterday. Went to his backhand.
Yeah.
This day, but here he goes, priority. So same wave actually as Paco. So, wow, almost simultaneously both doing big turns. Dylan had more on his. It's a pretty good wave from Luke. Snaps it away and gets it in. So it's going to be a combination or a contrasting the one big turn of Alonso versus Luke's kind of four turn, 4 maneuver wave.
Yeah, and Luke obviously leading the English Great Britain's crew. He's backing up every one of those guys, so they're very tight, and it's amazing to see. And it kind of feels like he's the one who kind of shaped that group of surfers, because they're a very tight and supportive group, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Luke's probably the most, well, he is the most experienced competitor of that group, been around the longest. So yeah, they really look up to him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does transition into coaching or mentorship when his career's finished, because he seems a natural at it.
Yeah, definitely a natural.
Gets a lot of respect from his peers, and you know, he's had some big results and surfed really well. He won't be talking about finishing just yet, but really powerful style, really talking about even measurement, even tempered. Doesn't, you know, doesn't get too upset or doesn't get carried away. And
exactly.
Yeah, so what a man to have in your corner as young English surfers trying to do their bit. Right now, though, Kuzene. First section a bit funny. Can he get a second one in? And just whips the tail around. And that's the difference with these big guys. Bit of a dud section, but he can still manage to just add some flair, add a bit of spice.
Yeah, let's see. So first turn just makes it right in time and then comes a little late, but releases the fins there. So it's going to be an okay wave. He doesn't really have anything on the board. He needs to get moving. That's what he did.
Yeah, Jorgen's been really close to qualifying quite a few years. Been hampered by a bit of a back injury, persistent back pain. You got Guilherme Fonseca up from Peniche Way. He's having a pretty strong performance on the QS. He's sort of ranked around the 15th mark, so definitely on the shot of getting to that top 10 ranking. A couple of, a positive result here and Santa Cruz. Okay, Alonso going again. Sort of unique style, really sort of squares the legs and opens up those wings. And goes for the big turn. So those turns coming in. So Paco got a 5.33 for that wave that was ridden at the same time as Luke Dillon. And Luke got a 5.37. So judges pretty much equating one big turn with 4 sort of smaller ones. So that's got him in a pretty solid spot out in the lead, or in second place. And Tiago Carrique's got a 6.33 and a 5.1. Kuzene's last wave we just saw there, a 4.07. So 12 minutes on the clock. Kuzene with a bit of work to do. Yeah. 11 minutes remaining.
That was a good comparison of quantity and quality regarding the judging criteria. So judges giving pretty much the same score to 1 turn or 4 regarding the quality, but Tiago here with a good first turn and then falls off. But Tiago really pumped in these seats, going for a lot of waves, surfing them very well. Good wave selection. So on point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carrique, this time going with his forehand. He's been pretty successful with his backhand, but now just mixing it up. Can't quite finish that. I like those fluoro coloured rails. You know exactly who he is when he stands up. And we see Kuzene, here we go again. Oh, sort of similar waves where he's sort of having forced to manufacture extra points because the waves haven't been that good, but he's fighting back. Alonso waiting for it. Lay back snap. Another one. And just finishes off. So good timing. I like the fact that he waited for those sections.
Yeah.
Didn't get greedy. And he's just trying to improve on. He's at 2.533, so anything above that will help his cause.
Those were nice bottom turns. Looked like a bigger wave with those, with that center low gravity, low center of gravity. That first turn was powerful. He waited a lot and then released. So it was kind of a laybacky kind of a snap. So 2 turns for him instead of 1, and it looks like Luke Dillon.
Yeah, fang on the left. Oh, and a big turn there from LD. So Dillon had some board speed. The question was, could he harness it that last turn? He finished it off. So Luke, prior to that wave, looking at 5.29. Carrique. That wave isn't going to help.
Luke has kind of a unique style, right? You don't see many surfers like that are that big and Luke that loose. Look at this, right? He's on a really good board as well.
Yeah, he looks so sharp. Oh, it's big surfing. Yeah, he's a real stocky, powerful fella.
but he's really light and his feet generates so much board speed, even on small days. And he was looking to get a 5.29, would move him up into second. And we'll see how that wave goes. Meanwhile, Kuzne sticking to the rights, waiting for it to pick up. He's got one turn, he kicks out. Nothing doing. And young Alonso just keeps firing along. Hasn't shown any nerves. He's been consistent, finishing his waves, and it's kind of why he's in second place, beating like some big names. So we do have some scores still to drop for Dylan.
Yeah, this is the replay. Nice first turn. Very squarey feet, as you said, and consistent, smart. So this kid is on his way. Jorgan, though, wasn't quite able yet to get waves with good potential. He's turning bad waves into good waves, but not enough as of yet to compare with Luke's or Thiago's. So Luke's last wave was 6.17, the second best wave of this heat. Well deserved, and he's now in first place with priority. So nice strategy. Playing his cards right.
Yeah, exactly. And smart surfing and just improving on those scores. He's only had 3 waves, but they've all, two of them have been keepers. Meanwhile, Kuzne, he just keeps firing away. This again, though, is Alonso, Frenchman, still so young. He's got such a big career ahead of him. Nice little rotator. He's got them on lock. He's, I think, 16, 17 years of age, so Paco, bright future ahead of him. And right now, he's just trying to get a 6 to get him up into second. And one step closer to the finals day.
Let's see that wave again. So this first setup, cut back, and then just showing us some variety. He needs a 6.1 to advance. That's not going to be it, but great performance from him. Really going toe-to-toe with these older, more experienced surfers.
Caparica going to the air, and he sticks his one. Not a huge amount of amplitude. Trying to improve it on 5.1. And he had one thing in his mind as soon as he took off on that wave.
Yeah, let's see. This was a good punt, but yeah, not a lot of air time there. The wave was pretty average as well, and the judges, especially from this round on, will be more picky, more exigent in terms of the airs and their scores. They want to see big airs, risky airs. So, and that's what they thought of this last air. 7.17, so goes to first place.
Yeah, that surprises me, that score. As we Dylan winding up. Oh, there's another big finish from Dylan. It just makes, I'll tell you what it does, it makes Jorgen Kuzne's job increasingly more difficult. He's really facing down a big task to get back in his heat right now. One of the event favourites, definitely the favourite for this heat. And suddenly he needs a 6.67 with less than 5 minutes on the clock.
And this was Thiago's first wave. That first turn was very beautiful. You could see he put the board in the right place with a lot of spray. Paco Alonso started his campaign with these one-turners that are going very strong, very compact bottom turns. But this guy, for me, just, making the best out of these waves. Amazing style, composed, and our non-stop Thiago with a very good punt, 7.17. I did think that it wasn't going into the sevens,
Yeah, that surprised me somewhat, even rewinding it. I suppose the theory being they're rewarding progression and trying to encourage people to take to the air, but it didn't have that much wow factor for me personally. But the judges know what they're doing, and we see, oh, he goes again. So Caparica mixing it up, sharp backhand rail surfing, vertical surfing, and then some progression on his forehand.
Thiago Caparica.
And Kuzanay now. So many waves too from Caparica. And that one's going to go into his top two, but
a lot of spray in his surfing.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Especially on those backhand hooks where it's just going really vertical, but still throwing loads and loads of spray. And he's got a heat lead right now, and this could be a big boil over. We haven't lost too many big seeds thus far. Most of it going to sort of seeding or to plan. And right now, Kuzanay needs a 7.
Thiago Caparica is in 50th place in the ranking, so he definitely needs a result.
Yeah, and Kuzanay trying to hang on to his Challenger Series spot. He could easily get a 6.67. He's got a big air game, so he knows how to do that.
Yeah, this will be a nail biter with Joko.
See Kuzanay out the back with priority. Just let that one go. Looked at it, no. Meanwhile, Paco Alonso just never stops. Just can't quite finish that one off. Kuzanay with priority, 2 minutes on the clock. Well, he's going to have to make a decision in the next 120 seconds and just see what he can do. But he's running out of time. He's never been able to get any type of purchase, any type of half-decent wave. And he's in real sorts of strife. Not the way he would have won and started this 2-event leg. Caparica, it's a bit impressive. That wave's not going to be anything that helps him get through.
The kickoff was nice, though.
Alonso, well, he's still going. Can you get one more in here and another? So he's not. So he needed a 6.21.
He likes it.
So Alonso, I think he's going to get a 6.21. That was his requirement, and that still leaves Kuzanay out the back on his own with priority, needing a high 6, and he's running out of time. He's got 50 seconds. Now, is this a 6.1? First turn. Bit of a spin. And then another one. And then another. So, for 6.15.
I don't know. It's a small wave. I'm not going to... is it the 5.4?
Yeah, so 5.4. So, close, but not close enough. 30 seconds.
Yeah, smaller wave there. And kind of a shocker for Jargan.
Dylan's got priority, so he's just sitting on.
Yeah.
Dylan's just sitting on Kuzanay. Not the spot you want to be in. Alonso's never given up. Tell you what, we're going to see a lot more of this kid as time goes on. May have come unstuck in this particular heat, but he's a real talent. He's got all the moves.
Definitely.
You can see he's disappointed, but he's held him account well. And there we go, big boil over. Kuzanay out. Paco Alonso also gone. Luke Dillon and Thiago Caparica are through to the round of 32. Great surfing from Thiago. Backside and front side. Official results are now in. Caparica and Dillon progress to surf tomorrow. Alonso and Kuzanay pack their bags for Santa Cruz. And we have had a bit of an upset. And we continue to get through. That's around heat 14 of the round of 64. We're going to have a lot more action coming as soon as we count down. But right now, go for a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
And welcome back to the shores of Costa de Caparica in Portugal, just south of Lisbon. Beautiful drone shots as we come over the hotel where we're staying, right there, opposite the beach, over the beach volleyball fields, over the contest site, and going down into the lineup zone. Small waves, contestable waves, a bit more energy in the ocean, southwest wind, just adding some onshore ruffle to it. But there's conditions for all sorts. And while we're at the break, it's Fonseca, local hope from up in Peniche, just can't quite cook it off. And another local hope, Lewis, just does the old drop wallet carve there and slides to finish it off. My name's Ben Mundy. Joined in the booth by Chico Alves. You've been out and about, mate. What have you learned out there? What's the vibe on the street? What's the latest gossip?
Everyone is excited with the sun. The sun kind of popped out a little bit, so it's quite warmer. And conditions are improving. There's bigger waves, so as we see, white. Going down the line, going for the air. Oh, almost makes it. But yeah, as I was saying, everyone looks quite happy about the conditions. It looks really fun. Makes you want to go out there to have a few waves, and once they come, they are fun. There's potential, and it's a lot better than yesterday. So, yeah, we can see the scores are bigger today, so that means there's better surfing being done by the athletes.
Okay, and Ruben Vittoria, absolutely lethal on his backhand. Just can't quite finish that one off. Ruben won this event last year, so the defending champion, and absolutely incredible. Mainly backhand, but he's not too bad on his forehand from up there at Zerouts. Really smart character, still studying, mixing up his studies with competitive surfing. He's won in Tenerife before, and he's won here, so he's already got a few QS victories in Europe. So Vittoria will be dangerous. Dominiguez, also from the Basque Country, also a big wave charger. As we see that man there getting underneath it. Can he get round? He can't. Finishing off. Yeah, a bit of sun on things always improves the sort of outlook down in this part of the world, doesn't it, Chico?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all right without it, but it's just nicer with it. Friday afternoon crowds, you'll start to see people piling down from the beach after their work's finished in the city, or they've done their jobs for the day. Friday afternoon at the beach is always a great time. People start to hit the promenade, just walk up and down, enjoying the good vibes. There's loads of great little bars and restaurants that go like the whole stretch of this Costa de Caparica. Always something to see, something to do. You can ride your bike, skateboard, you roller skate. It's just a great place to sort of wander up and down the coast, watch the world go by, and of course stop when you see guys like Ruben Vittoria fanging down the line here. Goes up, just finishes off there. So a bit late to the party and all those things. You ever been late to the party, Chico?
No, I actually go earlier and leave earlier.
Right.
I don't take that long to get dressed. So I get early. I'm there early.
Yeah.
And then I leave a little bit earlier.
Right.
I'm not a late guy. I like to sleep early. Since I'm really young, you sleep early or kind of?
First one there, last to leave. First one to play. Yeah. That's the way I try.
First one to arrive, last to leave.
Yeah, that's generally my approach.
What a physique you have.
Yeah, it's going to be on my...
and strength. You need to have strength to be in
Mainly, you need to love the sound of your own voice. That's the main ingredient, I've found.
And the mental space you have to be in to do that.
Yeah.
Has to be good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're the guy that I know that probably one of the most happy persons I know.
Thank you.
All around, like, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm happy, but I'm not as happy as the man down on the beach who's with Joanna Garnell, the man who won the last heat. He's pretty happy.
He's super, super happy, right?
Yeah, super happy. It was fun.
What are these conditions? Is this like the perfect thing for you?
I don't know about perfect, but it's definitely fun if you get in the right rhythm.
You're like every single wave you were on it.
Yeah, I think they were like too far out, and I was like just under and taking like the double ups. Yeah.
It was a very intense heat because everything was moving every second. You were in second, then in first, then in second, and first. So a lot of pressure there. Were you feeling the pressure?
No, not really. I just wanted to like get a couple waves, and then luckily I had a good air and a couple little rides and made it through.
You seem really relaxed. You're in the next round, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Tiago. Yeah, Caparica surfboard there. I'll take it back. I am happier than him. Yeah.
You are.
He's so mellow, Tiago. He's a real low-key, mellow guy. Incredible English. And, he's just cruising, and he's like, no big deal. It's only around a 64.
7 and a 6. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Just being myself,
chilled,
mate.
Pretty chilled.
Just being myself.
Okay, the Twitter is firing up. A lot of party-based feeds for Chico. They love that sort of chat. And I've got one here from Melanie from Melbourne. As you see, Vittoria there. He's a bit stuck in time. He's going backwards. Oh, there's a big turn from Fonseca. Real strong, powerful surfer. And just cracked it up high. Yeah, what's the best party you've ever been to? Melanie from Melbourne asks. As we see a wind up there. 2 big turns from Dominguez. Yeah. Melanie from Melbourne's asking, what's the best party you've ever been to?
I think it was in Australia.
What's it?
On the Goldie with when Taj won.
And Taj won on the Gold Coast. Yeah. That was a good party. Yeah.
You were there?
Yeah.
On the rooftop?
Yeah.
I didn't know you, but I was
know.
around.
I was there. I knew you. As you see, big 2 turns to Dominique's great surfing. That was a good one. Yeah, when Taj won an event, they were always often some of the best parties. He was good like that, really sort of trained hard, and then if it all came off, he had a big blowout and trained hard again. And that's Fonseca just getting a few up and down. What's the worst party you've ever been to?
I think in general, if someone gets married and they are really like boring people, it gets really boring.
A boring wedding is a bad
boring
party.
wedding is the worst.
You just got to sit there and...
like middle of the summer, 38 degrees, and no one laughs.
No one
laughs.
You're
like, do you put like, wow.
Yeah.
Great way from there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
A bad wedding is horrible, man. Like, if no one dances and it's hot and you're in the suit, you're not feeling on your local break, in terms of choice of clothing. And, it's just like a disappointment. You get home and you're like, why did they even marry? Like, what's the point of having that party?
Yeah. Okay. I know where you're coming from there. And they go forever. They can take hours and hours. Oh. I want to be somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. And you cannot leave.
Yeah, you cannot leave. It's rude to leave.
It's rude to leave. You have to be until everyone leaves. So, bad wedding, it might be the worst party I've ever been in. And you?
Yeah, I've been to some bad parties. There we go. Just flexing strong there. It's Justin Bachet from up in Hostiga way. Also fighting to stay just in that top 10. He's right in the money. He actually surfed in the CT up there in Portugal.
He made money, right?
I think he made...
He lost round 3, I think.
Yeah, he lost in round 3. Yeah, he did make a heat. That
on
first
that
heat.
hard day.
Yeah, on the hard day. And then got through and had a bit of a shocker by all accounts. I was actually sitting with his coach, Richard Dogmarsh, when that was going down, and Richard wasn't happy with just where he positioned himself on the bank at Super Tubes. So it didn't really, he was up against Kanoa, which is one of the hardest sort of draws you can get, but it didn't really showcase exactly what Justin's got. But this will be a much different story. He's much more confident. Been surfing a lot over the last couple of weeks. And he'll be pumped. As you see, another young Portuguese hope. Just one turn, big spray. Chico liked it, but just worried that it wasn't quite enough on that. It's all so tight though. Anyone's possible getting up through here. It's not a lot in it. What do you like about this?
Just the spray.
There was a lot of spray, wasn't there?
Yeah, the spray that came out of that turn was sick. And with the sun eating the spray, looked really nice. Looked like a summer day to just enjoy on the beach, you know. Made me feel young and fresh. So thanks, Luis, for that. But that turn was technical and a lot of water displaced. So I think he will better that 310 that he has.
Yeah,
and maybe go to second.
Yeah, and he needs a 3.33, and he does.
Jumps to first.
Jumps to first. So here's Fonseca. Just waiting for this to build up. A lot of spray as well, but you can tell he's not happy with that. Shakes his own head. And we got, Lewis just going up into first, courtesy of that last wave. It was a 3.83 for that single turn. It's just enough to move him up into first. But everyone is so tightly bunched. Only Ruben Vittoria, probably one of the more dangerous surfers in the heat. He's the only one that hasn't really got any type of waves as yet. And you think that'd change pretty quick. He's got priority. And we'll just see. I tell you that, especially one of my best parties. Back to me.
Oh, you were thinking. Tell me about it. I want to know. Ben Mundy
We
needs to have a huge one.
Went and saw Arcade Fire in Hyde Park in London. The band, you heard of them?
Yeah.
And we're sort of around backstage where we bumped into a couple of really well-known famous British models, actually. And we made them drop a knee, and then they were going to the after party, and they asked us to come along. Went to the after party. First person they introduced to was the lead singer of Arcade Fire, Richard Parry. And for some reason, I was just hanging around, and for some reason, they looked me and my two mates, and they said, "Come in then, boys." And we were in the after party with these quite famous socialites from London, the band members there, free beer, free food, all that sort of business, yeah. And then we had a really fun couple of hours just partying with those guys. Not just because they were famous, just they were really cool. It was good fun. There was some good crowds. We had a high kicking competition. That was fun. We had played War in the Face game. Did all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, speaking of fun stuff,
wow.
Crack. 2 big turns from Lewis. He liked that. You can tell by the body language on his backside. Hammered away and lots of wave. Oh, there's a big wave. That's one of the biggest waves we've seen of the competition. And Fonseca hammered the end section. So we'll see what he did out the back. Meanwhile, Dominique's, there's another turn. So you can see the energy starting to build here, Chico Alves. There's definitely more motion in the ocean.
Yeah, you can tell the waves, with the waves picking up, they have a lot more space to surf on the open face. So yeah, we will see more and more waves like this, like Guilherme's wave, with a lot of space and power involved. So yeah, this is what we were waiting for since the beginning of the waiting period, and now we are starting to see some lamb, as we see this right-hander that you saw there on the corner of our screen. This was the replay of Ruben Vittoria, the last year's winner. He just got one hit off the top, kind of having a shocker of the heat, not finding himself out there. And Iago Dominguez here, boom, big backside snap there to finish the wave off, as this one was the wave from Guilherme Fonseca. Big flow on a meaty section, and I think that score is yet to come in. So we are waiting for scores for blue, white, and red. The score from green is on our screens, and it was a 4.6 for Luis. So Luis has a 5.5 and a 4.6. He's in the lead. And now we have Iago Dominguez needing a 4.45 to second. And he gets a 5.10. He jumps back to second. So we have Guilherme Fonseca in third, waiting for his last score to come in, needing a 4.64. Is that enough, Ben?
Yeah.
That big hit.
Oh, yeah, I think it might be enough. It was a big wave, meaty section, and he attacked it. So we've seen scores for single wave turns over the course of the last few weeks, last few days, I mean, and that definitely fits the bill. So I think he's looking pretty good for it. Meanwhile, Vittoria at the back, he's got those trademark backhand turns, but he needs to get more of those on the open face if he's going to get through this.
Yep, last of blue, 5.47. Blue jumps to the lead. Now second is Luis Perlouro. Third, Iago Dominguez needing a 5.01. And Ruben Vittoria needing a 7.20. But we need some scores yet from, there's 2 scores dropping for red still. So I don't think Ruben will need that much of a score. I think he will need something around the 6 range. And or the 5 range, I think. Yep. Ruben now needs a 5.63 with 6 minutes to go. So this hit is wide open, and we have a close battle in our hands. Right?
Yeah,
Ben?
absolutely. Chico. And Fonseca with that big 4-hound belt gets up into first. Iago now needing a 5. Ruben needing a 5.63. 6 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, considering how many waves there are about. And it's going to go down to the wire. It often has in these tight heats. No one, look, spread of 8.3 to 10.44 is not much going on there at all. Some more tweets coming in though, which has been good. Party theme has proven to be popular on the Twitter sphere. And we've got Megan from Madrid saying, what's been your best ever party outfit you've ever worn, Chico? Talked about your best party, your worst party. Best party outfit.
Worst party outfit was I was leaving school, and I just had like
Is this your worst one?
Yeah. A class of how do you say? Wait.
Yeah.
Sports class.
Yeah, PE. Yeah, sports class.
And I had like trousers, but sports trousers, and I was with just a not cool sweatshirt, and I had some weird shoes on, and my friends just said, "Hey, just hang around, mate. We're gonna drink one, and maybe we go out, but nothing serious." We end up in a kind of a fancy party, and I was in my sports clothes, so that was weird. I wasn't sober, so that helped to get involved and actually have confidence on wearing what I was wearing.
Yeah.
I went from basketball to the dance floor. So
yeah. Cool.
But it was actually a fun night. So
there you go.
That might be the key point. Just go from your sports class straight into the club. And yeah, as we speak about sports, we have surfing in our eyes today. And
do we? Surfing, stars in your eyes. Stars in the sky, surfing in your eyes. Yeah, we have. We've got 4 surfers trying to get through to the round of 32.
You didn't ask me about my best clothes.
I did actually.
No, you didn't. You asked
No,
about
my question
the
was,
worst
what's
one,
your
and then
bet?
I was.
No,
I didn't told you anything.
Excuse
and
me.
you said anything.
My, Megan from Madrid. Her original question was, "What's your best party outfit?" That was her actual question. You went on a quite entertaining diversion, which I enjoyed. But now you have to think about the best party outfit while we do a recap here. And that was Lewis from Portugal, starting off strong on that one big turn, got him 4. Fonseca, Nuggety, wow, look at the spray on that. That was 4.97. But this is the one turn again, big closeout belt on a big wave, or the biggest wave we've seen of the day, really, for a 5.47. And this man here, there you go, Dominguez, he's been strong, but still requires a 5.0 to get up into second place. Chico Alves, have you got your best ever party outfit?
I don't have good outfits, mate.
Never worn one. Fancy dress? Sure you must have worn a fancy dress one.
Oh, I don't think so. How do you say the award ceremony? There you go.
Yeah, award ceremony, Oscars.
Yeah, you just put on some blazers and...
Some blazers. Yeah, so looking sharp in blazers. Yeah.
You too. I can see you on a pinky one kind of thing.
Yeah.
Without afraid of being yourself.
Not at all.
Not at all. As we see
Victoria fanging down the line. He just can't get any open space. And you see him just walking up the beach, trying to find some space away from his opponents. Never been able to get in any sort of rhythm. And he's looking for a score, not a huge score from the man of his talents, but the way his heat's gone, he just can't seem just chiming in with a bit of luck. He's had no rhythm and hasn't been able to get any type of purchase in the heat. More Dominguez, he's been busy and he surfed well, but just hasn't been able to get above that 5.1 range, so he needs a score.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, Ruben was behind the 8 ball the whole heat, and suddenly you look at the scores with 1 minute to go, and he needs a 5. That's not a shocker. Like, he doesn't need much to progress, and as you said, he's got a lot of talent, and if he gets the opportunity to unwind maybe 2 backside hits, he can do it. So, really dangerous moments for Luis Perlor. He's got Iago and Ruben chasing him, as we see Ruben.
Yeah, on his backhand, this is where he gets his best work done. Stralping away, can he finish? And he can't. He's tried so hard. Oh, and then a guy coming towards him. That's probably why he finished, because there was a surfer fanging towards him, perhaps with priority. He's lost his board. That's probably going to be Iago's last chance, but he's not. He's going to try and get out there for a crack. 40 seconds on the clock. He might get one more opportunity. Didn't see that wave, how he went from the start. And he needs a 5-point ride. Here he goes. So this is him on his backhand again. Winds up, strong. And then you see, oh,
wow.
so 3 good turns. They needing a 5. This was Ruben needing a 5.33. So you'd think that Iago's was better than this. In any case, can't finish it off. So it's going to come down to this score of Iago. One more score coming in. There goes the hooter, folks. So it's all over. Not more can be done now. It's up to the judges. The defending champion, he's gone. Fonseca's safe. Comes down to whether Surf and White, Iago, can upset the surfer in green Lewis, and it's going to be a tight one. Judges taking their time on it. It wasn't a big wave, was it, Chico? But he surfed it well, so really difficult again. I wouldn't like to be a judge. It's such a hard thing to do. It's tiny, tiny margins. Lots of waves. There was, what, 24 waves ridden in that particular heat, so a lot of them really, really similar. They're just waiting on there, the boys. Just trying to work out who got through, who didn't. And Fonseca's got the sort of spring in his step. He's won the heat, so he's happy. And that man's waiting on the score. You'll sort of know whether he's close or not. Most of these surfers pretty aware where the scoring range is. He doesn't look that confident, but that doesn't say anything really. It's up to the judges now. I once went to a party dressed as a beat poet, had a goatee and a skivvy, and I stayed in character for 8 hours. Just sat in the corner and wrote poetry, didn't talk to anyone. Didn't have a very good night, but I proved a point.
A poet.
Beat poet, yeah. Sort of moody poet. That was.
You're a big poet.
Okay, there's your Ruben. A bit of a mentor to Jago, so he'll want him. If he can't get through, he'll want one of his mates to go through. Fonseca's happy. He doesn't look happy. Still complaining about something. That man there is Dominguez. He's waiting for the score. It's got to be a 5. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's a small wave. Did 3 turns. Judges are taking their sweet time working it out, though. So it's going to be close enough. And that very sharpish, thin Almeric might be having to get its next start up in Santa Cruz, and it didn't get the score. 3rd place on your screen there. And it looks like it's going to fall below that 5.01. Comes in under 5, 4.57, so not close enough. And he's about to find out now on screen. And there he goes, disappointment. Unfortunately, surf well. Fonseca won the heat. Portuguese Luis Pelot through. Dominguez and Vittoria are out. I'll tell you what, that's heat 15. He's up next. So we're going to progress through. Only 2 more heats of the men's to go today. We've got Justin Becret, Vicente Romero, Arnie Bergwinkel and Stanley Norman coming to you right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
Friday afternoon in Portugal sees a brand new heat on deck. Penultimate heat of around a 64. Let's check out Justin Becret, Vicente Romero, Arne Bergerwinkel, and Stan Norman. That's our quartet out in the water, duking it out. 2 spots up for grabs in the round of 32. Who's going to take him? Find out in the next 22 or so minutes. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Chico by Chico Alves. Enjoyed yourself, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah, you having a good time?
Now that I saw your shirt, I'm feeling even better.
Yep.
On yellow.
Surfing, you happy with it?
Yeah.
You expected more, less, about what you expected?
I'm good with what I'm seeing.
Waves okay?
Yeah.
What you
Looks
thought?
really
Were you
fun.
hoping for a bit bigger? Be honest.
Well,
Be honest, mate.
Well,
Don't lie.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's filling in a bit now. There's a little bit more size, right? So it
looks so fun now.
Yeah. Saw maybe some of the biggest waves of the day in the last seats. Check out Stan Norman. And he's found himself an inside runner here. And he looks a little disinterested. He'll just whip out of that. In the meantime, a man who found himself a couple of big sections and hit them hard. Winner of the last seat. We're going to catch up with him in a sec. We just watched Arne Bergwinkel just finish off with an incomplete reverse. Let's go and hear from Guilherme Fonseca. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Great pronunciation. Guilherme Fonseca, congratulations. You won that heat. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, feeling happy. It was really hard out there, really tricky conditions. But in my mind, I just wanted to wait for the right waves. And the scores weren't big, but that's I think the wave choice made the difference in that heat. And luckily, I passed the heat, and my friend Prover passed through, so I'm happy for him too.
And you're working with David Raimundo, who's a great coach, in your opinion?
Yeah, he's such a good coach. He's like one of my best friends. And it's really good to have this connection, not only like coach, but coach friend, you know. And we have such a good relation. I have so much confidence with him. And yeah, I just did kind of what he said for me to do, that was choose the right ways. And for this heat, it made a difference, but I want to do better in the next heat.
What have you learned from your mistakes then?
Like in this heat, I didn't do much mistakes, you know, like I didn't have the opportunity.
Yeah, you won, right?
Like to do like 2 big turns, that's what I want, you know, I want to show good surfing. I don't, like, of course, the most important thing is to pass heats, but I want to show good surfing because I've been doing it, so. Yeah.
Well, you showed some great surfing, you won that heat, congratulations. You're in the next round.
Thank you. See you.
All right, great stuff from Fonseca. He's happy, he's stoked. He's through to the next rounds. Meanwhile, out in the water in this decent start from Becret. Gets a 5.5. Also Romero with a 4.17. Stan Norman, 3.57. Bergwinkel, just a 2. So a little bit in the mix here for everybody. And an awkward dismount for Justin Becret, who gets a lip around about the midsection. He's got some solid abs on him, though. Does a lot of training. I reckon it'll be fine.
Yeah, he's used to the Ostigor beach break, so that's nothing for him. Just
got to surf in the championship tour up in Peniche just last month. So a great wild card entry for him. Chance to get some experience. Here goes Vicente Romero, the Spaniard. Goes with the sort of cooperative ramp section. Can't get the landing done, though. It's a tricky section for him. Really good surfer, Vicente, pretty consistent. Got some power, he's got the speed. And he will look for sections. It feels like we've maybe clicked up around about a foot or possibly 2 since this morning in terms of the size of the swell. Just heading in the right direction. Chico has been promising us a big swell now for about 4 days. We're not saying we didn't believe you, mate, but we, you know, every day we came back and it was still kind of small, but today it's getting a little bit bigger, which we like.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is the day.
Okay, you've been saying that every day, but okay.
I want to make you...
It's Sunday the day as well.
I want you to make you believe in something. I don't want you to go to bed not believing in anything. And I'm giving you this to think about. Maybe tomorrow.
Let's check out Norman. Here he is. Coiled stance, nice snap. Putting a lot of upper body into that. Bang. Ooh, that was nice. Good spray from him. Good board speed. And a little sting in the tail as well. Romero right behind him. He's got a little bit of white water sort of tumbling down where he wanted to do a turn. So that wave not particularly cooperative for Vicente. And unable really to find any kind of section to tee off on. Norman, a couple of quick hits. Nice.
Nice style from Norman. Great carve there. He winds up again and boom, gets it up there again. Great style.
Yeah, just a shame the wave was a lot of white water crumble in the lip rather than a kind of a genuine kind of cupping out section. But turns were nice. Score is relatively modest though, 2.97 for Stanley Norman, surfer out of Great Britain. Right behind Bergerwinkel is the German by way of Ecuador, and he's on the backhand, bangs it once, gets a little caught. Again, nice little backhand hit, and he'll clip it again by just kind of bending at the waist. Not super convincing, that kind of surfing. We've seen much, much better from him. It'll be a relatively modest number again. Unable to sort of get coiled enough into those turns, so he sort of had to turn down out of the lip rather than kind of turning up into it. And it's just a frenzy of activity. Here goes Becret. He's on the front foot. A little section just crumbles for him, and he'll come into a bowl here. And once again, that one just runs away real quick. Right behind him, it's breathless action. Stan Norman, nice snap in the pocket. Another good section here for him. Whoa, and he throws in a big hammer. Very nicely done. Stanley Norman fired up. We enjoyed that.
Yeah, I loved it. He threw everything on that turn and looked amazing. So quick carve here, releasing the fins there a bit and here. Boom.
Boomtown.
Boomtown without the back foot on the tail. Regathering himself and nailing it. So judges are going to love that. What a wave from Stanley Norman. And here was the wave of Arne. Not really convincing. He might be looking for a better wave now. So waiting for scores for Stanley. The last of Arne was a 283, as we see blue.
Yeah, it's a frenzy of wave riding right now. There's all sorts going on. I thought style seems to sort of partly go out the window. Everyone just flinging themselves at sections, paddling into anything that shows up. So sort of similar approach tactically. Everyone just going full scattergun, catching loads and loads of waves and just seeing what happens when you get to your feet. Kind of read it from your first bottom turn, really. So numbers in for Romero, Norman and Becret to come. Could well be Norman with the best of that exchange. He's going to get a really solid score coming in. 7-1-7 for Stan Norman. He goes to first place in this heat. And he's having another look at a wave there. So the busy approach very much paying off so far for the Cornishman. 14 minutes and 30 to go. Here goes Becret. Backhand attack from Justin. Bang, hits it hard once. Ball goes underwater. Manages to gather, and he'll hit it again on a bit of a foamy section. And a little gap between those turns. Judges are pretty harsh on that. They do like to see those combinations sort of seamlessly linked together. Here goes Bergerwinkel, covering some ground. Ooh, that was nice. Much better turn from him. You contrast that to what he was doing, sort of wiggling his arms around on the last one. That was a really crisp backhand hammer from Arne Bergerwinkel. Just his third wave, his best score for sure. This is a fun heat.
Yeah, the boys are on fire. And as you were saying, I think they are catching a lot of waves because it's the type of day that you need to have a look on anything.
Welcome to the QS, mate.
No, I just think like on a day like today, sometimes you go on a wave, it looks bad, and then ends up being like this one. Ends up being a good one. So he nailed it. Boom, huge turn there. And the wave at the start didn't look that great. And often on these days, you go on a wave that looks good and the wave isn't that good. And waves that don't look that good are actually good and give you like that bonus section that you're not expecting. So it's a tricky day, and surfers need to be quite on their toes in terms of what waves they pick, but not wait too much, because it's not a question of knowing exactly what wave is it. It's just like feeling. You just feel, you go, and that's why we see so many waves surfed. You have blue as 6, Justin as 5, Arne 3, and green 4. So a lot of waves ridden, and we still have 12 minutes to go. So it's nice to see a flurry of action as we see green paddling.
Here goes Stan Norman. Got a little bit of face to work with before a section just kind of abbreviates that wave. And it's a little awkward for the finish. Trying to work on the backup. Not sure how that will go score-wise. Not a great wave. Just kind of ran out of room, really, Chico.
Yeah, it was a short space. He had the wrap there, but he couldn't really generate more speed after the first turn to have enough speed to project to the second maneuver. So he ended up unstuck there, but nonetheless he's in first with a 717 and a 357. So he might be looking to improve on that 357 soon enough. And yeah, he doesn't want to get caught with an excellent score and then such a low score affair. So he might be looking to get at least a 4-5 to get him comfortable on the, I think. So yeah, I can't wait to see what Stanley is going to do on this second half of the heat. As we have Justine with the last wave, 5-5. No, sorry, a 4.6. So Justine Bicre helps his cause with a back, like a higher backup. And we see some lines approaching, so more surfing.
All action, Romero here with priority. Just waits patiently on the takeoff, swoops down off a shiny face into a nice crisp section. He times it pretty nicely. Meanwhile, Bacre on the other side of the peak throws up buckets of spray, and he'll just bank off a white water and come back around for a little bonus turn. A little go left section on the end of a right-hander. So staying very busy, agile and mobile. Looking to try and squeeze the juice wherever he can. 10 minutes, 30 seconds going in this, and it's all up for grabs here.
Great wave there from Justine. That first turn was really fast and with a lot of power. As you said, trying to get the juice out of the wave as most as he could. And more lines approaching, so great action as we see. Going off the bottom, great snap there. Really good first turn, and here he redirects and finishes it off the wave. I think judges will have a close look on that first turn. It was really good. As we see Romero here finishing it off his wave with a really beautiful snap on his backside. So all of them are surfing really well. As we see the scores dropping, 4-8-7. So Justine Bicre betters his situation, and 4-9-7. Vicente Romero is back on the heat and only needs a 5.41. So close heat, great conditions, and yeah, everyone has good scores. Last of Arne, 5-5-7.
We're all caught up with numbers. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, join us for more live action. Final heat of the round. We'll paddle out too. Can Stan Norman hang on to his lead? Justin Bacre at the moment in second place. We're going to wrap this up. Just under 9 minutes of it to come right after this. And we're back live from the Galicia Caparica Surf Fest as we check out heat number 15 of a round of 64. And a little action to bring you during the break. Vicente Romero, the Spaniard, gets a wave and gets a number, Chico.
Wow. Nice wave. Big section. Judges loved it. 5.93. Vicente Romero jumps to the lead. And as I was saying, this is really tight. The conditions are great. It's consistent. So anything is possible in the last 7 minutes. And Vicente Romero here with that last wave jumping into the lead.
Yeah.
So you might be stoked about that last one. And Stanley Norman still yet to better that 3.57 with 6 minutes to go.
Busy approach from Romero paying off thus far. Here he goes again. That's a massive backhand spray from him. And he's just whipping this and knifing it. Super precise surfer. Always times his turns pretty sweetly. Here goes Stan Norman. The kind of clip one. And then he'll look to go down the line. Hits it again. So unable to really go through the gears there. Meanwhile, really nicely done. Blowing out the tail and fire in the belly of Justin Becret, who nails a reverse on a tricky section, and he loves it. And he's going to try and paddle hard out the back. Norman could be in a bit of trouble here. Becret 5.25, the requirement to go to second. And all the while that Stan has that 3.57 in his score, he's unable to improve it in a couple of attempts. Let's get another look here at Justin.
Yeah, he grabbed the rail, fiends to the beach, and lands on the flat and nails it. So great turn there from Justin. Really impressive with that turn. We see Norman here trying to get rid of that 3.57. I don't think it's going to be enough. Really hard wave to surf as we see the last of blue. Big backside snap there. Comes off the bottom again and boom. So is that better than a 4.97? I don't know. So really close battle. We are waiting for scores for blue, green, and red. And as we see, white here.
Used his priority, didn't seem to use it. The great effect there. Berger Winkle had a ton of speed. No sections really on offer. And a fifth wave for him. It won't be one of great consequence. Be a quick throwaway. As we see one of the big names out of the European region, Ramzi Boukiam from Morocco. Big powerhouse surfer. And just trying to figure out positioning really from that chat. And with just over 4 minutes to go, dialing in the lineup, working out where you want to get your scores, where you want to be. Different parts of this bank available for us surfers. There is a certain amount of sort of random nature to the way these waves are coming through as well. Not super well-defined peak, but generally speaking, there's rights from deep, and then there's the wider rights. The left's more or less in the same kind of place.
And the last of red, 9.5.
Massive number for Becret, goes to first. Biggest score of the entire event. Justin Becret smashes a massive 9.5 for a real like kind of power blowtail, finner, air. All of that good stuff thrown together, and he loved it on the completion. You heard that big sort of belly roar from him, and he's fired up here. He'll smash a section on the backhand. 3.5 on the clock. He's in a commanding position. Berger Winkle, nice snap, backside, nice and loose. Second turn, a little bit short. Nevertheless, it'll help him if he wants to lose. Well, he's looking for 5.57 if he wants to get out of this fourth place. He's sitting on a 2.83. He wouldn't mind removing that from his total. He actually needs to replicate his high score at the moment. Let's get a look here.
Yeah, he gets up there quick. Nice turn there, really loose. Here he was quite late. He's needing 5.57 to second. I don't think that will be enough. Other than that, he still has time. He has 2 minutes and 50 seconds. As we see Stanley Norman looking for a 3.96.
Yeah, he doesn't need a big number here. Then he's got another awkward looking wave. He's having a go, he's having a dig. But he keeps catching waves with little trundly sections on them. And you've seen the difference between those and those double up ones that wait a little bit and come into the shallow water hard. And it really does affect the scoring potential. That's not a big requirement that he needs. 3.96. So he's got a couple of minutes now. He's going to need to get a wriggle on, paddle out the back, see if he can find himself a bit of open water, a bit of sea room. As we see a pulled back view of our line, you can see just how shallow that sandbar's getting right now. And that inside part, that was filled up with water this morning. More or less where we were in terms of the bank. It's just there's a lot less water on it. We haven't moved a long way out to sea, particularly. It's just got really, really shallow. And the sections come. There is opportunity. Okay, here goes Norman again here. What's he got? Still looking for 396, and he'll go with a rotation. He won't get it done. He might have one more shot potentially. Bergwinkel up and slashing. Decent looking runner here for Arne. And he throws in a nice little jam in the pocket. But he won't get that done. Your heat leader, Bacre. Bang. Uses priority. Goes up with a little blowtail. Down out the lip, but done with considerably less sort of venom than his previous. A similar kind of maneuver that was done very convincingly to the tune of 9.5 points. Highest score of our event so far for the Frenchman.
Yeah, just a quick blowtail there. I don't think it's going to go into his top two. Stanley Norman there with the fall. I thought maybe with a big hit on that section, it was a meaty section, you could get that fall. I don't think he needed to go for the air, but nonetheless, great attitude from Stanley, going for it. That's his go-to attitude. So,
well, Romero's got priority. He can try and sit on Stan here. Romero's in second position. He's got priority. He's actually left him alone for the time being, which is interesting, because I would have thought he would be all over Stan, maybe just reflecting the random nature of the lineup, but he's not covering him as such. He's looking to try and improve his score. Now he looks like he's heading towards Stan, but well, they are actually pretty close to each other, so let's see how this one plays out now. Romero will just keep a watch on him as the clock will tick down, and he can afford just to take any sort of opportunity that comes through. He'll just take it. It's exactly what he's doing here, isn't it, Romero? And he'll just use that priority and close it out. So Justin Bacre, dominant performance. 15 points, 9-5, a massive number. And he will advance to the next round alongside the Spaniard, Vicente Romero. Unlucky, Stan Norman got himself a 7. Couldn't really get a quality backup. Arne Bergerwinkel, reasonable numbers, but he got you through a couple of heats today. Not this one. That's the way it all plays out. We'll look forward to seeing that man there, Justin Bacre, coming up in the next round. It won't be today, tomorrow. Maybe with a little more surf in the water, according to Chico by Chico Alves. Let's get another look at this. Beautifully done from him. That's what a 9.5 looks like, folks. Join us for more surfing like that from a beautiful afternoon in Caparica. We'll be right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live coverage of Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest 2022. Our final heat, the round of 64 rounds. Ibukiam, Leon, Glatzer, Noah Dupuy, Uri, Uziel, Evans and Mundy in the studio. We're psyching, man.
Psyching. Yeah, it's big heat. Oh, big names.
Man.
Big surfs coming up. It's all happening.
Loads of tweets coming thick and fast and furious too. A really inquisitive surf world. Got loads of questions coming in. We'll do our best to get through them and bring you commentary of the actual surfing that's going on in the water. But at the moment, early doors in this. Noah Dupuy gets himself a reasonable number on the board. Got a score to come in for one of our Israeli surfers, Uri Uziel. He's paddling back out. Hamzi Bukim in the red, of course. He's just come back from Israel where he won a surfing competition.
Yeah, this is while the break was on. Uri Uziel. Just, wow, really impressive, this guy's surfing. Haven't seen a lot of it. You just see, we see a new style, new wave approaching a wave. This kid's got it. And yeah, but Ramsey, yeah, down there in Israel, where Uri's from. Big win for him. You see Noah Dupuy, a Frenchman. Well, the ads are on, gets the fins out. A bit more movement in between turns, a bit more scattergun approach.
Good paddling effort from him there. I like that. Good impetus. Managed to sneak onto that. Leon Glatzer wanted it. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Justin Becret. He's got the high score of the event so far. Massive 9.5. He'll be stoked. He's with Chico.
No, he's not. He's with Joanna. Congratulations. That was an amazing heat, amazing performance. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks. I feel really good. Yeah, it feels good to make hits like that. I had a first wave. My first wave was a 5 on one turn. That felt good. And then I got a bit stressed. Everyone caught some good waves. Stanley got a 7 and I was a bit behind. And yeah, I saw that section and I gave it all and I made it. Made a good air reverse, got a good score too, 9.5. I was very happy with that. And yeah.
Looked like you were taking your time, but in your mind you were freaking out.
I wasn't freaking out, but I was like, okay, if I don't have a good wave right now, it's beginning to stink, but no, played out good.
Not only a good wave, but the best one so far today, so that has to feel really good. And how's life been treating you since the CT?
Very good, very good. Yeah, super good experience, full of learnings, and it's very good to be around those very top guys, you know. Good to see that I could make some hits, and yeah, good confidence. I went to Israel. It was a bit hard. It is what it is, contest, you know, and yeah, trying to make my way to the top, like to the final day.
Portugal loves you. It's what it seems. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Yeah, I love Portugal too.
That's all love, Ben.
When he's talking about the top guys and Peniche, is he talking about me on the dance floor? Because I think I schooled Becret on that final night. Had a lot to learn, he said himself. He's a good kid. He's on fire under the tutelage of our mate Richard Dog March, the Portuguese Surf Coach of the Year, first man to ride a dolphin. And he is surfing really well, got the confidence back. And yeah, some learnings. Went down in Peniche. He's taken it down to Caparica.
This Bukim. What's he got here? He's got a section. He'll just kick the board away. Ramzi Bukim looking to build on that momentum of a win in Netanya, Israel, our last event. Here goes Leon Glatzer, German out of Costa Rica. Backhand from him, nice pocket. And a big hanger from him. And he'll look to work this through. Gets another nice hit. It's crisp, it's sparky. We like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Leon, known for his aerial attack, but it's got a pretty vicious backhand on him, despite surfing Pavonis most of his life. But he comes around the corner here and whack. Yeah, you see the spray? Sort of nice synchronisation with the spray coming off the rocks in the background. And another big turn. It's a big fella, big strapping lad, and he used all his reach, all his height, all his power then in 2 turns. Impressive. And a nice finish. Dupuy
Noah just also trying to, well, recreate some of that magic Galicia. Didn't get there. Another one. This is a 5-point ride from Uri, and that's the judges are rewarding those aerial manoeuvres at the moment. We've seen some big numbers. Saw just in the last heat. Yeah, we've seen any type of progressive surfing is being rewarded, and the surfers will have noted that. And it's starting to take to the air at more regular currents. Pretty good wind for it, good conditions. I think we might be able to see some big aerial variations coming up.
Big things happening on the Twitter feed as well. We've got Nelson in Rotterdam. Question for Benny. Like your chat about bells and these surfers that you're sending. Same question, G-Land.
2 in, 2 out.
He also wants to know if you got much experience with G-Land. So a couple of G-Land double header for Ben from Nelson in Rotterdam.
Hi Nelson, thanks for the tweet. Yeah, so I'm going to put in 2 male and female. Live action.
Bukiam here with some whitewater. A little awkward, and he'll finally get into it. And just as he does that, he goes all a little bit wrong.
Well, I'm putting Bukiam in, definitely, into G-Land. I'm flying him into the western promontory of Java.
He's subbing off for Ramsey.
I'm going to take off, in this particular case, I've got to be brutal.
Fun but fair. What's Monday's buzz?
Connor Coffin.
Connor's out, mate.
Connor's gone.
Unlucky Connor. Okay, so Connor's out, Ramsey's in. Who else? The famous reef break at Garajagan, East Java.
Barnaby Cox.
Young English surfer.
Young English surfer. Give him the ultimate platform to see what he's got.
And who are you taking out?
I'm going to take out Kelly Slater. Just because I think he's been to G-Land, and I don't know if Barnaby's been to G-Land, but if he hasn't, anyone who hasn't gone should go. Joel Mole, well, you might get a little trip. He deserves some bit of time off.
How about the women?
I'm going to put in. This is. I took Verheen Fiera to Bells, didn't I? Might have to share the wealth somewhat. I'm going to put in Bonvalo in some big left-handers in G-Land. I think that would suit her style. And I'm going to put in Hopkins. Because Hopkins on that speedy section.
I can't believe you didn't say Hopkins for Bells, to be honest. I was really surprised at that, mate. More than a little bit disappointed.
Hopkins.
But that's fine. She's got G-Land.
Hopkins at G-Land. Just total commitment.
Here goes Glatzer flying down the line. There's one of his kind of trademark airs, but not that trademark that he doesn't get the landing. And who are you taking out? 2 women surfers are getting to get deleted from the draw by Ben Mundy. Bang. Big hit there from Uziel. Backhand. Whipping it. Cracking it. On the inside. One more time. And he goes down.
Lakey Peterson.
Lakey's out. Sorry. Who else?
So I've got Teresa. And I'm going to put in Hopkins. Oh, yeah. And I've got Lakey out. And I'm going to also take out. Oh, you know what? It's it's a difficult. Yeah, Steph Gilmore.
She's got to go.
She's got to go.
Bukiam belting it, getting good wiggles done. That was really nice.
Yeah, strong surfing Ramsey. His backhand, understandably, he's really on point. Spends a lot of time on those Moroccan points.
And Nelson's other part of this week was, have you spent much time there, Ben? He wants to know about.
Done a few trips. Thanks, Nelson. Yeah, probably been there half a dozen times over various years. A bit like spiritual home in many respects. Rod Cunthorpe's spiritual home, that's for sure.
Are you a reef booty guy, maybe?
At first I was.
On the back foot?
At first I was. I mean,
but that make for great photos today.
No. Well, I was both. Then I was one, because the old timers, you need to push off on one foot. And then eventually, just all the best guys just don't wear them. So I went the thing. But I'll tell you what, low tide coming in without booties, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. So actually, you know what? It depends a bit on the tide with the booty situation. Better than to be safe than to be sorry, though, I suppose. But yeah, G-Land's a great spot. If you get a chance to go check it out. Full of old blokes like me talking about how good they used to be.
Here goes Glatzer, double up section, big energy, flicks a big turn using the speed well. He's already got a 6.5 in for the backhand hammers. And there's a nice forehand hit for him. Uziel is our leader at the moment. The 5.5 and the 3.83, good enough prior to that last wave. from Glatzer. Meanwhile, Noah Dupuy, young Frenchman, flicks one down out of the lip.
Good tweet here from Debbie from Dakar. And Deb's just loving the commentary. She's really enjoying it. Thanks, boys. Especially loves Zay Ferreira. It's been her favourite so far. But she's saying, she's asking you, Paul, a bit of insight behind the, sort of look behind the magician's kind of sleeve. See if that's the appropriate term. I don't think so. Is now.
You can look behind the curtain.
It is in Dakar. What's the worst thing and the best thing about being a commentator on the QS? She puts in brackets on the QS.
Yeah, okay, well, easy. Best thing, of course, is just the friendships, you know, like anything.
With the surfers?
With staff, with anybody, just the relationships you make, the locals you meet, just getting to hang out with people. You and I do similar sort of day jobs normally, where we're sort of quite solitary kind of task. You're just sort of typing away at your keyboard on your own, or you know, doing other stuff on the internet when you should be concentrating. But you're on your own, basically. So it's cool, like working with the team and getting to meet different people. What's the worst part? It feels like there's quite a lot of the events. I mean, there's sort of 5 or 6 full 10-hour days. Sometimes they feel like they could be maybe slightly shorter, I would say.
Yeah.
How about you, Ben? Best and the worst part about being a QS commentator?
Well, there's a lot.
Have I covered everything?
You've covered the main talking points for sure. I think that's up. Going for it. Camera couldn't keep up. He spun so fast. I would say.
Is it the
I'd say
drinking?
the bad thing is that you do a lot.
drinking
You do a lot. No, the drinking's up there. The socialising, drinking, same thing, isn't it? You can't do one or the other, right? I would say that you do a lot more watching of surfing than you do of surfing.
Yeah.
So you've got dream. Even till now, I should know this by now. You think you're going to surf, but when Rum Gutty makes 6:15 a.m. call and the last heat potentially can go to 9:49 p.m., it does make it difficult to go for the surf time that you want.
So life balance, essentially, you're saying, is a little bit of a drawback. Nice little slash there to open up from Uziel. He's getting plenty of water time. And how about the good point?
The good point, I would say...
Dupuy bangs one, goes down.
Yeah. The good point is just to, travelling to Portugal and spending a lot, probably 3 months of the year down in Portugal. I think we might go to a break though, Paul.
Yeah, well, we're all caught up with scores at the moment. Glatzer's going great guns. We're going to bring the women in soon. The top seed, Teresa Bonvolo, she'll be coming up. We got the women's action hitting the water in around about 9 minutes' time. Join us for more live. We're going to finish this heat 16, the round of 64. Then we'll bring the women. That's all coming at you live. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Costa de Caparica as we check out a surfer emerging from a wee underwater adventure. His name's Uri Uziel. He's out of Israel. He's in second spot in a tough heat in the round of 64. Here goes your heat leader, Glatzer, down the line with a ton of speed. Big punt, collects it on the flats and then disappears underwater himself. So an incompletion for Leon, the German, represented Deutschland at the Olympic Games in Tokyo last year. Pretty happy about making his way there. And we always knew a punt was coming, Ben. We were quite surprised it didn't stick this.
Yeah, his completion ratios are usually so high. And he got a fair bit of height on that one, as he always does. The amplitude is always a signature part of his big airs, but he just couldn't land. Well, he did land it, but then couldn't stick it. And he'll be upset because that was probably a really solid score, and he could have locked the door on this heat. As it is, it's still pretty much wide open.
Yes, surprised to see Ramsey struggling so far. Nothing on the board better than that 4.77. His backup's really modest.
Yeah, exactly. Coming fresh off a win, confident, eyeing off, another really solid result. He has priority though, so he's got a box seat. I think it's a 4.57. Fairly easy for him, but he's leaving it late, and he does get a little bit flustered sometimes in these situations where the stress kicks in. He's got to stay centred. Remember all the heats he won last week. Meanwhile, Glatzer just cannot stop catching waves. He's sure he's going to make one of these, and he does there. So finally, third attempt, Glatzer nails one, and that'll potentially improve his heat lead.
Yeah, it took him quite a long time to sort of make that, didn't it? He collected the landing and then had to wait a while just to make sure he stomped it, and he gets it done. Could well improve on his number. We're just going through this Twitter feed, and it is going pretty wild. We got Vince. He's in Hull on the east coast of England, enjoying the commentary, bringing a little bit of Portuguese surf to the North Sea. As he's tuning in, he likes the swapping surfers in and out. He likes time travel. So he's put the questions together, and he said, Ben, which historical surfers are you putting in to Bells? You can choose anyone from history, a man and a woman, and who would you have them surf against and beat? Good question. Vince in Hull.
Yeah, Vince, I'm going to put in...
You can have anyone. Literally anyone from the history of surf. You can have the Duke if you want, mate.
Don't think he'd go too well in the Bells Bowl. I think his equipment might be a little bit antiquated. But not a bad shout. I'm going to put in... I'm torn between either... I mean, it's not exactly left field choices, but sometimes you just got to call it as you see it, Paul. It's either between Ockie or Simon Anderson. I'm going to put in Ockie. You just got to. I grew up watching him surf that wave, and I loved it. I love the way he surfs. So Ockie's going in.
Who's he in the heat against? Who would you like to see him surf against?
Against
most?
the current crop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ockie's going to go up against Italo.
Okay.
Two goofies going hammer and
tong.
Very different approaches.
Who wins?
Ockie wins.
2-8s.
2-8s, and weirdly dents Italo's world title hopes, even though he's come from the past. So that would be a bit of a turn up for the books.
How about on the women?
On the women, I'm going to bring in. Well, I mean, I just can't go past Ben Burridge.
I knew you were going to say Bam.
I mean,
good choice.
Just the style.
Yeah.
The style is so good. It's so smooth.
Yep.
And it's just a joy to watch. I spent a lot of time trying to mimic it myself.
Yep.
And largely successful in that endeavour. Yeah, so Pam's going in, and she's going to go up against Caroline Marks, another goofy clash.
Good heat.
Yeah, Marks versus Burridge, both at the peak of their powers.
Here's Ramsey. He's got some speed. He floats over a section, bangs it hard. Much better stuff from the Moroccan. The 167 is toast. Can he improve on the 4.77? Dupuy, backhand. Couple of whips. He likes it. Gets it done. Crucially gets the completion. He's got a 2.5. I reckon that's gone. Glatzer, your heat leader, on the backhands. The wave will run away from him. So an improvement from Glatzer with a 6.83 on his last one. Just extends that lead over Uri Uziel. 3.5 minutes on the clock. So Ockie gets Italo, and he gets through. Who wins in the Burridge Marks clash?
I think Marks has got too much.
Probably just got a little
too much Ockie now. Yep. Yeah, good time travel. As we see Ramsey fanging down the line. First time we've seen that. That power, that speed. Small wave, but he was sharp on it. Got a 5.43. So that was enough to get him to second. Depends whether this is a 5.53 or not. Don't think it will be. Ramsey may have just snuck in to second place at the right time.
Can I have BL? Can I have Barton Lynch and putting him against John and just frustrate him with just better tactics, superior heat craft, and beat him with a couple of 5s, basically?
Just in really in between Bells and Rincon, where it's just sort of you don't know where to sit, like the worst type of conditions you can kind of get.
Basically, you just watch on like just trying to oversurf it a little bit, kind of force it on the inside and going incomplete a lot.
Barton just does 4 turns to the beach.
Let's check out the recap, Ben.
Yeah, Glatzer on his backside first. This was pretty vicious, 6.83, huge score. Sorry, 6.5 for that, for the first wave he got. And he set his stall out pretty early. Uri Uziel, we love the way he surfs. He's on smaller waves. Just clicks the fins out, got a 5.5 for that. Glatzer again. This is his 3rd attempt at this air. Wasn't the biggest one, but there's the one he completed. And they're giving out big numbers. That's 6.83 for that. Meanwhile, Ramsey was under the pump. He just showed his class here. And just, you can tell he's looking like he's in good form surfing-wise. Just a bit slow out of the blocks competitive-wise. But
Turn the heat there, got into 2nd place. Crucially, Uziel drops down. I'm just going to put Lynette McKenzie in against Gilmore. And Lynette's going to bring the intensity. It's going to rattle Gilmore. Steph's going to get double interference and be told to come in by the beach announcer. So she's going to have to come in before the end of the heat, double interference.
Nice. Well deserved. McKenzie.
Good game. Here goes Uziel. He wants that 2nd place back. Uses Pryor. What's he got for us here? Oh, that was nice. Can't get it done. Cannot get a landing. He'll be frustrated. He only needs a 4.7.
He would have got that if he made that 2. Absolutely.
Noah Dupuy only needs a 5.53. It's not a huge number, but it is just shy of a point better from what he's had so far. Here he goes, trying to get that score into the final minute here. Haven't seen loads of points scored so far. What's he got on the inside? He'll get a rotation in. And rather than reverse it, he tries to come back the way. And that'll be incomplete, and that's not going to be a number. And he'll be a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, just not chasing big scores at this stage. Little windows are open, but they're closing pretty fast. 35 seconds to go. And Ramsey, well, he's going down the line. And he goes for an air and he spins. So he's going to get scores probably, see, we didn't see it out the back, but a 4.77 is his lowest score. 20 seconds, that's probably going to be his heat done and dusted. Unless Uri or Noah can get back out there and have a crack. Ramsey seems pretty happy. He was under the pump there. Got a little taste of what it's like to be under real stress. Uri can't get that. So that's a wrap. Leon, convincing winner. Ramsey a little bit lucky, but class showed in the end.
35 waves ridden in that heat, a lot of them. And after all of that, we've decided that Ramsey Bukiem in 2nd, Leon Glatze in 1st will advance. A score in for Uziel is just a throwaway number. He went incomplete. And Leon Glatze, a job well done by him. He brought the skill set that we've come to appreciate. Forehand rotations, big backhand hits as well. Ramsey, who was struggling really for a lot of that heat, able just to back himself, to stay calm, found the waves and that winning feeling of making heats that he enjoyed over in Israel. He'll look to carry that through in Portugal, a place he knows a lot about. Good buddies, of course, with Vasco Ribeiro. Those two, bit of a squad over here, hang out together. And that'll wrap things up. Disappointment for Noah Dupuy. And that's our men's round all done and dusted. We're going to bring in the women. It's the round of 32, heat 1. It's coming at you right after the break.
Okay, we are back in lot.
Yeah, last year I won my first QS in Costa, so it was definitely a special moment. and it's just like a lot of beach breaks with so many peaks that normally there's always a bank that is really good, and he definitely has a special place in my heart.
Campeã europeia, a primeira portuguesa a conquistar então um título de qualificação europeia aqui. Uma salva de palmas para a Terezinha.
It's the same joy that I started surfing. It's the same joy that I have now. So every time that I go surf and every time that I'm training, I have that goal in my mind, which is to qualify to the World Tour, and I want to belong there and stay there and fight for my other dream, my other goal, which is be a world champion one day.
Yeah, Teresa Bonvolo. Bit of insight into the absolute tear she's been on pretty much for the last 18 months. Pretty much every event she's turned up to, she's won in Europe. So consistent. New sponsors, new focus, and yeah, she's been really, really consistent. So, and yeah, it was here last year. She probably got the ball rolling with that win down in Caparica. So, and then went on to win in the Azores as well. And always pretty dominant, a lot of passion. And she's in this seat. She won't have it all her own way. Juliette Lacombe. This is Beatrice Carvalho. Carvalho just getting off. Can she hang on? And she does. So good surfing from Beatrice. And this is Teresa. This is all caught while we're having that little catch up. The second wave. And that's a nice turn. So that's just yet to be scored. So that looks like a strong start from Teresa.
Yeah, you were pretty accurate there with those 18 months, but it's true what sponsors can do to your motivation, and it was like she was in kind of this transitional phase between her previous sponsor and her new sponsor, right? She was kind of like finding her feet, and then she started her campaign last year here in Caparica. She's been on a roll, really.
Absolutely, yeah. I suppose it's just sometimes it clicks. We talked about before about how, you know, sometimes it's a matter of timing when you find your form and you apply it. And obviously, she's always been a great surfer. And she's also been doing it a long time. I mean, she had some of those wild cards when she was maybe even too young. She had the wild cards and some of the Cascais events. She was 14 or 15. Just puts a lot of pressure on a young girl's shoulders in terms of you're in the public eye, you're expected to do well. It seems like a logical progression. Just going to make the CT, and it's not that easy.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're not, you know, at that age especially. So now, you know, she's still young, but she's just got that maturity and that experience. So she's got to take it to the world stage now. As we see Carvalho live action. First turn, and only one and only turn from Beatrice. And Bonvolo, well, there you go. The second wave was an 8-point ride. So straight away, she sets down a marker. Pretty much makes it a race for second immediately. Someone who didn't get second, though, was down on the beach. Winner of the last heat, down there with our man Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I'm here with Leon Glatze, the man of the moment. Leon, how was it out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little tricky, definitely, for all of us. You could see how Ramsey and I were having some moments there, but thank God it's growing, and everyone is so excited for, I think, for the rest of the comp to see these waves come up. And yeah, I fortunately had a nice heat.
Excited for some big punts, maybe?
Yeah, I think definitely that's my game plan, you know. At the last couple days, I was kind of sick. It was pretty cold here in Portugal, so I haven't been surfing for the last like 2-3 days, and yeah, I'm back at it, and I'm ready to hit it for sure.
Nice. You surfed really well. Congrats, and good luck for the next round. Can't wait to see you punt and get through some more rounds.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chico, and thanks. It's pretty relaxed, pretty calm, and pretty pumped. Leon Glatze.
Yeah, he must be spending some time in the States somewhere, because his English is pretty American.
Yes, I think, well, he grew up in Costa Rica, And so German heritage, but so he speaks Spanish fluently, obviously. Speaks German, speaks English. So yeah, a lot of those Costa Ricans or Central American, if they, the English they hear can be quite American.
Yeah,
so,
a lot of influence.
And yeah, perfect English. And I think that making the Olympics last year was a big thing. Made through the ISA games, to clinch the final on the last pretty much the last spot to get qualified. Got a lot of support from his sponsors both in Germany and abroad, and yeah, just gave him a real shot to keep up with his CT dream. He's got some massive manoeuvres in his arsenal, so he'll be dangerous. But right now, Teresa Bonvalo, well, she backed up an 8 with a 6, and it just shows what a bit of confidence there is. Juliette Lecomte, she's trying to get back into the game, looking for a second spot.
Yeah, Teresa not giving much of a chance to the other surfers. 14 combined score in the first 7 minutes or so. Just comes to show you what we were talking about in the first moments of this heat. She's really in form, really focused, calm as well. You always see Teresa with a calm approach, and Juliette Lecomte here, nice first little carve there, and this is Teresa's 6 point. Nice, nice tail slide there, and you can just feel she's growing. Her confidence is growing slowly for about 18 months now. I think that's the reference point we have. If we compare last year's performance here, well, she did very well. She won. In terms of surfing, from one year to the other, she definitely evolved her surfing. She's looking really sharp. I think her boards are also a point she's been working out a lot lately. She looks really comfortable in those boards.
Yeah, it's all clicking together, isn't it? But she's got those big turns, which now you need. Obviously, that women's and the CT level. This ability just to get above the lip, it's crucial. See Evelina Hooft, she can't get any type of open space on that wave. And we see Teresa again, so I mean, she just knows this wave so well, just through so much competition down here over the years, from the time she was a junior all the way through. There's the mum. She's one of her obviously great supporters. She's always on the beach. And that's a big turn there from Juliette Lecomte. Let's see what that came in. She's right out of it as we saw, but looked pretty solid. Yeah, the Bonvalo support, dad and the mum and the sister, invariably down on the beach, supporting their family member, but always a massive backing. And well, right now, Mrs. Bonvalo will be pretty happy with all those things stand.
Definitely, and things are looking up for her as we see Lecomte's just the one to finish that wave, but it was a good one. And Teresa here, nice bottom turn, pushing that turn, just putting in the rhythm. 4.5 doesn't better her scores. She can relax though, as the other surfers need nearly a perfect wave to take her place. So yeah, that's what you want in the heat. It's hard to do, a lot of heats like that. In a contest like this, you surf, if you want to get to the final, you surf like 5 heats. So you don't want to do your best in the first or the second heat. You want to progress throughout those 5 heats and just have your best performance in the final. That'd be the best strategy.
Yeah, it's Nat Laylor getting ready there. An intense physical warm-up for the Israeli surfer. Smashed it yesterday, as did her sister. So those pair featuring in the next 8 heats. Do the round of 32 and then see how we get on for the round of 16 with those 4 heats. So a bit of a case of making hay while the sun shines. Got a bump in the swell. The sun's out. It's Friday afternoon. Everyone's here, so we'll see how many heats we can get done. I mean, I say the sun's out and you look out towards the sky, a bit of a grey grizzly scene out there, but trust me, it's pretty nice temperature. A breeze off the ocean, but it's a nice place to be in the world right now. And if I tell you, it's even nicer for Teresa Bombolo, because she's just come out swinging. An event favourite, #1 seed, and logs a 14 heat point ride in the very first heat, so great surfing from her. But can Beatriz Carvalho come back? She comes around the corner. Nice bit of fin release. Portuguese surfer. And just finishes off nicely. Haven't seen a lot of her surfing over the last few years. She's obviously coming in a bit unknown. Don't know, have you seen much of Beatriz's surfing, Jose?
Yeah, a bit here and there. She's coming through the ranks. Not the surfer, the Portuguese surfer you think about when you think about the Portuguese contingent just yet. But she's definitely has some moves. She's improving a lot lately, as you can see in this heat. She has a nice style, and it's just also for surfers that are not as experienced to go in the QS like this. It's just added experience. You were talking in the beginning about having a wild card too early, and you know, to go in a contest like this when you're 14 or 15, you know, it's different than a CT, definitely. Especially in Portugal, it's like a natural, I don't know, amphitheaters, you know, like a theater, natural theater, with a lot of people. So it's not as easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. Well, actually, this woman, she's starting to just try and build on the 6. She knows she needs to get a more important score. It must be a bit hard to keep your focus when you know you're so far ahead. Almost got her other competitors in combination situation. She's trying to improve on a score. Carvalho again trying to do something. Goes Teresa, comes around, waits for it. Just again, you can see those fins come out the back and makes it, so blows her hair back. She's happy with that. 10 minutes left to go. She's well out in front. Scrap for this second spot. And Carvalho needing a 3.43. Eveline, who has done well here in the last few years, now needing a score. There's Lacombe though. So I think these sort of one wave sections, but she's hitting him pretty hard, Jose.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a nair there. She took off a little bit, but definitely a strong turn for Juliette Lacombe. Let's watch the replay. Just the one turn, but beautiful and gaining acceleration. And I think the judges will like that. They've been rewarding quality turns.
Good timing, bit of fins out, bit of risk, and she landed it really, really clean. So Juliette Lacombe, see Eveline Hooft. There's a one big turn as well. Just the one turn. Couldn't quite get another one, so she's struggling just to get half decent wave. That's the best wave. Just see if she can get through. She needs some better waves than that. She's going to try and match either Carvalho or Lacombe. Juliette's score still to come in for that one big turn. As it stands, she needs a 4.35 to move back into second.
Yeah, Beatriz, though, she's now in second place.
So the texture, we might get a bit of more luck. This is Lucia Machado. She's done the last of the warm-ups, getting some last-minute tips from the Spanish coast there. Canary Islands contingent. I mean, pretty hard. Well, I mean, in terms of where you sit out there, it's there's not too much you can really do, is it? I mean, it's a bit of a lucky draw staying busy. There's no real set banks or there's no rips, is there? It's just sort of random peaks.
Yeah, this is, well, I've been talking to the guys and some girls, and they were just happy there's some swell kicking in, so
Yeah.
everyone is excited. The truth is, it's not at all obvious to understand which are the good ones, and as you can see, Teresa, you know, just keeping active might be like a strategy that works overall, because you might just end up catching a wave that ends up being good. Some waves are obviously good when you're in the water, but it's not. It's far from being a point break where you can actually see what the wave's going to do 10 seconds ahead of you. So
yeah, you see there, Tessa Tyson, experienced French surfer, warming up as well. Out the back though, okay, this is Evelina Hooft. So the Com got the score for her wave. Hooft's not going to get the score on that one. A 5.77 for Juliette on that last one turn closeout re-entry. So you were right, Zay. The judges have been rewarding single turns, and in this case, she got it. So she's just a bit of a gap between her and Beatrice as Cavalier going needs a 5.44. That wave doesn't look like a 5.44 to me, and it's not. She's trying valiantly to hang on. Just didn't quite get there on that one. So she goes down. Regather, 6 minutes on the clock. It's a fair amount of time in these conditions. A lot of waves getting ridden.
yeah, it's tough work for the judges.
Yeah. Tough work. They got down here early, around 16 heats of the men. Pretty quick fire time, and then we're straight on to the women's. So looking at 24 heats minimum, and then a potential to run another 4 after that, with weather and waves permitting. So it's a big day. We've got to always, as ever, try and get through these heats. So we've got a bit of time. There's 3 more days in the waiting period. So what you want to do is just maximise when the best waves are. And that should be hopefully tomorrow, and then the finals date for Sunday. So 2 more days of the waiting period after today, Saturday and the Sunday. And you aim to pick the eyes out of it and turn the best tides, the best waves, the best wind. And there's waves now, and here goes Teresa Bonvolo on a nice looking left-hander, banging down the line. She's going to go from there. She might as well, she's got nothing to lose here. Just can't quite make it. Something that we really need to see more of in women's surfing. That's the next kind of progression. You see the young kids. So young kids like Sierra Kerr, and a lot of those sort of 14 to 15-year-old up-and-comers growing up doing airs, and they're doing it, which let's see a bit more on this high competitive field in the QS. That's the recap. I mean, it was all about one woman's day.
Yeah, look at this turn right here. Difficult section there, and she just really hits it off the top there with a lot of control, maturity, late points. Great wave for Teresa Bonvolo, and then complements that with this one. Nice vertical turn there, so giving us some diversity. And Juliette Lacombe with 5.77. That was a really nice turn. So we, first heat of this round, and it's a great heat. That they're on fire.
Yeah, Teresa, Juliette putting up some big numbers, some good scores.
And about the swell.
Yeah, what do you got for me?
So tomorrow it will be a little bit bigger. But we've been saying this every day, and the waves have been growing just a tiny bit every day. But it really looks like the swell is kicking in now. And I think tomorrow, because the swell will turn a bit more to the west. And as we had a try there. But so the swell is turning a bit to west, which it will come in more directly into Caparica. The period goes up, the swell goes up, the wind will pretty much stay the same tomorrow, and we might even have a little bit of light offshore wind for Sunday.
What?
But the waves will be smaller for Sunday. Well, then they go back again on Monday, which means that, you know, they might stay the same. I don't think it's gonna go down too much for Sunday. So, and the wind will be very good for at least until noon on Sunday. Then the wind picks up a lot, north wind. So, you know, we're expecting to have better conditions in the next days.
Yep, here's Carvalho. She's trying to get through to that weekend. Gets it up there, another one. Oh, she just comes out, she hangs on, but you can see the disappointment. Just not quite getting that extra section. Needed 5.44. She's kind of caught in between the second and third turn. She hung on. Judge has got to make a call on whether that's going to be good enough. See the replay. Split peak.
That was
this with here. She thought she had a section here that she could have went a bit harder on, and then it just doubled up, and I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the 5.44 she needs. Meanwhile, heat leader just doing these, she's getting loose way out in front. She can afford to throw caution to the chickens, and she's got a solid heat lead. It's all about that second spot. The judges looking at Beatrice's, oh, it's close to 4.73, needs a 5.28, so not enough. And Carvalho, 90 seconds now to get back. That wave was probably her last shot at the title. Unfortunately for Beatrice, she couldn't do it. And Lecombe doesn't have any good waves, but she's manufactured some points out of not much at all, so fair play to her. One big closeout re-entry's been the difference for her. And it looks like with 90 seconds on the clock and not much happening out to sea, we might be getting no more action.
Yeah, Lecombe making the best out of her experience as well. Didn't get the best waves, but did so very well the waves she caught. So making the best out of her decisions in the water. And Beatrice, though, good effort.
Yeah, and such has been a dominant. She's got her next two throwaways would have won of the heat. 6 and a 4.5 would have been enough to still win the heat. So she's got the 4 best waves of this heat so far, Teresa. And no easy feat. She smashed it out of the park, so she's going to be happy. Carvalho had an opportunity, couldn't take it. Hoof never really in the game. So Bonvelo and Lecombe are through. And we just progress. So Eveline Hooft just had a shocker that heat. Disappointing that she didn't quite make it. And Hooft will have to live to fight another day. This is her last wave. She needed a big score. She tried to the end, never gave up, but she knew that score wasn't enough. And so she is out of the event. And she is disappointment. She's had a few good surfs here over the years. This wasn't to be this time. That woman there should be exceptionally happy and confident after that barnstorming win. We progress on. Yolanda Hopkins, Tessa Tyson, Annette Laylor, and Lucia Machado. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with round 32, the Heat 2 of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the second heat, round of 32 of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. You're seeing the Bugio, it's just in the middle of Rio Tejo, one of Portugal's biggest and main rivers. We'll have Yolanda Hopkins, Tessa Tyson, Ana Leilor, and Lucia Machado in this heat. My name is Zé Ferreira. I'm here with the great Paul Evans. We had some early action there. We'll get everything on the replay for you. But we had great first heat, so everyone seems to be very motivated for this.
Yeah, and as you might expect, the big seeds come in and the big scores go down. Excellent range for Bonvalo. No major surprises there. She's able to show a bit of quality. It's kind of tricky conditions, a bit crossed up, a bit wobbly, a bit weird. Got loads of talent out in the water in this, though. And this was Machado, diminutive in stature, but packs a punch with her maneuvers. She surfed through a lot of rounds to get here, to take on some top seeds. And Hopkins, she'll belt this a couple of times. She'll be full of fire, full of aggression. Tessa Tyson, also got a number of years of competitive experience behind her. And she'll be looking to put some big numbers on the board. She's going to need them to get out of this heat. I reckon this might be another high-scoring heat.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it already is 7-point ride for Yolanda. As we see in the backdrop, some wind and rain coming our direction, coming our way. So we'll have a flare in the conditions. Let's see what that does to our ocean. But really, I hope I'm not being too biased, but Yolanda Hopkins, I always see her surfing in heat. She just looks so strong, motivated, and you know, she has a very tight connection with her coach.
I'm really surprised she's not in the running for the Challenger Series. That to me is an anomaly. She should be up there on her surfing, and she's quite a long way back actually.
Wow, nice one from Tessa Tyson, experienced surfer. A lot of spray in that first turn, and nice, beautiful surfing. As we were discussing yesterday, there's some things that women surfing bring to the table that is just different. Ben was calling it grace and just a lightness, a certain lightness. I tend to agree with that, and Tessa just showing off there. Her good ways, and but definitely Yolanda has a very tight surfing, and here look at that first spray. So she really kicked it with that back foot.
Yeah, nice and crisp on the first turn, wasn't it? She made room for that with the entry. She went straight down the wave when she got to her feet, and that made loads of room to take on the lip.
Radical kickoff there, and a 7-point ride for Tessa. So Yolanda and Tessa have the same kind of wave, exactly the same wave score for those waves. Lucia Machado now from the Canary Island. Nice first turn. Let's see what she got. There goes vertical, but can't ride out of that one just quite. But she's looking sharp and loose, motivated, energized. And Ana Leilor also in the game. She has a 4.5. Let's watch that replay of Yolanda's last one. Look at this kickoff. Nice one. Learn. Everyone that's with us watching, you can always learn from seeing these surfers. And a 5.5 for Yolanda, so she's comfortably leading. 18 minutes to go, so a lot of water to run down on our river in this heat. Annette Laylor taking a look there. This is Tessa's last wave.
Yeah, Tyson just clipping this one. So she's looking sprightly in this. Good energy from her already. Just covering all bases, getting rights, getting lefts, and she's busy in the lineup.
Yeah, nice one from Yolanda. Just a one turn though. And definitely see that the swell came to stay. We started the day with smaller surf, smaller conditions. The tide was different too. What do you think of that, Paul?
Yeah, nicely done. Yolanda already with big numbers on the board here and looking to just improve. Such a good surfer in a variety of conditions.
Laylor there going for backside vertical turn. And without further ado, we're going to talk with Teresa Bonvalot. Take it away.
Yeah, boys, I'm here with Teresa. Teresa, what a machine. 8-point ride. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Finally, we have a couple more waves. It's the first heat, but it feels good to have a little bit more momentum. And yes, I'm stoked. There's actually some really fun ones, even in this wind. And yeah, I think it's going to be like a full day of good surfing.
How's the board going? Good?
Yes, I feel everything is going good. I've been working a lot on everything that I can control and to make it easy out there and just like try to flow and do my surfing.
There's some south wind for tomorrow. Are we going to see Teresa Bonvalot doing some airs?
I don't know. We'll see. Depends. No, but I was right now like trying to look for those sections, trying to put it a little bit more going on. But yeah, hopefully there's some waves, there's some size hopefully, and everyone can do their surf, and I think it's going to be a good show.
And their airs. Nice to see you, Rip. Congratulations and good luck for the next round. Good luck.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for the surfing. Thank you, Shiku, for your words as well. So calm atmosphere for Teresa, but strong words. She wants to go on doing her surfing, trying to control everything she can. There's so much that one cannot control in a heat, but this was what happened in the interview.
Yeah, Annette Laylor looking to get some big hits of her own out here. She finds herself uncharacteristically languishing in fourth place. Got a good ding-dong battle between Hopkins and Tyson, though. Look at the scores. Not much in it to separate them. They've each got a 7, and it's just Hopkins 5 is superior by half a point. That's the difference. And now Annette Laylor starts to move up.
Yeah. Annette Laylor needs to get moving. She needs a 7.2, but what she actually really needs or wants is to better her scores, because Tessa, Yolanda are not making her life easy at all, or Lucius. But there's a few runners out there, a few waves with a lot of potential now. So I think we'll start to see more and more good scores throughout this round, as we saw that happening in the men's division as well. And kind of low at the moment, but a lot of waves ridden from our surfers during the day. And yeah, just talk about there's some surfers and like Collie Vast and Teresa Bonvalot, you know, they look very sharp, they look very, you know, I wouldn't say aggressive, but a very intense approach in the water. And let's just see this way from Tessa. And then they just come and talk in the interview, and they just look like super calm and like, right? So it's different. They have a lot of fire inside, but it's not showing in the interviews. They're not super emotive in the interviews, but lot of things going inside, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. All about controlling those emotions, using that emotional intelligence, really. And how to turn into physical exertion. You're out in the water, dialing it back on land. Don't want to spend too much energy, even when you're being interviewed. Don't want to give too much of yourself over. Keep a lot of that energy in. Unless, of course, you're doing your interview on the podium during the presentation, in which case you can let it all hang out. But yeah, surfers in battle, in an event, let's just dial it back a little bit. A few sort of platitudes and sound bites and that sort of thing. We're not really looking for searing insights from them, because they'll just swat away the questions and think about their next heat. And obviously in terms of tactics and all that sort of stuff, we always ask him about, well, even then they're not going to give anything away. If they do have any little tips or secrets, keep that all to themselves. I think it's pretty wise tactics. Just looking at Machado here. She needs to get something going. Only ridden a couple of ways. She needs to just get a lot busier. Priority next to her. She's going to need to use that soon, because time's ticking away and these heats are running quick. Full surface in the water, 25 minutes. The time is just ebbing away on her, and she's up against surfers already got good numbers. So she's going to need at least 12 points. So if you look at her score, I think her highest is 4.8. It's a good chance she'll need 2 waves to get there, or she needs to go into the excellent range. So she wants to get her skates on. Here goes Tyson.
That goes on a little late for that section, so she falls down. Really, well, it's a bit too early to start to defend your second place in a heat like this. So I'd say the 5-minute mark is a reference to when you start getting closer to your third place. Start defending your campaign, and it's different now with the priorities. Paddle battles were reduced to 90%, something around that. It's really more about the surfing in today's competition than paddle battles or priority battles. Back in the day, well, I can't really be precise about the number of years, but before the priority rule, there was, well, just a normal priority rule, and that would make surfing heats just sometimes a pain in the ass, let me tell you. It was really about paddling and running away or covering your opponents more than surfing, and this priority rule just completely changed the competitive approach. And yeah, but with that said, we're going to do a little commercial break. When we get back, we'll give you all the action. Stick with us, and see you in a minute. Welcome back, straight to live action with Tessa Tyson, trying to better her lowest score is 5 points, and she's looking nice. She's looking sharp. Good way for her. This heat has been stacked with action. Yolanda, though, made her first 2 waves count. That's trademark strategy, and wow.
Nicely done from Lucia Machado. She finishes off there, trying to get out of that fourth spot, isn't she? And she's been really quiet in this. Just a third wave from her, that's not enough. She needs a lot more where that came from, just to get back on that ball, paddle out quick, and just change your energy, fire up, catch waves, hit the lip. So, makes room for herself. It's a good crack of the whip. It's decent, but she just needs a lot more where that came from. She's combinations featuring those kind of turns. She needs the kind of surfing that this woman's done. Tessa Tyson, who takes on the lip. She already had a turn in, and then by the time that wave hit the shallow part of the sandbar, she had a ton of speed, and she just tagged it one more time. Reasonable chance of improving once again there as Tessa.
Yolanda here now. I think she saw what Tessa did, and she just said, look, I'm in first place. I might go to second. That wave looked good, so let me try and improve my scoreboard. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, belts it once, and then this one went a bit weird. She spogged the bottom turn there. We're unable to add much with that. That'll be a throwaway number for Yolanda, but as you said, got the work done early on, throwing heat at the start of this one, dropping a 7 on a very first wave, backing it up with a 5-5. So big numbers, building that platform, and from there, what you can also afford to do is be more selective, because you don't even need to paddle for a wave unless it's got at least a 5-5 on it or better. So Hopkins, there's the spread on her wave early on. It's the spread from the panel, a very first wave. Two judges going as high as 7-5. Averages out as a flat 7 for her. Tyson also with one of those. And Tyson does get a marginal improvement on her backup score. Does go to the lead there, Zay.
Yeah. So she needed a 5.5 to move up to first place. Got a 5.57. So she is now our leader. And Anat Leylor, just nice surfing, but the wave selection is just not quite as good as Yolanda's or Tessa's. They have been doing 2 turns per wave, and she was a bit caught up on that last section. Anyway, she moves to third place. Lucia Machado had a 5.17 on that last one. You can really see she stretched her body, her upper body, and just gave that last turn a lot more expression. Your body movements really come into play when you're surfing. It's really a game of flexion and reflection. You learn that from a young age when you're a competitor or just a free surfer or just a surfer. It's a very intuitive thing, surfing, I would say.
Yeah, this is how it's all gone down. Hopkins, early work from her. Look at the speed she generates. The aggression as well, taken on the lip. The combination of turns. Judges like that, Leylor. She's been awful quiet in this. She's shown flashes. We need more of that. She's good enough to be getting out of this round with ease, but she hasn't found the ways. Tyson has looked very polished, very much in control. She's timing it sweetly. She's found the better waves as well. There have been waves with open sections, nice and clean on the face. Hopkins always hitting it hard, always throwing plenty of spray, surfing with the speed. That's why those two are quite a considerable way ahead. And you get to this point with 4 on the clock, you look at those requirements really needed by Anat Leylor and Lucia Machado, and their big numbers. They need to go up towards that excellent range. They need 7s, high 7s. And you get into the stage where you're going to run out of time to really get 2 new waves in order to get that. So you really need to go something several points better than anything you found so far in 20-odd minutes of surfing. It feels unlikely. That pair right there dominated this one.
Definitely not giving much room to Anna and Lucia. They're surfing very well as well, but just not as good as Tessa or Yolanda. Also, wave selection plays a big role here. And yeah, very polished surfing from Tessa. Just not a millimeter of water out of its place, really. So really good surfing. These two are definitely contenders to do very well in Costa de Caparica, as in any event, really. But ooh, we have a serious attack there from Lucia. Let's see if she can finish. Unfortunately, that first turn was great.
Great effort from Lucia Machado. That's exactly what she needed. I tell you what, if she'd hammered that end section, she could have been on her way to excellent. Let's get a look here. Late drop in. Styles it out nice. That's a massive hammer from her. She does well to negotiate this. And I tell you, if she could have got that done, I'm calling 8s, maybe even better. Unfortunately, it's in the conditional tense because she doesn't get it done. And she goes incomplete as we watch Hopkins just plugging away, finding a lip, aiming at it. So nevertheless, we will get a number in for Machado. Oof. Great backhand surfing going down here from our goofies. Tyson, again, hitting it hard. Her timing looks good. She makes it look pretty easy. Never too hurried into those sections, never getting there early. That's why she's on a big total of 12.57. Well, we're hoping for big scores. This one's paid off. It's been fun.
Yeah. I've been here for the first and second heat, and we've been having a lot of good surfing.
Just, yeah, good scoring for Machado. It just goes to show if she'd made that last turns 8.
Exactly. This was a very serious attack to Yolanda's second place. I'm sure Lucia will analyze that post-heat with her coach.
Yeah, gets that 6-2-3. The 6-2-3 basically really coming on that one turn. She got to finish on there. I reckon she was on for the score a minute ago. What can she bring? It's going to be throwaway number for Hopkins for her hits. And Annette Lelor, really surprised with her. She's got priority. She needs to go close to the excellent range. She needs a high 7. She's definitely got that surfing. She might have a wave hit. And she'll dip under that one. Possibly more opportunities.
I feel like Yolanda could do floaters on like 10 footers, no problem. She's just so solid. Never really fall. You don't see her fall much. Very solid, secure surfer. And 8.33 for that Tessa's last one. So best wave of this heat so far.
Massive, huge number for her. Well deserved too. She's been surfing so good. She looks very relaxed about it as well. She looks so in control and in command. And that Lelor using that priority. It's going to be a case of too little, too late for her.
And Tessa having her victory lap there. She'll be happy about her performance. One of the best score. So let's see Tessa's last wave. Well, I think Annette Lelor had priority there, but she was too late.
Okay, hang on.
Or she seems like she was too late.
Are they going to have a look at this, though? Will our priority judge be looking into this?
Yeah, I think she was too much behind there for it to be considered an interference. Anyhow, it's not wise to do that in the last wave, especially when you're going in first place. It's just not wise.
You just dropped an 8.33 prior to that, and you got a 7. You don't need the wave. A strange choice, and potentially a very costly mistake. Let's have a look at the 8.33 again. This was beautiful. Look at that bottom turn, and that is how you do a big backhand hit with speed, with power. Belts it really hard. And she just went through the gears in that heat, surfing really, really well. She just wants to bottle that energy, that form, bring it back for the next round. Job done.
Job done. Well done, Tessa. Well done, Yolanda. Great heat, and stay with us for more action-packed heats when we come back from the commercial. See you in a little bit.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back live to the shores of Caparica. I tell you what, hearing my voice makes me sound a lot better. A few audio issues, but we're back. You can see the swell coming in, the rain also threatening, but we'll take the waves over the inclement weather any day of the week.
Yes,
being
please.
Hardcore surfers that we are.
Bring it on, mate.
And I'm Ben Mundy, joined by Paul Evans. It's heating up. We saw some big numbers. What do we see in the break, Paulie?
Oh, it's hammer time from Sarah Laciaga. Quick close up for her. Clips the lip, does it all right. Yeah, it's a reasonable number. Here's Garachi, Sanchez or Turn. This is what she'll do to you. She'll surf in the pocket, tight, crisp, falls on the second one. Martino doing some good wiggles. Gets a nice slice of that. And I had a feeling she might go down on the end there. So the third turn incomplete. Ellie Turner out of Cornwall. And she'll hit one. Just a quick wave from Ellie. And that's it. Scores in for everyone. But I tell you what, Lucy Martino doing well in the early running here, Ben.
Straight out of the bat, 6.33. Exactly what you need to do. Huge numbers in the context of most heats. So she's looking good. Looking really good. And we saw out before Tessa Tyson setting the standards here. That's what you got to do, 7s and 8s. And what needs to be rained down if you want to get through to the round of 16, start sniffing that final sort of prize, which is with only a 1,000 QS event. This kind of finals or bust for all these surfers.
Can I say something that's not going to surprise you, Ben?
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that in a bit, actually.
Okay, surprise me after this. Yeah. Hold your surprise. We got the interview down there with Tessa Tyson on the beach.
Yeah, boys, quite rainy now down here, but I've got the heat winner, Tessa. How was it out there?
It was quite complicated, honestly, but it's the best we've seen so far, so I'm quite happy to find some waves.
How good is to have excellent score to start off this competition?
It feels good. I've been trying to really understand what the judges are looking for, what they really want, so that I can try to adapt my surfing to that. And feels like I kind of understood, so it feels good.
Yeah, I saw, and I think you understood well. So good luck for the next round. You look really good out there, and can't wait to see you in the next round. See you guys.
Thanks, Chico, and thanks, Tessa. And yeah, she's been trying to work out. She's trying to. I tell you what, there's some hard jobs out there, Paul. I'll go through some difficult jobs, and then I'll give you one probably the most hardest. And that's Ellie Turner on her backside. Nice click off the top. It's working as a nuclear physicist at the Hadron Collider, trying to split the atom. Very difficult.
That's tough.
That's very tough. There's a paediatric surgeon.
Pressure. There's pressure there.
Pressure.
Long hours,
small children, life or death. And then there's trying to work out what the judges are thinking. Whoa! And I'll tell you what, they're going to be thinking about that turn.
Massive.
Because Garazzi just went for a huge re-entry.
Leathered it, didn't she? This is Ellie. It's not bad. It's a little bit safe. I'd like to see her just notch it up a little bit, bring the aggression. Yeah, what I was going to say, you're not going to be surprised about, mate. It's Twitter. It's absolutely blowing up. We've got Dietmar in Stuttgart. Loves the band's question. Ben, he wants to know this for.
Yep.
What role are they playing in your band? What's the band name?
And the band name as well?
Yeah.
You got Garazzi Sanchez Orton on the snare drum. Setting the pace.
Just the snare.
Just the snare.
She hasn't got a full kit.
No, she just snares it up.
Okay.
She just keeps the tick, 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 sort of tapping away at the back. Ellie Turner. I'll tell you what, if I know Turner, what she's good at is rhythm. She's mixing up between the rhythm guitar and she's got the castanets on the side. She wants to go a little bit cray-cray. Lucia Martino, look, she's got lead guitar written all over.
Interesting.
Proper double
double threaded strut. You know, full plays with the teeth, no trick, real showman. I mean, sometimes she overcompensates the showmanship for the lack of guitar. It doesn't matter. The live show's amazing. And,
Tickets are expensive, but they're well worth it.
Yeah, and they're just an instrumental band, this lot. Get them, they play weddings, they play festivals, they play stadiums. You give them a chance. And I haven't mentioned Sarah, have I? Yeah.
Do you want me to help you out there?
Yeah. Double bass. As you see, another big sort of backhand Rio from Turner on rhythm. And yeah, we got Sarah. Yeah, I'm happy to take some clues from what Sarah's up to.
Yeah, I've got Garachi Sanchez on Didge, so she's on the didgeridoo. We're coming with a little world music vibe. Lucy Martinez doing some sort of Spanish folk vocals. Sarah Lakey-Aggat, she's unleashed with the drum kit. But Ellie Turner, human beatbox.
Human beatbox, nice. Keeping it straight. Yeah. And their name, I'm going to call the band Turner and Hooch. And they're just going to take the world by storm. Who was that from? Dietmar.
Dietmar in Stuttgart.
Dietmar. Ah, good old Dietz. And, yep. Bit of drizzle coming in, a bit of inclement weather. So saw it out there on the horizon. Didn't really expect it to come in. It sure has been blown in by southwesterly wind. But the tide's coming in. The waves are getting better. The surface are getting pretty stoked on this. Onshore breeze. Not always a surfer's friend, but more and more in competitive surfing. Can help you out sometimes with the old aerial surfing. Got a question coming about the conditions. As we see the gang now, they don't care. They're out still supporting their gangs in all sorts of weather.
Garachi Sanchez's crew, the Basque, supporting her out of the water, leading this one. Massive number, that 7.5 that she got early on, so that's why they're pretty happy. What have you got, Ben? Got a question. You look inquisitive. You look puzzled.
Well, it's just Nerida from Nantucket has come in. She doesn't mind the onshore. She's asking you, Paul, what's your favourite onshore wave? She's down the line, wait for it. Boom town. And just cracks it again. So if they weren't happy before, they're going to be more happier now.
I did not know it was hammer time actually right now, but it
MC is in the hall in their house. Or GS.
Sanchez.
GSO.
Look at this stuff. Loads of flow from her too. She sets up here. Nice little essing. She sees this section. The laser beams are on it. Off the bottom. Boom. Down. And just clips those fins through the lip. She's already got the 7.5. She's got a backup of a 3.6, which I reckon is toast, because she is going to be on her way to solid numbers. And the sets keep on rolling through, Ben. A little moisture coming out of the Atlantic. We don't mind that when the surf comes to play. I like the look of these sets.
Yep. Natalie, it's not only she's asking your favourite onshore wave, she's saying, I know he likes his music and loving the band chat as well. And she's asked for the next heat, Mafalda Lopes, Ariana Ochoa, Maria Salgado and Camila Cardoso. Paul, you've got to supply just a 3-track warm-up for all of them. They get the headphones, they get them on, they get their 3 tracks, they get the psych up. What are you giving them?
It's easy. Their favourite onshore wave pipe?
Yours is? Yeah, it's good on the pipe. Less crowded.
You just get out there and get a couple of nugs.
Still barrels.
Still barrels, mate.
Yeah, still barrels.
Still barrels. What was the other part of the question?
Next heat,
Nerida?
you've got to supply a 3-track warm-up soundtrack for all the servers in the next heat. Not individually, they all get the same one. Same psych up.
Okay, easy. I'm going to go with Wu-Tang, Protect Your Neck. There's a classic sort of amp up, high beats per minute. Probably one of the greatest sort of hip-hop tracks of all time. So that's a shoe-in. Good energy.
Yeah, I can see Lopez loving that. As we see Martino.
Also, I don't mind a bit of melancholy in my amp up, so I'm going to go with Gil Scott Heron, Home is Where the Hatred Is.
Right.
Which has got a really nice riff to it and just kind of reminds me of surfing. And it's got a great title as well.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I can see Maria Salgado, the young 15-year-old, really frothing on that.
Yep. Third track for the warm-up as we just pick up Lucia finishing off nice and strong, gets that hit done on the backhand. I'm going to go with Big Youth, the reggae artist from the 70s out of Jamaica, and The classic track, not an imaginative title, but Dreadlocks Dread is the name of the track.
Nice. Okay, here goes the surfer. Whoa,
Ooh.
big tight pocket, and then can she hang on? Oh, she just got ricocheted.
Nice.
Thought she was off. Alicia hangs on. So, only thing of 5.77 to get up in second. Might not get that. Nice looking left though. Look at that, stood up. Oh.
Beautiful looking wave. Big power snap in the pocket. I tell you what, when she snapped that turn, the board kind of stopped moving forward. She got straight back on the front foot and smashed out another one. So an interesting heat with some really nice looking sections. And the good thing about it is surfers are taking it on. Sometimes when the surf picks up a little bit or conditions change suddenly, people play it safe. It's not what we've been seeing, Ben, and I like it.
No way. She went for it. Thought that sort of ricochet of the foam coming back up was going to...
You thought about your playlist, Monday? You got your ramp-up tunes? Got some action here. It's Ellie Turner.
Turner on her forehand this stage. Nice, clean-looking face. That onshore's not really affecting the wave texture too much on the face and just kicks out. Yeah, I'm going to start off with Twisted Sister. We're not going to take it. No, we're not going to take it. We're not going to take
Classic
it anymore. And mate, once you get that belting out, I mean, they're just not going to take it, which is what you've got to do if you're going to rev up for a heat. Next song, I mean, it's hard to go past the old favourite, Kevin Bloody Wilson. He said, you've had an absolute terrible day. And it's a song that gets in your head, and you can... It's
that good unpop, Ben? Let's check out Turner on the replay here. She had to do with a double up section. Yeah. Just...
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, just drags those fins through the lip and gets out of there, gets the completion.
And then to bring it home, just as you take the leg rope off, and this is coming in loud and fast. Look, I'm just going to have to go Popcorn, one of the first electronic sort of songs of all time. And I tell you what, if you got popcorn in your head as you pedal out to a heat, you ain't going to lose a heat, Paul. I mean, I never put it that way. And, we should probably... I feel like we should be able to monetize this type of surfing soundtrack somehow. So pay a surfer. If you get your CD at the next to the Beach Marshal, and they just pay €2 per heat for your soundtrack, I mean, it's going to add up. I'm sure we have to sort of pay the artists at some stage.
Would it be in CD form, Ben?
Yeah, where I sell them.
Would it be CD?
You don't want to download it.
How are the surfers going to play that?
You're going to give them... They have to buy a CD player,
on
Paul.
their Discman.
You're going to buy a CD player. They have to buy that as well. So you're making money on all stages of the process. And you're making surf fans happy because there's going to be better surfing. Oh, there's some good surfing from Lishiaga and another one. So she's fighting back. 2 big scores. A 5.3 for her last wave. Wasn't enough to get up into second, but then she's backed it up quick smart. 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, let's get a look here. Good paddle in. And this little crumble here from, I think, Ellie Turner. She had to go around that. She got a little bit vicious. She flapped at it a little bit, to be fair. It's not super clean surfing compared with some of that crisper rail work that we've seen from Sarah. There will be a number of sorts, but Sanchez Ortun's just turning the screw, turning up the pressure. She's got a big total there, Ben.
Huge numbers. Like Tessa Tyson's big numbers than the last one. All 4 surfers actually have been really consistent. One of the sort of highest heat totals for each surfer across the board. Maybe a bit of a indication that the waves are improving. Some more opportunities. And, starting to warm up out there despite the rain. As we see, Sanchez Orton going right. That bowly wave overhead. Goes for it, goes down. Wipeout, as they call it in the terminology. Always a rich topic to the old wipeout theme.
Yeah, music's got people fired up on Twitter. So I've got Emma in Melton Mowbray. She says she likes surfing, it's all right, but one of the worst things when you get a bad song stuck in your head when you're paddling out. Maybe you heard it on the radio, maybe one of your friends was playing it in the car. Ben, she wants to know what's your least favourite song to have in your head when you're going out for a session?
Recently, this happened to me recently actually.
I'll just let you know there is one correct answer, by the way. And while you think about that, we've got some news in interference land, and it's not good news for Ellie Turner.
What? There's been interference on my watch.
Well, I mentioned she collapsed that lip, didn't I? and it affected the scoring potential. Lekiaga had to go around it. That's harsh.
She was in a good position as well. Early turn and fought back, and now she's going to get the news. She's going to be devastated. Well, she's not. She can't even do anything about it now. She needs a 10.
Well, even if she gets a 10, she still would be in third place.
Yeah, so she's pretty much...
Actually, fourth she'd be in with a 10.
Yeah, so there's not much she can do out there right now. Unfortunately for Ellie, that interference. They've been pretty brutal. I mean, the judges have been... They've been consistent in their allocation of it, but you just can't interfere. You just can't interfere. So here she goes. You see Ellie, she paddled for it, and because she paddled for it, she gave that foam, and then, yeah, it's her to go around it. So she impacted her fellow opponents' scoring potential despite not having priority, and that's why she's just lost wave on a paddling interference.
But again, one of the quirks of the rules is she impacted the scoring potential of Lekiaga, but Lekiaga doesn't sort of benefit from that sanction in any way other than it's one less surfer that you've got to try and get past.
It's a pretty big benefit though, isn't it?
Okay. Benefits it in a really big way. Song that you don't want in your head. There is a, by the way, I'll just let you know, there is a correct answer here, Ben, so you can't just say any song.
Yeah. Well, I'll try and... You either want the song I dislike the most or the correct answer.
I want it to be both. I mean, Emma does and Melton Mowbray.
Okay. Well, Beastie Boys got to fight for the right to party? Nah.
I'm not a massive Beastie Boys guy.
Yeah, that sticks in your head.
Yeah.
What are you going for? What was it?
Anything by AC/DC. Awful band, terrible music.
I would... I'm going to take umbrage with that. No, just because... But the first 3 albums before Bon Scott died, listen to those. If that doesn't get your blood pumping, then you're dead inside.
No, thank you.
And 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, we're going back to black here. Because I tell you what, it's close. And Sanchez, Ortun out in front. Martino, Siaga, and it's just a shame for early turn. It was a really tight. I was just saying how all 4 surfers had probably the highest heat totals across the board, and then sure enough, Turner got put down. That snare drum not working.
Recap time. Martino bouts this a couple of times. 6-3-3. She falls on the last turn. Imagine where that would have gone score-wise if she'd held on to that. Sanchez, Ortun, dominant. Paddles in here and waits really patiently. And this one drains on her, and she says, have a bit of that. Absolutely belts it. The spray flying into a gloomy sky. She's adding to the humidity out here by throwing buckets of water from the Atlantic Ocean. Sets up for a section, hammers it home. Massive total, 13.37 is how you put a heat together. Lekiaga, though, this was an important moment, and it was deemed by our judges that Ellie Turner collapsed the lip on the wave. I probably have to agree with them on that because I said it when we were breaking down the replay of that wave, and unfortunately for Ellie, she loses an entire score. So Ben, we saw some surfers lose half a score early on in the heat, but she's losing a whole score now. Would you care to enlighten us as to why that is?
That was not deemed a paddling interference. It was deemed a priority interference. So if someone's paddling for a wave, if the 2 people are paddling and there's some type of interference, well then that you lose half your score. If it's a priority interference, someone has taken away some scoring potential, it's a priority interference, you lose the whole score. Speaking of priorities, and well, not really, back on the music theme, I've got Billy from Bombay. And Billy, he likes to use the old terminology still. He's a bit old school in that regard. But he's saying that, say he once had this himself, and he was going to ask how you would deal with the situation, Paul. Hopped in a car, surfing on the Western Australia coast, I think, which in Western Australia, which I think you may have done. Oh, big turn for Martino, she's on fire. You have to drive from Perth to Carnarvon up to the bluff up there.
It's a long drive, isn't it?
With one tape. One tape and the old tape. It's an old Holden. It's got a tape deck. You just get one tape to take, and that's it. For you young folks out there, a cassette tape is an old form of music that plays probably a maximum of 14 songs on a single tape, and that often in album form.
Yeah, this is actually easy. It's not hardly worth answering. It's clearly Simon and Garfunkel live at Central Park, the reunion concert.
Nothing worse than a live concert on a tape.
Mate, have you listened to that album?
course I have. But a live
It's
album.
like 200,000 people, a free concert in Central Park, mate. They get
Yeah,
back
if you were
together.
there, great. Live, great. You know, whenever you listen to a live recording, it always sounds terrible. Interesting choice. I'd probably be upset with that. Yeah, it's a Billy from Bombay. Paul's choosing a live tape, Simon and Garfunkel. Interesting. Your flawed take on it. You see Martino trying to hang it up there. So the interest here, apart from Twitter sphere, which is absolutely blowing up, is the 5.51 that Sarah Lisiaga needs to get through this to try and scrout back into contention. She's had a 5.3 and a 4.7 in the last three waves, so she's right in the mix. And she's still on the inside. A bit more time now, Paul, in terms of getting back out. Over the last 4 or 5 days, it's been 30 seconds to get back out now.
Yep.
That's changed.
Yeah, if you get some of these on the head, good couple of minutes. It's going to take out a bit of energy as well. You're getting wobbled around. There is a bit of power out there. Whenever the wind blows onshore, it just adds a couple of extra watts of power to the ocean. Of course, wave power is measured in that power per metre of the line of the crest, Ben, in case you're wondering how that's measured. But yeah, it's going to wobble you around a bit. You've got the duck diver to do. The rips are also going to be a bit more powered up as well, so it's going to take a little bit more energy. The 25-minute heats, and your opportunities towards the back end of the heat when you're chasing the score, well, those minutes are going to go fast.
Yeah, well, they don't actually go any faster than normal, but I suppose the time is a perception. And yeah, they'll feel like they're racing by, dog years, so to speak. And you see, Tun, she's been really, really impressive. Those forehand belts just been aggressive, with style, a lot of power. Sanchez O'Toole been around, very experienced surfer now, and she's put it all together.
Yeah, what a difference in the sort of style of surfing we're seeing in this round with our bigger seeds on more decorated surfers, also with the bigger waves. We've seen surfers at the bottom of the wave in order to do their turn. When it was small, everyone was kind of on the face. And when you're doing that and trying to scrap for scores, sometimes it's not super pretty. It does look a little bit forced. But when it's a little bit bigger, you can use the energy from the drop to put you into your bottom turn. It's been good to watch.
Yeah, and this is Sarah going for her last wave. She's looking for 5. She's not going to get that. You can see the body language indicating her disappointment. Not much more happening. 30 seconds on the clock. She's going to try and get back out there.
Quick question for you, Ben. This isn't a tweet, this is just from me. Can you remember a QS event with this many interferences? We've had, 5 interferences? We had a resurf heat because an interference wasn't called, and we're not even into finals weekend yet. This has got to be a record.
It's been it's probably my best day I've had. Not just like on the QS, like kind of ever. When it started off with that resurf, when it starts off with Rob Gunning saying, this is the first time this has happened in 12 years. I was just like, my heart was pumping. I was sweating. I was like, this is unprecedented. This is massive. And then he set the tone. And then throughout the court, there's been paddling. There's a guy paddling out, got interference. There's been paddling. There's been every type of interference. And I can't get enough of it. So, no, Paul's the answer. It's been an incredible day. I mean, I can't wait to call the agent and tell him about the push back that printing run, because this book is nowhere near finished. But that heat is finished. And it was an incredible performance from Garazzi, Sanchez Orton. Too good, too strong. Martino got in second. Sarah Lisiaga. And unfortunately for Ellie Turner, she got interference and misses out. That's heat 4 in the water now. But before that comes back, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Okay, we are live action here on the beach of Caparica. We are progressing through the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2022. As we see,
wow,
we see a strong entrance from Joanna Garnell. She's got the umbrella out, she's prepped and ready, and enjoyed that little cameo. She needs more of that action, more sideline stuff, more entertainment. Unleash the inner Goanna.
Was that influenced by Charlie Chaplin?
It was a bit. I want to see the 6 pint Goanna. Wait, you see that. That really fires up. She's very aggressive and very funny. Speaking of aggressive and funny, well, no, none of these girls are aggressive nor funny, but they've got some talent in the water. My name's Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Jose Ferreira, and already off the bat, while we're having the ad break, there's been some numbers dropped, and it's this girl. No, this was a white, young Maria Salgado from Santa Cruz. She's 15 and finishes off strong. She's got a mum, a dad, and a little sister here. Saw them in the booth, but this wave was a big one. Wow. One big turn. And Ariana Ochoa picking up a 7.67.
Wow, well, all of her board out of the wave.
Turn.
Wow. Great.
So big numbers dropping. And then Maria. Oh, there's a big turn as well. So that's backing up a score. So 2 waves in the first 4 minutes from the young 15-year-old. That's the way to surf it. Build pressure. Get some scores. And the young Grom got the heads up. Had a little bit of intel from up there in Santa Cruz. From old Juzzy Barnwell. He's got his fingers on the pulse, that man. And he was seeing this young kid. Been watching the free surf around. Thought, yep, this is one to watch. And sure enough, so far, she's been doing incredibly well for such a young surfer. And looks really composed. And we've got Ariana Ochoa there. She's going to have to be, because Ariana has already got a 7.67, backed it up with a 5.23. So already these 2 girls, after a really strong start, 5.33 for Maria, then a 4.73. And there's some big names here. Mafalda Lopes, one of Portugal's great surfers, coming, I think, 3rd on the qualifying series rating. So pretty much almost a lock for the Challenger Series. But she's up against it here after a strong start from 2 of the competitors. Yeah. Will she be rattled, though? Does Mafalda get rattled?
Just see Camila Cardoso's wave. It looks kind of a so-so wave. She works it well. Work it. Yeah, Mafalda, runner-up here. Rattled?
Does she? Yeah, she won't be rattled. It should be. She's too good, too experienced now, Mafalda, to be worried about a good start. Rattled means nervous or a bit upset or a bit stressed.
About the start? Yeah, I don't think so. She's such a dynamic competitor, really, and very experienced. She's a local from Costa de Caparica. She's from Lisbon. And so she knows the shores, not of the Azores, but of Costa. And this little girl is really impressing me. Your friend is very right. You have your connections locked in.
Sorry, my connection is right, but you just talk about being Mafalda Lopes, being dynamic and a seasoned competitor. Well, she's just managed to do a pretty big backhand Rio from the local. So Jose Ferreira, he saw it coming, he called it. Sure enough, she's pulled it out and got right back in it.
I can be your connection for future situations as well.
I need all the help I can get.
Locked in.
Okay, but down there on the beach, I think we've got Joanna Garnell with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. It's so great to see the girls on such an amazing level like that. How are you feeling?
I think we got lucky, the swell pick up, and I think it was a nice hit, hard competitors, and I found 2 waves, so happy to make it through.
And last year you had a pretty good result here at Caparica as well. Are you trying to get a bit further?
Hopefully. We always come for the win, so hit by hit, but hopefully.
Well, congratulations. You're in the next round.
Thank you. See you there.
Thanks. Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Yaratsi. Yeah, looking pretty calm, just heat by heat. She's got some form on the board at this wave. And we're looking at some big numbers coming in from the Mafalda Lopes. There it is, an 8.6 for a single turn. So a huge number from Mafalda Lopes. And that just shows, we're talking up Maria Salgado, but she's already just had a taste of what it's like to meet some of the big weeks of European surfing. Things can change pretty quickly. With a single turn, she's gone from being, yeah, you know, a nice strong start to now needing some big numbers, 6.78. So probably not something she's too used to in the juniors, where control heats a bit more in the big leagues. And great surfers like Mafalda can just turn it on a dime. So we'll see if that was classed as a paddle there from Ariana Ochoa. She's been off to a strong start as well. But 8.6, you like that, Zay? You happy with that?
Yeah, I was thinking, I think the best waves of this contest have been one-turners.
Yeah.
So it's really something you have to bear in mind if you're a competitor. Everything can change with one turn, just the one turn. We've been seeing that throughout the comp. And Mafalda Lopes just, I really like her style. She's very radical. And Ariana Ochoa here, nice first slash, second. You know what? I'm very surprised with this round. You know, everyone's surfing great, good performances, surprises.
Yeah, coming at us from all directions. Real elevated. I suppose as soon as these top seeds, your Bombalos, your Mafalda Lopez's come in to play, Ariana Ochoa's, as the swell increases and the seeds get better. And look at this though. Just the second turn was nice. Cracks it off the top, so much spray. Got a little bonus section to finish it off. So Ariana trying to impress on already press on a 5.23, so already got a big number in the bag, and she's only going north of that. It's going to be interesting how the young Portuguese surfers, Salgado and Cardoso, respond. So 7.10 comes in for Ariana, so she's way out in front with a huge heat total already with 15 minutes to go. And it's going to be up to whether Maria and Camilla can start to put a bit of pressure on Mafalda, who's also got time to back it up. So here goes Maria Salgado. That wave is not near the size she needs. She keeps trying, keeps plugging away, but she's going to need either a solid wave and one big turn, or at least get bigger waves. And just, she's got to go big now. A 7-point ride's not beyond her. So yeah, that wave's a bit small, a bit lumpy.
Yeah, really great stance on the board. Those arms and legs really flexing and flowing. As Ariane, 7.10.
Yeah, Ariana, so a 7. Just popping the 7 mark again, so that's another great score. So 7.10 to go to 7.67. And a big heat total, 14.77. See Nadia Aristabe, there's another big name in women's European surfing. She recently made the final of the Countdown series when the CT surfers around, so really, really strong competitive field here. Salgado, I mean, I bet you no doubt, we've obviously been lucky enough to go up and do the Santa Cruz events for the last sort of 4 or 5 years, and the Noah's Beach House gets behind it so much. And I reckon, I swear I was in Maria, just one of those little groms with boys and girls, long hair, just like nailing the skate bowl up there, just in it, 40, you know, all over. And now the Santa Cruz local out of the skate bowl and into the senior lineup. Big step. So far she's acquitted herself well. Just wonder if this one is going to be a little bit of a jump with such big numbers getting posted so early by the likes of Ochoa and Lopez. So she's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a learning curve. I think she'll take. I mean, she wants to win, obviously, but I think just at this stage of your career, just trying to, just the chance to surf against girls like this will be an invaluable tool.
Definitely, and yeah, bearing in mind as we have a paddle. Yes, Camila Cardoso here. One, and she's gonna be stuck. So not a good wave for her, but Maria Salgado, as she's 15, she's very light, she's skinny, and comparing to Mafalda and Ariane, there's just a natural lack of power in her surfing that, limitates the scores she can have in comparison. So, yeah, that's as much good experience as she can get here, and it's it's pretty much impressing everyone. I'm very not impressed and proud that a talent this big is coming from Santa Cruz, and it's crazy what like a surf house kind of concept can impact in the local surfing scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's put really injection of investment and brings people to the town. It's been a real change in that little community, and a positive one, obviously. Shown just so many stretches of this Portuguese coast with so much to offer, and that's just another little nook of it that people have discovered because of the Noah Surf House. And, it's all about having fun, about surfing and skating and having a good time. It's pretty easy to do that in this part of the world. We'll be up there next week. Another event coming our way. So more events. Just the men's, unfortunately, up there. It's just the men's QS. So, but still plenty more surfing to come. Right now, though, after that really strong start, just a bit of a lull. Got our breath. And just chilling out a bit after that sort of dramatic fireworks from Adriana Ochoa. She went right up for it, and then you see a bit of paddling. Now we're getting that wave. Mafalda hasn't been able, just needs to back up to 3.5. So here we go, live action. That looks like, is that Maria looking at just too small a wave, showing a little bit of inexperience here. She's going to need better waves than that. She's going to get that score she needs. So understandably, pretty young. And it's a time for just resetting, is it? So
Yeah.
Jose, what would you, if you're an experienced surfer, what advice would you give Salgado right now?
Well, her best cause, her best chance is if she gets the best wave of the heat in terms of quality. So I'll just say wait and focus on try to do your best wave ever, because we have Mafalda doing this. So
yeah, Mafalda just actually spraying Maria. Oh, if she can hang on, she can't. So that would have been another big number for Mafalda if she'd been able to hang on. She hadn't been able to, so unfortunately for Maria. Out the back though, see current heat leader Ariana Ochoa going for it. Backhand's been incredible. Just got a bit hung up on that last one.
And the waves are improving.
Yeah, waves getting better and better. As that tide comes in, swell pushing up. So definitely more opportunities, more energy. As we see Ochoa just going for it here.
Really nice leg work on that top to bottom transition there. And Mafalda here, nice first turn, straight into the other one. So you see she surfs with her feet a bit more together,
yeah,
close together,
close,
right?
Yeah, narrow stance, yeah.
That helps her with her whips as well.
Yep, just that last whip, she got the fins out, went for that extra sort of boost, but still got a big score of 6.23. So despite falling on the last turn, still a solid score. Ochoa not being able to improve on her score. Right, well, there's a little bit of a break in proceedings. 8 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. More live action heading your way from the shores of Caparica. welcome back live to Caparica. You can see the swell's improved. Got some nice waves coming through. That rain's little squall seems to have passed. Just quite liked it. Just happened to coincide with Chico being outside, doing the outside things. But here goes Mafalda Lopez. Uh-oh. Whoa, I thought she was going to go big then. Unfortunately, she just couldn't make it. Coach just is back. Too happy about that, but she's still got a lead now. So Mafalda Lopez out in front. Ariana Ochoa, despite having a 14 heat total, sort of strong enough to win most heats, now in second. And the two inexperienced Portuguese surfers now needing some, huge numbers, a 9.44 for Maria and a 14.77 for Caroline. So she's in combination situation. So
yeah, hard heat, probably the hardest heat of this round so far. And yeah, maybe I'll just say something different to Maria Salgado at the moment, just to enjoy, try to mix it up, try to overcome herself in terms of her surfing. That's what she's here for anyway. She's not here for the win. She's of the contest. I mean, she's definitely here mostly for the experience, but she can make some damage.
yeah, she won a couple of heats and progressed through, and yeah, just came up against two informed surfers this afternoon. Not much you could do about that. And had a strong start, but just Mafalda and Ariana just showing their experience and their class. We see Lopez yet again on a backhand this time. A smooth style. There's a big section. Oh, and she just clicks off the top.
Beautiful, mate.
Right out. How was that turn? Just got that explosiveness, and she's improving every time. You know, we've seen Mafalda the last couple of years just start getting better and better, and now she's got this in her locker, the ability to make something almost out of nothing. Just there, she just drifts the tail off the back.
Wow.
Lots of power. You know, it wasn't that great a wave, but she's manufactured yet another really good score with just that bit of flair. She's going to need to improve on a 6.23. She's going to do that. It's going to be a pretty huge heat total. So she's got a 7.6 for that wave. So that goes up to 16.2 for a heat total. So huge numbers. And I asked you earlier on in the heat if she's likely to get rattled by a strong start from her opponents. Well,
that was a lifetime ago.
That was a whole nother world away. She's answered that question and some. Just really, really put a showcase on and came back with two amazing waves and the excellent range. And yeah, on fire. So already pretty much booked her berth in the Challenger Series. One of the top-rated surfers on the qualifying series. So she'll be heading to those challenges. She'll be heading to Snapper Rocks. And with that backhand,
how lucky.
She's going to be absolutely dangerous. They won't know much about her down there, but I'll tell you what, they're about to find out. She can unleash some of those backhand hooks in the pocket with a bit of power behind her. She won't mind growing up down here and these right-hand points and the juice of the ocean. Anything that comes her way at Snapper she'll be able to deal with. So let's see how she gets on against the best, well, almost the best in the world. And there's Camila Cardoso.
This wave looks better. Let's see what it offers.
We're just going to go for the barrel then.
Stand-up barrel. The wave kind of dies out. And yeah, well, are all the challengers for men and women? The stops doing?
Yep, pretty sure they're all. Yeah, they're all both men and women. There's no individual events. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Mafalda and Teresa and some of the Portuguese. Well, it'd be awesome to see Yolanda as well. But this is the last stop for the European regional for the women's division. So, you know, if the ranking will be decided here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the last chance for those surfers to get in. So you just mentioned Yolanda Hopkins. She's in 8th spot, so she's just out of the reckoning at the moment. So she's going to need a really good result here, or at least to overtake those surfers above her. Yeah, so by the end of this heat, we'll have the round of 16. So we'll sort of have a bit more of an indication of which of those contingents, the ones just outside the bubble, who's in and who's out. There's even a chance we'll progress through the round of 16. So we'll be down in the quarterfinals, and that'll give us a really, really good idea of who can still make that all-important last 6. Bonvalo, Lopez pretty much booked their ticket already. They're high up the order with a lot of points, but they're still a bit down below them, as we see. Ochoa, oh my gosh.
What's happening in this heat, man?
Did you see a smile from here when she made that? Grinning like a Cheshire cat. Big, big turn. Well, Mafalda Lope's got an 8.6 for one turn, so that's the standard. The judges will be sort of checking out that one and then comparing it to this one.
Look at this nice bottom turn. Really hard section, kind of a laybacky thing, and she was laughing through the turn. So look at this.
Oh, no wonder she's smiling. What a turn. That angle's the best one, wasn't it? Showed you how much she just got the fins above the lip. His left hand is starting to stream through the sight.
9.27.
So 9.27 for Arona Ochoa. Massive heat total. And just when Mafalda Lopez thought she couldn't do any more, well, Ochoa goes, you know what? Well, I've got that in my locker as well. And absolutely smashed it. What a great surfing from those two. And yeah, there's the heat winner.
Wow.
Really, really solid surfing from the Bass surfer. She'll be very, very happy with that. And that board looks great under her feet. She's got confidence. And she's happy. Look how happy she is. Awesome surfing from both those two surfers. Fortunately for Salgado and Cardoso, they missed out. They'll get plenty more opportunities. Long careers heading their way. And right now, it's Ochoa and Lopez who convincingly and dynamically take out that heat. What a performance. Everyone's super stoked with that. As well they should be. Official results down below. We're going to push on through. We've got Nadia Aristabe, Maria Diaz, Nahia Milhout, and Marianne Philippe coming to you in the next heat of Heat 5, right after this short commercial break.
Almada, território de muitos.
The surf showed up in Portugal. The surfers as well, bringing big numbers, ramping up the energy here. Heat 5 around of 32. We'll welcome in Nadia Aristabe, Marianne Philippe, Maria Diaz, Naya Milo. A quartet looking for a coveted spot in the round of 16. QS 1000 action for the women. And statement performances in that last heat with excellent numbers all over the place from Ochoa and Lopez. Dominating that. Here to talk you through a brand new heat alongside myself, Paul Evans, Issei Ferreira, and here's Marion Philippe. Good early work.
Good first turn there. I think she didn't do anything besides that, but it was worth a 5.33, so a good opening, and I'm tell you what, still buzzing from last heat.
Yeah, really good. We've seen the jump in the swell, and the women have brought the performances to match it too. There's loads of energy in the water. Here goes Naya Malo, really low off the bottom turn. Just kind of reaches for a top maneuver on a bit of a softer wave. It's not super convincing, really, compared to some of those bomb sets where we have seen really epic surfing going down in the last few heats. Get another look here at Naya.
Yeah, just the one turn. Young surfer, as you can see. She's, you know, you can compare her to Maria Salgado, French Maria Salgado. Well, they're both young, both promising up-and-coming surfers.
Goes Maria Diaz. She's in. Times it nicely off the bottom. There's a really good turn in the steepest part of the wave, and she opts to kind of punch through when there's possibly a maneuver on there. But I tell you what, the first turn was really, really good. You talk about surfing in the critical section of the wave. Can't get much more critical than when she did that turn, eh?
Yeah, really nice tight snap off the top there. And then she went down for a bottom turn. Let's watch the replay here. She takes her time, and then, wow, really on the back foot there. She has a good board, sharp eye, and then she was a bit too far away from the lip. She could have tried, but she got a 3.67 for that.
Judges do like to see the combos where they're on. She'll just pull through that. 25 minutes. At the start of this on the clock, lost about 5 of those. Marion Philippe with the better of the scoring from the opening exchanges. Aristabe's been unmoved thus far into a wave. Marion surf well in the early rounds. Put together some decent scores. Here's Aristabe, nice bottom turn. And a great combo using those rails. Meanwhile, right behind her, Philippe. Nice and crisp and punchy. Trying to keep the speed up through that white watery section. You've got that foam on the face. You need to have a little bit of velocity to get across it. She does that reasonably well. That will be a backup for her to go in with a 5.33. Nadia Aristabe waiting patiently for a bomb, and she found one. This was Marion's last wave.
Yeah. Good first turn. Didn't get caught up as the wave was pretty hard. She's just gonna put another wave on the scoreboard.
Well, with 19 minutes to go in this, we're waiting for a number to drop in for Aristabe and Philippe. Let's go down and hear from someone who threw down massive numbers. An excellent total for Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country. She's standing by for a chat.
Absolutely. It was so exciting to watch that heat. I mean, you got amazing scores, and you always perform so well here in Portugal. And after that heat, it just confirmed that. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I love to come to Portugal. I feel like home, and waves are finally good for a contest. So I'm really happy to be here, enjoying the week here, and finally waves, so super happy.
What about your competitors? What do you have to say about them? They put on a good fight.
Yeah, Mafalda in my heat was ripping too. I was hearing like really high score. I was thinking, I'm feeling good, I'm surfing good, but I need something more to get the first place. So I was looking for a waves to be able to get the first place. But everyone is ripping.
Yeah, and you're going to get the chance to surf again, so that has to feel really exciting too, right?
Yes, waves are fun, so I'm going to rest a little bit and prepare my next hit.
Well, I'll let you go do that. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Great job from Ariana Ochoa. Absolutely ripped it out there. Massive numbers, 16.94 her total. That's huge. Mafalda Lopez with 16.2 of her own. Only good enough for second place, though. A massive 9 for Ariana. The big forehand hammer just blasted the tail through the lip. And the judges wasted little time in throwing her an absolutely huge score. And she's got all of that confidence. She's going to surf again. We are going to go into the next round. A long day here. It's going to set us up, I guess, potentially for finish tomorrow, probably Sunday. I think all the options are in play at the moment. Let's check out Maria Diaz. She'll use the rail, sort of slow herself down as she does so. And then she'll go onto a steeper inside and a little wiggle around. It's not particularly convincing from her.
Yeah, smaller wave. Didn't have that much potential, but she is trying and she is surfing good. If she gets a good wave, I'm sure she's going to do some damage, as we saw her first very crisp snap. This will be her backup for the moment. And Nahia Milhão with a good first turn, but then this wave closes out. And yeah, Ariane looked very calm and happy and eager to go into the next round.
Yeah, she just wants to bring more of the same. She does look like she's in really, really good form. She won't want the conditions to change much. That little rain score came through. And right on cue, the sun's popped back out. Winds died down. It's looking a lot smoother on the face. It's still swelling the water. Nadia Aristabe on the backhand, bang. A sharp vertical turn. And she just pushes the board through the back of the wave. The wave going a little soft. Her turn was hard. And she finds herself back in the lineup.
Yeah. Well, one good thing about the waves being small is that surfers don't really get that tired with the paddle out. It's pretty close. It's 20 meters from the sand, or 20-30 meters from the sand, all the way to the outside where the surfers are seated, as we see. So, but no, it's still a long day. There's a lot of hours to wait, a lot of different conditions to analyze when the day is this long, especially when we're in a beach break.
Here goes Aristabe on the forehand this time. Nice big slash. Keeps the speed up and just tags it. So very nicely done. She will improve for sure. She's got a 1 in her total. That's gone. 5.27 her high. She's looking for a 4 for first. Really nice surfing there from the Basque.
Yeah, great surfing. I thought she got a little bit caught. Let's watch the replay. Well, the first turn, amazing, little bit out of balance, and then caught a little rail on that bottom turn, but the surfing was beautiful, especially that first turn. Really great carve. Not an easy thing to do in a beach break like this, and she's rewarded for that.
Speaking of rewards, mate, winning a surf contest is good. You can get prize money, you can get points. I'll tell you what, you can also get at the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest. You can actually win your weight in beer. I'd like to know more about that. Joanna Garnell, can you tell me more about it?
Well, yeah, that's basically it. In a few days, when we start to crown some winners, right there on that podium, we'll get a scale, Estrella Galicia scale, that's going to weigh our top winners, female and male. And we're going to give, Estrella Galicia is going to give their weight in beer. It's going to be sent home and be written on a big check so they can put it up on their wall and just continue the party at home.
Do they have to drink it all that day, or are they given a little bit of time to get through it?
I can confirm that for you, but I do believe that they have a limited time, celebration time for all that. And I think you can also get some zero alcohol beer if you want. You can mix it up a bit.
Sounds like a lot of fun. I want in.
Yep.
Get me on that scale. I recommend you go there and just get finish all the beers.
Joanna Garnell has been a stalwart in the Estrella Galicia tent every day after work. You find her in there, sometimes during as well, sometimes before. She just loves the taste.
It's never too early, never too late for a beer. If you don't want to get fat, you can always drink the non-alcoholic beer.
I think it's still got the calories in it, just doesn't have the booze.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's reduced calorie,
Yeah.
but it just doesn't, you can still operate heavy machinery.
Yeah, well,
or commentator surf contest.
Exactly, that's it. Well, you either don't drink alcohol and you can eat more and don't do sports, or you can drink a bit more alcohol and still do sports and take care of your body. But let me tell you, if I was to go in this contest, that prize would definitely be a motivator. And Maria Diaz here, motivated as well. I think she's in for the beer.
Diaz, the backhand attack there, gets a 4-1. Scoreboard news to bring you though. Estrella, the left-hander, the big raking rail turn. 7.33 for her. She's on her way to points. Here goes Naya Milo, looking to get out of fourth. Looking to get around a section, which she won't do. She's going to stay in fourth for the time being.
So, do you get your weight in liters? Like,
yeah.
I weigh 75 kilos.
Yeah,
I get 75 liters.
Mate, come on, 75
yeah,
really?
I know.
Come on.
Yeah. It's 78 and a half in my best days in the morning when I didn't eat for 2 days. But
yeah,
still,
I mean, the weight of water is a litre weighs a kilo, right?
Yeah,
so it's based on that. So yeah, basically.
Well, yeah.
It's a lot of beer.
Flies pretty quickly. You obviously want to share too with friends, especially if you win. That's probably a good night's drinking with friends. But maybe a bit too much. I don't know. Depends.
So yeah, surfers in the lineup with sets kind of feathering outside them, making their way towards our lineup as we have a little kind of quiet period of the action. So a prolonged quiet period really. Just had that quick wave from Diaz. Other than that, it's all fairly becalmed. Marion Philippe got some work done early on and she's not done much since then. Under that 10-minute mark now. She's in second place right now. But I tell you what, looking at performances from Naya in the early rounds and also the work that we've seen of Maria Diaz, she doesn't want to be resting on those kind of numbers. Here she goes. She's found a great looking wave and attacks the lip there. So some great aggression. One turn, it was critical. It was pretty vertical too, Zay.
Yeah, great turn, and Maria Diaz following the same path, but couldn't really ride out of that one. Marion Philippe from Tahiti though, great turn there. Let's see what the judges are in for, and we might have that replay. And you see how there's like a triangle, a peaky triangle, more and more with this swell building up. You know, I really think we're in for some quality waves this afternoon, tomorrow. We might save the best for last.
Wow. Oh, man, where's this going to go score-wise? That was a huge hit. Oh, the number's in. It's a 6-5. Okay, 6-5 for Marion Philippe. I thought just with what we've seen, the judges get quite excited for the big turns. I thought that might go slightly higher, but they've dialed it back a bit. Here's Estrella, just kind of flinging one from the shoulders with the arms, the head, everything rotates. The spray comes off the rail, the board pivots nicely in the pocket. 7.33, so almost a point less than Nadia got on the left. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought that would be a bit higher too.
Possibly a little bit stingy there with Philippe. Our judging panel. Here goes Naya. Down the line.
Ooh.
And down. She's had a bit of a nightmare in this so far. She's not looked, I don't know what it is. The confidence she had in the early rounds just hasn't really been there for her. She needs to try and do something about that pretty quick. Under 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, she still has time to change her strategy. She does need a very big score to advance though. Although she could break it in 2 scores and just but still a hard job, as we have Leticia Canales, one of 2 twins from Spain. Very good surfer, good competitor, and expect good things for her. but look at this little rights. You see, it feels like this. The peak is getting more and more defined. That tomorrow it's probably going to be kind of like a point break. Very familiar face here. Paulina Do, ex World Tour surfer and a veteran. She's not the most explosive surfer these days, but just the experience, the smartness, her decisions, her flow, her grace surfing, it's really make her one of the best in Europe. We have the backdrop. This is what the surfers see when they're in the water, kind of. So Costa da Caparica has this first section with buildings, so it's very traditional surf town. As you can walk from your house to the surf with a wetsuit on. In wintertime, that comes in handy because you can go straight into the shower, not catch a cold. That's big privilege.
Live action, here goes Diaz on her backhand. Just outruns the section a little bit. She got a little bit in front of it. Meanwhile, here goes Marion Philippe, another good looking right-hander for her. She pushes really hard on the rail. As she does that, she's quite high up in the wave. That lip's throwing out. She loses contact. Will go incomplete. So Philippe in second place of this. With a decent total. 11.83 out of Starbait. She's got 12.6. So not loads to separate those two. They've been pretty dominant in this one. And that's how it's unfolded, really. The two surfers showing us a lot of quality. One of them is Nadia Starbait. It's been ripping.
Yeah, just proper surfing, vertical. This wave wasn't the best wave in the world, but she really milked it well. And this was her 733. Look at this. Really nice carve. I think she's still using an epoxy, it looks like. And she had some, weird, freaky hand movement there. But I think she was still happy. Oh. This was a 6.5. We thought it was going to be a bit more.
Here's Starbait live action from above a slopey section, though. She'll have to wait patiently for that to stand up. Expect a little more of that with the high tide. She belts it when a section comes, belts it a little hard. The board gets away. And she won't add to her total there. That'll be just a throwaway for her heat leader. By the time she gets to the lineup, 3 minutes and change to go. So unable to add or do any damage here, Zay.
Yeah. Nadia again. This is the replay. Yep. Nope. She's not going to add anything else to her campaign in this heat. She's pretty stable in first place. Marion looking for a 6.1 to move up to first place. She has second priority, so it's still possible. You know, Ariane Ochoa in the last heat making a 9 in the dying seconds. So everything is still possible.
And if you're Maria Diaz, if you're Naya Milo, and you need those big numbers, what are you looking for out here? Big bomb, you know, one turn will get you an excellent score. You basically need to attack, right?
Yeah. You got to go either for one big turn or then a very complete wave. But, you know, she's looking for a big score, and Philippe here.
Ooh, nice crack on the backhand. Good entry into that. She waited patiently. She went down the double up and then just heaved one off the bottom into the lip.
6.1, that's what she needs. It's got to be close. Look at this. Nice bottom turn and then upside down turn. Unfortunately, just the one, but it's a very serious attack to Nadia's position. And there's a lot of Murphy law going around in heats, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. It's like you really got to prepare and just close in any possible angles that can hurt your performance.
All right, we've got a paddle here from Maria Diaz. Good looking wave. She'll have to come around a section. And she'll just snap one down in the pocket. So I like the way she's keeping pace with the wave. When she goes into the lip, she just gets a little hung up there, unable to come out of that with any sort of speed whatsoever. And because of that, the board becomes unstable. She's not going any faster than the wave. And she'll get an incompletion. Good number dropping in for Marion Philippe, though. She could well go to first. I reckon she's been pretty good value for the lead, actually. The surfing that we've seen, about the top two waves that these two have surfed there, Estabe and Philippe. I reckon she's probably just about got the nod. Judges are going to have a think about that, though. There are the two outstanding performers in this heat. In the green, Marion Philippe. In the red, Nadia Estabe. Maria Diaz going to get throwaway in. Naya Miller does improve a bit. 4.63 for her. Still in third. Still looking for a big score, though. 7 is a requirement. Marion does go to the lead, gets a 7, and she's not done. Another good-looking wave. Snaps it hard. Really nice wave. Wow. What have we got here? A beautiful two-turn combination. A glassy doubling up wave. And that was really well done. Meanwhile, Estabe, she swings around a roundhouse cutback, clips the lip. A little more of a crumbly wave. You think about that double-up shape on Marion's wave. Where's this score going to go?
Well, in the excellent range.
8.77 for Marion Philippe. So just adding more and more and more. Nudging that score up. Gets the 7, gets the 8. And a big statement performance. This is a replay of Nadia.
Yeah, wobblier wave, as you said. Surfs it well, surfs it nice and safe, but the wave is just nothing special. But look at this. It looks like a point break. Kind of looks like Ribeiradias almost. First good turn and then this. Bam, a lot of spray, a lot of arms movement there and risk. So just great surfing for her. Definitely deserves the first place on this heat. Her coach, Pablo Solar, really good Spanish surfer. Happy about it.
Yeah, Marion Philippe ripped that up there, as did Nadia. And another enjoyable heat and big scores. And Naya Miller will be a bit disappointed. She didn't really show us anything in that one. Maria Diaz as well, unable to get a lot going. But big numbers for Marion. A couple of 9s from the panel. It evens out. There's a big score, and that will be, according to my reckoning, the 4th, possibly even 5th heat in a row where our interview with our winner will be talking about their score in the excellent range. So that's the level. The marker has been set, a high standard of surfing at the Caparica Surf Fest. We got loads. Qualifying series welcomes you back to Portugal, the famous shores of Costa de Caparica. And we will welcome Chico Alves back into the studio for another smoker of a heat here, mate.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a good one. Paulina Do, as we see White upper riding already. Anyoa, oh, great snap there. And another one here. Wow. Conditions look great, and she was able to finish it off. So Anyoa here, the French surfer, started off really well with 3 backside belts there. So yeah, we have a stacked heat. Paulina Do, really competitive surfer from France. She's been here for a while now. She has been on the World Tour too, so really experienced surfer. Maud Lecard, also really talented surfer from France. Anyoa, we've seen her in the earlier rounds with some big backside turns like we just saw. And Leticia Canales doesn't need that big of an introduction. She's really good. Basque country surfer, and she's ripping. So we have light winds. The swell has finally picked up, and yeah, looks like we're gonna have a full day still of competition. This afternoon is looking great as we see the replay of White.
Yeah, it just winds it up off the bottom really hard, gets super low down, and uses those shoulders to just ping loads of spray. And I love the aggression and the taking on of the lip. That's been something that's really sort of set this afternoon out, is how these surfers are really hitting the lip really hard. So you can't just do stuff on the face if you want to get the really good scores. You will need to take on that lip. Maud's wave here didn't really have any lip, so she's kind of S-ing through it. It's nicely done, but you will see that reflected in the score, I reckon. It's going to keep the score down all the while you're kind of surfing laterally. Judges want to see vertical surfing. Letty just kind of snipping along, and then eventually, patiently waits for that section to stand up, and as soon as it does, she tags it.
So we've got the interview ready. Take it away, Joanna, with the last hit winner.
Thanks, guys. Marion, it just took you 3 minutes to win that whole heat. Like, those last 2 waves got you the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm really happy with that result. When I was in the water, I could not listen to anything, so I was like, I have a 6.5, I know, but I don't know anything more. I just listened that I am second, Nadia was first, and then I take 2 last wave, a left one with 1 turn, and the right, and I came out of the water, and just my friends told me, oh, Marion, well done, you won. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, thanks.
And you're here at Caparica just to get a bit of experience and just think about next year, right?
Yeah, for now it's just to have fun, because I didn't do all the contests of this year, but maybe next year I'm going to try to qualify to the Challenger Series.
Well, definitely excited to see you try next year, and especially excited to see you the rest of this competition, because that was really amazing.
I'm excited too. Let's see what's happened, have fun, take some waves, and just do it.
Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Merci tout le monde.
Just do it. Marion, she got out of the water and she got the news from her friends. You made it, Marion, so she was happy about that. And we have Anyoa starting off this heat with a 717. And we have, that's the highest score of the heat so far. We have Maud Lecard with a 433. I think that was during the interview. And we have Letty starting off with that hit on her front side for 4.5. We have clean conditions, 18 minutes to go. A nice day, full of action. We had the boys, now the girls, and we are happy to be here as we see the 433 of Maud Lecard.
Yeah, nice sort of chunky wave there for Maud. Slightly better than her first by the tune of 0.5 point. Again, just face turns really, that was all that was on offer. So a reasonable mid-range number, but we know she's got a lot more in the tank.
As we see lines approaching, drone view of Costa de Caparica, we can see that the guys from those buildings can actually see the comp from home. So watch a football match while you watch the girls surf. That's nice, as we see Maud Lecard here up and riding. Big backside turn there. Judges will love that. That was a critical section. And a really well-placed maneuver for Maud Lecard. And yeah, conditions are looking great as we see the replay.
Yeah, gives it a good swing, doesn't she? Off the bottom on a really steep section. 12 o'clock, the nooner. Nice and vertical for Maud. Just the one turn for her. But again, looking at the score, thinking, well, great chance of improving here. She's in the lead already. She may go slightly further ahead with that.
I tell you what, ooh, 5.83 for Maud Lecard. So Maud Lecard is now in the lead with 2 mid-range scores. And Agnoa, the danger girl now, with a 7.17, she has priority. And she's got the keys for the next round. So with 6 minutes to go, she has to play a smart game now, so she doesn't let the opportunity pass by.
I got a question for you, mate.
Let me know.
Where is Pauline Addo? Where is she?
Pauline Addo, I know her.
We haven't seen anything from her. We haven't seen nothing.
I know her. She's waiting for the one that's 8.5 at least.
Is that really?
Yeah, Pauline Addo doesn't stand up on a wave that doesn't offer her a good scoring opportunity. She knows she has 16 minutes to go, and she's really selective. So she's got nerves of steel. Pauline Addo yet to catch a wave, but I know once she stands up, she'll make it count. As we see a left approaching, maybe Pauline Addo interested in it. No Pauline Addo interested in it. So
she must have paddled for a wave and not got it because she's in second priority to Ainhoa Leiciaga, who's surfed the wave. So that lets us know that Pauline must have paddled for something and was unable to get on. Here goes Ainhoa using that priority.
Yeah, good looking left. Great rep to start it off. Let's see if she can finish it off. Nope. She does finish it off, but couldn't quite get into the leap there in time. So I don't think it's going to be a huge score for Ainhoa. So yeah, it's in. It's a 2.5. She started off well. And yeah,
just a really awkward wave, wasn't it? She's always sort of in the wrong place. Just her line into this one. She was never really in a position to do any kind of turns. And that's reflected by a pretty measly number from the judges, just a 2.5.
Yeah, exactly. I think the go-to for Ainhoa is her backside. I think she's really good on her backside. That's why she got that 7.17. Judges loved her approach, and I think she might be looking to catch another right-hander to nail this hit, as we have 14 minutes to go. We had rain today. We had sunny skies. We had rain. We had Paul Evans happy. We had Paul Evans unhappy. We had everything today.
We woke up this morning.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. We didn't, of course. It's been pretty nice and warm today. A little bit of a fresh wind, mate. That's okay.
Yeah. Jacket on, jacket off, all day on. So yeah, we woke up around 6 in the morning. So quite a long day for us in the booth, but the guys and the girls didn't disappoint. So it's a pleasure to be seeing the best in Europe surf in Costa de Caparica, with conditions improving every second, right? So it's really good to see. Actually, Pauline Addo is paddling for a wave. She has first priority. Let's see if she's going to catch it. No, it was blue paddling, Maud Lecard, but she wasn't able to get it. So as we have a Twitter question coming in from Paulo from Azores, he was asking what type of board you need to ride in these type of conditions. Do you know, Paul?
Well, it looks like everyone's on really short equipment, so no real change from the smaller days by the looks of things. Looks like kind of groveler type step down boards, which are great for getting the speed, right? They're generally flatter, a bit wider, but when you get into some of these steeper sections out here, it can prove troublesome. No real trouble for our surfers right now, though. They're doing well.
Yeah, as we see Leticia explaining Paulo what board you need to ride in these conditions, and making sure she puts a great score on the score line. This wave was really well surfed, as we see the replay.
Yeah, Letty just takes her time, and this is a setup turn because she's aiming for this. Bang, into the lip, possibly just getting there a little bit early. Nevertheless, she liked it. That's a good exclamation point. Just speaking of Twitter, mate, I had a good tweet on earlier with a question that Mundy answered, but I'd just like to put this one to you. Can't remember who was asking, but they were saying, which European surfer would you like to put in bells? If you could just instantly wave a magic wand, male and female surfers, put them in bells, and who are you taking out of the current CT? It's a great question, great tweet.
Damn, that's a hard question. As we see, Paulina though, first wave, quick snap, and a quick hit there. Pauline doesn't fall, making sure she puts a score on the line as we see the drone view of the wave. What a nice view. Boom, Paulina though. She has won it here before, and so she's used to surf this type of conditions. Putting a 4.53 on the board. As Leticia Canales jumps to the lead with that last one, 6-7. Leti making sure she makes it.
Pauline waited 13 minutes for that fall. I'm not sure that was part of the plan. She's been starved out of action in the first half of this heat, and by the time she eventually goes a wave, it's not a great number. You look at Maud and Leti already in the double figures, so less than half of the number she needs. She's going to need to ramp it up here, bring the energy. She's going to need to start catching waves.
Yeah, I think she needs to put on another gear now for the last part of the heat. But she's a really experienced competitor, so I think she's the one who can come back from
on the CT, mate, from Europe.
Yeah, you want to put me on the spotlight, right?
Yep.
Yeah. If I can take, I'm not going to say who's coming out of the CT now, but I'm going to say who I think in bells would actually destroy the place.
I think I know you're going to say.
Vasco
There
Ribeiro.
we go.
It's just like you put a powerful guy on an open face, and that guy would destroy that thing. He would do 8s and 9s. And it's been a while since he wants to be there, so I think once he gets the opportunity to open up, wow, I think it's going to be good. As we see Maud Lecard doing another one. Wow, quick in transition, really well surfed wave by Maud. That board is looking great under her feet as we see Pauline on a meaty section, throwing the fins out, showing she's here and that she has time to improve her scoreline. So 9 minutes to go now. It's go quick, eh? They pass by like a
blink of an eye, mate.
Yeah, blink of an eye.
Goes by quick. Addo, great looking wave. Look at the energy as she just collects hard into the lip. Much better stuff, Pauline. Here's Maud, backhand. The wave goes soft instantly. It's not what you want from takeoff. You want one of those drainers. You have to wait a long time, but eventually it does stand up.
Wow.
And she's good enough to do some serious sharp shredding in there to get some good slicing done. And asking a decent question of our judges. And also asking questions. It's Twitter. Davina in Mallorca. Question for Chico Alves. Who's going to qualify for the CT first? Vasco Ribeiro or Teresa Bonvalo?
Ooh, I actually...
Good question, Davina.
Yeah, I love these questions from Twitter. I just think that they're going to both qualify.
At the same time?
At the same time.
That's
because I'm
convenient,
really good at responding to these Twitter questions. And yeah, as we see the score coming in for Paulina Doe and Maud Lecard, it looks like both of them are back in this heat. So Paulina Doe comes in 5.6 and Maud Lecard 6.07, jumps into the lead. Maud Lecard with a 6 and a 5.83. Leti with that 6.27, two big backside turns. And Anyoa, who started off so well, is now in the hot seat.
She's really dangerous, though, because she's sitting on a 2.93, right? So she only needs a 3.6 to go up and do damage to Leticia Canales. At the moment in that second place position. She's got the high score, I know her. She just needs to back it up. She needs to get something sooner rather than later. Not put too much pressure on yourself towards the end of the heat. As we've got a paddle here, and I think it is, I know her.
Boom. Big turn. And, well, we can tell by her surfing that her backside, it's the money turn.
Just follow up from Davina in Mallorca on Twitter. She wants to know when is that going to happen? When's the qualification going to be?
This year.
This year, okay. Wow, big call there from Chico. Nice hit. Much better stuff. I know it. It's exactly what she needed. Not loads to work with in terms of sections. but she does it pretty well. And if she gets a 3-6 or better, she will jump up and put pressure on a couple of surfers, Letty and Pauline in particular. 7 minutes just over that to go. And this one's an exciting heat here, Chico.
Yeah, it is. Great scores. They have been putting on a show for us. They all have a good score on the board. So as we see Zé Seabra working with his athlete before the heat, he's really good in terms of psychology. He was the coach of Tiago Pires for 10 years. So I think he made a good job. He did really well for a decade, and now giving some info for the up-and-coming kids from Zarals, from France, from kind of everywhere, and they do well because he's good. And
I know his numbers in.
4-2-3. Anyoa jumps to second. Anyoa was there the whole time. Was just a question of time. So we have Maud Lecard in the lead. Pauline Nadeau chasing a number that wasn't quite what she was looking for. But we have Letty Canales in third, needing a 5. So that's a small requirement for such a talented surfer.
Yeah, and Pauline, she's unable to get an opening section. She has to redirect. And she gets there really late and never really getting the angle off the bottom turn then. So she came up around about 45-degree angle, nowhere near steep enough really. That wave breaking pretty quick and unable to do much. She's not going to add significantly to her score. She'll just get a throwaway number. And a little bit of time will be chewed up. A little bit of pressure will be heading back towards her. She's looking for that 5.81 as we see Ina Maria Conradi, who ripped in the early rounds. And we talk about surfers that flare up. She did just that. Really tricky conditions, actually. She was able to find that proverbial diamond in the rough. Let's see how she goes in better conditions, but still an entertaining 5 minutes to come in this one.
Yeah, as we see Anyoa getting a wrap there, winding up again. Let's see if she can finish it off. Oh, the wave just flattens out. So I've got a question for you. Do you think with the experience of Pauline Nadeau, she can get it done on the final minutes for 5.81?
We both know she can. Will she? I'm not sure. She's looked out of sorts in this, to be honest. She's ridden 3 waves. That's really surprised me. I don't exactly know what's happening there, but that is an absolute hammer from Maud.
Wow, that turn was massive. She came from behind with a lot of speed, and she's fired up. And yeah, I think she can better her scoreline with only 1 turn wave, because that turn was massive.
So here she goes, loads of speed, and she sees this section and just aims at it. And she's able, just using that tail, just to place it up against the lip, just kind of tap against that crumbling section. And because she brings loads of speed into that, it means she gets loads of spray. She gets a cool little drift to it as well, which is always enjoyable when you're watching it. You just see the surfer kind of just change their line with that drift before the fins kick in again. And she gets a good number. And she does improve, Chico.
Yeah, she does. Right on the money. 6.33. Maud Lecard improves her situation and now extends her lead over Anyoa. So Anyoa now in second, needing a 5.23 to go to first. Not a big number. She started off really well with that 7.17. So we see green paddling needing a score. Let's see what Letty can do. Wow. Big backside snap. Wow, I think that's a big turn from Letty. Letty is in third place, needing a score. Is that enough? 5.14, Paul?
It was a big section, wasn't it? I feel like she nursed it a wee bit. Let's get a look here.
Wow.
It's a big hammer. She comes down slightly before the lip. But it's nice and vertical. Judges do enjoy that. And just tagging it. I reckon she's got a really good chance of getting that mid-range number that she needs, which could set us up for a really exciting finish.
As we see Pauline live, getting a hit there, and another snap. And let's see if she can finish it off. Getting another wrap there. And that's it for Pauline. We just saw the footage of her wave at the start, and looks like she got a really good first turn and a great wrap afterwards. So let's watch the replay.
Here she goes, absolutely steaming down the line. Makes room at the bottom of the wave. Takes on the lip. And she goes around Letty Canales, paddling back out. Another nice slash. And then in here, I think she should have kicked out here. There's never going to be a lot of points on offer in here. And it's just swinging around on a slopey inside. But those 2 turns were really decent. This is the view from above. See her Essin loading up the speed. Bang! Into the lip. And she recovers. Does really well to get around Letty.
Wow.
Fits another nice little slash in. And I think if she just kicked out there, would have just added a little bit more kind of emphasis to that wave. But never mind, she had a little look for an inside. Don't think there's loads of points after you hop in the white water really to finish off, but that's our surfers always looking to get as much opportunity as they can, and a couple of really, really crucial numbers about to come in for 3rd and 4th, Chico, and not a lot of time left.
Yeah, Anyoa is on the odd seat. She
could be in trouble here.
Yeah, she might be scratching her head to get rid of that 4.23. She needs to get rid of that and protect her 2nd place.
She needs a wave, really, because I think these scores are going to come. 3rd and 4th are dangerous. They leave surfers of this caliber needing 5s. Let's see how the judges deem this final minute.
So green has come in. 4.83, not enough. That last hit from Letty as she's up and running again. And coming unstuck there. Unfortunately for Letty Canales, last wave wasn't enough. As we saw on the end of our screen, Pauline Nadeau getting another one. So Pauline having a bit of a fall there at the end. So not quite the ending that you want, as we see Anyoa responding with a quick snap there and another one, and getting stuck there on the whitewash, as we see to Pauline Modlecar having a hit again with 5 seconds to go.
Yes.
All the ladies at waves.
Well, it's the score previous to Pauline's a significant one. I know I mangled that last wave, didn't she? That didn't look good. She's not going to improve there. Pauline's going to drop a low number for her last wave as well, but the one before that is the crucial one. You think about the turn she was able to do. This is decent from Maud. Nice little clip. If it changes anything, it'll only be to extend her position in the lead. But a crucial number for Pauline Nadeau to come in, and it could well be bad news for Ainhoa Lisiaga. She's in 2nd. She's held on to a 7 since the start of the heat, but she's struggled to improve on that. She's looked kind of shaky on her waves. She's made some weird choices, and she's left the door open. You don't want to do that when Nadeau's about.
Yeah, Pauline is really experienced surfer. She was on the World Tour for a couple of years, and she knows how to compete. She knows what she needs, and I think it's going to be really, really close. So I knew Pauline has something to say.
She needs a 5.81. Scores coming in, mate. One judge says yes, one says no.
One says yes again. And she gets it 6.07. Pauline Nadeau dodges a bullet. I told you she was the one for.
So Nadeau gets it done. And it's disappointment for that woman there, who got a big 7 early on and was unable to back that up. And Pauline Nadeau, who was very quiet to the tune of, well, she was silent essentially for the opening half of that heat. And then she started getting 4s. But, however, it's all about getting through. That's what she's done.
Yes, it is. So Pauline Nadeau showing off her experience and showing off the world that she makes good choices. Let's go for a break now. And we get back for more action.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the shores of Caparica. There's some guys out there doing some fishing, and there's some girls in the water doing some schralping, because there's been some big numbers dropped, some high sort of drama too at the end there. We just saw Paulina Do just sneak in the score just as the last wave, or second last wave of the heat, so she's through. She's won here before. The surf now just looking that nice little texture. It's picking up, the high tide's coming in, some of the best conditions we've had all week. And already we've got some big numbers dropping in the break. So we're going to show you the replay of this. And Chico Alves, well, this is Conradi. This wasn't such a great wave.
Yeah, Ina here, she's got a good style, surfing really good. The first round we saw from her was really well surfed, and Ina looking for a better wave, as this was doing the break. Rachel, bang, big snap there. What a wave to start off. Wow, crazy snap there at the end. 7-5, and white again. Boom.
Oh, does she hang on?
Massive turn.
Does she hang on? Does she hang on? She doesn't hang
it.
on. But I tell you what, it would have been a huge score.
Yeah.
She got a massive score for one wave, one turn wave last yesterday in the heat. So she's got form for that, but she couldn't hang on. Meanwhile, Blue, the Barry, the bass surfer, her and her sister. This one is Janir Gonzalez, the Barry, and she just kicks out there. Really talented young surfer as well. The Barry's great surfing family. But right now, going down with one of the hardest working man or woman on the beach. And we've got Joanna Garnell down there with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. That was an amazing heat, going back and forth, and you got that win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. It's been nice to make this heat and just letting go, and yeah, it's been nice.
Two French women moving on. Does it feel? How do you feel about that? Pauline Adu, you were both great veterans.
Yeah, it's super nice. Actually, I didn't even heard the score, so I didn't know who made the heat. And
she made it last minute.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm super happy for.
And you're going to compete today. Are you excited about these conditions?
Yeah, the wave is picking up, and it's just better than the other days, and so I'm excited to surf after and keep going with those waves.
What are you going to do in between?
I don't know, cut the edge and yeah, and just relax and prepare for the next one.
I won't take any more of your time. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. We'll see you later on. So that was Maud Lacar talking to Joanna Garnell. Yeah, she's happy. She's relaxed. She's going to enjoy herself just while the next heat fires up, and looking to run the round of 16 after this, while the conditions are good, while the sun is out. If we can see with the glare, that's going to be an issue for the judges, but we've got the good camera angles which tend to negate some of that. So we are pushing on through, which is exciting, to heat 7 here, and eventually going to get up to running 28 heats today. No small feat for all the crew, the judges, the commentators, the administrators, all putting in a big shift to make sure that we've sort of really got some epic days, epic sort of final days coming our way. The potential to run on Sunday. And we'll see, make our calls just depending on how good the waves are throughout the course of tomorrow and the day after. Tomorrow is supposed to be the biggest day for waves. It drops off after that a little bit, but expecting some really, really fun surf tomorrow, albeit in the wind's just a little bit lighter, but still onshore. But there's going to be waves, so we'll see how it all pans out. The surfers aren't thinking about that right now. They're just thinking about trying to get through this particular heat. Round is 32, and we see Conradi looking at this wave, sticking to a forehand a bit late. Gets it up there. Some Twitters still coming in. I didn't get the chance to hear you and Paul. What were some of the subjects that have been broached?
Well, the first one was who do you put on the CT at Bells?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So
I think it was Paulo.
He's
who
going.
asked that.
Yeah. He's going through some old material. Is he? He's recycling some
What
stuff.
you used.
Yep.
And then I had I had a funny one that just came in from Lucia from Algarve, who said, "Who's the best dancer, you or Paul?"
Right.
Ben Mundy or Paul Evans, and I thought it was really funny to ask you that.
Who's the best dancer?
Yeah, you or Paul.
Oh, it's me, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He sort of just shrugs his shoulders a bit. Doesn't really move much.
Yeah.
Yeah. He tries hard.
What I think is that you always have a better head space than Paul.
Yeah.
In terms of dancing. And
Yeah, full commitment.
Yeah.
100% commitment. Yeah, he just shrugs his shoulders a bit.
Him?
Yeah, just shoulder shrugging. That's his kind of thing.
Shoulder struggling.
Yeah, just moves his shoulders up and down. And just hope that sort of
thing works.
Well, you just hope that people think that's dancing. I mean, technically, it's borderline.
If you take the music off, it's just weird.
It's just him shrugging. Well, I didn't know. It's even weirder with the music. Well, it's left-hander at the back. It's like Margaret River. As we see a big roundhouse cut back from Exeter Barry. She thinks she's up Mundaka. She's on fire. Well, it's still going. Can she finish it off? A big section coming her way. I bet she is. Oh, and cracks. She falls off. That makes my blood boil a little bit. She did so much hard work. She covered so much territory and just fell off at the end. So what a wave there, Chico.
What a left.
That was huge.
We've seen so many small waves during the last few days.
I think I've forgotten what surfing is.
This thing was like 5 foot. Nice wrap there. What a style. And another one. As you said, she covered a lot of ground and here wasn't enabled to finish this wave off. But yeah, nonetheless, great experience to surf that wave.
I mean, it was difficult in that there was a big section coming her way. Oh, Conradi just, she's the queen of the one-turn combos. Well, it's not even a combo, is it? Queen of the one-turn. She's been belting those closeout entries throughout the course of the event. And we see Mendez also just waiting for a start. But yeah, Exeter Barry, great wave, but she's going to lose a bit of points towards the end, unfortunately. But she did well.
Yeah, Ina, she likes that big turn.
Yeah.
Yesterday she had a massive one on her heat. And if she had landed the one she did earlier this heat, that was a meaty section.
Would have been huge, yeah. So scores coming in, a 4.77 for the one turn from Conradi. And then just waiting on the score for Carolina Mendez as well. I don't know if we saw that one. She's got a score to come in.
As we see a lull in the action. And they keep coming. Question on Twitter.
Well, good. Yeah, what do you got?
I got a question from Paulo that asks...
Where's Paulo from?
He's from Sintra.
Oh, yeah. Close by. Sure, just come down, Paulo.
Just next
come down and ask us ourselves in person. But yeah, anyway, what's he got?
Yeah, I'm going to tell Paulo to come over. Yeah, he lives in Sintra. He was asking if we think tomorrow is the last day of competition.
Well, Paulo, I'm afraid that is way above our pay grade. And something that we cannot neither confirm nor deny.
Exactly.
We've got 2 days to run the event. As ever, the conditions will dictate exactly how we get on. I think if it's absolutely pumping tomorrow and there's still enough time in the day to run all the heats, I mean, there's surfing all that going on. Carolina Mendez, you wouldn't want to stop it. Oh, and another big turn. That's from Presti. Oh, she couldn't get the second bite of the cherry, but the first bite was pretty juicy. Presti, you could just see that swooping. But Carolina Mendez also belting some big sections. At the end of today, if we get through the round of 16, well, that'll only leave 8 surfers left. So it's 2 quarterfinals. As we see, nice turn, and she's just looking for that next section. She couldn't get it.
Well, I think this was like the best waves we've seen the whole comp in terms of potential. They
Absolutely.
look great. The conditions look great now as we see Carolina Menzier finishing it off really good. She's a talented surfer, fearless competitor. She wants it and showing off there. She's well in this heat. And yeah, that last turn, bang, as we see here, Ryan Fierro.
She's got the Ugg boots on.
Yeah, she has.
Nice, I like it, keeping those feet nice and warm, the Tahitian. She's going to paddle out with super warm toes.
Wow.
Another big turn there. That was from Conradi again, so they're coming through thick and fast.
Ina Maria Conradi, really nice turn there from her. And so Jani has a sister?
She does, yeah. I could even be a twin sister. I need to confirm that, but I see her and next to Barry's. They're always out there rattling around.
Oh.
Both surfing really well, and they've got an elder sister as well.
Oh, okay.
So,
Born
yeah.
on the same day? Twins?
I think Janier and look, I'm going to have to double check on this, but I think Janier and she has a twin sister. Yeah. Well, they look alike and they look about the same age. But someone will text us in, someone will Twitter and ask and confirm that. I need to find out. But yeah, the Exeter Barry's really good Basque surfers. A lot of pedigree up that way.
And as you see, the jet ski there, making sure everyone is secure. He might be having a good day now with the sunny sky, eating his back, getting some color. And yeah, he's had a hard time when it was raining. And might be a little bit cold over there.
Yep.
As you see some more lines approaching.
Yeah,
How
plenty
far
of
now
swell.
the waves? Come on.
So much fun right now. We haven't seen any sort of serious swell. Is that Antonia Silver out there potentially? The glare is the only factor that we're going to have to focus on here. Potentially the judge is looking to that screen. It's pretty silver, mixing the colours. That angle from the side takes away the glare, but the judge is looking at it front on. Just a bit of an issue they'll have to keep a check on. Sometimes you get it just for a little bit now and then it does fade. But we'll see right now. Presti way out in front, so she's got a 5.67 for that one turn. And Conradi now in second. Oh, there's a bit of a break though in proceedings. The girls just looking out to wait for a few more sets. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with plenty of live action right after with big turns like this. The waves are getting better. The sun's dipping into the ocean. Stay with us, folks. We're in for our thrilling conclusion. Okay, welcome back to live action here. And we see some action there from Rachel Presti. We've had some pretty big numbers coming in here. And I've just been getting a bit of confirmation about that. Exeter Barry, the big Exeter Barry question, Chico Alves.
Yes.
They're not twins. They were born 2 years apart, but in the same month.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, basically twins.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a sister and you're born in the same month, I mean,
kind of twins, right? I mean, it's only 2 years. Yeah, no. So Janir is the eldest by 2 years. Annette is the younger one. And both got really, really big careers coming their way. Both sort of battling each other. They surf together all the time. And really, really great surfers. And it's Janir, the eldest, who has just logged a pretty big number here while we're on that break. So Janir Exterbarry posting a 5.6, moves up into second. So the Exterbarry's looking good. Presti out in front, Conradi in third, Carolina Mendez
in fourth, as we have Ina with priority, Conradi, and up and riding. That's White, I think. Let's see if she can finish it off. Yeah, quick snap there, and not the finish I think she was looking for. The wave kind of died off there, as we have Rachel up and riding again, gaining speed, and boom, great snap there, and another one. Oh,
just falls down. They like what they're saying. Well, I don't know why you're happy about that, mate. She still fell off. But, yeah, they're happy with it. I think they're happy with her intent and her aggression, Rachel, German surfer. Spent a lot of time in Florida. Here she comes from the corner in Boomtown. And if she could just finish off, it's a difficult section. She went aggressive. More Twitter coming in. We've got the Chico fans going absolutely mental. Bit of a chance to talk to, or at least Twitter, one of their heroes. This was the wave we missed when we were on the ad break, and that's Janir. Oh, there's the style we love to see. And she falls down. If these women are just making mistakes on the end sections, but still posting good scores. We're saying, I don't know why these Chico fans always keep coming back to the food side of the food kind of side of things. They must follow your YouTube clips pretty closely. Thank you. And they're saying, can I have your dream restaurant? You're going out, you get your starter, main, and dessert, and a cocktail. What's your dream what's your dream sort of meal? Dream restaurant, dream meal for Chico Alves.
Well, I think I'm going to hold that thought.
Yeah, hold that. I'll take your order after this wave from Janir. She comes down the corner. Nice roundhouse snap. And she finishes it off this time, so that's better. So Janir Exterbarry, I reckon she's going to improve her score. Yeah, go for it, please, Chico.
So I just want a bottle of wine with some prawns and seafood. Like
right,
those.
Prawn. That's your starter.
Yep.
Prawns.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Just
prawns.
Just plain prawns.
Prawns.
Okay. Yeah. I know what a prawn is. Yeah. Don't come to raw prawn with me. Yeah. Okay. Your main.
And there's a couple of stuff that I would like to say, but I don't know how to spell it. And yeah.
What's for your main? Hold that thought. I'll take your order. I'll take your main after this, as we see a big belt. Oh, she loves that one-turn combo and then foam floats just to prove she's got a bit of control. But it was all about that first turn. Yeah, your main course.
I like some prawns and some tapas kind of thing.
Well,
so a mix of texture, like.
No.
Yeah.
What? What Michelle from Melbourne asked you was like, your entree, first course, your main course, and your dessert. So you've got prawns for your first course.
What a nice turn.
Big turn. And what are you going for your second course? Your main meal.
Okay, I'm going to go for sushi.
Sushi. Okay, I like it. That was a great surfing from Hina Maria. Okay, sushi, yeah, nice. Very seafood orientated stage. Dessert's going to be tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I know you. I know you love the sweet stuff. You see.
Boom.
Nice. Yep. And what are you going for your dessert?
As the score is coming in for Ina, and I think she's going to go back to second.
She needs a 6.33.
Is she going to go back to second?
Big number.
It's really tight.
She's done a lot of those single turns.
She's done it.
6.4. Just got above that mark, so she has moved up to second. And next to Barry, who surfed that last wave really well for 5.5, now in third. As we see, Conradi going again, non-stop action. Mina Maria, a bit hung up on that one. Second turn, whoa, goes down the hole. Yeah, what's for your dessert?
For dessert, I'll go with Dosta Casa. It's really nice.
Dosta Casa.
Yeah,
It's with it's just sweet, mate.
Sweet.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just like
what's it made of?
I have to
Pastry?
We go and I go to the Google and I search it, how I spell it, what the ingredients are. I don't know all the ingredients of doce de casa, but they're really good.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I'm gonna show you.
And
so you've got kind of like the cream of egg cream, you know, egg cream,
yep.
crumble, a little crumble.
Nice.
And then you have like some kind of cookie in the middle.
Oh.
And then like the white thing. How do you call the white thing?
Cream.
Cream. Yeah, cream. And that's it. And it's amazing. You get a lot of emotions out of that little plate.
Yeah, I bet you
makes
do.
you feel
Yeah.
happy and a little bit sad, but happy at the same time because you feel a little bit
anticipation and then reward and then nervousness and then a bit sick and then happy.
And then cry and then at the end it's amazing. It's just a trip.
Okay, Presti coming around the corner. She's showing all the range of her emotions. Had a really big heat. And now at the back, Mendez, you can see in the foreground, no, the background, just ripping a right hand up. She's down in second, but only needs a 5.71. She's only had kind of one solid wave. That was only a third wave ribbon with 90 seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, next to Barry, she winds up. She falls down. She needed a 5.5. All these surfers chasing 5.5s. 1 minute remaining. And you see Janier trying to get back out there. Conradi with that one big turn for a 6.4 yet again. It's just snuck in with a minute to go. And we see score at the back here. She go. This is a replay of Carolina Mendez needing a 5.5.
Wow.
5.7. And I think the fact that she went down means she's not going to get it. Meanwhile, Presti started off strong, finishing strong. Really well surfed heat from the German.
Rachel has a really complete surfing, really strong surfing and technical. So that 7.5 she had at the start of the heat was really well surfed. That last carve she did was amazing. So really impressed by Rachel surfing. And yeah, Ina Conradi dodging a bullet again with the power turns coming in.
Yep. She's been really confident those one turns. Not afraid if there's only a wave that looks like a bit of a closeout because she's got that firepower where she can really hammer it home. So good surfing, and that was just before the hooter, was it, Mendez? And she's not going to get enough of that. She knows that, so she's going to be really disappointed. This is a big event for her, and she's come unstuck it in early doors. And we are seeing the last heat of the round of 32. And we move on. Time waits for no man nor woman in this sport. And we've got Francisca Vaselko, Aliana Vast, Vahina Fierro. Well, there's a good combination. And Noah Alalio. And that is the next heat coming up. So the official results. Yeah, Hina Maria just sneaking in over Janier. Rachel Presti, really big numbers. Carolyn Mendez, unfortunately, out. What we're going to do, though, is go for a short commercial break and come back. The last heat of the round of 32. Big names, big surfers, big waves, good times. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are on.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We are in the round of 32 of the men's of the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest for 2022. And we have had a mammoth day of professional surfing. And here we go. Let's look what we missed out. Francisco Vaselko. She's been right in the mix for the Challenger Series. And there's a reason. But like the last heat, as I'm joined by Jose Ferreira, a bit of technical analysis of these surfers. Just a lot of end sections. Sort of a lot of the girls falling off on the end sections. Why do you think that is, mate? What's happening?
It might be a lot of things put together, really. It can be nerves, can be, you know, some tiredness. People are getting tired.
Yeah, I
also
know how they feel, yeah.
Yeah. It can be just miscalculation as well. But Francisca Vaselko, really in form. She's the former Portuguese national champion against Teresa and Mafalda and Yolanda. So standing out right there. And yeah, this heat just looks really good on paper.
Yeah, it looks solid. And there we see Aliana Vast. So the Tahitian connection. She's up against a fellow Tahitian, Vahin Fierro. And that's good surfing. She rides out. Aliana, younger sister of Carly Vast. So a great little connection there, based at the moment in Tahiti. Really solid competitors. Good in the tube, obviously. And she learns a lot from her older brother. Really smart competitor and a strong competitor and a massive future. And, well, it's two people with two massive futures. They're down there talking to each other on the beach.
Man, thanks. Congratulations, Rachel. That was an amazing performance. How are you feeling after that?
Very good. Happy to finally get the first heat down because it's been, I think, 3 lay days, and I was happy that they ran us in some better conditions as well.
Are you excited to keep on surfing today?
Very. I think the swell should just continue to get better, and it's pretty clean, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot windier and very fun conditions.
And you're part of the German pack. How have they been helping you out throughout the event?
We have such great support. We have coaches for surfing, we have for mental and physical as well, and I think we have like an all-around really good vibe with the team as well.
That's amazing to hear. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
They've got it all, the Germans.
They've got it all. They got support. They got a good teamwork, and they've got some great surfers. So it's looking strong. And I'll tell you what, they've just formed a little gang. They've been really training together hard. The Olympics sort of kicked it off, I think. And now they've got their little team together, and it seems to be working. And Presti, well, she's been surfing really, really well. There's Noah Laylor. That's a big turn as well. Strong surfing. Can she hang on? And she does. So good commitment there from... Yeah. Oh, then another big turn from Vahin Fierro.
Non-stop surfing.
Non-stop surfing. That's what we've been having all day since we started with a resurf of a heat, 7:15. And now, well, a good 10 hours later, we've still got plenty of action left. Crowds building up down there in Caparica. Everyone's starting to hit. Everyone hits the sort of boardwalk, don't they? The family come down after school or on school holidays, the grannies and the kids. Real sort of community feel to it, real beach vibes. Especially when there's a big comp on, when some of Europe's best surfers down here, they all flock down the beach, hitting the Estrella Galicia beer tents. Not afraid. Not afraid to have a sip on a Friday, the Portuguese.
Yeah.
After a hard day, a hard week of work.
You know what? The Portuguese are are ranked as the country in Europe that drinks more wine.
More wine per capita.
Per capita, 72 bottles a year per capita.
Good going.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, just a fact.
I was like, oh, we really drink a lot as a country. Let's just see Alin Vask.
In moderation, though.
In moderation.
Yeah, I would say in moderation. If you divide, well, I did this exercise. So if you do like 4 glasses each bottle, or 5 glasses, you have in 72 bottles around 320 glasses.
Oh, yeah, you really have dug into this, haven't you?
Yeah. I did because it was, you know.
It's only one
it's
glass
one
here.
glass away, you know, keeps the doctor away. So
yeah, 1 glass a day is fine. Exactly right. In moderation. Oh, and there's someone not moderating her behaviour. She's absolutely tearing in. Aliana Vast. It was Noah Laylor. They got the best of the waves. And here she goes from the drone angle. Just 1 turns, but we've seen 1 turns work throughout the course of the sort of week. So Tahitian gang pretty happy with that.
Yeah, this is a stacked heat. Noah Laylor, 6.5, the best of that exchange. I really enjoyed her first turn, kind of a tail slide. Really well done on her back foot, kicking it, and then finishing off very well. It wasn't an easy section, and talking about hard sections, Carolina Mendes on that last heat just had the opportunity on that last wave, but that section was really hard, and it's 1 minute to go. You have to make a score. You have a hard section in the end of the wave. Your opportunities just nerve-wracking.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about getting through the nerves, especially this late in the day. Even then, Noah just paddling for that wave. A bit of an issue with the glare. It seems to have sorted itself a bit out. They're moving the colours around so that the surfers can see where the priority is. And halfway, or 15-minute stage of this heat. Plenty of options. Plenty of waves around. That wind's just backed off too, which is nice.
Yeah, and talking about options, are you going to choose the Galicia tent, or are you going for a few waves after this?
Oh.
Hard one, I know, but you can also have the best of both worlds.
You put me on that. You put me right on the spot there, don't you? Right in the spot where my mental anguish is the most. my very, very soft underbelly. Yeah, that's what the judges are looking at. So that's the glare factor. They get replays, but they still want to judge it straight off. In real time with their real eyes. So it's an issue, and now we pan to the drone. It looks a lot different. But well, it depends on the time. I think the plan is that we're moving on to the round of 16.
Yep.
So that'll be another 4 heats. That's almost 2 hours, give or take. So that'll get us up to, that's 8:15. Quarter to 8. I don't think there'll be time for a surf. As we see someone surfing right now is Noah Laylor. And if I haven't got time to surf, well, then it's going to be the beer tent, isn't it? So in some ways, that does make my life a bit easier.
Yeah.
In terms of it just takes the decision-making process out of it. I'd love to go for a surf. The surf's cooking. There's fun waves up and down all these piers. I'd love to get wet. I've been watching these rippers all day. I'm really psyched.
Same.
Look, Jose, I just put work first. That's what I do, mate. I just always put the work first.
Workaholic.
Yeah, I'm a perfectionist and I'm a workaholic, and it's been the curse of my career, to be honest. I just really find it hard to just relax and have fun.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
when you work a lot, you also have to take your edge off. So either surfing or a few beers.
So we'll see. But while there's waves, while there's sun, I say let the surfing continue. As we see a big left-hander who hangs it up the top there. Vaselko, Portuguese surfer.
Nice angle here.
Bit late. Didn't really hit the lip. It's a bit of a foam climb more than anything else. So
exactly. Here she goes again. Might get that replay for you. And Vaselko doing it's really competitive surfer. personality-wise as well. A nice first snap. Let's see if she can do something else. She does not.
No, not much going there. 12 minutes to go. We've got Laylor down in 4th. Only had the one wave, but a really strong start at 6.5. She saw her sister get knocked out, which is a bit of a shock. Backing and that. She missed out. Now she's down there supporting her sister. She's not moping. She's being positive rather than negative, and see how she goes. Any talk about the waves up on the other coast up there, back in Cascais? Any reports filtering in? No?
Not that much feedback. I think it's pretty average.
Everyone's been surfing so much the last couple of months. They're all just taking the time off.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you, this winter was really weird and good. We had like a month and a half of east winds, straight east winds every day, so offshore.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you had 6 weeks of that till I arrived for the CT competition and started howling onshore.
You jinxed it, man.
Yeah, so 6 weeks of just offshore breeze and good swell and sunny.
Yeah, no, but this was actually in January, February.
Yeah, exactly.
So a bit earlier.
I arrived at the end of Feb. Anyway, it's not about me. Yeah, but what a start. So many waves. So everywhere was pumping, so crowds would have been down right. The whole coast was on fire.
Actually, the crowds were really spread because it was really good everywhere. And also that many days of offshore really builds up the banks, the sandbanks well. So, you know, you really had a lot of choice. You could go to Peniche, Ericeira, Santa Cruz was really good. Cascais was good as well, Guincho. And so it was a pleasure.
Good for you, mate. Good for you.
Yeah, it was inviting.
Brilliant. Yeah, well, that happens in Portugal. You get waves every single day, no matter what, but sometimes they just turn on for weeks. Right now, we're waiting for something to turn on. We've got some scores coming in. So Noah Lalior, she backed up her first wave at 6.5 with a 5.5. Strong start. Alina Vast, a couple of 5s. At least Vaheen needing a 6. And Vasilko needing a high 6, 6.66. Probably the 2 least experienced or lower seeds actually in a bit of strife at this stage with 1 minute on the clock. So you would have seen a fair lot of surfing. Who was ripping in that good 6 weeks of sort of high action? Because the boys around, Kickash was around, wasn't he?
Yes.
Well, who was a standout on the
your
coast?
Your usual suspects.
Yeah.
Frederico, Vasco, Nick, Miguel, Canoa. We had a few standouts from the new kids on the block, like Joaquim Chaves, Afonso Antunes, Guilherme Ribeiro, but also this second generation of surfers from Ericeira. The 2 kids of Miguel Fortes, exactly.
Yeah.
In Cochos and Carrasco, in Neco Piré, and yeah, those kids were standing out as well, especially in barrels. Also because they can, you know, catch the good waves.
Yeah.
They're from there, so they're starting to get some rank.
Yeah.
There.
Well, you got to start packing 6-foot barrels at Cochos. You get a bit of respect, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
And if your daddy's Fortes, well, that certainly doesn't help.
Yeah. Sometimes is pain in the ass because I saw these kids growing up in their diapers, and now they're snaking me. Not much I can say.
Yeah, there is. Just say, I saw you in nappies.
Yeah, exactly.
You too?
Yeah.
I saw you weeing in your own pants. You know what? They can't say that about you, can they?
I saved you that time when you were crying.
Yeah. Picked you up when you fell off the monkey bars.
Exactly.
Yeah, bright future from Portugal. So many great surfers. Really
invested in it. Surfing culture, all the dads and mums, the sisters, the brothers, and the support they get from the government and the local municipalities is great. And yeah, it's worldwide known now as a surf hub, and with very, very good reason. I'll tell you what, what's the recap here? There's only one Portuguese surfer in this, and she's in a bit of strife at the moment. So we had Alina Vast, Tahitian. Really smooth style. She finished off nicely there.
That was a hard section.
So Vaheen Fierro, that was one good turn. That's the only sort of turn she's been able to get in, really. Got a 4.67 for that. Only because she fell off. She would have been right in the money. But then Alina Vast kept chipping away. Nice turn there. Finished it off. But Noah Lallior, Alina again, so she's been super busy.
Yeah, Alina Vast just young, but already so much maturity. And Noah Lallior here, nice carve and then hits it off. Solid surfer from Israel. We've been hearing her name quite a lot as well in the last few years, her and her sister. And it's Kika now.
Yeah, Kika. So she needed a 6.66. We didn't quite see what she did out the back. We'll see
the devil's
how
number.
She went. Yeah, Ross Clark-Jones's birthday as well. Yeah, 6/6, born 1966.
Ooh.
Unsurprisingly.
Okay,
and
that's bad luck.
Well, not for Roscoe. Although he has had a bit of pain. Ross Clark-Jones had to. He's suing. He went on the Australian version of Survivor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was on reality TV. They had to go, and it was only in the first, I think, sort of stunt, and he got on a ladder across this gorge, and the ladder snapped, and he broke his leg.
No way.
Yeah, so he's having a bit of a beef, understandably, with the producers of the company because it was unsafe. So anyway, that's Ross Clark-Jones' update.
6.66.
6.66. Right there, though. Vaheen Fierro, she's just a little bit out of sorts. Not like her. She's pretty smooth. Waiting on a few scores to come in. Then we hear Steve Vaselko, a 4.1 for that, her last wave. So still need a 6.66. Teresa Bonvalo back out there. We are running the next 4 heats of the round of 16. You'll be happy to know. Fresh off a massive heat total in the round of 32. Her mum left her hanging there. Quite like that.
just so she knows who's boss.
Yeah, he's still my daughter. Give him his high five.
Yeah.
Malarkey.
7.1. That last one for Vaselko. So second place now.
Oh, I did jump the gun there. You're right. So huge score, that long right hander. Saw Vaselko get way up into second. She was down and out. So strong surfing. Not a bad time to do it too, with 4 minutes on the clock. That leaves the two Tahitians up against it. Vast needing a 5.68. Fierro needing a 6.54.
Yeah, still pretty much open game to everyone. Vaheen Fierro, we know what she's capable of. Alina Vast, really competent surfer. So still anyone's game. And
yeah, bit of a gap in the Tahitians on the CT at the moment. I was from Michelle Perez. He's retired from competition. So we've always had a Tahitian on the CT for the last 10 or 11 years. Right now, there's a bit of a gap. And Fierro and Vast have the talent potentially to go all the way to the CT, but right now they're in strife as we see Lallior too. She's been on fire. Making mistakes, being patient. Only a third wave she's caught in the 25 minutes, but she's making them count.
No, I could almost compare the Israeli and the German mindset while competing. Very good decision making, smart decision making. Even if sometimes they're not the best technically or the best style, or they're really good competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that. That's the brains trust there.
Kika's mum.
Kika's mum. Out the back though. Here we go. She goes again. Oh, there's a big turn. Maybe that was where they got the 7 for one. Vicious turn. Meanwhile, at the back is Ferrero. Oh, that's a big turn as well. So there's some big turns coming in, some big scores, lots of ways getting ridden, hard to keep up, especially with a mind like mine. And we've got 2.5 minutes on the clock, so this is really ramped up in the last few minutes. And there's been some big hammers getting thrown. And it looks like Fierro has got a number to come in. She needed a 6.54 to move up into second. Meanwhile, Vasilko and Noah also getting waves. So let's wait and see. 2 minutes on the clock.
Ouch. So a lot's changed in the last exchange.
Yeah, so Ferreira got an 8.6. As we see Noah Valior, she was in the lead the whole way through. She's got a score to come in. She now needs to suddenly gone from being in the lead and in command to being in third place. That's how fast things can change in this sport. Butterfly wing flaps and the whole world spins on its axis. A rainbow forms in Mongolia. A rabbit cooks an egg in Australia. Things happen. Things happen for strange and varied reasons. And right now, in a span of a few seconds, a few waves, a few ocean, these waves have travelled, I don't know how long, thousands of kilometres to get here, and they're making things happen. And right now, Vasilko is out in front. Fierro in second. Noah Laylor now needing a 6.78, having been in control of the heat for so long, is suddenly under the pump. And Aliena Vast, who's also surfed well, but needs a 7.75. And you can see Vasilko, what a turnaround. Really, really strong. And Fierro as well, fair play. That wave's not going to cut it, you wouldn't think. For Noah, she's just trying to get away from her opponents with 30 seconds on the clock. She's got to do more than that. I think she's going to be really disappointed after surfing a really strong heat for up to the 22nd minute mark, basically. And the big guns, Fierro and Vasilko, high seeds, turn up the screws. That's what class does. Class and experience. You can never turn your back on that. And the girls have come through and got some big numbers, some big heat totals. And have got through with 5 seconds remaining. Looks like that's a wrap. The last throw of the dice for Noah, that's not going to be enough, and she knows it. She's upset. You can tell by the body language.
Yeah.
And right now,
good run for her though. Good surfing. Good decision making there. But Kika and Vahini Fierro just a step up in terms of level there.
yeah, should be happy with the way she surfed, but unhappy with the result. But there, Vasilko, well, she's already on her way to the Challenger Series. Right now, though, we're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with the last 4 heats of the day, the round of 16 of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest, right after this.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to live action. We are turning in. We saw Vaselko there, just getting a debrief with the mum. Good job, well done. Fought back hard, came in strong, and won the heat. She's going to be surfing pretty quickly. We're going through the round of 16. In approximately, well, an hour and a half, we're going to have just 8 surfers left in the women's division. Paul Evans, what do you think about that? What's your thoughts on that?
Just getting a little psyched on the sort of speed rock riff we got going in the background there.
It's Pasco's mixtape from the 1997 Camry he had.
His band.
Yeah, could well be.
Yeah, great looking heat this one. 2 of the big seeds out of Portugal, Lopes, Bonvalot. But I tell you what, they got a heat on their hands here because Tess Tyson ripped her heat earlier on. She's looking very confident and dangerous. Lucy Martino as well was dropping hammers. Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be a big heat, but we're talking about some big winners, and we've got Vaselko, the winner of that last heat, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, guys. Last heat of this round, and you got that spot. How are you feeling? You got your last 2 waves that put you straight up to that leaderboard.
Yeah, that was a hard heat. I started pretty slow, and then towards the end, I got 2 good waves. I knew this was going to be a really good heat, and I just had to keep calm and do my surfing and just do my strategy and don't think about the other people. And towards the end, I got those 2 waves, and I made it through.
And how are you feeling coming into this event? You're in 2nd place on the ranking, so are you feeling nervous?
No, I'm feeling good. In the Azores, I got a 5th place, and in my last contest, I got 3rd. So I'm just going to try to keep my momentum and try to do even better than the last contest.
Excited for the next round?
Yeah, bring it on.
Go Rest. Congratulations.
Bring it on.
Oh, man, I get really nervous when we start talking about the Challenger Series. I get butterflies. So much at stake, Ben. So much on the line. Careers could be made or crushed. It's all there, isn't it?
It's probably the best part of surfing, I would say.
Ooh.
Right now, I think the Challenger Series is a sweet spot in the CC the surfing calendar.
There's just so much up for grabs.
Well, imagine, I mean, as of potentially tomorrow, if we finish the girls, they're going to be like, okay, what do we do? Do we book our trips to Australia? Do we go to the Superbank to surf with just 3 other women? That's literally their future tomorrow, potentially. Some won't. Some will say, I can't book my flight to Australia.
Who we sending Snapper? Find out potentially tomorrow, certainly on finals weekend, because we're going to wrap up the Women's QS for Europe for this season right here.
Absolutely. And as of the end of today, it's going to be 8 women left. I'm pretty much sure, we'll have to double check with Powers of B, but Teresa Bonvalot and Lopez are pretty much a bit of a lock, but it's still, anything can happen. 1,000 points on offer. Plenty of room for some swing time. So we'll see. Bonvalot here, just losing her grip on that inside rail. So, yeah, all to play for. Someone like Vaselko, and this is the beauty of the regional series. It means that, she gets to show her surfing on the world stage. Go to Snapper in a condensed environment, a lot of hype, a lot of pressure, a lot of exposure. And they won't really know what they haven't heard of her much. They're about to find out. We see Mafalda Lopes.
Yeah, she's so strong, isn't she? On the rail, in the lip, the control is on point. The precision is there, the confidence is there too from some big scores, and she's going really good. I'm just wondering, Ben, as an Australian, any tips for our Europeans heading over there? Any little insight, stuff they can use to make a more successful, more fun trip to the land down under?
Yeah, well,
wear a hat.
Wear a hat. The sun is very strong down there. I'd lean into the swearing. Don't be afraid to lean in to the odd swear word. It's pretty much a form of punctuation. And it sort of does enamor yourself with the local tribes down there. I'd take your time to enjoy both the more recent
modern history, but also look into the indigenous culture. It's about 60,000 years of history down there. That's
the oldest continuous culture on the face of the earth.
Absolutely. So that's an opportunity to see, you know, incredible amount of history. You can't even fathom how long they've been the custodians of Australia. So look into that, and then just go surfing and be prepared for it.
A few crowds,
a higher standard of surfing than probably most places on the planet. But that just elevates your own surfing. If you do those 4 things, you're going to have a good time. I recommend it, and you're going to enjoy it, especially on the Gold Coast in May. Perfect weather time, not too hot. Amazing weather, water temp beautiful, and really great waves.
Yeah, this is Tyson, and she's been so clean on the rail work this afternoon in the juiced up conditions. And another nice hit in the pocket there, getting the wrap done. May time on the Goldies that good surf season?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's a mix. Like those cyclone swells that you can get tend to happen in sort of December to March.
A bit earlier in the year.
Yeah, but the problem with those is that they're not always there. Sometimes you go for a season without a cyclone. Sometimes they come too close, as they've done this year, and absolutely destroy the joint with floods. But in April, May, you get those really long. Sometimes you get a mix of both northeast swells and those big south swells that come up and wrap in there. So yeah, it's a good time. April, May is a great time on that north coast of New South Wales and the Gold Coast. And you're going to get waves.
Lopez covering a lot of ground here. Nice little snap in the pocket. Just finds a steep part of the wave. That's important to do. A little repetitive on the second turn. But then she just drills down and gets a third maneuver done too. So just using all sorts of parts of the wave. Getting good turns done. Also, Bonvelo, who just squeezes every drop of opportunity. You know, Teresa's not going to leave much on a wave. That's something you can pretty much lock in. She is going to find scoring sections. She's going to hit them. She's going to attack them. And that Portuguese pairing of Goofy Foots right now, they're looking all right, but a lot yet to happen in this. And numbers to come in as well for Tyson. Tyson would have just wanted to keep surfing after her last heat because she was just getting better and better every time she stood up. Really attacking the lips. Slightly different now, though. A bit fuller, isn't it? So we've got more kind of takeoff bowls rather than those really steep kind of throw-in sections.
Yeah, and live action from Teresa. She's so confident. Trademark, arms in the air. Big slash. She's won most of these events. Won in the Azores, won here last year. So really, really consistent. Won in Israel. So pretty much it was like that 3 events that have been held. She's won them all. So, and pretty much an unprecedented run of European surfing success.
We had a tweet in earlier for Chico. I think it was Davina in Mallorca asking who's going to qualify first out of Bonvelo or Vasco Ribeiro. Can you guess what he said?
Vasco.
They said both at the same time.
Oh, same year, this year.
He said this year.
Wow.
So big back in. Chico should know. He's watched them surf more than anyone. And he reckons they're ready to go and step up.
Yeah, well, that'd be absolutely fantastic. CT ready, CT level, being close. You're there or thereabouts for a long time, so this might be their time. 2 Qashqai surfers. Yeah, what a boost. What a boost that would be for Portugal. And they deserve it. But, you know, baby steps. Oh, Vasco's got to disqualify for the Challenger Series before he does anything else. He's sitting down 20th. He's had a few injuries, so he's got 2 events to turn that round. It's events he's won before, which is a good sign, but still, he's got some work to do, as we all have. Yeah, some tweets coming in. A bit of a lull, but I think they're starting to fly back up again. Paul? We've covered some territory, covered some music, covered some fashion.
History.
Surf history. Surfing. Some time travel. And it's the time travel has definitely caught Ricardo from Reykjavik's eye. He's been loving the sort of chats about going forward or back in time, as we see someone going down the hole,
Tyson,
going down the black hole. No time down there. We've got some, yeah, look at that glare coming in. So it's pretty hard for our cameraman. Well, that might actually help them. Who knows? You can never tell with those cameramen.
Been a long day, but they're doing their job and we appreciate it. Yeah, I suppose it's more, I'm going to give you the opportunity, Paul. Well, I haven't. Ricardo from Reykjavik is. To go back to a specific moment in surf culture time. So the surfers around. There's got to be surfers in this place where you're going to, but it can be any time.
Right.
The surfers do exist.
Yep.
And you're going to go back to that place, and you're going to take a single surfboard and one item, he says, from right now, just to take back with you for whatever reason. It can be any item, any item you want to take back with you.
Okay.
So you're going to a location, a time, and an item.
I mean, you've got your golden eras. You got Bali in the 70s. It's a bit of a classic. Fairly well trodden path, but it's a good one. Matt Walshaw from Encyclopedia Surfing likes the sort of post-war period at Malibu. So kind of late 40s, early 50s is really like his thing.
Yeah.
Just when there's a little tiny scene, but it
Terry
was
Tube Steak and the crew.
Yeah, he
Holden
likes.
Court. I'd say late 50s.
He likes that. I'm going to forego both of those. Actually, you might not be that surprised. I'm going to go back, Ben, to the early 80s.
Early 80s.
When events were held in kind of 2-foot beach breaks.
Yeah.
When board shorts were tight. When it was already quite crowded and very competitive. I'm going to go back to that era.
Whereabouts?
I'm going to say Portugal.
Portugal in the early 80s.
Portugal in the early 80s.
I think that was a whole lot of, Okay, yeah. Wearing your little short shorts. Not a huge sort of surf competition scene.
Well, I'm going to take one of Kelly's boards from the 92 title. So with the carbon on the stringer, sort of 17 and a quarter wide. Sort of 6'3" by 17 and a quarter.
That's what you're riding.
By 2 inches thick.
Yeah.
Glass on fins, the Merricks. So that's my board, just the one board.
You see some action on a surfboard right there. 2 turns. Oh, there we go. 7-point ride, and she liked it. Yeah, and what item have you taken back with you? Might be to blow minds. It might be useful. You know, it might be a just something that you can show other people. It might be to help society. It might be to harm society. Who knows, Paul? What do you take it?
I think I'd probably just take my favourite pair of binoculars, just so I can do some birding.
You could probably get binoculars back then.
Oh, do I have to take something from the future people don't know about
From right
yet?
now back to whenever your time frame is.
Okay.
Something that you own now that you could take with you. I mean, you could take binoculars. I'm just saying that it's something you could probably get back then as well.
If I might, have I got money then? Can I buy stuff?
I mean, it's not. This is Ricardo from Reykjavik. I don't make the rules. He's just saying you have to take something from now, 2022, back to the early 80s in Portugal, where, along with your Kelly Slater stick, and you're just going to have it for whatever reason you so choose. I thought it was a relatively simple question. It's taking valuable time out of the surfing heat, so if you could make your mind up. On the back here, on the backhand, Mafalda Lopes. She's got 1-6. She was on fire in the last heat, doing some massive backhand hangers, fins out. And she's in second place. That wave not cooperating though. Here we go. There's a big backside loop from Lucia Martino. Didn't make it.
Yeah, I think I've got it.
What do you got?
I'm going to take a mini disc player.
Right.
And I'm going to tell everyone from the early 80s, this is the future, guys. Invest in this, because this is really going to catch on and stick around for a long time to come.
Right. Okay.
A mini disc.
A
MD.
mini disc. MD. Yeah, it was still one of the best forms of audio recording that you can get. Sadly, didn't catch on. Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks, Ricardo. It's a tricky one. Took him a while, but he got there in the end. And there's the tree just going up high. She went for
that
it.
was sick.
It was a sick vertical turn, but she just over-egged it. She put so much into getting vertical that she couldn't swing it around in time.
I love the risk taking, though, from Lucia. That's what we want to see. And she's hammering that lip hard. I tell you what, if she lands one of them, she's going to get a massive number. How about you, Ben? What era are you going back to? What board are you taking? And what object from the future is coming with you?
I'm going to go back. I'm going to hit the hit Byron Bay in the sort of early 70s. Yeah, I'm going to get up there in the hippie times. Really sort of embrace myself in the culture. Got to take a
stand up,
a coat boat. No, I might take my MR twin fin that I've got now, but I've had for 10 years. But it was a retro MR twin fin, so still before
twin fins were kind of a thing. I'm going to take that out, just to sort of blow some minds. And good for the points up there. And still do the job. And I'm going to bring back... You know what? I might just... It's a hard one, though. It's took longer than you thought. I mean, the obvious thing that you would take is an iPhone. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to bring that into society too soon.
You'd struggle to get Wi-Fi as well, wouldn't you? You would have thought.
I was like, where's the 4G?
You got the password with the Wi-Fi.
Imagine going to
the local hippie
the Mung
cafe.
Bean Cafe. Hey guys, what's the Wi-Fi? What's the password? No.
You wouldn't have many people to text either, would you?
No.
I'm just going to text a mate. Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take back a I'm gonna take something back really important once I think of it. I'm gonna take back, it's not that actually hard. I'm gonna take back a brand new state-of-the-art 3.2 steamer wetsuit. It's gonna be like just what you get now. I'm gonna turn up at Lennox Head. Oh, it's gonna be a bit warm, and they're gonna go, what? I mean, they're wearing footy jumpers. They're wearing woolen jumpers.
Your brand new deeply suit.
Yeah, brand new deeply state-of-the-art 3.2. Maybe 2.2 even, because it's a bit warm up there, and people are just going to blow their mind. They're going to pick it up and go, "Feel how light it is. Where'd you get this from?" From the future, boys. From the future. There you go. 6.5 minutes to go. I tell you, his future's looking pretty bright right now. It's not Mundy and Evans. It's Teresa Bombolo. They're on fire. She's got a 12.17 in control. Mafalda Lopez has surfed well. Only got a 6 though. She's still in a bit of strife because Tessa Tyson, the form surfer from the last round, breathing down her neck with a 4.18. Who's caught your eye here, Pete?
Yeah, Mafalda doing good work early on. Look at the way she goes all the way to the lip of the wave to do that carve down and then slides one out of the lip. Good value for 6-point ride right there. From there, we thought she had a bit of a platform. She hasn't really backed it up with a whole lot. Just the 3.5, the wobble going through the wave. Just hindered her scoring potential, I felt, on this one. She does well to deal with the wobble, but just kind of runs out of steam. Meanwhile, Bombolo sets up here. She gets an entry in, and you're thinking, I can't see much on this wave, but just tags it really nicely. Tyson, well, she's kept at it here. That's a beautiful swing from her. Good enough for 5.33, no second section. But then Bombolo, she'll do this to you. Bang, into the lip, spanks it hard. And again, how'd you like them apples? 7 points.
Lovely, lovely stuff. And the time travel thing is working. Twitter's going mad. I've got Miley from Mildura. She's saying, big fan of you, big fan of Evans and Mundy, big fan of surfing. Been following your work in the various magazines. You're both editors, she says. People forget that. So get caught up in the commentary world that we're now being sort of fettered around the world. So if you can go back at any time, pick any magazine, become an editor of a surf magazine, where would you go?
Does it have to be a surf mag or?
No, it doesn't have to be. Well, let's change it. Let's make it any magazine, any time. As we see, Bombolo just trying to improve that 5.17. That's not going to do it. Yeah, any magazine, any time, and you're the editor, Paul. As we see the replay.
Yeah, Bombolo getting in here. And she sees how she just kind of stalls on the entry into the wave, but you don't see all that much. She's kind of straightened that front leg and waited for the wave to catch up with her. This is Martino. It's a little stiff. Nevertheless, she gets a clip off the top. But it's not the kind of surfing she's going to need to deliver. She's going to need more, much more, really. She's in a bit of a hole here. She's staring down 7 points at the moment. I love the way she attacked that lip, but she needs to make those kind of turns. It's crucial. You get the completion on that big hammer she tried to drop around about 10 or 12 minutes ago. She's going to need to find more energy like that.
Yep. Speaking of energy, we're looking at the Twitter. Yeah, what do you got, Paul? Quick game's a good game, as they say. With 3.5 minutes on the clock. Time is always ticking in this world we live in.
Yeah.
Deadline pressures, as you well know as a magazine editor.
Yeah, sure.
Are a big part of the job.
Yep. I'll probably go with 442. It's a football magazine from the UK.
Right.
And I'll go early mid-90s and about 92, 93. That sort of era. It's at the dawn of the Premiership, as it was known then. It was an exciting time, Ben.
Yep. Okay. Like it.
And
like
I'd like the broad base of the people's game.
Yep. Like it.
How about you? What magazine are you going to go
Underground Surf editor in Cronulla in 2001.
Just, yeah, pre-digital. Just, the death throes.
A haircut's not a lifestyle. Wasn't that the strap line? Ooh, big turn there from Martino.
Benny Horvath's going to be in trouble because he was the editor for about 40 years, but when I'm coming back from the past, I'm going to take his job. And I'm just going to concentrate on the people and the surfers of Cronulla in the late 90s and early 2000s. A lot of shots from the alley bowl, some voodoo, but you never put the name on it. Right now, though, still goes Lopez here. Oh, just digs a rail, unlike Maffelder.
What do you feel you might bring to underground surf that Horvath wasn't?
I'll just recreate it absolutely the same. I just probably more... I'd do some more like insight from like Miranda Fair for some of the malls and stuff.
Carrying bar?
Yeah, and I do like a...
Coyotes?
What's like the Sun, like late night column, the nightclub column in the Sun? You know, like the famous, like 24/7 or something, where they have the, sort of the nightclub reporters that go out and get all the gossip from the nightclubs. I'd start that up in the underground surf. Hit Carmen's, Miranda, hit Carmen's or Northies. That'd be like 1:15 a.m. Northies. Richard Marsh found punching a fellow surfer or something like that. Yeah, I'd bring that into it. Though, right now, we've got Bonvalo out in the lead. Tessa Tyson still waiting for that 4.18. Not a big number, especially how well she's been surfing. And now she's got second priority. What she doesn't have is time. She's got 90 seconds on the clock.
She's close to getting on a corner there, though. Let's see if she can get herself in position, Ben. Don't count her out.
Not at all.
You'd be mad to do that.
There's a little wedge coming in here. She's a little double up, and she's looking at this. She can't get it. She's trying to get away from her fellow competitors. Bonvalo is probably not interested anyway. She's got a comfortable lead. She's got a minute on the clock. Good camera work there. They know where the scoops are. They know where the stories are.
Look how velvety that sea surface is now, Ben. There's some nice size in the water, some chunky sections. It's cleaned up on that inside part. That wind has dropped off because it's getting close to supper time, really, isn't it? It's quite late in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got the Friday feeling, mate?
Yeah, I have. I was hoping for a little late surf. I don't think that's going to happen. That doesn't worry me. That doesn't worry me. There's so much good surfing to do.
Tyson was on there.
She paddled for it. She doesn't really have to worry. Oh, here's another little left popping up. But she's going to go. Here she goes. Last bit of a slow takeoff, but she's winding up. Looking a little bit tentative on this wave, but now she juices it. Can she do one big turn here? Gets it up. Only needed a 4.18.
She's asked a question of the judges, so we've ticked the box. She needed to get a wave. She needed to ask for a score. Is it going to be the 4.18, though, is the question. And just right from the get-go on that wave, you just think about the overall sort of visual impression. Didn't seem to have loads of juice to it.
Yeah, she just didn't click. Her timing wasn't right from the start, and she sort of attacked that first section, even though it was flat with the carve and then belted at the end. Maybe a bit more convincing, but I just felt it just wasn't quite there. But she did finish it off. She threw a bit of aggression at that last section. Wasn't a big wave. Bonvalo gets another heat win. I'd like to see the stats on how many heat wins in a row she's had. Maybe if Nico Loire might do a bit of research for his press release, that could be something that goes into the report. Because she's won a lot of heats in a row. I'd like to see the last one she lost and when it was. But Tessa Tyson, she'd be disappointed. Well, we'll see. She could be elated. But I think a 4.18. She doesn't scream that she looks that confident in herself. So well on the previous heat, but that's, as you say, it's every heat tells its own story. Teresa is happy. Another job well done. She's made it to final state. Just 8 surfers left. Bit of extra money to reinvest in a career. That'll buy much. She might upgrade to first class to the flights to Australia. That could help the performance once you get there. But the top score's coming in only a 3.53 for Tessa Tyson, so it wasn't enough. Unfortunately for Tessa, she surfed well, but she hasn't got through. So on that note, we're going to go for a break. We'll come back. We've got Garazzi, Sanchez, Otun, Juliette Lacombe, Ariana Ochoa, and Yolanda Hopkins coming for more live action right after this short commercial break at the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2022.
Eliminated in third in white, Tessa Tyson, and in
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. Sunny skies. We have Garazzi Sanchez, Juliette Lacombe, Ariane Ochoa, and Yolanda Hopkins. And we have upper riding Garazzi Sanchez, quick in and out. The wave wasn't offering what she wanted. As we see blue now, Juliette Lacombe, the stylish French surfer with a nice wrap there. And kicking out. So while I was out, I saw that the girls are surfing a different break than the normal one. They are surfing more to the left of the beach. So with the swell filling in, the bank is shifting, and we have scores in for Ariane Ochoa. This was during the break.
Yeah, covering some ground here is Ariane. Bang! Belts it nice and hard. And trying to carry over the energy from the last heats. A little flamboyance on the kick out as well. So Ochoa getting a decent number for that. Got a mid-ranger. And she started things off very nicely.
Yeah, she did, Ariane. Is looking really in form. And her last hit, she smashed it. Ariane and Mafalda Lopes with excellent scores on that last round, and here we are for another heat of the round of 16, heat 2 of the woman. Nice lines approaching the lineup. The waves are picking up as we predicted at the start of the week, and now we have some beautiful faces to really open up. By the looks of the faces on the beach, we can tell the athletes are happy with the conditions and they are motivated to get through. So it's happy times for our competitors.
Yeah, it's crunch time as well. They'll be feeling a bit of pressure, I reckon, because this is a QS 1000 for the women. So you really need to go all the way to finals, really, to make it a keeper result. So you've done well to get this far. You need to keep going.
As we see Yolanda Hopkins starting off with a carve and a massive turn. Is she going to make it? I couldn't see, but let's see by the score. Juliette Lacombe now. Nice snap off the top, cup, winding up again. Oh, and she lost it there. Really nice wave for Juliette too. She had the flow, she had the rhythm. Nice first snap off the top. Couldn't fit another one in there, but yeah, Yolanda Hopkins. Did she make that?
Yeah, she did. And a real contrast there. You just compare those two waves. And a complete kind of contrast in styles, sort of approaches to wave riding, and crucially to completion as well. So this is Yolanda. You see the entry right down at the bottom of the wave, compact. That's a set-up turn. She sees this double up and she says, bang, over the lip, through it with the fins. So when that wave explodes, she's actually just above that little bit of white water, and she makes sure she rides out of it. A massive turn for Hopkins, the second of a two-turn combo. By contrast, Lacombe kind of puts style into the first turn, and she puts herself in a slightly weird position on the wave, and it looked like a little unforced error and something of a missed opportunity for her. Let's see if she's made to pay for that.
So now we see white upper riding Ariane. Boom! Big first crack there, coming in stuck at the end there. As we have scores, 7-6-7. Yolanda Hopkins starting the way she likes it, with big turns, big moves, and aggressiveness. As we have someone on the beach, the last heat winner with Joanna Garnell. take it away, Joanna.
19 minutes remaining. 2 heats in one day. You're in the quarterfinals. How do you feel?
No, it feels amazing. The waves are really fun. There's so many good ones that it's even hard, like, okay, this is the one. But yeah, it's so nice when the waves are finally here, and we are happy and glad that we are surfing and getting good scores and trying to do our surf.
You just feel like going for a swim and or doing some free surf just now?
No, yeah, for sure. It's like so fun. Finally, the swell is here. It's not like perfect clean, but I swear it's even better like this. I rather have this wind than offshore, and it's like so rippable and so fun. And yes, hopefully it stays like this, and tomorrow hopefully there's some fun ones and everyone can rip and show a good surf. And yes, it feels good to be home.
You've won this event last year, you've won the last event in Israel, and you're #1 on the leaderboard. That's a lot of pressure.
No, to be honest, there's no pressure. I swear, like, these last events I came with no pressure at all, just trying to surf and trying to put in the water what I've been trying to work on and try to focus on the things that I can control. I cannot control what the other surfers are going to do. I control what I'm going to do and what I'm going to be on and my reaction. So I try to focus on all of those things. It definitely feels amazing to be the European champion. I won last event, I won Azores, I won this event. I mean, last year, before this event started, I never won a QS, and everything just changes so quick. It's amazing. But yeah, it definitely feels good to be home in this beach. There's always some little fun waves. And yes, hopefully I can take the win, but I'll just give my all and give my hard work and put everything in the water.
You're on a roll. Keep it up. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you.
Yeah, Teresa Bovalot finding the mojo last year on this stop of the qualifying series. And after that, 3 wins in a row, Paul.
Yeah, what's changed for her? How's she done it? She said she's been working on some stuff. What's she been working on? And what's changed? Why so different now? She's been around a long time.
We can tell she's more relaxed, maybe more confidence. I think the confidence is a big role in terms of what you believe you can achieve. And I think she started to believe she could win. So
She changed anything with her surfing specifically?
I think it's more in terms of body movement. I think she has trained more time in the water, better boards, and she's doing it. So I think she's got the whole package. She has been working hard, and I think Teresa has found her mojo. I think her happy place, relaxed, winning it. As she said, she's getting used to winning, so that's a good sign. As we see Garazzi Sanchez on this heat. Garazzi, we can call her a veteran, Garazzi. She has been for a long time on the qualifying series and on the junior series. She has been around for a long time now. And Garazzi, a fearless competitor from Basque Country.
Yeah, not great effort there from her. She wiggled to get the board speed up and kind of inexplicably didn't really finish that turn, so just wasted an opportunity there to put some points up on the board. She's got nothing really to speak of thus far. She's going to have to get at the back of the queue in Prio as well. There's those fun conditions that Teresa Bonvalo was talking about. A little bit of wind, adding a little power and adding plenty of scoring potential.
Yeah, waves look really, really fun right now. It's glassy. It's not really big, but not too small. So it's just an ideal condition to have fun. They don't have to paddle that much to get out the back. So plenty of opportunity, really rippable waves, and easy to surf. That's what, as a competitor, you want: opportunity, an easy wave to surf, so you can showcase your talent and not too much paddling. It's just too hard when you have one of those heats. You paddle the whole heat, and you can't really afford to have an opportunity. So Costa delivering good conditions for the final stages of this event. Not the final stages, but the more advanced rounds. As
Yeah,
we
we've
see.
only got 2 days left, mate, after today. Possibly could even come back and do it all tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? And we have another answer coming in from Pedro from Alges, asking, who do you got for the win on the ladies? Paul? Who we got, actually. He asked the team, but I'm going to throw it at you. Who do you think he can crack this victory on the women's side?
The obvious answer would be Bonvalo. She's a defending champion. She's a European champion. She's coming in hot off a win. But I really like the look of Hopkins, and she's ripping in this heat so far, so I'm going to go with her.
Ooh, nice. Surfing from Ariane. Ariane looking really sharp. We saw her last year destroying Ribaradillas, doing a contest of excellent scores. I think she made the quarters or semis.
She might have made the semis, mate.
I think she did. She made the semis.
She looks like she's surfing a little faster as well.
Yeah, she is. As we see the replay of Ariane winding off the bottom and putting
Yeah, belting it pretty hard, isn't she? Bang, right in the pocket. Important to find the steep part of the wave. And that one there, really, to recover from the previous turn and to get that one done, to get it just before the wave went weird and wobbly. Backhand of Hopkins, always fun to watch as she tries to go for a turn that was never really on, but she backs herself to take on those sections. So she squeezed out a first turn, and the second one is an incompletion for her. She's already got that big number there. The 767 is huge. And she will improve again.
Wow. Garazzi Sanchez there trying to do a massive turn at the end there. Was a steep section. She went for it. I thought she had it, but no. The backwash had other ideas for her, and she fell. So Garazzi Sanchez, with 11 minutes to go, still trying to find the rhythm, Paul.
Yeah, and she's trying to claw her way out the back, wash off the disappointment at the same time as well for not making that turn. So a couple of mistakes from her. She's fallen on her last two waves. She's sitting on ones right now. And that one, she needed to make that. So just getting aboard a little bit too far away from her. When that section explodes in there, you got the power, but you also got the wobble as well. From that high tide, you got this little backwash coming out to sea. You need to keep that board pretty close to your center of gravity. And hers just getting a little away from her. She leaned back too much and goes down. But I tell you what, Hopkins, even with just the one turn and then the incomplete second, does improve and adds a pretty decent number to her total.
Yes, it is. Hopkins making sure she has a backup. Hopkins is a great competitor. She's always on point in terms of making choices. She's all over the place all the time. So you never see Hopkins having a shocker. She's always up for a fight. She analyzes everything before she goes in, and that's why she's one of the fearless competitors we have on the European Tour, Yolanda. And Ariane Ochoa, 617, well-deserved backside attack, as we have Lacombe now up and riding. Stylish surfer from France, nice hit there, and a stylish jump too, but not the wave she was looking for. How important is on these rounds to not fall? She actually had a really good opportunity before on that first occasion, as we see Hopkins live. Quick carve there, and another one, massive. Hopkins making sure she makes that turn, and a quick jump to quickly be on the outside again. So a flurry of action, as we saw Garazzi there. Again with a fall. Garazzi not happy with her performance until then, but we know Garazzi can change the game up real quick. So we see the replay of Hopkins. Hopkins coming off the bottom, and quick snap and quick hit there.
Yeah,
So
she's explosive, isn't she? And always finding the right parts of the wave to hit. And just leaning into those turns and hitting it hard. She got that 4.83 backup for the left hand for just the one hit. Let's see where she goes with this. But she just relishes the challenge. She loves to compete. She's one of the surfers, I think, on either side of the draw that just seems to sort of relish to challenge. You see some surfers interviewed and kind of play it down a little bit, and I don't know, they just seem to be a little bit cagey with their approach to competition in terms of whether they're enjoying it or not, or how they think they're going to go. Hopkins is like, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna smash it. Bring it on. She's always up for it, and you got to be like that. You got to bring that energy. She's doing it right now.
Wow, massive turn from Mariana. Oh, she didn't pull that off.
So Ochoa taken on the lip again, but getting bounced off.
As Garazzi behind the 8-ball, massive turn, and she makes it now. So Garazzi, is she back on the seat? Yes, she is. She needs to get rid of 2 waves over 1 point. So Garazzi, with that last turn, back on the game.
Yeah,
let's see what she did.
Late entry, comes from around, a little check turn, and from here, it's a really steep section. It's cupped out. That lip is about a quarter of the way to throwing to the bottom of the wave when she hits it. And this is a really nice turn from Mariana Ochoa, who just gets wobbled off. She's already on some decent numbers. It's hard for coaches when you see your surfers so close to stomping big turns. But Hopkins does get an improvement. She's turned the screw here. She's piling on the pressure. She's adding more points on here, Chico.
Yes, 6-1-0 for Hopkins, as we see Lacombe now. The stylish surfer from France. Bang! Massive turn from Juliet. Wow. I'm impressed.
That was really sick.
That was sick.
Really nicely done. That turn.
And understandable claim. That was really well done by Juliette Lacombe from France as we watch the replay.
Yeah, and you just wonder now if she's going to be in a position to regret on that opening wave where she fell on the bottom turn, because that was mental. We haven't really seen that sort of turn. We've seen a lot of surfers put their board against the lip, but she actually slid above it and kind of got above the coping, and on the roof of the wave, she kind of did like a sort of board slide type feel with that bottom of the board just in front of the fins there. It looked so good from that angle as you're looking into it. She's going to get a really big number for that, and you got to be thinking early on she had a wave with similar kind of scoring potential to that one, and it's those small margins that, again, you're going to have to pay if you make mistakes at this level. We've got good scores coming in all around, and this is a really, really fun heat to call.
It is. They are all really close. Garazzi back in the heat with a 583, her last wave, that big hit she got on that meaty section, and can't wait to see what's the score of Juliette Lacombe is going to look like, but is looking great, and it comes in as a big score, that's for sure. As we see Yolanda Hopkins there getting a close up, and more lines approaching the lineup, so non-stop action. And yeah, our surfers having fun there, making sure they put a lot of scores on the board. As we see 6-7-7. So Juliette Lacombe back in this heat and only needing with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if that went a little higher, actually. I thought that was a really, really technical turn that she did there.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you on that. That turn was really, really technical. And the section she did it was sick. She actually was a meaty section, and she was able to throw the fins up, kind of like, and drift it. So that's really technical surfing from Juliette Lacombe. So more lines approaching, and we have our surfers in position as we see White having a look, going under it, and nice to have the swell here, filling in, and a lot more action.
Well, she's put a requirement right down, hasn't she? It's a modest score now for her really to move up, because she's only needing a high 4 is Juliette Lacombe. That's much better stuff from her. We've seen her sulk quite a bit in heats in the past. You can see her getting a little frustrated. Sometimes, yeah, she just kind of gets in the wrong headspace. She's done well to stay at this now, and I reckon she's going to bring fire into the end of the heat. Someone who brought fire from the get-go, though, is Hopkins, who just blew up, really. She's been all over this lineup in this heat. She's been throwing down numbers all over the place. You see she winds in there and then belts this section. and it's athletic, it's dynamic, it's aggressive. All good things from a judging perspective. She's got loads in the tank as she hits that. And Hopkins has been a bundle of energy in this heat. Ariane Ochoa, she's been very impressive this afternoon. She is surfing really vertically. It's been the thing that's impressed me, and she feels like she's just clicked up the speed a bit as well. She's coming with more velocity. When you do that, Chico, it makes you more likely to make turns on steep sections as well. When you come in with speed, you've got a much better chance of getting out of there before the lip blows you up. Who's on the inside? Looks like Lacombe rode a wave.
Yeah, by the looks of her body language, doesn't look like she had the best wave, but let's just wait and see. And as we see White paddling there, not catching that wave. Waves look beautiful, nice in clean conditions. Everyone is enjoying the action, making these conditions actually make you think, I want to go surf. So yeah, what a day to be here and see the best surfers in Europe having fun. Hopkins in the lead with a 7 and a 6 early on.
Yeah, look at that battle for second place though, mate. It's pretty tight in there. Lacombe, that number is not a big one that she needs. Karachi Sanchez, he's only really got one reasonable wave in this. Got a decent mid-range. Other than that, she's had a bunch of ones and some shrapnel, but she only needs a decent 5. So wide open this thing. Priority is with Ochoa. She needs to make that count. She might have to play a bit of defense. She might try and also add to a total, because I tell you what, Sanchez is going to have a crack here.
Yeah, looks like a good right-hander. Sanchez, boom, snap there, and yeah, she was hitting a 5, 6, 8. I don't think that will be enough for only one turn. I think she needed something more, maybe, or a meaty section, a bit of steepness in that section, or maybe one more turn like that one to get the score. As we see the paddle battle between Juliette Lacombe and Ariane Ochoa. Nervous moments here at the end as we see Ariane paddling and getting the wave. So interesting situation here because both of them caught the wave, and yeah, she actually went straight, so I don't think that would be an interference. What do you think, Paul?
Oh, I've never seen so many interferences as this contest. What's going on here? Wow, so really interesting to see Juliette commit so much to that. Priority was with Ariane Ochoa, and I think Juliette might be in a bit of trouble here.
I don't think so. I think that was a closeout, and
I'm sure it really matters, mate. Does it?
Yeah, it was a closeout.
But if
she
your
went straight,
surfer's got priority and you pretty much get underneath them while they're paddling into a wave.
No, she went straight. She wasn't underneath it. She was next to her, and Ariane stopped paddling to see if she was going. And once she stopped paddling to go, she tried to...
Oh, who had priority?
Ariane.
Okay.
But that's not an interference.
I mean, her arm literally hit her as she was paddling.
No, she hit it on purpose. It's not.
I'd be nervous if I was in Camp Lacombe. So the way these priority calls have gone down, there's been lots of them, and guess what? She gets slapped with an interference. So from getting herself back into the heat with some great surfing, she makes a weird decision, and she got right in the way. Her board is literally right underneath Ochoa's board, and I think no real chance for a priority judge other than to slap her with what used to be known as a triangle, but it's now just called an interference. Chico, you look a little bit baffled, mate.
Well, I just thought the wave did not add scoring opportunity, and that was just like a kind of a block interference in terms of the scoring potential. Like there were no scoring potential. As I have to...
Sometimes you just got to hold your hand up, mate, and say I got it wrong.
Yeah, I got it wrong, mate.
Sometimes.
And yeah, I just don't have the
Don't
book.
be too hard on yourself.
I don't have the book from Ben Mundy about the
Coming out,
interference.
mate. Be patient. Coming out. You can pre-order the hardback version.
Yeah, I will.
I think they're going for about 250 euros.
What's the name of the book?
Inverting the priority?
Inverting the priority.
Official results are in, mate, and it's well done to Hopkins and Ariane Ochoa. all wrapped up.
Yeah, intense moments here at the end. Great conditions, and Lacombe didn't have the chance there at the end. So Hopkins and Ariane Ochoa winning this heat. We're going for a break now. We'll be right back with the heat 3 of the round of 16 of women. We'll be right back.
Almada, território de muitos.
Welcome back to the live action. Round of 16, Heat 3. We are in the death throes of what's been an incredible day of surfing action at the Estrella, Galicia, Caparica Surf Fest 2002. My name's Ben Mundy. We've booted out Paul Evans. See you later. He needed a break, didn't he? He was getting a bit tired. He was getting a bit aggressive, I thought. I thought the way he treated you about the whole interference thing was out of order. I pulled him aside and I said, look, Paul, take a break, get some fresh air. It's been a long day. You're obviously a little bit tired and emotional. He's gone out. He's going to come back. It's all going to be cool. For now, let's focus on the surfing. Let's focus on what's important. That's me and your friendship. I think it's more important than what Paul Evans is getting up to say.
Yeah,
although
exactly.
I will say it was a blatant interference. You may have got that wrong, but it doesn't matter.
No,
just leave it behind.
Okay.
Just leave it
Okay,
behind,
I'm gonna
Chico.
leave it behind.
We're better than that. Speaking of hard-working friends, Joanna Garnell, she's down on the beach. She's got the win of the last heat.
Yolanda, you're in the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
Pretty stoked. I had to struggle through that heat. Like, my career kind of depends on it, and I was just trying to do my best. My 7 almost didn't make it, and I was literally doing whatever it takes to make that turn because I knew it was going to be a decent score, and it was quite tough out there.
What time did you get up this morning?
I don't know, probably like before 5 or something.
How many times have you been surfing today, apart from your heats?
About
7?
No, apart from my heats, I only surfed twice.
Well, that's still a lot.
4 times, so 4 times.
And why did you choose the front deck like that?
I tried it like when I went to Japan for the ISAs in the first year in 2019 because there it's really hot. And so my wax would melt. And then once I tried it, I didn't want anything else. It's amazing. I only use like wax when the waves are really hollow and I might need to barrel to put my foot a little bit forward. But other than that, I just use front decks.
And you've got a new sponsor. How happy are you about that?
I'm pretty good. I actually got a couple of new sponsors in these last couple of months. And they just brought me into the team and I'm super, super happy about it. And I just want to represent them the best I can.
Oh, well, you are for sure. Thank you so much and congratulations. You're in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much.
Lot to unpick from that interview with that surfer, Yolanda Hopkins. Whoa, there's some spray come from Marianne Philippe. Huge turn. I like Chico, how she said, my career depended on this, Fahine Ferreira. That's how much it means to these surfers, men and women. her whole career depended on that heat. That's quite a big thing, isn't it, Shiko?
Well, I think she was speaking a little bit.
No, but if she lost that heat, she wouldn't have gotten to the Challenger Series for this year, which means that she would have, you know, the whole year, the rest of the year's been pretty much a write-off. But getting through that heat, she's got this year to build on, and you know, so I don't think she's actually overplaying it too much. I think it's just a massive, massive heat for her, and that's why it meant so much.
Incredible.
She's in 8th on the qualifying
she's right
series.
on the cut line.
Yeah, exactly. She's in 8th, so
wow.
So she needs to get a result. She kind of needs to get the final here to have a chance of, getting from the top 6. So it's all pretty big stuff. So I like
she
that.
needs a final at least.
Yeah, I need to double check with the powers that be, but yeah, she's like a couple of 1,000 points off, or 1,000 points off. You only get 1,000 points for the win here.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah.
And yeah, okay.
There you go. So yeah, that's
she needs to make like final.
Yeah,
final,
she needs a big result.
That's
one thing to unpick.
Let's double check the rankings real quick as we see Ina up and riding, our French surfer. Nice carve there. Winds up again. Oh, and she was quite late on that last turn. But yeah, Yolanda Hopkins dodging big bullet there with a huge score. So we are double checking the rankings to give you guys the right information about the points.
Well, as it stands, we've got in equal 5th place on 3,150 points is Grazie Sanchez Otun and Rachel Presti. Okay, and they're both still in the event. We've got Paulina Doe in 7th on 3,050 points, and then Yolanda on 2,700 points. So she's effectively 400 points behind the 2 people she needs to beat, and they're both still in the event. So if she'd not knocked out there, she's finished. She would have not made the cut.
Yeah, because they are already putting points.
So she basically has to finish ahead of either Garazzi, Rachel, or Pauline to
actually make it.
Which means that, you know, she's got to get.
So she just eliminated.
Who?
Garazzi.
Oh, was she out then? Was she?
Yeah.
Okay, there's one down. So now she's got Rachel and Pauline ahead of her. Basically, she has to beat their scores by 500 points, I think, or thereabouts. This all needs to be double checked, but yeah, basically it's her, Rachel, going for that last sort of spot, and Nadia. So it's all so tight. There's only 1,000 points if you win this, so there's not a lot of points on offer, but she needs to kind of almost win, does Hopkins, or at least make the final, or hope those other 2 lose tomorrow in the semi-finals.
And we have some dangerous names behind her too. Ariane Ochoa will make it, will make the last heat. Maud Lecar, Tessa Tyson, but yeah, it's
it's tight, huh?
Yeah, it's really tight, the rankings, and we have Teresa in 1st place, Francisca Vezelk in 2nd, and Mafalda Lopes.
Fun fact, I'll give you a fun fact.
Give me a fun fact.
How many consecutive heats has Teresa Bonbolo won, including the one she just won? How many in a row?
Can you give me a second so I can think?
Yeah, sure. We've got all the time in the world.
So the women start on the round of 32, the I seed, the top seeds, or the 64?
32. Taking this seriously?
Yeah, I don't like to lose games. Sorry.
I'm going to need an answer.
After the round of 16, it's man on man straight? Or it's 4 quarterfinals and then man on man?
Well, it's women on women, especially if they're women, but I think it's 4-person final, 4-person heats in this one, yeah.
But I've seen woman on woman last year, right?
I think the higher ratings, I think only with the 1,000 QS.
They do it. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't overthink it. I'd just like to get, I think in these lower rankings it goes 4-person finals. So yeah, how many has she won in a row? There's been a few events.
36. You know when you go to the casino, you play
went
the roulette? What's the number? 12.
Yeah. That is the number. Yeah, 12 is the number. Yeah.
No.
If you just went with your gut rather than trying
No way.
rather try and add up. Yeah, she's won 12 heats in a row.
It is.
Yeah, incredible run of competitive performance.
I'm so good at the casino, mate.
Yeah, you're not so good at working out how many heats she's won. But yeah, you're right. It's 36. That'd be about 6 years without losing a heat, I'd imagine. But yeah, so Teresa Bonflé, what a incredible performance. 12 heats, hasn't lost. Or hasn't failed to get through, let's put it that way.
Nice.
Incredible. So yeah, she'll be the favourite. But yeah, it means a lot. That's the point we're trying to make. Right here though, Marianne Philippe, a 7.17 for that one big turn we saw at the start. Hina Maria, the queen of the one turn belt. She's been on good form. She's in second, but Fahine Fierro with a strong 5.83. Maud Lacar down there with a 4. So all 4 surfers getting a strong start. So the business end of the day, through the final day tomorrow. Not officially, but I think there's a chance we could end up wrapping this up tomorrow. Going through the day, big crowds down the beach and great waves. Just saw Maud Lacar looking at her right hand. Here she goes. Good camera work. Oh, that's a big turn. She looks really strong, Maud, in this trip. She's just been like more positive, more aggressive. I've seen from a while. Really enjoying her surfing.
Yeah, great surfing from Maud. Winding up here, coming off the bottom.
I'll tell you what.
Smashed it. I love the jump now.
I've got a second question for you. Oh, look at that.
That was massive.
It's about Teresa Bonflé's 12 heats.
You love to ask me stuff about stats, don't
Hey,
you?
I'm a stats guy.
Yeah,
It's
you
part of the
are.
anchor.
You love.
Go
you
Ina
love to
Maria.
have the
Oh,
stats.
look at the spray captured by the sun. She's
Ina
loving
Maria.
it. No, actually, I won't cue quit. I'll just tell you the fact. Things you're a bit sort of feel a bit put down. Teresa has won all those heats. Didn't come second and progress. Every single heat she's won. So the last 12 heats she's won every single one in a row. Thanks to Nicholas Loire, our trusted PR expert, WSL's marketing guru, and he's got the stats, and so it's been clarified by the powers that be.
Oh, as we see the reaction training before they eat.
Wow.
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 Wow. You caught them all. What's the deal with the elastic bands around the ankles? What does that do in terms of ergonomics, in terms of exercise? Any ideas, Chico?
Well, I think it's...
You're one of the great trainers in surfing. You've done so much physical fitness.
Not
Worked
really.
hard.
Not really. That hasn't been my go-to. So